Chapter 1 Birth. The cosmos is not eternal. Even the vast expanse of the universe will one day face its demise and conclusion. Above a cerulean planet, the sparse starlight gradually coalesced into the form of a woman. From the perspective of human aesthetics, she was undeniably beautiful, embodying the very essence of perfection. Yet, her visage was marred by sorrow, for the time of this universe was drawing to a close. Hundreds of billions of years a span that seems nearly eternal to humanity may merely equate to a few centuries in the context of the universe. She murmured to herself, "The pace of this universe's evolution has accelerated too swiftly. The birth of new life can no longer keep pace with its destruction. There exists but one solution to infuse this world with greater vitality." As she spoke, glimmers of light gathered in her hands, slowly transforming into the likeness of an infant. With a cold expression, she declared, "You shall be born devoid of sentiment, existing solely to grow stronger, to revive this world until you become another being akin to myself." Pardon my intrusion, but is this not excessive for a child? The mysterious woman gasped in astonishment, neglecting the luminescent figure taking shape in her grasp. Numerous stars converged around her, ready to launch an assault. With her formidable power, no one in this world could harm her, yet she remained vigilant. The only way one could approach her unnoticed would be if they possessed strength equal to her own. She turned to face the source of the voicea, humanoid figure. Why refer to it as humanoid? Because it merely resembled a person. It appeared as though an entire starry sky had been molded into human form. Upon its head rested a cap fashioned from stars, and a cloak emanating starlight billowed from its back. Compared to the sparse starlight behind it, its body seemed to encompass an entire universe. The apprehension on the woman's face dissipated, replaced by fear and astonishment as the surrounding starlight faded. She understood that engaging with this being would likely hasten her own destruction. Compelled to maintain a semblance of calm, she observed the figure before her, striving to appear respectful in hopes of ensuring her own safety. Just as she prepared to speak, the figure interjected, "This universe has reached the brink of decay. You were intending to create a potential doppelganger, nurturing it to your own level to bestow greater opportunities upon this cosmos. Were you not?" The woman did not deny it, replying, "Indeed, for I possess no surplus energy to fashion a doppelganger of equal standing. Now, I can only base my creation upon the most promising and creative species in the universe, molding it into a being like myself to usher in new prospects for this cosmos." The enigmatic figure remarked, "By the standards of universal consciousness, you are indeed competent." Indeed, this mysterious woman was in essence the embodiment of the will of this universe, and to claim she was its most powerful entity would be entirely justified, he remarked. From a mother's perspective, it is entirely inadequate. You must understand that if one were to create a being capable of growth, inheriting a portion of your power, it would be indistinguishable from your own child. Should you erase its emotions, it could never integrate into the human realm, and would only stray further away from the desired outcome. The cosmical replied calmly, "Yet I must center my focus on the survival of the grand cosmos. The emergence of human emotions would lead to unpredictable paths. I must intervene with stability at the forefront. Moreover, given your strength, you would likely not wish to involve yourself in my affairs, especially when higher laws constrain our actions. Although your power permits movement between parallel universes, this is ultimately my domain. While I may not be able to ensure your mutual destruction, I'm confident in my ability to inflict significant damage." Observing the now tranquil cosmic will, the enigmatic figure remained silent, raising a hand and snapping his fingers. In an instant, the surrounding starlight vanished, only to return with another snap, as if nothing had transpired. However, the cosmic will trembled, fully aware of what had just unfolded. With two snaps, he had directly usurped her authority, transcending legal restrictions to execute such feats. This implied that he existed above those very laws. The cosmic will exclaimed in astonishment, her voice trembling, "Do you intend to seize everything within this universe?" The mysterious figure replied, "Not at all. I harbor no interest in this universe. I am merely a traveler and shall depart shortly. I should not interfere excessively." The cosmic laws inquired, "Then why do you meddle in my affairs?" The enigmatic figure responded, "If I must be candid, I am more intrigued by the Yedo-Beberan child, for we share many similarities. Thus, I offered a few suggestions. Although I am aware that I should not intervene too much, it seems I cannot resist the urge to meddle." "Ha ha." As his laughter faded, the mysterious figure's form gradually dissipated, blending into the starry expanse, leaving only the embodiment of the cosmic will to gaze upon the luminous sphere yet to receive consciousness. Suggestions? Many similarities? It appears I have underestimated this child. The cosmic will mused calmly. Suddenly, she smiled and declared, "This suggestion may indeed be worthwhile. Let this child retain humanity, with all its joys and sorrows, to live in the human world. Before that, I shall bless you in the name of the cosmos and bestow upon you a name." To the edge of small town, two figures approached, drawn by the sound of weeping, an old man and an old woman. The old man said to the old woman, "The cries seem to be emanating from here. Do you sense where it is coming from?" The old woman retorted, "Look at you, so anxious. You weren't this eager when our granddaughter was born. I was the one who chose her name." The old man promptly changed the subject, saying, "We are in the wild, near the soul beast forest, and there is the sound of a child crying. With my cultivation level, I can ascertain that this is no mere imitation by a soul beast. It must be the voice of a human child." The old woman suddenly interjected, "Stop. I have pinpointed the exact location. It's quite far, and the child's cries are quite loud." The two ventured deeper into the forest and eventually located the source of the Krisa, human infant. They hastily approached and lifted the baby from the makeshift cradle. The old woman, with a heart full of compassion, exclaimed, "Who would abandon an infant in the forest? It's perilous." The old man surveyed the surroundings for any signs of other people. The old woman remarked, "It's no solution for the old man to have left him here. We should take him back to the village." The old man replied, "For now, that seems to be the only course of action. Let's take him back to the village and care for him. Ah, perhaps I should give him a name. What shall it be?" The old woman, somewhat exasperated, retorted, "Oh, just forget it, you're hopeless at naming things. Besides, this child already has a name. Look." The old man turned to see a deep blue stone resting nearby, inscribed with the name Tang Chenfeng. The old man chuckled. "It seems that naming is not destined to fall to me. Very well." Then he smiled at Tang Chenfeng, saying, "Welcome to this world, little one." Chapter 2. A Hope for the Sky. 6 years later, at the village chief's home in Tianhan Town. Am I dreaming again? And it's that same dream that a boy's voice echoed in the void as he walked into the encroaching darkness. Everything around him seemed stagnant, yet the dreaming boy understood his purpose. Since the age of 5, he had been plagued by this recurring dream, visiting the same place, though it felt as though the dream was evolving. Recently, he sensed that this unending dream was finally nearing its conclusion. In the darkness, he glanced left and right, as if searching for something. Suddenly, a white point of light emerged before him. The boy dashed toward the light, which had only appeared in recent months. He believed this point was significantly tied to the dream previously. Every time he neared it, the dream would abruptly awaken him. However, he also recognized that with each dream, he drew closer to the light. "This time, I shall seize you," the boy declared triumphantly, just as "Brother Feng." He heard a familiar voice call out as he was about to grasp the light. "Brother Feng, ah, Lige?" The momentary pause cost him the chance to capture the light, and the dark world shattered, pulling him back to reality. With a soft sound, Tang Chenfeng awakened amidst his own shout. He grumbled, "Linger, must you wake me in such a manner?" Looking down, Tang Chenfeng saw a lovely girl with tousled brown-black hair resting on his stomach, indicating she had just awakened. Yet her bright black eyes sparkled with excitement. Linger cheerfully exclaimed, "What can I say? Brother Feng, your physical constitution is so robust that I couldn't rouse you without resorting to such measures. You have no idea that I have been nudging you for several minutes." Tang Chenfeng, with a hint of resignation, replied, "But there was no need to leap up and deliver a kick to my abdomen. Ouch, that hurts. Duppy, by the way, it's quite astonishing that you woke up earlier than I did." Upon noticing the sun just beginning to rise outside, Tang Chenfeng marveled. Linger chuckled and said, "Brother Feng, have you forgotten that we turned 6 this year? It's the day of our martial soul awakening. How could I not be excited?" Tang Chenfeng suddenly sat upright, exclaiming, "I can't believe I forgot such an important event. I must finish my tasks first." He swiftly rose, washed up, dressed, and hurriedly dashed out. Watching him rush out the door, Linger sighed. He truly is a workaholic. This planet is known as Douluo Star, where Tang Chenfeng resides in a village referred to as Tianhan Village. In the world of Douluo, every inhabitant awakens a power known as a martial soul, which can manifest as anything: a tool, an animal, or even a part of oneself. However, the martial soul itself is not the crux of the matter. What truly matters is the soul power that awakens alongside it. Without soul power, even the most extraordinary martial soul is of no use. Yet, possessing soul power, even a martial soul as humble as a blade of grass, has the potential for growth, and such individuals are referred to as soul masters. It remains a mystery why a person's martial soul typically awakens at the age of 6, and the reasons for this phenomenon have yet to be discovered. With the advancement of soul guiding technology, the role of soul masters has diminished significantly. Nearly 90,000 years have passed since humanity began interstellar colonization using soul guiding devices. Nowadays, even an ordinary person can rival a typical soul master through the use of mechas or soul guiding devices. Nonetheless, it cannot be denied that soul masters remain a unique presence. Powerful soul masters are in high demand wherever they may be, providing a remarkable opportunity for those living on the ground. Grandpa Yi, Grandma Ling, I have arrived. Tang Chenfeng called out as he ran towards the source of the voices. Grandpa Yi smiled and said, Chenfeng, why are you here so early? The sun has only just begun to rise. Tang Chenfeng replied, Today is the day of our martial soul awakening, and it should occur in the afternoon. That I want to finish my chores first before attending the awakening ceremony. Grandpa Yi chuckled wryly. You really don't need to help us. So much you owe us nothing. How can you say that? If it weren't for the village chief and grandma bringing me back, I might have been devoured by a soul beast. Tang Chenfeng responded earnestly. He held a natural fondness for these two elders, who, upon hearing his cries, had bravely ventured into the great forest to rescue him and subsequently adopted him as their godson. Grandma Ling approached and affectionately ruffled Tang Chenfeng's hair, saying, Little Chenfeng is truly becoming more handsome by the day. I thought so even when you were a child, and now that you have grown, it is evident that my judgment was entirely correct. If it weren't for your rapid growth, I would have seriously considered betrothing you to Linger. Grandma Ling often expressed such sentiments, as they were not actually siblings. Tang Chenfeng responded with a wry smile, but I have always regarded Linger as a sister, and it feels rather inappropriate for me to stand beside her. Yi Hongling, the granddaughter of village Chief Yi and Grandma Ling, had been a childhood companion of Tang Chenfeng since he was taken in as her godbrother. However, Tang Chenfeng was markedly different from ordinary children. Typically, girls tend to mature more quickly, but he had grown at an astonishing rate. At merely 6 years of age, he stood at 1.4 meters tall, while Yi Hongling, slightly over 1 meter, appeared to be at least 4 years younger in comparison. Grandma Ling chuckled beside him, saying, as long as there is genuine affection, height is not an issue. After all, you will grow taller in time. Even if you do not set a betrothal now, it can be arranged later when you are older. Just tell me, what do you feel for Linger at present? Upon hearing this, a faint blush crept onto Tang Chenfeng's handsome, yet somewhat youthful face as he replied, I think Yi Hongling is beautiful and adorable, especially when she follows behind me calling me Brother Phone. I truly wish I could hold her in my arms, but I really only see Linger as a sister. At that moment, Grandma Ling wore a knowing smile, her expression suggesting she understood, and she teased, I see. While you may not be able to express it now, there will certainly be opportunities in the future, and I will be here to assist you. That a deeper flush spread across Tang Chenfeng's face, and he quickly excused himself, saying, I need to go work now. Grandma Ling, let's talk later. With that, he hurried off. Look at you. You frightened the child. Village Chief Yi remarked with a hint of annoyance. Grandma Ling retorted lightly. What is it? Chenfeng is merely a bit shy. Speaking of which, today marks the day of the soul awakening for both Chenfeng and Linger. Given our past prowess, Linger should have no issues. However, if Chenfeng can awaken a formidable soul, who knows, they might become an unparalleled duo, perhaps even fulfilling our aspirations. As she spoke, Grandma Ling's voice gradually softened, as if she were recalling some painful memories. Village Chief Yi quickly interjected, the young must make their own choices. If the children truly become extraordinary, I would gladly impart all my knowledge to them. Meanwhile, Tang Chenfeng had already begun his labor. Since he could remember, he had noticed that he consumed significantly more than others. To feel satiated after a meal, he needed to eat 3 times the portion of his peers. Perhaps due to his prodigious appetite, he also possessed remarkable strength. At the age of 5, he had once lifted a stone mill weighing over 500 kilograms, leading the villagers to proclaim him a naturally handsome youth endowed with extraordinary strength, destined to be a prodigy in cultivation. However, at present, he does not need to cultivate. All his strength is devoted to assisting others. After all, possessing great strength makes physical labor considerably more convenient. Moreover, with the awakening ceremony taking place today, he swiftly completed the chores in the fields, glancing up at the sky, realizing that it was still well before noon. It seems I am progressing faster than I anticipated, Tang Chenfeng mused to himself. Subsequently, he bid farewell to Village Chief Yi and Grandma Ling, making his way directly towards the village chief's residence. On his return journey, Tang Chenfeng encountered a familiar figure. Linger, what brings you here? He inquired. Yi Hongling responded, I came to wait for you and even brought you some food. You left without having breakfast. It then dawned on Tang Chunfeng that he had indeed skipped breakfast in his haste, and his stomach was now vocally protesting that Wei Hongling chuckled softly and suggested, "Let us go eat on that hillside over there." Tang Chunfeng could only respond awkwardly, "All right." The two sat quietly on the hillside, enjoying their meal. Suddenly, Yi Hongling paused, holding her pancake, and asked Tang Chunfeng, "Brother Feng, do you think we will be able to live in the Sky City once we awaken our martial souls?" "Why do you suddenly ask this? Are you lacking confidence in yourself?" Tang Chunfeng inquired, perplexed. Yi Hongling responded, "Perhaps a little. I long for the life in the Sky City. There must be many things there that we have yet to encounter. However, I have heard that even if one awakens their soul power, they cannot go there without the requisite qualifications. Surely, there are many more talented individuals in this world than us. I feel somewhat insecure about my abilities and wonder if we can truly live in the sky. Do not be so pessimistic. If you doubt your own capabilities, you will miss out on opportunities. Even if there is indeed no chance, I will take you to the sky to see it," Tang Chunfeng asserted confidently. Yi Hongling, her face filled with doubt, asked, "Really? Brother Feng, how can you be so confident without even trying? From where does this confidence stem?" "Well, it is quite simple," Tang Chunfeng replied. "Since the outcome is still unknown, I shall cast aside everything except for my confidence. I firmly believe in myself. That is all that matters." Upon hearing this, Yi Hongling chuckled. "Is it really that easy? Can we truly succeed relying solely on this determination?" Tang Chunfeng declared, "I hereby vow that in the future, I shall take you to the skies, Linger." Yi Hongling's eyes sparkled as she replied, "Then it is settled. You must take me along." The two children shared a joyful laugh upon the hillside, embodying the simplicity and sincerity of promises exchanged between young hearts. Chapter 3. The standards for ascending to the skies. Time swiftly passed into the afternoon, and the awakening masters from the Federation had arrived. One by one, the villagers approached to greet them, bringing forth the children who were to awaken their martial spirits. The awakening masters remained silent, merely nodding at the village chief, who reciprocated the gesture. As a soul master himself, the chief was well aware of the proceedings that would unfold. With practiced ease, he led 7 children, including Tang Chunfeng and Yi Hongling, toward the village's awakening chamber. Before long, they arrived at the opulent entrance of the awakening room, eliciting awe from the 7 children who marveled at its grandeur. Unlike their usual surroundings, access to the vicinity of the awakening room was strictly regulated. For the inhabitants of this world, the awakening of one's martial spirit was a matter of utmost significance, permitting only those in need of awakening and the Federation's professional masters to enter. Upon reaching the majestic door of the awakening room, the master paused. Removing his mask and hat, he addressed the 7 children, saying, "I am Hao Fan, a master of the 33 battle spirits. I shall conduct your martial spirit awakening ceremony. When you enter the awakening chamber, you will encounter certain phenomena. Do not be alarmed. Should any mishap occur, you shall bear the consequences." As he spoke, he positioned himself before the awakening chamber, gradually raising his hands. 3 spirit rings emerged from beneath his feet, 2 yellow rings signifying a century of existence, and 1 purple ring representing a millennium. The rings enveloped him with an air of authority before detaching and adhering to the door of the awakening room. With a thunderous sound, the engraved lines of the soul guide array on the door illuminated, and it swung open. Hao Fan urged them, "Hurry inside." The 7 children rushed in, only to be enveloped in darkness, as if they had stepped into an infinite void. Suddenly, an ancient voice resonated in their ears, proclaiming, "Tens of thousands of years ago, our ancestors lived upon the earth, no different from you who stand here today." Meanwhile, amidst the darkness, a colossal light and shadow emerged, revealing the projection of Douluo star. The ancient voice resonated once more. In the subsequent years, Douluo star experienced a population explosion. The expansion of administrative planets stagnated, and the living space on the surface became increasingly constricted, leading to intensifying conflicts among the populace. As the situation teetered on the brink of irreparability, a prodigious talent emerged. He was the administrator of the Douluo Federation at that time, defying the prevailing opinions. He demonstrated to the world the feasibility of constructing cities in the sky, based on the existing surface and specially crafted alloys. The first piece of the Sky City puzzle was completed 200 years later. With the advancement of time, the present Sky City has grown immensely, becoming a sanctuary for extraordinary talents. Those born here must prove themselves as geniuses equal to those of the skies to earn the right to ascend. As the voice and light faded, 7 children stood within the awakening chamber, while Hao Fan stood before them, stating, This is the origin of the Sky City and a glimpse into the recent history of the Douluo Federation. You must have also heard that the Sky City is a realm teeming with genius. If you aspire to enter this world, you must prove yourselves as talents of equal merit. However, it is still somewhat premature for you to enter the Sky City. If you awaken your soul power and strive to surpass level 20 before adulthood, you may have the opportunity to ascend. Of course, Haofan suddenly added, if you indeed possess soul power, well, you have grasped what you needed to understand. We may now commence the awakening ceremony. With that, Haofan pointed to a child on his right and said, let him begin, and we will proceed sequentially for each of you to undergo the awakening ceremony. Regardless of what unimaginable phenomena you may witness, do not panic. This cautionary note, however, did little to dampen the excitement of the children. The first child approached, a look of exhilaration illuminating his face. Haofan instructed, be sure to keenly sense the changes within your body. As he spoke, his eyes gleamed, and his form began to swell, followed by the emergence of yellow beastly fur adorning his body, gradually taking on the contours of a massive bear. 3 soul rings materialized around him. Slowly, 2 illusory animal shapes appeared upon the soul rings. Within the 2 yellow 100-year soul rings was a giant tortoise, measuring approximately 1 meter in length. Its benign appearance belied a formidable sense of weight and defensive power. The solitary purple 1,000-year soul ring, however, exuded an entirely different aura, depicting a robust black bear that towered as if standing 3 meters tall. The child who had just approached Haofan appeared visibly startled, his entire body trembling momentarily. Haofan elucidated, this is a soul spirit. While soul beasts are not entirely absent, most individuals opt to rely on soul spirits for soul rings, as they are significantly more convenient compared to traditional methods of acquiring soul rings. Should you become soul masters in the future, I would highly recommend this approach. The awakening ceremony is now officially commencing. As Haofan spoke, a wisp of white energy emanated from his being, the essence of his soul power, which began to envelop the boy. Gradually, the boy's body lifted, suspended in midair, and a faint silhouette emerged in his hand, resembling an exceedingly ordinary dagger. A dagger? Haofan remarked. Even a dagger possesses offensive capability. If one has soul power, it can be cultivated. Let us ascertain whether you possess soul power. With that, a silver orb floated toward Haofan, adorned with luminous halos on either side. It cradled the orb in midair and approached the boy. This is a soul power testing device. Simply place your hand upon it, and we shall discover if you possess soul power, Haofan stated nonchalantly. The boy placed his hand upon the device, which emitted a brilliant light, only to swiftly dim, revealing the number 0 on the display screen. Haofan sighed. If one lacks soul power, then no matter the martial spirit, it is futile. You may descend and wait. With that, the boy suspended in the air was gently lowered back to his original position. All right, next, Haofan announced, calling forth another child. Though no one had yet revealed soul power, Tang Qinfeng and Yi Hongling had witnessed the diversity of martial spirits. Aside from the boy with the dagger, the other 4 children exhibited an array of peculiar martial spirits, including a rake, a stick, a hatchet, and even a spoon. Yet, without exception, they all lacked soul power. Haofan's expression grew increasingly grim. If no one awakens soul power soon, it seems this town, which bears such high hopes, may never rise to prominence. Next, Haofan said, turning his gaze toward Yi Hongling. At last, it was her turn, followed by Tang Qinfeng. However, Yi Hongling hesitated, reluctant to step forward. Tang Qinfeng discerned her trepidation. She feared that she, too, might lack soul power, apprehensive that she would be defeated before even reaching the starting line. Tang Qinfeng gently patted her shoulder and said, do not be afraid, relax. Remember what I told you? Do not overthink it. How can you know the outcome without first trying? Upon hearing these words, Yi Hongling took a deep breath and replied, Brother Feng, you are right. Regardless of the outcome, I shall strive with all my might. With that, Yi Hongling stepped onto the awakening platform. Chapter 4. A genius, an oddity if I recall correctly. You are the granddaughter of village head Yi, and the only child among us whose elder is a soul master. I have high hopes for you. To my surprise, Haofan, who usually refrains from speaking much, took the initiative to converse with Yi Hongling this time. Yi Hongling responded, I understand, master. Please begin. Haofan did not say anything further and commenced the awakening ritual. A white soul power began to envelop Yi Hongling, gradually lifting her into the air. At that moment, Yi Hongling felt a warm sensation enveloping her, akin to lying on the grass under the sun's gentle rays. Suddenly, Yi Hongling sensed something within her, as if it were being drawn forth by the soul power. Following this feeling, She slowly raised her hands, forming a gesture as if cradling her heart. Observing from a third-person perspective, one would notice that Yi Hongling's eyes were gradually transforming into a vibrant green, and even a small tuft of hair on her forehead was shifting to the same hue. In her hands, a verdant sapling emerged, growing in tandem with her transformation. Gradually, the sapling flourished into a small tree, already reaching Yi Hongling's height. Her eyes and hair had completely turned a lush green. The children below sensed an invigorating aura that filled them with comfort. Hao Fan, however, was rendered speechless in astonishment. For he could perceive that this vibrant energy was not merely an impression, it was a tangible reality. The child before him, not yet 10 years old, radiated an exceptionally pure vitality that continued to intensify. While Hao Fan marveled at this phenomenon, the small tree in Yi Hongling's hands, her martial spirit, had grown to a height of 3 meters, exuding an incredibly rich life force. The spectators were entranced, unable to tear themselves away from the spectacle. Ultimately, it was Hao Fan who regained his composure first and instructed Yi Hongling to retract her martial spirit. In the awakening chamber, a moment of silence ensued until Yi Hongling broke the stillness, asking, "Master, what exactly is my martial spirit? From your reactions, it seems quite formidable." Hao Fan replied in a tone of astonishment, "You possess an extraordinary martial spirit. Such an outpouring of life force is certainly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary martial spirit." Yi Hongling exclaimed, "Really? Have I awakened a truly powerful martial spirit?" Hao Fan, calming his emotions, remarked, "Indeed, this is an extraordinarily powerful ultimate martial soul. We shall discuss the remaining details shortly. For now, let us ascertain the extent of your soul power. Possessing such a supreme martial soul surely indicates a corresponding innate soul power." Following this, the previously utilized soul power testing device soared back into view. Coming to a halt before Yi Hongling, she extended her hand and placed it upon the device, which once again emitted a brilliant light. However, this time, the luminosity did not diminish immediately. Instead, it sustained its brilliance, and for the first time, the screen displayed numbers beyond 0. Initially, it revealed a 1, followed by 2, 3, and 4, ultimately ceasing at the number 10. With a look of profound satisfaction, Hao Fan exclaimed, "Indeed, it is as I suspected. Not only does soul power manifest, but it is also at the pinnacle of innate capacity. What does it mean to possess innate, full soul power?" Yi Hongling inquired, puzzled. Hao Fan elucidated. When a person generates soul power, it progresses from level 1 up to level 10. Level 10 represents the utmost limit of a person's innate capacity for soul power. To ascend further, one must acquire soul rings. This signifies that your starting point is significantly higher than that of an ordinary individual. I, for instance, possess only level 2 innate soul power. We must also assess your mental power. According to regulations, only those with accompanying soul power are eligible for this test. With that, Hao Fan produced a silver spherical testing device, resembling the previous soul power tester, albeit one that appeared stationary. It could be operated simply by cradling its ends with both hands. Hao Fan, clearly intrigued by Yi Hongling, spoke in a notably gentler tone. Following his instructions, Yi Hongling held the device, and the screen displayed ascending numbers. However, they increased in increments of 50, 50, 100, 150. To Hao Fan's astonishment, the series of numbers slowed down only after reaching 450, yet it continued to rise, finally halting at 491. At that moment, Hao Fan was left utterly astounded, exclaiming, "A mental power of 491 is nearing the threshold of the Spirit Sea realm. What exactly is the purpose of mental power, Master?" Yi Hongling queried, still bewildered. Hao Fan explained, "Mental power denotes the strength of a person's spiritual awareness, classified into realms such as spirit origin, spirit communication, spirit sea, spirit abyss, spirit domain, and divine origin. In modern terms, a higher level of mental power is required for absorbing spirit souls. Typically, a person first manifests soul power upon entering the spirit origin realm. Even I have only just surpassed 300 in mental power, while you have already exceeded 490. Approaching the spirit sea realm, coupled with your martial soul, which, if my memory serves me correctly, is the life tree martial soul, a supportive healing type, do not underestimate its capabilities. Among supportive martial souls, the life tree stands as a paragon, epitomizing ultimate vitality. With your innate full soul power and nearly reaching the spirit sea realm in mental power, you are undoubtedly a rare talent destined for greatness in the future." After listening to Hao Fan's words, Yi Hongling felt an overwhelming surge of excitement that she struggled to contain. Previously, she had been the least confident among everyone, but now someone had told her she was a rare genius, which left her exhilarated. All right, you may step down now. Once we assist the last individual in completing their martial soul awakening, you can leave, Hao Fan said, guiding Yi Hongling back to the group of 7. As she descended, the 5 others around her cast envious glances her way. Only Tang Shifeng approached, gently patting her shoulder with a smile, saying, I told you so, believe in yourself, and you will succeed. You are a genius now. Yi Hongling replied gratefully. Thank you, Brother Feng, for instilling so much confidence in me. Next, it's your turn. You must give it your all. Observing Yi Hongling's excitement, Tang Shifeng smiled and gave her a thumbs up before gradually making his way to the awakening platform. As he ascended, Hao Fan spoke first. Given how you encouraged her, your relationship must be quite special. I truly appreciate individuals like you who uplift others. Having just discovered Yi Hongling's extraordinary talent, Hao Fan was in high spirits, and his favorable impression of Tang Qinfeng grew as he recalled the moment he had witnessed him encouraging her. Tang Qinfeng replied, Linger can be considered my sister. Although we share no blood relation, I was raised by village chief Yi, and thus, we have grown up under the same roof as half-siblings. Upon hearing Tang Qinfeng's explanation, Hao Fan felt a tinge of curiosity stir within him. Although he had previously suspected that their relationship was rather unique, he had not anticipated the depth of their bond. However, a fleeting sense of disappointment washed over him. If they were indeed siblings, it was conceivable that the elder brother, Tang Qinfeng, might possess extraordinary talents. Yet, if they lacked any blood ties, that notion became uncertain. Oh, never mind, Hao Fan thought to himself. If geniuses were so easily found, they would cease to be called geniuses. Besides, he should only be 6 years old. Yet he appeared to be nearly 1 meter 40 tall. Based on Hao Fan's experience, children who stand out from their peers often possess a significant likelihood of awakening their martial souls with accompanying soul power. After contemplating these thoughts, Hao Fan smiled and said, Very well, let us proceed with your martial soul awakening. I hope you can shine as brightly as your sister. With that, he initiated the awakening ceremony. As before, white soul power enveloped Tang Qinfeng's body, gently lifting him into the air, allowing him to quietly sense the pull of the soul power and attempt to awaken the corresponding strength within him. At first, Tang Qinfeng felt a warm and pleasant sensation enveloping his body. However, this warmth gradually transformed into a scorching heat, which morphed into a piercing pain that was quite distressing. Suddenly, he experienced an indescribable agony in his mind, prompting him to cry out involuntarily. Ah! Tang Qinfeng, suspended in midair, clutched his head tightly, emitting heart-wrenching screams. Observing this, Hao Fan grew anxious, for a typical martial soul awakening should not be this painful. If something were to go awry with the child, he would find himself in a considerable predicament. At that moment, Tang Qinfeng's body began to undergo a transformation. Each muscle seemed to swell dramatically, and his frame appeared to elongate. His height, initially 1 meter 40, surged to approximately 1 meter 60. A golden light radiated from his eyes, and his body, which had been writhing in agony, gradually settled into a serene state, as if he had succumbed to slumber. Seeing this, Hao Fan breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that the situation had not taken a turn for the worse. Indeed, at that moment, Tang Qinfeng finally regained his composure in the midst of darkness. Rubbing his head, he murmured, It hurts so much. Then he gathered his thoughts and wondered where he was. The surroundings were pitch black, obscuring his vision. Confused, he pondered. Wasn't I in the midst of awakening my martial soul? How did I suddenly end up in this dark place? He recalled the excruciating headache that had struck him before he found himself here. As he surveyed his surroundings, he perceived an emptiness, yet something about it felt oddly familiar. Tang Qinfeng tapped his forehead, suddenly recalling that this was precisely the dream he often experienced. How could it manifest here so unexpectedly? Pondering this conundrum yielded no answers, prompting him to resolve that if he was indeed within that dream, he would follow the sequence he had previously traversed, perhaps unveiling some truths along the way. With this thought, Tang Qinfeng set into motion, skillfully retracing the steps he had taken before. As anticipated, he soon beheld the luminous orb that had slipped from his grasp due to Yi Hongling's flying kick. This time, he was determined to seize it. With a sudden lunge, he captured the orb, but before he could revel in his triumph, a sound akin to shattering reached his ears. Oh no! Tang Qinfeng's heart sank. Could it be that he had crushed it? Gradually opening his palm, he gazed upon the orb, which resembled a stunning crystal sphere. Within it swirled a silvery vortex, exuding an ethereal beauty. Yet, the crystal was marred by a network of cracks that multiplied ominously, threatening to shatter completely. Panic began to swell within Tang Chenfeng as he feared the repercussions of his actions. Just then, the crystal sphere began to expand, growing from the size of his thumbnails to that of his palm, and with a resounding pop, it exploded. Startled, Tang Chenfeng instinctively shut his eyes. But when he opened them again, he was met with an awe-inspiring sight. The silver vortex had survived the explosion and was now unfettered, rapidly expanding and glowing ever more brilliantly. To Tang Chenfeng's astonishment, the expanding vortex began to resemble a galaxy, its luminous splendor enveloping him, rendering it difficult to keep his eyes open. When he managed to do so once more, he found himself surrounded not by darkness, but by a vast expanse of twinkling stars. In that moment, he felt as if he were adrift in the cosmos, consumed by a singular thought: how breathtakingly beautiful this place was. As he reveled in the spectacle, a gentle female voice wafted from behind him. "Isn't it lovely? It may very well become even more magnificent in the future." Startled, Tang Chenfeng turned abruptly to find a hazy figure before him, discernibly feminine. She raised a hand and delicately touched his forehead with a finger, speaking softly, "Let us leave it at that for now. It's time to awaken. But remember to keep what you learn here a secret." In the awakening chamber, over 20 minutes had elapsed since Tang Chenfeng commenced his martial soul awakening. At that moment, Hao Fan was still exerting his soul power, having acquired a general understanding of Tang Chenfeng's condition. It appeared that he was in a state of unconsciousness due to an unsuccessful awakening, a situation not uncommon during such processes. In such cases, it was essential to maintain the soul power's tether until the individual awoke. However, over 20 minutes had now passed. Hao Fan was now concerned about how much longer he could endure before Tang Chenfeng would awaken. Otherwise, his soul power would likely be exhausted. At that moment, Tang Chenfeng's body finally began to stir. The brilliance emanating from his eyes was completely retracted, and his movements grew increasingly vigorous. Eventually, he opened his eyes and regained consciousness. Seeing this, Hao Fan let out a sigh of relief and gently set him down. Tang Chenfeng, still somewhat dazed, felt as though everything that had just transpired was a dream, yet it felt strikingly real. He had not yet processed the events that had unfolded, and his mind was in a state of confusion. Observing his bewilderment, Hao Fan placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Touching his head, Tang Chenfeng finally became fully alert and inquired of Hao Fan, "Master, has my martial soul awakening concluded? What is my martial soul, and do I possess soul power?" Hao Fan, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "Yes, it has concluded. Although it was somewhat tumultuous, you are safe. As for your martial soul, it appears to be an intrinsic martial soul. We will ascertain your soul power shortly." Upon hearing the term intrinsic martial soul, a look of confusion crossed Tang Chenfeng's face, clearly indicating his unfamiliarity with the concept. Hao Fan, perceiving his confusion, elaborated, "Generally speaking, martial souls are categorized into two main types. One is the weapon martial soul, as seen in the children accompanying you, and the other is the beast martial soul, akin to mine, which embodies an animal. However, there exists a particularly unique category known as the intrinsic martial soul. As the name suggests, it derives from a part of one's own body, transforming that portion into a formidable entity, representing a distinct and powerful existence. So, it is indeed a remarkable martial soul?" Tang Chenfeng exclaimed with enthusiasm. Hao Fan responded, "You could say that. If you possess soul power, you may very well become a powerhouse in the future. Now, we shall commence the soul power assessment. Are you prepared?" With that, he produced the soul power testing instrument. Tang Chenfeng was also eager to place his hand on the testing device. "Just one more release of your martial soul is all it takes," Hao Fan remarked. Upon hearing this, Tang Chenfeng unleashed his martial soul, causing his muscles to swell dramatically, followed by a sudden increase in height. Hao Fan was momentarily taken aback. He had initially surmised that Tang Chenfeng's martial soul was muscular in nature, hence the explosive muscular phenomenon. However, the growth in height suggested an elongation of the bones, which seemed unrelated to mere muscle. Could it be that his skeletal structure was also part of his martial soul? If that were the case, he would indeed possess a dual martial soul. At that moment, Tang Chenfeng placed his hand on the soul power testing device, which emitted a bright light and displayed numbers on the screen, confirming that Tang Chenfeng possessed soul power and could become a soul master. Excellent. It seems we may have 2 soul masters this year. I wonder about his talent. Hao Fan pondered. Upon glancing at the testing device, he was pleasantly surprised to see the number 10 displayed. Another innate full soul power. How astonishing! Hao Fan exclaimed. Having been an awakening master for a decade, he had never encountered two instances of innate full soul power simultaneously. At this moment, he was increasingly convinced of his earlier thoughts. While the core martial soul was indeed rare, it could not be deemed a supreme martial soul. The occurrence of innate full soul power was still uncommon, yet if it were a dual martial soul, it would make sense. Not only Hao Fan, but Tang Shifeng also saw the 10-level soul power displayed on the instrument, filling his heart with excitement as it indicated he was a talent on par with Yi Hongling and qualified to become a soul master. Hao Fan then retracted the soul power testing device and produced a mental strength testing apparatus. Only those with soul power can examine their mental strength. You now possess that qualification. Hurry and give it a try. Mental strength is crucial for a soul master, as only with sufficient mental strength can one possess a considerable number of soul spirits to enhance their soul rings and elevate to greater heights. Tang Shifeng was ready to undergo the mental strength test. However, the moment he placed his hand on the device, it emitted a blinding light, and the numbers on the screen surged at an astonishing rate. Just moments ago, Yi Hongling's mental strength had increased by increments of 100. Yet now the data was escalating by units of 500, accelerating rapidly. Soon it surpassed 3,000, then 4,000, 6,000, and 8,000. Finally, when the number reached 9,999, the device suddenly emitted a puff of smoke, followed by a crackling sound of electricity and a small explosion. Ultimately, 3 components burst out of the instrument, rendering it completely inoperative. Witnessing this outcome, everyone present was left dumbfounded. The children wondered how the device had suddenly malfunctioned. Was it a technical failure? Within Hao Fan's heart, a tumultuous wave of astonishment and disappointment surged. The disappointment stemmed from the malfunction of the testing device. For a compact mental strength tester, is certainly not inexpensive. The astonishment, however, arose from the device's final reading of 9,999, a figure that surpasses even the realm of Lingyuan. Many soul masters spend their entire lives without attaining such a level, and Hao Fan was acutely aware that the likelihood of the device's malfunction was minimal, as he himself had utilized it for scarcely 3 months. The display of 9,999 indicated that the instrument was only capable of measuring up to that threshold, yet it appeared to have exploded due to overexertion. This suggested that Tang Xinfeng's mental strength might indeed exceed that measurement. But why would such an extraordinary level of mental prowess exist? Did his brain possess some extraordinary quality, setting him apart from the ordinary? At this moment, an astonishing thought struck Hao Fan. Could it be that the brain itself was a form of martial soul? A 3 lives martial soul? A martial soul of the 3 lives essence, innate full soul power, and mental strength surpassing the Lingyuan realm. Hao Fan pondered the sheer brilliance of such a talent. It was nothing short of prodigious. Chapter 5. The mysterious voice. Hao Fan's mind was in a state of disarray. Yet he endeavored to calm himself, preparing to pose some inquiries to Tang Shifeng. As Hao Fan approached, Tang Shifeng felt a twinge of anxiety. For the device in his hands still emitted wisps of smoke, and it appeared rather costly. Seemingly perceiving Tang Shifeng's unease, Hao Fan reassured him, "Rest assured, you shall not bear the cost of the instrument. What I seek to know now is your perspective on the world. Has anything changed for you?" Upon hearing Hao Fan's words, Tang Shifeng exhaled in relief. He glanced around before responding. "It seems the world has become remarkably clearer. Whether it is the intricate patterns on the leaves or the textures upon the walls of the room, every detail is vividly rendered before my eyes. If one observes closely, it appears there are numerous tiny, multicolored specks of light moving through the air. Moreover, Master, there are many yellow light spots swirling around you and around Linger. There are numerous green light spots that seem to be joyfully beckoning to her." Such keen observation. He could even perceive the elemental energies within the air. In Hao Fan's mind, he contemplated the situation and was convinced that Tang Xinfeng's mental prowess had undoubtedly reached the spiritual abyss realm. Otherwise, he would not have been able to discern the elemental energies wielded by both himself and others with such clarity. The luminous orbs surrounding Hao Fan were, in fact, manifestations of earth element, which was the forte of his martial spirit, the earth demon bear. Meanwhile, the verdant light encircling Yi Hongling was evidently life energy. After a moment of reflection, Hao Fan addressed Tang Xinfeng. "It seems that you, like your sister Shu, are a rare talent indeed, perhaps even more gifted than she. Your martial spirit might encompass 2 aspects, one being your muscles and the other your bones. Your physical resilience is exceptionally high, making you well-suited for the path of a pure power-type soul master. Moreover, your elevated mental capacity ensures that you will not encounter difficulties in absorbing soul spirits, marking you as a promising prospect. Upon hearing Hao Fan's words, Tang Qinfeng felt a surge of excitement, as he had never anticipated being recognized as a talent-surpassing Linger. After addressing his inquiries, Hao Fan led Tang Qinfeng down to the awakening platform and stated, "All individuals have completed their awakenings. We are now preparing to close the awakening chamber, so everyone should exit promptly. The two who have awakened their soul power should remain. The rest may return home." With that, he escorted everyone out through the chamber's grand doors. After exiting, he secured the chamber in the same manner as before, locking it with his soul power. As everyone emerged, the village chief, Yi, approached with an air of impatience and inquired, "Master, do you believe there are any children in the town this year who could become soul masters?" Hao Fan smiled and replied, "Indeed, there are two, both of whom are extraordinarily gifted, and their connection to you is quite significant." The chief paused, glancing at the 5 children returning and then at the 2 remaining. Quickly grasping the situation, "There are still some matters I cannot confirm at this moment. Chief, please come here so we may discuss this further." With that, Hao Fan and the village chief moved to the side to converse. Observing the 2 adults engaged in conversation, a boy and a girl felt a swell of curiosity. Yet it was evident that the adults wished to keep their discussion private. Yi Hongling whispered, "Brother Feng, what do you think Grandpa and the Master are talking about? They seem increasingly animated." Tang Qinfeng replied, "I'm not entirely certain. It must be about our matters, so let us wait patiently." Meanwhile, the 2 adults became increasingly animated in their conversation. They discussed the innate soul power of the 2 children, their rare and formidable martial souls, and their exceptional mental fortitude. As Hao Fan shared his speculations, the village chief, Yi, grew more and more exhilarated. After all, it had been many years since a soul master had emerged from their village, and now they had not 1, but 2 prodigies. Hao Fan, these children must be nurtured diligently. Given their talents, the future appears promising, and they must ultimately be sent to a soul master academy, Hao Fan emphasized earnestly. However, upon hearing this, the village chief's expression grew somewhat pained. "Master, I am well aware of this, but our small town has only 1 special enrollment quota." Indeed, although Tianhun Town was referred to as a town, it resembled a larger village, which was why everyone referred to Yi as the village chief. Its remote location, nestled near the border of the Sunset Forest and the Federation, meant it rarely attracted attention. After pondering for a moment, Hao Fan said, "I will inform the higher authorities of this. There is still a year until the academy officially opens, and I will ensure that these 2 children are sent there. It would be a great shame otherwise. By the way, village chief, you are also a soul master, correct? Before the news reaches us, I hope you can teach these 2 children some cultivation methods, allowing them to experience the life of a soul master. Perhaps one day, they may soar into the skies." Upon hearing this, the village chief nodded in agreement, and the 2 approached the children. Standing before them, Hao Fan remarked, "Village chief, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Please escort the children home afterward." With that, Hao Fan departed. As they watched Hao Fan's figure recede into the distance, the grandfather, grandson, and granddaughter made their way back. On the journey, Yi Hongling was the first to inquire, "Grandfather, what were you discussing with the master just now?" The village chief replied, "Naturally, it was about you too. Tomorrow, I shall take you both to experience the rigors of soul cultivation, employing the methods I once used, which are quite arduous." Upon hearing the word arduous, Yi Hongling's expression instantly fell, but she held her tongue, for the cultivation of a soul master was indeed extraordinary. "By the way, grandfather, are you not a formidable soul master?" This question came from Tang Qifeng. Hearing the inquiry, the village chief's face bore a hint of bitterness. "I am merely an unknown junior, not a remarkable figure. Otherwise, I would not be serving as a humble village chief here." However, Tang Qinfeng displayed a flicker of doubt. "Is that so? Grandfather, after my martial soul awakened, I could perceive many things, such as those luminous points of elemental energy, which I sense emanating from you. It feels several times stronger than the master." Upon hearing this, the village chief's face revealed a trace of surprise, and he quickly responded, "That is merely due to the uniqueness of my martial soul. It possesses some peculiar abilities." Upon the village chief's conclusion, the radiance in Tang Qinfeng's eyes swiftly faded. Reflecting the essence of village chief Yi, Tang Qinfeng pondered to himself, could it be that it is a rather peculiar martial spirit? Truly, the world is full of wonders. Oh, right, Xiaofeng. There are certain items that should be returned to you after this trip home. The village head, Yi suddenly remarked. Tang Chenfeng, wearing a puzzled expression, inquired. What thing? What do you mean? Village chief Yi replied. It may pertain to your origins. It is a palm-sized square jade stone. When your grandmother and I found you, we placed it on you. Your name is inscribed upon it. Later, when we recognized you as our god-grandson, we put it away, intending to present it to you when you grew up. However, it seems that returning it to you now is not too late. I also believe that the material is not truly jade, though I cannot precisely identify its composition. It feels extraordinary, unlike anything an ordinary person could possess. Upon hearing this, Tang Chenfeng was astonished, as he had no recollection of such an item. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Reminiscent of the earlier light and shadow, that is something that belongs solely to you. Go retrieve it. Once again, he felt wary of this voice and the accompanying vision. Nevertheless, Tang Chenfeng found himself caught in a dilemma. He wanted to speak, but hesitated. On one hand, he was concerned that the unclear origins of the light and shadow might impact him, although the voice's owner appeared not to wish him harm. His intuition warned him that speaking could invite misfortune. Therefore, he ultimately resolved to remain silent, choosing to address the matter later. As they journeyed back with village chief Yi, Yi Hongling was the most exuberant of the trio, skipping joyfully along the way. Occasionally, village chief Yi would glance back at his granddaughter, who had brought him much delight, a smile of happiness gracing his face. In contrast, Tang Chenfeng was deeply intrigued by the jade stone the chief had mentioned, as it related to his identity. Yet, the mysterious voice still weighed heavily on his mind. Feng Ge, what are you thinking about? You seem a bit off. Yi Hongling's voice jolted Tang Chenfeng from his thoughts. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just a bit concerned about the jade stone that Grandpa you mentioned. It must have something to do with my parents. As he spoke of his parents, a look of melancholy washed over his face. I really wish to know what they were like, what they looked like, and why they left me in the sunset great forest. Wait, Feng Ge, don't continue. Yi Hongling suddenly raised her voice, startling Tang Chenfeng. What's wrong? Yi Hongling exclaimed. Today is the day of our martial soul awakening, and we have succeeded and been recognized. It should be a joyful occasion. And I don't want you to feel disheartened. I believe your parents must have had their reasons for leaving you there. After all, no parents ever truly abandon their child. Besides, you have me, Grandpa Yi, and Grandma Ling by your side. At the very least, we are family. And that will never change, right? So I hope you won't be sad. You will surely find them one day. With that, Yi Hongling approached, extending her arm in a gesture to high-five him. Tang Chenfeng mirrored her action, ready to respond to the gesture. Immediately, the two of them realized that it was impossible to accomplish the action while standing. Alas, Feng, it seems you have grown even taller. I can barely reach your hand even when I jump. Could you please come down a little? Tang Chenfeng realized that it might be due to his innate martial soul that he had grown taller, from a previous height of 1.40 m to 1.50 m. Perhaps he had been too excited to notice it before. Consequently, even though Yi Hongling was just over 1 meter tall, she could not reach his palm even when she jumped. Chenfeng had to crouch down a bit to complete the high-five gesture. However, perhaps feeling somewhat overshadowed by his increased height, Yi Hongling appeared quite pouted, though rather than intimidating, her demeanor exuded an adorable charm. Observing this delightful younger sister, Chenfeng's earlier gloom dissipated, leaving only warmth and affection in his heart. The village chief, Yi, looked upon the radiant smiles of the two children and thought that they would undoubtedly make a splendid pair of partners in the future. Chapter 6. The Precious Pearl and the Final Dinner. After a while, the three of them finally returned to the doorstep, where Grandma Ling had been waiting. Oh, you're finally back. I've been waiting for quite some time, she exclaimed. Everyone else is already home. You three are the last to arrive. The village chief replied. Oh, don't be in such a hurry. I have plenty of good news to share. Let us talk. He led Grandma Ling aside and recounted all the happenings in detail, her expression growing more animated with each revelation. Ha ha ha, my two little treasures, are you ready? As a reward, tonight, you shall feast to your heart's content. With that, Grandma Ling chuckled and entered the kitchen. The village chief, watching her retreat into the house, remarked with a smile, haha, it seems I'll be able to indulge alongside you tonight. By the way, Xiaofeng, come with me. I'll take you to the room to retrieve that piece of jade. Linger, you should join us as well. The three of them then made their way inside. The village chief's house was not particularly large. The living quarters were primarily concentrated on the first floor. The second floor, it was said, was a silent retreat painstakingly created by the village chief and Grandma Ling for cultivation purposes. Upon entering, they were greeted by the living room, which also served as the kitchen, where Grandma Ling was busily stir-frying at the stove. Seeing her so engrossed in her work, the trio passed through the kitchen and opened the door opposite, leading into a corridor. To the left of the corridor were the village chief and Grandma Ling's bedroom, while to the right lay the rooms of Tang Shifeng and Yi Hongling, with the restroom at the end. The village chief opened the bedroom door, ushering the others into the room. The space was modestly furnished, containing merely a large bed, a wardrobe, a set of tables and chairs, and 2 boxes for miscellaneous items. Observing the small bedroom, the village chief sighed. I recall my youthful days, filled with the spirit of adventure, yet here I am, having lived for decades. Truly, heroes are not recognized in their time. You must not follow in my footsteps. Listening to the words of village chief Yi, Tang Shifeng couldn't shake the feeling that the chief's past was likely far more remarkable yet equally poignant than he could imagine. After speaking, village chief Yi opened one of the boxes and rummaged through it, eventually finding a wooden box which he carefully cradled with both hands. He presented the box to Tang Shifeng, urging him to take a look inside. As Tang opened the box under their watchful eyes, an intense burst of light erupted from within, blinding Yi Hongling and the village chief, while Tang Shifeng appeared unfazed, his gaze fixated on the glowing square jade stone inside. Under his scrutiny, the stone began to shrink, gradually transforming into a circular shape. Once the brilliance subsided and their vision returned, both grandfather and granddaughter could not help but exclaim in surprise. Yi Hongling was the first to speak. Grandpa, didn't you say it was a square jade stone? This clearly looks like a deep blue gemstone. I don't know. I distinctly remember it being a square jade stone, but suddenly it changed, Grandfather Yi responded, perplexed. Indeed, what lay within the box was no longer a jade stone, but rather a blue pearl, slightly larger than a thumbnail, shimmering faintly with a spectrum of colors that suggested it was quite valuable. Wow, what a beautiful gemstone. It would make a stunning pendant or badge, Yi Hongling remarked, her gaze transfixed on the gem. Girls have an innate attraction to beautiful things, and at that moment, she could not tear her eyes away from the treasure. Noticing her fascination, Tang Shifeng took the gem and held it out to her. Lingo, do you like it? I can give it to you. Upon hearing this, Yi Hongling was momentarily startled, then shook her head. Brother Feng, this is yours. I can't accept it. Village chief Yi chimed in. Xiao Feng, some things should not be given away so lightly. This pearl was left to you by your parents, and it clearly holds significance. It is best that you keep it. Understood. I will take good care of it, Tang Shifeng replied just as a delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen, signaling that it was time to eat. The three of them opened the door they had entered through and made their way to the kitchen, where the enticing scent enveloped them. To their astonishment, tonight's dinner was particularly lavish. Unlike the usual 1 dish and 1 soup, the table was laden with an array of dishes reminiscent of a grand banquet: stewed meat, roasted fish, and various soups. Just the sight of it stirred an unprecedented hunger within Tang Shifeng. Goodness, with all this food, my dear wife, do you think we 4 can finish it all? As he gazed at the bountiful spread before him, the village chief felt a mixture of anticipation and sorrow. The quantity of food was sufficient for 2 days' worth of meals, and the thought of waste weighed heavily on his heart. Granny Ling, wielding a spatula in one hand and a bowl of soup in the other, declared, "Today marks a momentous occasion for our granddaughters. We must indulge in some delicacies. If there are leftovers, I shall see to it that you eat them." Upon hearing this, the village chief obediently took his seat, refraining from uttering another word. Tang Shifeng and Yi Hongling also settled down, ready to devour the feast. Merely 10 minutes into the dinner, the village chief realized his concerns were unfounded. For Tang Shifeng's voracity could only be described as ravenous. In just that brief period, he had nearly cleared half the table, his speed leaving the others struggling to keep pace. Brother Feng, do slow down. I haven't had my fill yet, Yi Hongling protested, her mouth still occupied as she continued to grasp at the dishes. If I don't, you might find all the food devoured by Tang Shifeng, she thought. Apologies, Linger. I don't quite know why I'm feeling particularly famished today. Granny Ling's cooking is simply irresistible, and I can't help but want to indulge, Tang Shifeng replied, though his hands showed no signs of slowing. It's quite all right. After all, a sudden growth spurt necessitates nutritional replenishment. However, do ensure that you leave enough for your sister, or else her future height may never match yours, Granny Ling chimed in with a smile. Meanwhile, the village chief remained quietly engrossed in his meal, seemingly lost in thought. In just over 20 minutes, the bowls on the table appeared as though they had been washed clean. Even the remnants of bones were scarcely visible. Observing the two satisfied individuals, the village chief suddenly remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "So, are you satisfied? If there are any lingering desires you wish to fulfill, tonight may very well be your last chance." Taken aback by this peculiar statement, Tang Shenfeng and Yi Hongling exchanged puzzled glances before inquiring, "What do you mean by last chance?" Granny Ling interjected, explaining, "Your grandfather and I have discussed this today. Given your talents, it is imperative that you begin to develop them as soon as possible. Although your starting point is higher than most, complacency is not an option. In fact, you must accelerate your efforts. Thus, we have decided to commence a rigorous training regimen starting tomorrow." Curiosity piqued, Yi Hongling could not help but ask, "What does rigorous training entail, Grandma?" The village chief's eyes glimmered mischievously as he replied, "To put it plainly, while nutritious food will still be available, which is essential for our health, the condition is that you must complete your training and still have the appetite or means to eat. In essence, the meal you are currently enjoying is likely the most sumptuous banquet you will have in recent months. Consider it your final supper." Upon hearing this, Tang Shenfeng and Yi Hongling simultaneously picked up their bowls and chopsticks, eager to continue eating. They understood that the elderly couple was not jesting, and thus resolved to extend the enjoyment of this last supper for as long as possible. Chapter 7. So, who am I? This evening is destined to be a protracted night. Following the conclusion of the final supper, both Tang Shenfeng and Yi Hongling are enveloped in a palpable sense of tension. Although village chief Yi and Granny Ling are typically gentle and considerate, they are unyielding when the moment calls for it. They are known for their reliability in word and deed. Thus, the infernal training is undoubtedly imminent, though they remain unaware of its exact nature. "Brother Feng, can you sleep?" Yi Hongling inquires, her mind racing with insomnia. Already nestled in bed, she finds herself wide awake, her thoughts consumed by the village chief's words and his final expression, which render her particularly alert. "Indeed, I too feel somewhat restless," replies Tang Shenfeng, seated at the edge of his bed, gazing at the starlight stone in his hand, a name he has bestowed upon the gem, for he perceives an infinite cosmos within it. "I must strive to fall asleep, otherwise I shall not withstand tomorrow's trials due to inadequate rest." With a sense of resignation, he extinguishes the light and prepares to retire. Despite their intentions, both remain far from slumber. They toss and turn for an extended period before finally succumbing to sleep. As they drift off, a sense of relaxation envelopes Tang Shenfeng, a comforting sensation he relishes. However, he soon senses something amiss. Why does he feel so alert? Gradually opening his eyes, he finds himself immersed in a sea of stars, reminiscent of the visions he experienced during his martial soul awakening. "Your current mental state appears quite commendable, and your physical condition aligns perfectly with my expectations." A sudden, familiar feminine voice jolts Tang Shenfeng into alertness. Turning to the source, he sees the enigmatic figure from before, now appearing more defined and strikingly beautiful. "Who are you? Where is this place? How did I arrive here? What connection do we share, and why can only I hear your voice?" Tang Shenfeng, astonished, bombards her with questions, sensing no malice in her demeanor. In response to his inquiries, the ethereal figure rests her chin on her hand in contemplation, then crosses her arms, adopting a slightly irate tone. "I shall answer your questions in due course, but must it always be about you? You may call me by my name as well." Feeling an inexplicable sense of innate trepidation at her reproachful tone, Tang Shenfeng cautiously asks, "May I inquire your name?" The figure gracefully descends before him, settling into a cross-legged position as she calmly replies, "My name is Bai Xing, and this is your sea of consciousness. You may enter at any time you wish, for I exist directly within your spiritual realm. Only you can perceive my presence, as I am a fragment of divine consciousness left for you by your mother." After listening to Bai Xing's response, Tang Shenfeng began to grasp his predicament. He realized that he was within his own sea of consciousness, and since she was present there too, only he could perceive her. She was his mother. As he organized his thoughts, he discovered numerous concepts he could not yet comprehend, such as the nature of consciousness and the essence of the sea of the mind. However, what astonished him the most was Bai Xing's declaration that she was the mother who had left him behind. You, Tang Shenfeng stammered, his words tumbling out in confusion. Even the starlight in the sea of his mind began to flicker in response to the overwhelming impact of her statement. Bai Xing sat there, observing him with an impassive gaze. After a considerable pause, Tang Shenfeng finally regained his composure. "Are you truly the remnant of my mother? Then where is she now? Why did she abandon me in the sunset great forest? Is it because I caused some trouble? His voice trembled, and despite having never shed a tear in his life, he found himself unable to contain his emotions this time. He genuinely yearned to understand his own identity and voice the questions that had long plagued him. At that moment, Bai Xing rose and approached him, gently caressing his face with her hands. Her countenance bore a tender smile tinged with helplessness, imparting to Tang Qinfeng a warmth he recognized as maternal love. I apologize, Qinfeng. Although I am merely a fragment, I am also a part of your mother. My true self resides in a realm exceedingly distant, one that you cannot reach or even envision at this moment. Keeping me by your side is the only way I can accompany you. Yet my love for you remains unwavering. No mother can truly abandon her child. Upon hearing these words, Tang Qinfeng felt the anguish in his heart diminish considerably. He sensed the sincerity in Bai Xing's words and understood that his mother indeed loved him. Wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, he inquired, "Then why was I left here? Could you not allow me to stay with you?" In response, Bai Xing could only shake her head with resignation and said, "The reason you were left here is that you carry a mission, one that can only be fulfilled by becoming sufficiently powerful. I can bestow upon you immense talent and boundless potential, but I cannot, or rather, I do not have the means to impart strength directly. You must rely on your own efforts to grow strong, so that one day we may truly reunite." Tang Qinfeng, filled with confusion, inquired, "What kind of mission could it possibly be? Must I accomplish it in order to see you? The nature of your mission is intrinsically linked to the future of the world, yet I cannot divulge its specifics, as the reasons seem to be shrouded in secrecy. When you ascend from the earth, traverse the skies, and reach the origin amidst the stars, you should come to understand the essence of your mission. Upon its completion, we shall be destined to meet again. Until then, I will endeavor to teach you how to harness and enhance your own powers," Bai Xing responded. "Well, I believe I am beginning to comprehend. Please, guide me," Tang Qinfeng replied, his confidence restored, his eyes shining with an unprecedented brilliance, as if he had discovered his true purpose. Bai Xing smiled, pleased. "Indeed, maintaining confidence is crucial in your cultivation. Your path is markedly different from that of ordinary individuals. Perhaps you have yet to realize that you already possess a soul ring of your own." "What? I have a soul ring? Wasn't it said that one must absorb a spirit to obtain a soul ring?" Tang Qinfeng exclaimed in astonishment. "You are a being of extraordinary uniqueness, surpassing all others in this world. For every 10 levels you ascend, you will directly receive a soul ring. However, after reaching level 20, advancement will become exceedingly arduous, as you will require immense energy to sustain your subsequent soul power. Conventional cultivation methods will prove challenging for your progression," Bai Xing explained with a tinge of helplessness. Chapter 8. Truly different. Does that mean my future advancements will be stunted? Tang Qinfeng lamented. Earlier, I spoke of boundless potential. And now I am faced with the daunting reality that progress is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Who could endure such a contradiction? Indeed, if you rely solely on your own cultivation, it is likely that you will struggle to surpass level 30 in this lifetime. Tang Qinfeng was left speechless. Does that mean I'm finished? Bai Xing replied slowly. I have long since prepared a solution for you. As she spoke, Bai Xing gently raised her right hand, revealing a shimmering gem. Is that starlight? Tang Qinfeng asked, puzzled. Indeed, this is the solution I offer you, the only gift I leave behind. It is a precious energy stone I created. When your soul power awakens, it will awaken alongside it, providing you with the necessary energy. Its power is sufficient to elevate you to level 100. Although many of the terms were unfamiliar, Tang Qinfeng felt an inexplicable understanding, as if this knowledge had been transformed into a comprehensible form, flooding into his mind. However, at the moment of breakthrough, a catalyst is required to propel you across the threshold. Otherwise, you will remain stagnant. Ah, I need a catalyst? What kind of catalyst? Bai Xing pondered, resting her chin on her hand. I do not know. It depends on your fate. Hearing this, Tang Qinfeng felt dizzy, realizing that the consciousness left by his mother had a rather capricious nature. Rest assured, as my child, you are inherently endowed with a domain of fortune, so there is no need to fear a lack of opportunities. A domain? What is that? Upon encountering another new term, Tang Qinfeng was eager to inquire further, finding it immensely beneficial. Bai Xing, however, appeared exasperated. You already possess consciousness and still do not comprehend this? Allow me to explain further. Tang Qinfeng obediently nodded, sitting attentively to listen. Firstly, spiritual power is categorized into 8 levels: Ling Yuan, Ling Dong, Ling Hai, Ling Yuan, Ling Yu, and the legendary Xin Yuan, Shenhuang, and Chuangshi. Upon reaching the Lingyu stage, one acquires a domain. However, your domain of fortune is innate, so you should possess a domain skill as well. In fact, you are currently at the late stage of Shenyuan, a rarity in the universe. Tang Xinfeng had previously heard about spiritual power from Haofan and had speculated that his own might be remarkably high, but he was astonished to discover just how elevated it truly was. Tang Xinfeng inquired, "What is the other domain I possess?" To which Bai Xing replied, "That is something you must explore on your own. I do not have knowledge of everything. Furthermore, you must keep the matter of the domain of fortune a secret. It signifies that your fortuitous energy, if it lingers beside you long enough, can transform an ordinary individual into a genius. You should understand the principle that a common person may be innocent, yet possess a treasure that invites envy." Tang Xinfeng suddenly realized that Yi Hongling's extraordinary talent had originated from him. However, he was abruptly struck by a troubling thought. Why did he feel so fundamentally different? As if he transcended the realm of humanity? "This is because your gift derives from me. My identity may not concern you, but you must keep this secret. Do not disclose it to anyone, not even to those closest to you, those you trust the most. Can you manage that?" Bai Xing's tone shifted from casual to profoundly serious. Tang Xinfeng resolutely declared, "I swear that I shall not speak of anything I hear to another soul." Upon hearing his steadfast vow, Bai Xing's expression softened, and with a gentle smile, she replied, "It is divine, indeed. Divine." Noticing the astonished look on Tang Xinfeng's face, Bai Xing could not help but chuckle, saying, "Do not be so tense. It is precisely as you imagine. Do not forget the oath you just made." Tang Xinfeng quickly covered his mouth and nodded, saying, "Thus, I am indeed a child of the divine, which is why I possess the mission you speak of." "Indeed. This path is far more extensive than you might imagine." Tang Xinfeng fell silent for a moment before speaking. "To be honest, despite having heard so much, I still find myself somewhat perplexed. However, I am uncertain about what my true mission is. What I do know is that I must first become stronger. Thus, I shall refrain from overthinking and focus on that for now. Sister Bai Xing, please guide me on how to grow stronger and how to wield my own power." "Indeed. You have much to ponder, and it seems you require time to digest all this. Therefore, let us begin with your training," Bai Xing replied. "Very well, Sister Bai Xing." Tang Xinfeng agreed. Thus, within the realm of his mind, Tang Xinfeng commenced his journey of learning how to cultivate and correctly harness his spiritual energy. He also discovered from Bai Xing that his martial soul was no ordinary entity. Typically, a martial soul is a manifestation of a part of one's body or a specific organ. However, Tang Xinfeng's situation was unique. Every part of his being, every single cell, constituted his martial soul. In essence, Tang Xinfeng's martial soul was himself. He was his own martial soul. After an indeterminate passage of time, Tang Xinfeng felt a familiar voice reach his ears. "Brother Feng. Brother Feng." "Ah, it is Linger," he realized. It seemed that his dreamlike training was coming to an end. "Have you remembered the lessons I imparted?" Bai Xing inquired of Tang Xinfeng. "Rest assured, Sister Bai Xing, I have committed everything to memory." "Await my good news," he replied confidently. Then, with a sudden jolt, he found himself once again in a familiar setting, the well-known room, the familiar bed, and the ever-familiar Linger with her flying kick. Tang Xinfeng truly found himself at a loss. Unable to shed tears over his predicament, he genuinely wished to avoid such abrupt awakenings, and one could hardly blame him for desiring a gentler approach. "Lingo, how many times must I implore you not to rouse me in such a crude manner?" he lamented. Li Hongling, with a cheerful demeanor, interjected, "Ah, but there is no other way. If I don't do it this way, you simply won't awaken. Besides, you've risen later than usual today. Granny Ling is already calling for us." Upon realizing that he had indeed overslept, he hastily leapt from his bed to commence his morning routine. Before long, the two had nearly completed their preparations and made their way to the kitchen. Today's breakfast was remarkably sumptuous, reminiscent of the previous evening's dinner. However, they were acutely aware that this feast was not without its price, for a grueling training session awaited them post-meal. After swiftly finishing their breakfast, they approached the doorway where Village Chief Yi was already waiting. Chapter 8. The commencement of training. As they stepped outside, their eyes immediately fell upon Village Chief Yi. Though they could distinctly sense an unusual chill in his demeanor today, his gaze and expression colder than they had ever known. "Today, you've risen a tad later than usual, so I shall refrain from reprimanding you this time. However, I expect you to arise earlier tomorrow. After all, food requires time to digest, and you cannot engage in immediate physical activity thereafter. From now on, Both I and Granny Ling will prepare your meals before dawn. Should you fail to arrive within half an hour past sunrise, training will commence without you. Do you understand? The chief's words bore an air of authority that replaced his usual warmth, creating an atmosphere of both respect and intimidation. He appeared less like an elder and more like a battle-hardened warrior, perhaps embodying the role of a soul master guiding his protégés. The palpable pressure in his voice heightened their tension, and they replied in unison, "Understood. Good. That is a satisfactory response. Although physical training cannot commence just yet, you may begin practicing meditation. Meditation is foundational for a soul master, enhancing both mental and spiritual strength. This practice is universal among the most formidable warriors as well as the unheralded. You must meditate continuously for at least 40 minutes. Find a suitable location for this purpose, as selecting an appropriate space is a skill every soul master should possess. You have 10 minutes to find your spot, and once you begin meditating, you must not rise until the 40 minutes have elapsed." Faced with this markedly different tone, the two felt compelled to seek out an ideal place for meditation. "Brother Feng, today Grandpa seems rather fearsome. He has never been so strict with us before," Li Hongling remarked, her voice tinged with evident discontent. She preferred the gentler version of Grandpa Yi. "Perhaps this is his way of caring for us. He has likely faced challenges in becoming a formidable soul master himself, which is why he is so stern now. He undoubtedly wishes for us to grow into powerful soul masters as well. Let us hasten to find a place to cultivate our skills." Tang Chenfeng, having gained insight into his heritage, found himself for the first time yearning for strength. Yi Hongling, pouting in mild discontent, inquired, "Very well, where shall we choose to cultivate our skills?" Tang Chenfeng surveyed his surroundings, seeking a location abundant in spiritual energy. He recalled an ancient tree nearby that would serve perfectly. The two made their way to the tree. No one could remember when this tree had taken root, but it had stood there for at least a century, with a circumference exceeding 1 meter and a height of approximately 15 meters. Strangely, the vitality surrounding this tree was far more robust than in other areas, a fact discerned by Tang Chenfeng through his mental prowess, showcasing the advantages of his elevated spiritual strength. Upon reaching the base of the tree, they sat cross-legged, preparing to enter a meditative state. Tang Chenfeng quickly settled into meditation, while Yi Hongling faced greater difficulty. Meditation requires a mind devoid of distractions, a blank slate for thoughts, yet Yi Hongling found herself burdened with pent-up frustration, unable to achieve tranquility. Observing Tang Chenfeng's swift immersion only heightened her anxiety. Unbeknownst to her, he had acquired numerous cultivation techniques in his dreams the previous night. As Yi Hongling grew increasingly restless, she suddenly sensed an influx of vitality around her, accompanied by a significant gathering of spiritual energy converging towards her and, more specifically, towards Tang Chenfeng. Although the energy was directed at him, its passage through her body brought her immense comfort and ease, allowing her to finally enter a meditative state as well. An hour passed, and village chief Yi remained at the original spot, his expression darkening. Based on his experience, beginners typically meditate for no longer than 50 minutes. Their absence for an entire hour suggested they were likely off frolicking. After some contemplation, he decided to seek them out, vowing that they would face the consequences of their waywardness. As he walked along the path where the pair had vanished, village chief Yi found himself reflecting on his own past. He recalled how he had once ventured out from Tianhun town with Xiao Ling, striving together in their cultivation, only to ultimately fall short of their dreams, inadvertently dragging Ling Wei into his failures. Now, entrusting his aspirations to the younger generation, he felt profoundly unsettled as they seemed so carefree. At his age, he had already been fervently dedicated to his training. Suddenly, he noticed a significant accumulation of spiritual energy nearby. What could be happening? As he continued, village chief Yi became aware of the immense gathering of energy and headed towards its source, where Tang Chenfeng was meditating. Upon reaching the ancient tree, he was astounded. The surrounding spiritual energy swirled around them as if funneled into a vortex, creating a 5-meter diameter zone of concentrated power at their meditative center. No wonder they had not returned. They had entered a deep meditation. While amazed, Yi felt an urge to join them in meditation, drawn by the rich energy enveloping the area. However, he restrained himself, knowing that no environment, no matter how ideal, could enhance his spiritual strength, and disturbing their meditation would be counterproductive. The village head Yi gazed upon the two individuals immersed in meditation, then turned his attention to the grand tree, which seemed an auspicious location for their introspective endeavor. It appeared that our family of 3 indeed shared a remarkable bond. When I initially planted this tree, I enjoyed bringing her here to cultivate her spirit. Thus, the village head stood beside the two, reminiscing about the past while vigilantly watching over them. As the sun gradually sank and the moon ascended, 2 days passed. Finally, Yi Hongling among the two began to show signs of awakening. A silhouette of a tree gradually emerged behind her. It was her life tree martial spirit, radiating green luminescence and absorbing the life energy within the spiritual realm to its utmost capacity. Taking a slow breath, Yi Hongling opened her eyes. Ah, I have finally awakened. She then spotted the village head sitting beside her. Oh, it's Grandpa Yi. You startled me. Why is it dark again? Has Feng Ge not woken up yet? Confusion filled Yi Hongling's mind as she spoke. You are unaware of how long you have been seated here. For now, let us not disturb Chen Feng's meditation. Allow him to continue striving here and see how far he can progress. Oh, Yi Hongling replied symbolically to the village head's words. Yet, they were oblivious to the fact that at this moment, Tang Chenfeng was not only meditating, but also cultivating within the realm of his mind. Within this mental realm, Tang Chenfeng, under the guidance of Bai Xing, was learning how to enhance and utilize his divine consciousness. As he opened his eyes, a peculiar light flickered within them, a luminescence belonging to his divine awareness. Sister Bai Xing, have I succeeded? Indeed, quite well. You are learning rapidly. Remember, before you truly become powerful, your divine consciousness will be your most formidable weapon. However, do not use it carelessly against ordinary people. They would be unable to withstand even a single strike. If you must employ it, ensure to temper its strength, understood? Bai Xing said earnestly. Yes, I comprehend, Sister Bai Xing. However, I still struggle with disguising and concealing my divine consciousness. For Tang Chenfeng, controlling even his own consciousness proved somewhat challenging. Chapter 9. Family, Training Truly. I am at a loss with you. Very well, I shall demonstrate using your consciousness. Bai Xing raised her hand, orchestrating the operation of Tang Chenfeng's divine awareness. Meanwhile, in the external world, the village head and Lingo continued to await Tang Chenfeng's emergence from meditation, with even Grandma Ling by their side. Grandpa, Grandma, how much longer will Feng Ge take to awaken? We have been waiting all afternoon. It had been 3 days since Yi Hongling had awakened. Yet Tang Chenfeng remained motionless in his meditative state. I had thought he would conclude his meditation shortly after you, perhaps only a few hours later. I never anticipated that a full day would pass without an end. However, this indirectly affirms his extraordinary talent and some of my suspicions regarding him. The conjecture of village chief Yi naturally pertains to the aspect of the 3 lives martial soul that specializes in mental prowess. Typically, the higher the mental acuity, the longer the duration of meditation. Indeed, Tang Chenfeng's current state aligns with this premise. Patience is warranted, as the waiting period should not exceed 3 days at most. However, it is evident that Tang Chenfeng has been meditating for an excessively prolonged time, and one can perceive a noticeable weight loss. Grandma Ling remains particularly concerned about his physical condition, given that he has been in meditation for 5 consecutive days. In summary, the 3 individuals are all deeply invested in Tang Chenfeng's well-being. At that moment, the fluctuations of spiritual energy around them intensified dramatically, with the ambient spiritual force compressing frantically towards Tang Chenfeng. The trio was filled with elation, believing that Tang Chenfeng's meditation was finally drawing to a close. Yet, the subsequent scene nearly shattered the worldview of the 2 elders. A silver, solidified shadow materialized behind Tang Chenfeng, resembling him but appearing significantly more robust. To their astonishment, a black soul ring manifested beneath Tang Chenfeng. Both elders widened their eyes in disbelief, for a black soul ring signifies a soul ring of 10,000 years. Meanwhile, within Tang Chenfeng's mental realm, a sudden realization struck him. Wait, why is it a conspicuous black 10,000-year soul ring? At this moment, it was none other than Bai Xing who had recently prompted Tang Chenfeng to better perceive his consciousness by allowing him to witness the external changes. Bai Xing then assisted him in altering the color of the soul ring with his mental energy. Alas, Tang Chenfeng recalled Bai Xing's previous admonition to maintain a low profile. Is the 10,000-year ring not low-key enough? If it were any more understated, it would be virtually non-existent. Upon hearing Bai Xing's response, Tang Chenfeng could only express his belief that there must be a misunderstanding regarding the concept of subtlety. Now that his situation had been revealed, there was no turning back. His cultivation was nearly complete, and it was time for him to devise his own solutions. Please do not attribute the resulting complications to me. Before he could finish his thoughts, Tang Chenfeng felt a sudden darkness envelop him and awoke abruptly. Upon awakening, Tang Chinfeng opened his eyes to find two pairs of eyes gazing back at him. He now faced the daunting task of finding an appropriate explanation for the extraordinary events that had just transpired. Did you see what happened, Village Chief Yi and Grandma Ling? Tang Chinfeng felt an overwhelming hesitation. He truly did not know how to articulate the changes he had undergone. He was mentally prepared for the worst. Xiaofeng, you have been meditating for 5 days. You should hurry home to wash up and let Grandma Ling prepare some nourishing food for you, came the gentle suggestion. To his surprise, the anticipated questioning did not materialize. Village Chief Yi, as always, offered a warm smile and expressed genuine concern for his well-being. Tang Chun inquired with a hint of confusion, Village Chief Yi, do you not harbor any doubts about me? To which Village Chief Yi replied, we are family. Why should family members doubt one another? We shall always place our trust in you. Tang Chinfeng now felt tears welling up in his eyes. Yet he valiantly struggled to prevent them from spilling over. Indeed, why should there be doubt among family? There is simply no need for it. Yi Hongling approached and took Tang Chinfeng's hand. Brother Feng, let us head back together. First, you should take a shower, and then we can share a meal. All right. Let us go. Today, Tang Chinfeng once again experienced the warmth that is known as family. Upon returning home, the first thing Tang Chinfeng desired to do was take a bath. After 5 days of meditation, the grime on his body had nearly solidified. As he soaked in the bathroom, he heard the voice of Bai Xing. After searching around, he discovered that the voice emanated from the star radiance. Bai Xing remarked, it seems you have a wonderful family. Yes, Sister Bai Xing. I didn't realize we could converse while I was awake. Previously, Bai Xing could only communicate with Tang Chinfeng within his spiritual realm. Bai Xing replied, to speak directly with you relies on the star radiance. The voice is broadcasted. So I certainly wouldn't do so in front of others. I see. Tang Chinfeng continued. I truly wish for everyone at home to meet you. Though I suppose you would not agree to that. In fact, I would very much like to meet them. But as you said, I cannot do that. It would be too dangerous for you. My purpose in coming forth this time was simply to convey that your family is exceptional, even better than I had imagined. You must strive onward. With that, her voice faded away. Tang Chinfeng held the starry brilliance in his hand, contemplating how he could not strive diligently after being bestowed with such hope. He then donned a set of clean garments and made his way to the kitchen. Upon entering, he discovered that, apart from himself, the other 3 individuals had already arrived. Tang Chinfeng promptly found a seat and settled down. The meal, naturally prepared by Grandma Ling, wafted with an aroma that remained as rich as ever. Under the influence of this enticing fragrance, Tang Chinfeng and Yi Hongling commenced a fervent assault on the dishes. And soon the plates on the table appeared as immaculate as if they had just been washed, devoid of any remnants of food. Ahem. Village Chief Yi cleared his throat and addressed the two. Have you eaten your fill? You must be well prepared for tomorrow. The duo replied in unison, rest assured, no problem. Thus, another tranquil night passed, and before the sun rose, the two had already risen and, after finishing breakfast, arrived at the doorstep where Village Chief Yi awaited them. Just as before. Indeed, it seems you have not forgotten my previous words. Based on your recent performances, I have decided to amend the original plan. Xiaofeng, step forward. Tang Chinfeng stepped forward willingly. Xiaofeng, although I am unsure how your realm of life emerged, this ability is immensely beneficial for your cultivation. Can you still utilize it? Tang Chinfeng responded, indeed, it is still quite usable. Last night, he had specifically inquired about the origin of the spiritual domain from Bai Xing. Bai Xing explained that this ability derives from starlight, which acts like a funnel, gathering the surrounding spiritual energy and concentrating it near Tang Chinfeng, thus forming a domain-like skill to assist in his cultivation. After listening to Tang Chinfeng's explanation, Village Chief Yi remarked, that is good. My plan is for you to engage in more physical training in the mornings, and in the afternoons, utilize this ability for meditation and cultivation, understood? The two replied in unison, understood. Village Chief Yi continued, excellent. First, you shall run a lap around the village and return, without restrictions on the use of your martial souls or spiritual power, and do so at your fastest speed. Tang Chinfeng and Yi Hongling dashed out without a moment's hesitation. The area of Tianhun town is quite modest, only slightly larger than an ordinary rural village, with a circumference of approximately 10 kilometers. Thanks to their physical prowess as soul masters and the assistance of their martial spirits, they managed to complete a lap in about 20 minutes. Tang Chinfeng broke only a light sweat, while Yi Hongling was merely a tad breathless. Overall, neither felt particularly fatigued. Just as they were contemplating the manageable difficulty of the task, Village Chief Yi approached and inquired about their experience. The duo promptly assured him that they faced no issues whatsoever. However, at that moment, the village chief suddenly jabbed them sharply on the shoulder, eliciting cries of pain from both. Yet, their discomfort was quickly overshadowed by the alarming realization that their soul power had been sealed. The village chief then noted that their previous performance was commendable, and thus, they were to undertake another lap, albeit with their soul power restrained. Tang Chenfeng expressed his confusion. Why does village chief you want to restrict soul power? Aren't soul masters simply those who wield soul power? Village chief Yi replied. Before a soul master truly becomes formidable, their soul power is limited. If it runs out and the enemy can still attack, then physical prowess becomes crucial. Even if one cannot prevail, at least they should be able to flee. Yi Hongling inquired. Then, Grandpa, as an auxiliary soul master, I generally won't confront enemies directly. Should I still train in this manner? Village chief Yi responded sternly, of course. Moreover, as an auxiliary soul master, you are even more susceptible to being targeted. Such training is essential to enhance the effectiveness of your cultivation. Perhaps recalling his own past, village chief Yi grew increasingly animated in his discourse. The two understood that they were inevitably in for a rigorous session, prompting them to set off immediately. Chapter 10. An increase in preparations, however. Due to the recent restriction on their soul power, the duo noticeably lagged behind compared to before, taking approximately 30 minutes to complete their run. They felt quite fatigued. Especially Yi Hongling, who, without the enhancement of her soul power, collapsed after just one lap, now seated on the ground, gasping for breath, her face flushed. I can't go on. I'm truly exhausted. If I run any further, I might collapse. Is that so? I actually feel quite fine, Tang Chenfeng replied, indicating he was unaffected, thanks to the fortifying nature of his martial soul. However, his smile soon faded when village chief Yi remarked, Oh, really? Well then, Xiaofeng, you shall continue running until you can no longer stand. I will be right beside you. Do not slack off. What? From that day forth, Tang Chenfeng learned never to boast carelessly. Under village chief Ye's watchful eye, he ran an additional 6 laps before finally stopping, ending up in a state akin to Yi Hongling's earlier, on the verge of hyperventilation. Fortunately, the morning training had concluded. Based on their current performance, village chief Yi devised a new training regimen, stipulating that regardless of how much exercise Yi Hongling had done, Tang Chenfeng must perform 5 times that amount. Upon hearing this, Tang Chenfeng's face turned pale. Yet, at least they could first indulge in a delightful lunch. However, having just completed both 5 and 25 kilometers, their stomachs felt somewhat uneasy, and they consumed less than usual. Village chief Yi reassured them that they would grow accustomed to it. By afternoon, the task became considerably lighter, meditation practice. Initially, Tang Chenfeng had asked village chief Yi what would happen if they fell into deep meditation again. Village chief Yi, somewhat exasperated, remarked that if everyone could easily enter deep meditation, there would likely be no geniuses left in this world. The two attempted it, and indeed, while they could enter prolonged meditation, it would only last until late at night. To replicate their previous depth would likely prove challenging. In the realm of spiritual beings, the progress of the two practitioners was remarkably swift. Tang Chenfeng had already reached the 12th level, while Yi Hongling, although still at the 10th level without a soul ring, could feel her internal soul power becoming increasingly abundant. Their daily routine primarily consisted of physical training in the morning and meditation in the afternoon. Soon, the morning training incorporated various new activities beyond running. As their physical condition improved, Yi Hongling was able to accomplish more, yet Tang Chenfeng, who had to endure 5 times the workout, found himself in a state of perpetual exhaustion. While she managed to persevere, he often collapsed from fatigue, albeit his cultivation did indeed progress. This lifestyle persisted for approximately a month. On this particular morning, the two were once again jogging laps. Prior to this, Yi Hongling had completed 50 push-ups, 50 pull-ups, 50 sit-ups, and 50 squats. Naturally, Tang Chenfeng had to perform 5 times that amount. Presently, she could manage to run about 10 laps without soul power, necessitating Tang Chenfeng to run 50. However, today might require an early conclusion, as they encountered a familiar face along the running path, Hao Fan, the federal specialist who had assisted them in awakening their martial souls. Upon seeing him, their first instinct was to greet him warmly and inquire, Master, what brings you to our vicinity today? With a smile, Hao Fan responded, I am here specifically for the two of you, Yi Hongling and Tang Chenfeng. I've come to find your grandfather. Is he at home? They replied, Yes, he is at home. Allow us to escort you there. Thus, They led Hao Fan back to their residence. Upon reaching the doorstep, village chief Yi immediately recognized them. "Oh, isn't this the master? What a pleasant surprise to see you at our home today." Hao Fan glanced at Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling, saying, "It has been a while, village chief. I've come to discuss the matters concerning these two children." He continued, "I have already reported on their situation to the higher authorities, and based on your current performance, it has been determined that they may both attend the Soul Master Academy together." "Really? That is truly wonderful. I was worried that only one of them would be able to go." Village chief, he exclaimed, genuinely pleased, as he hoped for both to experience the outside world together. However, Hao Fan added, "Nevertheless, it is unlikely that they can share a single special admission quota. They will need to be split into 2 work-study positions." "Work-study positions?" This time, the two inquired, intrigued. Hao Fan explained, "Typically, regular students have their daily meals and living arrangements covered by the academy after paying tuition fees. In contrast, work-study students are required to work within the academy to earn their living expenses. The advantage is that they do not have to pay tuition. Yet the academy will still provide education." After listening to Hao Fan's explanation, Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling felt that even as work-study students, the opportunity to study at the academy was not so unfavorable, though village chief Yi appeared troubled, concerned more about the financial aspect than their education. It is generally understood that formal students need not concern themselves with this issue. However, considering that the 2 working students consume an amount of food equivalent to 6 months' worth in just 1 month, even if they were to take on all the responsibilities of the academy, it would likely still be insufficient. Sighing internally, the thought lingered that securing the positions for the working students was paramount. Thus, the trio unanimously agreed to accept Hao Fan's suggestion, and upon receiving a definitive response, Hao Fan departed. After Hao Fan's exit, Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling resumed their earlier training. Meanwhile, village chief Yi contemplated the necessity of economizing wherever possible and mused that at least one of the two should learn something beyond their current scope. As another day drew to a close and night enveloped the surroundings, the 2 children had already succumbed to slumber, while the other 2 engaged in discussions about future plans. "Are you certain? This could prove perilous," one voice cautioned. "Fear not, you will accompany them. Should danger arise, I will exert my utmost effort without reservation," came the reassuring reply. "Very well. At least I have absolute faith in your strength. And have you found a suitable location concerning Chenfeng? For this, I must enlist the assistance of an old friend. Xiaofeng's innate strength makes him an expert in this area. He is unlikely to refuse." Another night passed. As dawn broke, the familiar figures of the two in the well-known courtyard greeted them, alongside village chief Yi, though today bore an air of distinction. After a moment of hesitation, village chief Yi announced, "Today's training is temporarily suspended. Linger, step forward. I shall take you to the Sunset Forest to acquire a spirit ring. Xiaofeng, you may remain at home for now." This declaration astonished both of them, as they comprehended its implications. Yi Hongling, taken aback, inquired, "Grandfather, why the sudden trip to the Sunset Forest for a spirit ring? Can't we simply purchase a spirit beast?" Village chief Yi sighed, explaining, "Alas, you are limited to being working students, which incurs considerable expenses for your sustenance and attire. Your grandparents' savings would only suffice for you to acquire a 10-year spirit. To pursue that path would squander your potential, hence our decision to take you to the Sunset Forest for a first-hand experience." Acknowledging her grandfather's resigned tone, Yi Hongling understood the necessity of this endeavor to avoid stunting her development. Suddenly, another voice interjected, "Village chief, take me along as well. Strength lies in numbers." The voice belonged to Tang Chenfeng. In response to Chenfeng's proposal, village chief Yi immediately objected, citing 2 main reasons. First, while a wandering spirit master possesses a modicum of combat capability, it remains limited. Second, the Sunset Forest is renowned for its formidable spirit beasts, and having an additional wandering master would offer little advantage against such foes. To obtain a soul ring, Yi Hongling's combat prowess was inherently feeble and required utmost protection. However, should another individual join, the simultaneous danger posed to both parties would render it exceedingly challenging to safeguard them both. Thus, having one less individual would allow for greater focus. As Yi Hongling listened to her grandfather's explanation, she found herself unable to conjure any counterarguments. She glanced at Tang Chenfeng, who appeared to be deep in thought. His brow furrowed. Yet, even he might struggle to devise a suitable plan to sway their grandfather's decision. Just as Yi Hongling contemplated this, Tang Chenfeng unexpectedly proposed a solution. "Since you insist, village chief, Allow me to prove myself through the way of soul masters. The way of soul masters naturally referred to engaging in combat and sparring. Oh, the way of soul masters? Very well, I accept. In truth, village chief, he had not anticipated this response. The young man sought to demonstrate his strength, which, while somewhat audacious, was indeed commendable courage. This would serve as his inaugural real combat experience, the village chief mused, and thus he acquiesced. Yi Hongling was initially taken aback, but upon reflection, she realized that this was precisely the confident Tang Chenfeng she knew. With that thought in mind, she chose to remain silent. After a brief moment of internal deliberation, the trio ventured out of the backyard in search of a suitable venue, mindful not to wreak havoc on the family home. Soon, they arrived at a vacant plot of land designated as their makeshift arena. The village chief surveyed the area, ensuring there were no idle onlookers, before stepping forward. To their astonishment, the grass within a 10-meter diameter circle retreated into the earth, forming a perfect ring, with roots resembling those of trees sprouting from the edges. The two children gasped in awe, while the village chief merely remarked that it was a simple application of his martial spirit. With the arena established, the village chief began to elucidate the rules of the contest. Within the 10-meter circle, participants could freely utilize their martial spirits and soul techniques. The victor would be the one to force their opponent out of the circle. Furthermore, as a senior, he would permit Tang Chenfeng 2 initial moves without making any offensive maneuvers himself. Any breach of this stipulation would result in his immediate forfeiture. These rules undoubtedly eased the challenge for Tang Chenfeng while simultaneously showcasing the village chief's confidence in his own abilities. He did not believe that a mere child could triumph over him, even with his own modest cultivation of merely 2 rings. He then gestured for Tang Chenfeng to enter the circle. Tang Chenfeng entered the arena without reservation, adopting a combative stance. The distance between the two was approximately 5 meters. And Yi, the village chief, remained motionless, having previously stated he would allow 2 initial strikes. Be careful, village chief, he warned. At that moment, a dark soul ring emerged from Tang Chenfeng's body, and his height surged to 1.7 meters, his muscles erupting in a display akin to a magnificent statue. It was hard to believe that he was less than 10 years old. Yi, witnessing this transformation, displayed a flicker of surprise before quickly concealing it. He then addressed Tang Chenfeng, "Do not hold back. Unleash your full strength." Hearing this, Tang Chenfeng was fully prepared. Since earlier, he had been bending down, gathering energy. And now he had completed his charge. Suddenly, he lunged forward, closing the 5-meter gap in an instant, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Ye's chest. Before the blow could land, he sensed the impending threat and swiftly crossed his arms in defense. Nevertheless, he was still pushed back by a meter. Tang Chenfeng's onslaught did not cease. After his initial strike, he retracted his right fist while simultaneously stepping back with his right foot, forcefully striking the ground. With the rebound of that energy, he launched another punch that sent you to the edge of the arena. After enduring these 2 strikes, you pondered in disbelief. Is this truly the strength of a soul master at the first ring? Those 2 punches combined must have had at least a ton of force. Could it be the child's soul skills? While you contemplated this, the reality was that Tang Chenfeng had not utilized any soul skills, not for lack of desire, but because he simply did not possess them. Generally, a soul master's soul ring grants a soul skill, yet no matter how hard Tang Chenfeng tried, he could not activate one. It was only upon inquiring with Bai Xing that he learned that what he bore was not a soul ring but rather a stellar energy ring, a manifestation of energy at a certain threshold, which did not confer any formidable abilities. Upon hearing Bai Xing's explanation, Tang Chenfeng nearly wore his anguish on his face. Feeling disheartened, however, Bai Xing continued with an additional clarification. While it did not provide soul skills, it would significantly enhance his innate capabilities, a benefit not to be underestimated. Is that truly the case? Tang Chenfeng questioned, though the notion seemed less impressive. Despite his words, Bai Xing's reassurance ignited a flicker of hope within him. Bai Xing then began to recount a tale. Once, a wise man assisted a king in fulfilling a wish. Elated, the king promised to grant the wise man a wish in return. The wise man presented an empty chessboard and placed a single bean on one square, requesting the king to place beans on all subsequent squares, with each placement requiring double the previous amount. The king consented, but soon he regretted his decision. Can you fathom why? Tang Chenfeng promptly replied, because the entire kingdom lacks sufficient grain to fill this chessboard. Am I correct? Alas, Sister Bai Xing, do you imply that my abilities will multiply like the beans on the board as I grow? Bai Xing offered a faint smile. Do not underestimate your potential. It is not merely a doubling. To put it this way, upon your breakthrough to the second ring, Your strength will indeed double. At the third ring, it will triple. And by the fourth ring, it will quadruple, and so forth. In your rank, you will undoubtedly be an invincible force. Returning to the present, having endured 2 powerful punches from Tang Chinfeng, village chief, he could finally retaliate. His second soul ring illuminated, and 3 massive tree roots erupted from the ground, hurtling towards Tang Chinfeng. This was the village chief's second soul skill, though its spirit stab array. Tang Chinfeng, however, forcefully pushed off the ground with his feet, leaping backwards to create distance. He understood that he could move freely while the village chief was confined to his position, and thus, maintaining distance was advantageous for him. Tang Chinfeng leaped twice, creating a distance of 6 meters. However, just as he steadied himself, a vivid image flashed in his mind, numerous vines emerging beneath his feet, attempting to ensnare him. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively jumped to the right. The instant he did, countless vines surged from the ground. Executing a binding motion, this was the first soul skill of village chief Yi, wooden vine entanglement. Had he not evaded, he would have undoubtedly been firmly restrained, Chinfeng pondered. Although he was uncertain about what had just transpired, it proved advantageous for him. On the opposite side, village chief Yi was astounded that his first soul skill had been discerned. How had he uncovered it? Was it through mental acuity? The battle continued, with village chief Yi relentlessly employing his first and second soul skills, wooden vine entanglement and stab formation, which relentlessly advanced towards Chinfeng. Yet, it was as if Chinfeng anticipated every move, deftly dodging left and right, flawlessly evading all attacks as he drew closer to the village chief. Yi observed closely, realizing that whenever he decided on an attack direction, Chinfeng was always a step ahead. His eyes were the first to react. During the skirmish, Chinfeng's gaze darted wildly, meticulously tracking the locations of Ye's assaults before executing evasive maneuvers to avoid them with precision. Chinfeng possesses a tri-spirit martial soul, relying on his ocular abilities for observation, he deduced. In truth, while Chinfeng did depend on his sight, the crux of his advantage lay in his mental domain skill. Within this sphere, he could foresee everything that was about to unfold, and his capacity to perceive was steadily expanding, an extraordinary ability to anticipate the future. However, Chinfeng was still unaccustomed to utilizing this domain ability, and at that moment, he had yet to recognize it as his own. Nevertheless, it sufficed for the time being. Village chief Yi devised a strategy. If Chinfeng could evade, he would ensure that escape was impossible. 200-year soul rings shone brightly, seemingly preparing for a decisive strike. Meanwhile, Chinfeng noticed that the imagery in his mind had begun to lengthen, evolving into fragments where countless vines and stabs threatened to overwhelm him. Yet, a brilliant idea struck him. Without hesitation, he leaped into the air. The ensuing vines and stab formations followed closely behind, but due to his precognitive leap, the attacks failed to connect. Chinfeng, now perched upon a firm spike, forcefully propelled himself off it, transforming the spike into his launching pad, and aimed directly at the village chief. Soaring through the air like a cannonball, he quickly raised the stab formation in front of him, aiming to block the impending assault. With a resounding crash, Chinfeng's fist shattered Ye's stab formation. Although the attack made contact, its power had been entirely absorbed by the earlier defense. Village chief Yi sighed with relief, thinking to himself that he was not yet outmatched by a mere child. However, just as he prepared to counterattack, a sudden jolt struck his mind, causing him to stagger and retreat outside the circle. This signified that Chinfeng had emerged victorious. Chapter 12. Journey to the Great Forest. Wow, Brother Feng, you are incredible. You truly won. Yi Hongling was now excitedly leaping onto Tang Chinfeng. Well, it's a bit of a stretch, Tang Chinfeng replied weakly. He felt somewhat drained from the recent battle. Had it not been for his understated mental shock that unexpectedly struck Chief Yi, the outcome might have been uncertain. At this moment, Chief Yi finally regained his composure, though he still felt a bit dizzy. The other two hurriedly steadied him, asking with concern, "Are you all right, Grandpa Yi?" The chief stubbornly responded, "These old bones of mine are not so easily broken." Then, turning to Tang Chinfeng, he remarked, "You surprised me. Your mental attribute attacks were well concealed." After a brief pause, he suggested, "Let us rest a bit before we set off later." "Yes, Chief," Yi said, gathering his strength. "If we have an extra person, we will need to prepare a few more things. You two follow me. I'll take you to a place." With that, Chief Yi headed towards the house, and the two followed closely behind. Arriving at the west side of the house, they found it cluttered with various items, appearing quite disorganized. Just as the two were puzzled about the reason for this detour, Chief Yi swept aside the clutter, revealing a trapdoor beneath. He opened it, disclosing a basement below, and beckoned, "Come down. I want to show you the treasures your grandmother and I collected in our youth." He descended, and they followed him into the basement, which was about a meter above ground and roughly 8 square meters in area, with 4 boxes placed on the floor. Chief Yi opened one of the boxes and retrieved 2 exquisite bracelets. The bracelets were silver, adorned with intricate soul matrices, exuding an air of elegance. Turning to the 2, Chief Yi said, "These were used to propose to your grandmother when I was younger. They are 2 soul-guided storage devices, each with about a cubic meter of storage space. I now entrust them to your care." Both were astonished and hurriedly declined, feeling that such items were not something one could simply take. Chief Yi insisted, "I have said it was in the past. Since arriving here, we have not used them. Rather than letting them gather dust, it is better for you to make use of them." They exchanged glances and then accepted the soul-guided bracelets. Just looking at them, Tang Shifeng could sense their exceptional value. While the material was indiscernible, it appeared to be a form of silver, with the matrix serving as both decoration and essence. Yi Hongling gazed at the bracelets, her eyes sparkling with delight, as she had a penchant for beautiful things. "Wait a moment," she interjected. "Shouldn't a proposal involve a ring? Why give a bracelet?" Chief Yi, unusually intrigued by her question, replied, Well, your grandmother preferred bracelets over rings. She was beautiful in her youth and had many suitors, but in the end, only 2 of us remained. We both proposed to her. One gave a ring, I offered a bracelet, and ultimately, she chose me. I won." And he graciously withdrew from the competition. The expression on Chief Ye's face suggested that it was a cherished and unforgettable memory. After hearing this, Tang Shifeng remarked, "Shouldn't we refrain from taking it, given its significance? Such treasures ought to be passed down. As you age, it is only natural that you will entrust them to us. It serves as a form of solace for us, I suppose. Now, let us prepare our belongings. We shall simply store everything in the bracelet when the time comes. By the way, who is the other person you mentioned, Grandpa? Rest assured, you will encounter them frequently in the future," he chuckled. After making the necessary preparations and familiarizing themselves with the usage of the bracelet, the trio packed ample provisions, water, and some emergency supplies, then rested through the midday sun. After bidding farewell to Granny Ling, they finally set forth. The location of Tianhun town was quite remote. A journey of several dozen kilometers west would lead them to the outskirts of the Sunset Great Forest. Upon reaching the base of the wall, Tang Shifeng and Yi Hongling found that the forest appeared somewhat different from their expectations. In their minds, a forest should be a tranquil and sparsely populated sanctuary. However, at the foot of the wall, there was quite a throng of people. In addition to the continuously arriving soul-guided vehicles and pedestrians like themselves, many individuals had already gathered. A glance around revealed various temporary shops and simple paths bustling with vendors hawking an array of weapons and protective gear. Their cries echoing as they discussed teaming up to hunt soul beasts or touted the effectiveness of their hunting and protective supplies. In this technologically advanced world, soul masters could acquire soul rings by purchasing soul spirits from the spirit transmission tower. Yet, the cost of these soul spirits was prohibitive for many low-income groups, prompting them to seek their fortunes in the soul beast forest, hoping to find suitable soul rings, a venture fraught with both opportunity and peril. Additionally, some sought business prospects in trading hunting and protective equipment. However, the trio would not be inclined to explore these offerings. After all, they had no funds, and the prices here appeared to exceed those outside by more than double. "Grandpa, should we form a team and hunt soul beasts as well?" Tang Shifeng inquired. Observing those calling for team formations, village chief Yi expressed a hint of disdain. "No need. Even if we formed a team, should we encounter a formidable foe? Such a temporary alliance would collapse in an instant." The 2 were puzzled and asked, "Why?" "The people here seem quite capable." Village chief Yi explained. "This has little to do with strength. A true team must possess mutual trust, understanding, and support, qualities absent in these makeshift groups. If you ever have the chance to form your own team, you will come to comprehend this." At this moment, the 2 remained somewhat bewildered, and village chief Yi did not elaborate further, leading them toward the grand entrance beneath the wall. As they approached, their astonishment grew. The average height of the wall exceeded 15 meters, topped with electrified barbed wire. Below, a contingent of fully armed soldiers patrolled, each wielding a soul-guided rifle, accompanied by armored vehicles and soul-guided mechs, exuding an air of formidable authority. Tang Shifeng's gaze remained fixated on the mecha, an enthralling spectacle for a child. "Xiaofeng, it seems you have a fondness for mechas," noted village chief Yi. discerning the boy's thoughts merely by observing his performance. This is my first encounter with a genuine mecha. He continued. I have heard that nearly all soul masters can pilot mechas in battle. I wish to try it as well. As he watched the excited Tang Chenfeng, village chief Yi merely patted his shoulder, saying, do not worry. Opportunities will arise in the future. For now, let us first address Linger's soul ring issue. With that, he strode towards the sentry. At that moment, Yi Hongling approached Tang Chenfeng and inquired, Brother Feng, what is it about mechas that captivates you so? Tang Chenfeng replied, it is said that formidable soul masters possess mechas capable of fighting alongside them. If ever we find ourselves in peril, I could protect everyone with my mecha. Wow. Feng Ge, your idea is truly impressive. How about this? If the opportunity arises in the future, I will construct your mecha, and then you can pilot the one I create to safeguard everyone. All right, it's a promise. Meanwhile, at village chief Ye's side, a soldier stationed at the gate noticed an elderly gentleman with graying hair approaching and promptly inquired, Sir, this is the Soul Beast Forest, which is exceedingly perilous. Please refrain from approaching the gate carelessly. Village chief Yi, unfazed, responded, I am well aware of that. My frail old bones have their reasons for venturing into the Soul Beast Forest. As he spoke, he handed the soldier an aged soul guide communication device. This contains my information. You should know how to interpret it. The soldier accepted the device and began to review it. Name, Yi Jiolong. Profession, Soul Master, retired. Current level. Upon seeing the level, the soldier was left utterly astonished. The information on the soul guide communication device was official and irrefutable, stating, why you are at the pinnacle. By this point, the soldier was nearly tongue-tied. Village chief Yi, however, calmly interjected, all right, there's no need for grand titles. May I enter now? Yes, yes. I shall report this. Please wait a moment. The soldier hurriedly dashed away. Watching the soldier depart, village chief Yi sighed, the youth of today have seen so little of the world. Chapter 13. Within the forest after a while, Yi Hongling and Tang Chenfeng joined him. Some time later, the soldier returned, accompanied by two others, a tall man and another soldier, who appeared to be the officer overseeing the two soldiers. The officer approached village chief Yi, rendered a formal military salute, and respectfully stated, Mr. Yu Jiulong, I am here to inform you that your permission has been granted, and you may enter. However, I must clarify a few regulations. 1. No entry for those who are not soul masters. 2. All consequences of entering the forest are the responsibility of the individual. 3. Most importantly, hunting soul beasts aged 10,000 years or older is strictly prohibited. I am already aware of that last rule. Village chief Yi interjected directly. The officer said nothing further, merely nodded and gestured for the three to proceed, without inquiring why two children accompanied them. The children felt a sense of oddity. For the usual entrance procedure was often cumbersome, yet they had experienced it in less than 20 minutes. Moreover, they could distinctly sense the soldiers' exaggerated respect towards village chief Yi. However, it is difficult to express much, for their objective is to enter the sunset forest. As the gate opened and closed, the sounds from outside were also isolated, signifying the trio's formal entry into the realm of soul beasts. The forest was somewhat familiar to them, as the town of Tianhun was situated on the very edge of its borders, and it was near this location that Tang Chenfeng had been discovered. Yet, this particular area was largely devoid of soul beasts, surrounded only by a wall that stood less than 10 meters high. Elder Yi walked ahead, vigilantly observing the surroundings. From this moment onward, we have entered the territory of the soul beasts. You must stay close to me. Not a single step should you stray from my side. Understood. Grandfather. At this moment, Elder Ye's demeanor shifted from its previous relaxation to an upright posture, his soul power visibly fluctuating. The surrounding flora seemed to respond, resonating with Elder Ye's soul power. Regarding Elder Yi's martial soul, both Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling were not entirely certain of its nature, only knowing it was likely related to plants. Currently, Elder Yi was communicating with the surrounding vegetation through his martial soul to assess their environment. This was of little use to Tang Chenfeng, as his martial soul, being a physical entity, could not resonate with plants. However, for Yi Hongling, it was a different matter. Her martial soul, the Tree of Life, was among the elite of plant-based martial souls. What Elder Yi could achieve, she too could attempt, potentially benefiting her cultivation. Yi Hongling also unleashed her martial soul, beginning to radiate vitality around her, attempting to resonate with the plants in a manner akin to Elder Yi. However, her attempt was quite remarkable. The previously tranquil plants began to stir restlessly upon sensing her soul power, appearing eager to reach her side at any cost. This naturally startled Tang Chenfeng, an elder Yi, prompting Yi Hongling to quickly retract her martial soul. What just happened? The plant suddenly became agitated. Grandfather, I am unsure. I merely released my martial soul. I assure you, village chief, I witnessed it all. Linger truly did nothing more than release her martial soul. The previous agitation had abruptly severed Elder Ye's connection with the surrounding environment. Just as the two feared they would be reprimanded harshly, Elder Ye expressed his surprise, stating, I could sense a significant surge of emotional fluctuation from the plants, with the predominant feelings being joy and excitement. This indicates that they are quite fond of you and suggests you possess a unique affinity for nature. Could you perhaps articulate something we can comprehend, grandfather? Yi Hongling interjected. Elder Yi recognized his eagerness and composed himself to explain more clearly. What I mean is that you have a remarkable ability to connect with nature and vitality. In the future, you could cultivate while communicating with nature, allowing you to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Yi Hongling exclaimed in delight. So that's how it is. That is wonderful. However, the village chief did not tell Yi Hongling that her talent had exceeded his expectations and imagination. Just as that of Tang Chenfeng. Deep within the sunset great forest stood a towering blue and gold tree, reaching nearly 1,000 meters high. It seemed to sense something, as its trunk began to tremble slightly, surrounded by a multitude of soul beasts, among which a blue-gold humanoid figure appeared to be engaging in conversation with it. Is this truly the case? The tree ancestor had not anticipated that the next inheritor of the heart of life would be a human. The branches of the great tree swayed gently, seemingly in response. The figure replied, You are correct. Regardless of who the inheritor may be, once chosen, nothing can be altered. I shall find a way to bring her here. Meanwhile, the trio of grandfather and grandchildren had confirmed that there was no immediate danger and had begun their deeper expedition into the forest. As Yi village chief attuned himself to the surrounding movements, he sought a suitable soul beast, leading the three to a particular tree. Why did the village chief suddenly stop? Yi village chief was examining the grand tree. Realizing that this tree demon had not yet reached 90 years of cultivation, it would serve merely as a backup choice. Ah, so this is a soul beast? I could hardly tell, Yi Hongling exclaimed in surprise. Before a plant-type soul beast develops intelligence, it bears little distinction from an ordinary plant. Yet with careful observation, one can discern subtle differences. However, for you both, it holds no utility at this moment. That being said, Grandpa Village Chief, this soul beast seems unsuitable for Linger. Why choose it? Tang Chifeng inquired. Yi village chief sighed. It is exceedingly rare to find a soul beast perfectly suited for an individual. Most often, it relies on luck. Moreover, Linger's martial soul is quite unique, necessitating a soul beast with life affinity attributes, which are scarce. If we cannot find such a beast, we may have to settle for alternatives and explore paths toward control or support type abilities. Upon hearing this, Yi Hongling's expression fell. Is it truly that difficult? Grandpa, how long will we need to search? Let us search for 2 days. We still have ample time, he replied. The trio continued their journey through the forest, encountering mainly 10-year soul beasts with the occasional 100-year beast, though both parties showed no inclination to engage in battle. As they progressed, they encountered numerous soul beasts. But due to Yi Hongling's exceptionally unique martial soul, either the attributes did not match, or the connection was insufficient. As dusk approached, they found a relatively flat area, retrieved materials from their bracelets to set up a tent, kindled a campfire, and laid out their prepared provisions. Sitting by the fire, Yi Hongling gazed at the flickering flames. Feeling a pang of loneliness, they had searched all day and still had not found a suitable soul beast for her. Tang Chenfeng consoled. Did Grandpa Yi not mention that the acquisition of soul rings relies on luck? Perhaps our fortune will change by tomorrow. Xiao Feng's words resonated, as he added, Linger, do not be overly anxious. Opportunities are always present. We merely need to seek them out. Village Chief Yi, standing nearby, offered his reassurance. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss and became alert. Something approaches. Xiaofeng, Linger, prepare yourselves. Upon hearing the chief's warning, the two immediately activated their martial souls, scanning their surroundings with vigilance. It was nightfall, and amidst the surrounding thickets, a dozen green lights gradually advanced towards them. It appeared to be wood wolves. Village Chief Yi murmured, yet his demeanor exhibited no trace of panic. You two stay put, and do not move. Meanwhile, a blue glow flickered in Tang Chenfeng's eyes as he utilized his mental energy to observe. Even the objects cloaked in darkness became vividly clear to him. In total, There were 5 wolf-like soul beasts, each measuring approximately 1.5 meters in length, enveloped in a wooden exoskeleton, with leaves substituting for fur. Their eyes emitting a green luminescence. This amalgamation of tree and wolf was the reason for their designation as wood wolves. Initially, 4 of these wood wolves were foraging when they fortuitously stumbled upon the trio at rest, now encircling them from a distance of about 5 meters. With a cold snort, "Village chief," you remarked, "it seems our visitors harbor ill intentions, yet they are merely a pack of 10-year-old wood wolves." Raising his hands, the yellow soul ring of a century glimmered, and countless vines surged from the earth, ensnaring the wood wolves. By the time the 4 wood wolves sensed the danger, it was too late. The emerging vines had already bound them tightly, rendering them immobile. The chief's second soul ring illuminated, and the wood spirit spike formation erupted from the ground, transforming the 4 wood wolves into mere wooden fragments. No, there should be one more. Lingo, beware of what lies behind you. Chapter 14. Crisis approaches. As the village chief, Yi, surveyed the scene, he noticed that the 5th wooden wolf had somehow circled behind Yi Hongling and was poised to launch an attack. The wooden wolf lunged directly at her, startling her greatly. With little combat prowess, Yi Hongling could only raise her hands defensively to shield herself from the impending assault. Just as the wooden wolf was about to strike, another figure intervened, standing protectively in front of her, Tang Shifeng. The wooden wolf pounced onto Tang Shifeng, sinking its teeth fiercely into his left arm. However, Tang Shifeng was not easily intimidated. Having activated his martial spirit, he possessed both strength and stature that surpassed that of the wooden wolf. With determination, he seized the wolf by its neck, disregarding the beast's savage bites on his arm. He forcefully yanked the wooden wolf down, resulting in 2 deep gashes on his left arm, yet he paid no heed to the pain. Instead, he hoisted the wolf up and slammed it onto the ground, delivering 2 powerful punches to its head. Cracks appeared in the wolf's exoskeleton, and blood trickled from its mouth and nose, a testament to the tremendous force behind his strikes. The wooden wolf let out a mournful howl before collapsing, lifeless. After subduing the creature, Tang Shifeng felt a sharp pain radiating from his arm, blood streaming down. "Feng Gui, are you all right?" Yi Hongling rushed over, covering his injured arm with her hands, channeling her life force into him. The wound, which had been profusely bleeding, began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. "It's because of you," he replied, seemingly unfazed by the pain, his smile radiating warmth. "Your presence emboldens me to fight recklessly. Look, the wound is healing swiftly." Yi Hongling's cheeks flushed slightly, and she felt a twinge of guilt. "Though you say that, if I could also utilize soul skills, perhaps you would not have been injured at all." The village chief approached, reassuring her, "There is no need for such thoughts, Linger. Injuries in battle are often unavoidable. Yet, it is your presence that allows us to confront danger without fear of harm. While your performance was commendable, both you and Xiao Feng must continue to grow." At that moment, 5 wooden wolves nearby began to emanate a faint white light, which gradually coalesced into rings, forming delicate white soul rings suspended in the air. "Behold, these are the soul rings produced by the soul beasts," the village chief remarked, guiding their gaze towards the ethereal rings that floated, seemingly fragile, as if they might vanish with the slightest breeze. He continued, "Only the one who slays the soul beast can absorb its soul ring. Thus, if a suitable soul beast presents itself for Linger, she must deliver the final blow. Otherwise, she will be unable to absorb it." "Village chief, what should we do with these soul rings?" Tang Shifeng gazed at the soul rings and inquired of the village chief. Yi, the village chief, responded with a hint of resignation. "Though it is somewhat regrettable, the years of these soul beasts are too low, and none were slain by Linger, so she is unable to absorb them. Moreover, neither you nor I presently require soul rings. We must simply allow them to dissipate gradually." "Indeed, that is truly unfortunate," Tang Shifeng echoed, feeling a profound sense of loss. At that moment, Yi Hongling hesitantly asked, "Grandfather, must we necessarily kill the soul beasts? I fear I may be incapable of doing so. Is there a more peaceful approach?" The village chief pondered for a moment and replied, "Well, it is not entirely impossible. If a soul beast willingly offers itself as a sacrifice or desires to become your spirit, that could be achieved. There are legends of powerful soul beasts capable of bestowing their strength upon humanity in the form of soul rings. However," he said, gently ruffling Yi Hongling's hair, "such beings are exceedingly rare, and our chances of encountering one are slim. Furthermore, the relationship between humans and soul beasts has grown increasingly strained, making such sacrifices unlikely." Our best course of action is to avoid conflict with soul beasts whenever possible. If a confrontation is unavoidable, we should strive to minimize their suffering as they transition to the afterlife. Very well, Yi Hongling replied, her spirits somewhat diminished. During the exchange between the grandfather and granddaughter, no one noticed that Tang Chenfeng had seemingly vanished. He was now observing the soul rings that were on the verge of fading away. Tang Chenfeng stood before the lifeless body of the wooden wolf, gazing at the flickering soul ring that was on the verge of vanishing. And he couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. It was indeed a pity. If only he could absorb it. As these thoughts occupied his mind, he suddenly felt a warmth emanating from his pocket. Upon reaching in, he discovered it was the starshine. Initially, he intended to stow it away in his bracelet. But no matter what he tried, starshine wouldn't fit. Thus, he left it in his pocket, where it began to emit a glow. Tiny flecks of light shimmered on the starshine, and to his astonishment, the 10-year soul ring generated by the wooden wolf seemed to be drawn towards it, landing upon the starshine and being absorbed. At that moment, Tang Chenfeng felt a slight enhancement in his power. Although minimal, it was indeed a strengthening. Could it be that starshine possessed the ability to absorb and convert energy? Meanwhile, Elder Yi had completed his psychological counseling with Yi Hongling. Xiaofeng, stop staring and come over to rest and have something to eat, he called. Oh, I'm coming. Tang Chenfeng decided to set his thoughts aside for now. Nourishment was of utmost importance. After the three hastily finished their dinner and dealt with the wooden wolf's remains, it was already 10 o'clock at night. They agreed that Elder Yi would take the first watch, with shifts rotating every 3 hours. Thus, the trio spent a relatively safe night in the forest. The following morning, the sun had not yet fully risen, and the sky was just beginning to brighten. Elder Yi, having completed his 2-hour watch, sensed something was amiss. It was entirely normal to encounter soul beasts in the sunset forest at night, just as they had the previous evening. However, since then, not a single soul beast had appeared. The silence was unnerving, broken only by the rustling of leaves in the wind. With furrowed brows, Elder Yi pondered the situation. Something was indeed wrong. The eerie quiet was likely the calm before a storm. While he did not believe any soul beast beyond his capability lurked in the forest's periphery, the safety of the two children was paramount. Xiaofeng, Linger, wake up. We must leave this place immediately. Okay, we're coming. Their voices were languid. Both had just woken from their night watch and were still groggy. However, they quickly became alert as Elder Yi, through his connection with the plants, sensed a massive presence approaching their current location. Hurry over here. A formidable creature, at least 1,000 years old, is closing in on us. Elder Yi's voice carried an unusual urgency. The two quickly gathered by his side. Facing a 1,000-year soul beast, their chances of escape alone were slim. And being near Elder Yi was far safer. In just a matter of seconds, the colossal creature arrived in their vicinity, and upon its arrival, the trio couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. A colossal figure leaped through the ancient trees, ultimately confronting them. The creature was a massive wooden wolf, standing over 5 meters tall and stretching at least 13 meters in length. Its eyes gleamed with a jade-like green, while its wooden exterior bore the intricate patterns of a centenarian tree. The emerald glow emanating from the wolf's body was a testament to the energy surging within, signifying its formidable strength. This was undoubtedly the largest spirit beast the trio had encountered since entering the forest. Yi, the village chief, immediately assumed a combative stance and solemnly instructed, I will hold it off. Xiaofeng, you and Linger must flee. His voice carried an urgency as he realized his earlier misjudgment. Initially, he had inferred that the beast was a millennium-old spirit beast based on the plant life around them, but the creature had been leaping among the treetops, leading to his erroneous assessment. In reality, it was a 10,000-year-old wooden wolf, possibly nearing 100,000 years in age. Strangely, the ancient wolf did not charge directly at the trio. Instead, it circled them, scrutinizing their presence with an air of confusion. Tang Chenfeng observed a sentiment of perplexity reflected in its eyes. Chapter 15. Perilous times. At this moment, the 3 humans and 1 wolf were locked in mutual gaze, neither party daring to make a hasty move. Yi, the village chief, was equally baffled. A spirit beast of such age should reside deep within the forest core. So why had it ventured to the outskirts? Suddenly, the wolf ceased its circling and charged towards them. Scatter! You shouted urgently, faced with such a formidable beast. Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling had no choice but to evade. The village chief activated both of his spirit rings simultaneously, summoning a wall entwined with massive vines to shield them. However, it was evident that this barrier would not withstand the wolf's assault, as it was shattered upon impact. Nevertheless, it provided a crucial opportunity for them to evade. The wooden wolf's charge missed its mark, but it quickly adjusted its trajectory, now targeting Tang Qinfeng and Yi Hongling. What? You exclaimed in disbelief. In his view, a 10,000-year-old wolf should have little interest in attacking two children, yet it was indeed lunging towards them. Equally astonished were the two under threat. Gritting his teeth, Tang Qinfeng urged, "Linger, you must go. I will hold it back." With that, his first spirit ring materialized around him, and his martial spirit activated, causing his muscles to swell as if straining against his clothing. He delivered a powerful punch, fully aware that he might not withstand even a single blow from the beast. However, he was determined to buy a few extra seconds, increasing the likelihood that the village chief could ensure Lingos' escape. At this moment, in Yi Hongling's eyes, the silhouette of her brother standing before her bore an extraordinary sense of grandeur, deeply etched in her heart. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Tang Qinfeng and his companion were thrown to the ground, not by the assault of the wooden wolf, but by a colossal root that had erupted from the earth. Yet, rather than a mere root, this emerging entity resembled a gigantic serpent, or rather, a dragon, twisting and coiling as if formed from intertwined trees. Its massive head seized the wooden wolf by the neck, lifting it high into the air. "Quickly, both of you, get up and run," Yi village chief shouted, urging them to flee. However, at that moment, Tang Qinfeng's eyes lit up as if he had suddenly realized something. "Grandfather, hurry and get away from there." "What?" Yi village chief barely had time to react before the ground beneath him collapsed, revealing a multitude of wooden vines that ensnared him and dragged him down. Beside them, the enormous wooden wolf thrashed violently, with cracks beginning to appear on the wooden dragon that held it. "Grandfather!" Yi Hongling cried, watching in horror as Yi village chief was attacked, her heart shattering as tears streamed down her face. He was one of her few remaining relatives. In Tang Qinfeng's embrace, she struggled desperately to save Yi village chief, while he held her tightly and retreated. Moments ago, Tang Qinfeng had been using his domain skill to survey the scene. And the instant he did, he witnessed Yi village chief's perilous situation. Heartbroken, he realized that with his limited abilities, he could not possibly contend with a 1,000-year soul beast. Though reluctant, he knew they had to flee to preserve their lives. "Brother, put me down. I want to save grandfather," Yi Hongling sobbed, pleading to return. "No, absolutely not," Tang Qinfeng shouted vehemently. Yi Hongling was taken aback. She had never seen him speak to her with such severity. "Linger, I understand what you are feeling and what you wish to do. I long to return and save the village chief as well. But I cannot lead you into certain death." As he ran, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Before long, they could hear the sound of the pursuer behind them. The wooden wolf had broken free. "Damn it!" Tang Qinfeng abruptly halted, setting Yi Hongling down. "Linger, you must run. I will hold it off here, though I do not know how long I can withstand it." "No, that won't do. Brother, you can't hold it back. I'm staying with you." Before Yi Hongling could finish her sentence, the wooden wolf had already appeared before them. There was no way out now. Tang Qinfeng furrowed his brow as he activated his martial spirit and charged forward. He still had one final trump card, a full-force mental attack, which he believed could buy him some time. As he surged ahead, the wooden wolf also assumed an aggressive stance, sprouting thick wooden spikes that it launched towards him. Surprisingly, despite his reckless advance, none of the spikes struck him directly, they merely grazed his skin. However, Tang Qinfeng paid little mind to this, focused solely on attacking to gain precious moments. Now within striking distance, the wooden wolf witnessed Tang Qinfeng's eyes flash with a fierce blue light. In an instant, it felt as though its brain had been struck by a colossal hammer, pain radiating through its head as if it might split open. The tremendous impact of the mental assault caused blood to seep from its mouth, nose, and eyes, eliciting a mournful howl as it writhed in agony on the ground. Yet, Tang Qinfeng was not unscathed. His mastery over mental energy was still developing. And that last attack not only failed to reach its full potential, but also inflicted harm upon himself. Blood trickled from his own eyes and nostrils as the wooden wolf's violent thrashing sent him hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. "Are you all right?" Yi Hongling rushed to his side, disregarding the thrashing wooden wolf, eager to administer aid. Coughing, Tang Qinfeng realized he was utterly drained, devoid of any power to retaliate. Pain radiated throughout his body, and while Yi Hongling's treatment offered some relief, the true threat loomed nearby. After a brief struggle, the wooden wolf rose again, its aura now infused with palpable malice. Its formerly emerald eyes had turned a menacing red, brimming with lethal intent, as it emitted a series of threatening growls. Without warning, the wolf unleashed 4 massive wooden spikes, each as thick as an arm, aimed at the two of them. A sense of dread filled their hearts, a shared thought echoing between them. They were doomed. Yet, it seemed they had no alternative. Boom. Just as despair threatened to consume them, the ground erupted with thunderous roars as 2 wooden dragons emerged, launching themselves towards the colossal wooden wolf. Startled, the wolf recoiled, but it retaliated, firing a spike indiscriminately, one of which hurtled toward the duo. Chapter 16. The Might of the 9 Dragons. The wooden wolf was ensnared by the enormous wooden dragons, lifted high into the air. Cold sweat poured down Tang Xinfeng's brow as he realized a deadly spike was merely 10 centimeters from his chest, but it halted unexpectedly. Xinfeng, are you all right? Get up quickly. We need to retreat. A man, appearing to be in his 20s, positioned himself between them and the wooden wolf, gripping the spike aimed at Tang Xinfeng. Do you know my brother? Yi Hongling felt perplexed, for the individual before her was a stranger, yet he spoke the name Tang Xinfeng with familiarity. Tang Xinfeng's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, Grandpa Village Chief, splendid. You're unharmed. Yi Hongling gasped in astonishment. The stranger, however, remained remarkably composed, responding, Oh, I didn't expect such a transformation that you could still recognize me. Among the trio, only Yi Hongling was still bewildered. Wait a moment. Can someone clarify this for me? Suddenly, as the three engaged in discussion, a colossal fissure erupted in the ground beside the wooden wolf, from which a shadowy figure emerged, shattering the wooden dragon and liberating the wooden wolf. Humph, has it caught up? As the shadowy figure paused, the 2 companions beside it gasped, No way. There are actually 2 10,000-year soul beasts. Indeed, amidst the forest where even 1,000-year soul beasts were rare, 2 10,000-year soul beasts were pursuing them. The other soul beast was also a wolf, adorned with what resembled stone armor akin to plate mail, appearing as a moving stone sculpture. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the stone armor was riddled with cracks, with some plates even incomplete. Presumably, it was the very creature that had ambushed Village Chief Yi earlier. This is the rock wolf, he explained. It seems to possess 10,000-year cultivation and excels in controlling earth elements. Its defense is formidable, allowing it to swiftly move and ambush prey within rocky terrain. I was just attacked by it. Furthermore, both soul beasts were wolves, a male and a female, suggesting a bond of companionship. Based on his explanatory style, the 2 were now entirely convinced he was indeed Village Chief Yi. Howling, the 2 colossal wolves exchanged glances and then roared in unison. As their roars echoed, their bodies swelled, as if an ancient seal had been lifted, ultimately growing to a size twice their original bulk, exuding an aura of terror. It's astonishing. They had sealed part of their power for disguise. It appears they are genuine 10,000-year soul beasts, Yi Jilong remarked in mild surprise. What should we do, Grandpa? They're about to attack. With Yi Hongling's exclamation, the 2 giant wolves launched their assault. The energy beneath the wooden wolf's armor began to concentrate at its head, forming a green energy orb in its mouth, while the rock wolf leaped high, crashing down to the ground, creating a wall of stone blades that surged toward the group. These were 2 advanced skills. The former was named Giant Spirit Roar Bomb, and the latter was called Stone Spirit Spire Formation, both exceedingly powerful techniques. Any ordinary soul master witnessing these attacks would likely find themselves facing certain doom. At this moment, Yi Jilong finally appeared somewhat serious. Surrounding him, 9 colossal wooden dragons emerged, followed by the appearance of one soul ring after another on his body. Simultaneously, a set of heavy armor radiating a metallic green glow manifested. Tang Xinfeng and Yi Hongling gaped in astonishment at the sight of the soul rings adorning him, for they beheld 9 rings, 4 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. A soul master can be classified into multiple levels based on their strength, and prior to transcending to the divine level, one can possess a maximum of 9 soul rings. Yet, even so, achieving 9 rings is a daunting goal for any soul master throughout their lifetime. Those who attain this are known as titled Douluo. Remarkably, Yi Hongling's grandfather, Yi Jilong, was also a titled Douluo, and he possessed a red soul ring of 100,000 years, a symbol that only true powerhouses could claim. Upon witnessing this, the 2 soul beasts immediately unleashed their previously charged skills, launching a massive roar bomb and a terrifying stab formation at the trio. With a scoff, Yi Jilong joined his hands together and declared, Slow Field, Shockwave Field, activate. Yi Jilong surprisingly possessed 2 field skills, the Slow Field, a mental domain skill, and the Shockwave Field, exclusive to those wielding a 3-character battle armor. Battle armor is custom-made for soul masters, typically crafted by the masters themselves or by professionals. Each individual's battle armor often showcases strong, personalized designs, resulting in unique variations. The effects of the armor also differ based on materials, craftsmanship, and personal needs. Battle armor is graded from the most basic 1-character armor to the theoretically existing 6-character armor, with each added character drastically enhancing its capabilities. To employ a battle armor domain like Yi Jiolong's, one must at least possess 3-character armor. As the skills of the two soul beasts entered the domain, the giant spirit roar bomb gradually dissipated into the air within the slow field, while the rock spirit stab formation was shattered to pieces, leaving the 3 untouched. While the 2 bystanders remained in shock, one of the wooden dragons gently lifted them with its head. Yi Jiolong remarked, "These 9 wooden dragons serve as my avatars. Let them escort you to safety." "Grandfather, what will you do?" Yi Hongling inquired anxiously. "Do not worry. While I may not necessarily defeat them if I wish to flee, they will be unable to stop me. Your safety is of utmost importance." As soon as he finished speaking, the wooden dragon took the 2 away towards a safe distance. Yi Jiolong watched the pair gradually recede, then turned his attention to the 2 colossal wolves before him. "All right, it is time to conclude this. It has been quite a while since I last engaged in battle." A faint smile graced Yi Jiolong's face, embodying the confidence unique to a powerful individual. The battle was about to commence. The 2 wolves let out a roar and then split into 2 paths, with the rock wolf charging towards Yi Jiolong while the wood wolf seemed intent on circumventing him to pursue the 2. "If you wish to chase them, you must first pass through me." Yi Jiolong stepped back, raising his hands as the 8 wooden dragons on the field soared in unison with his movements. 3 of the wooden dragons obstructed the onslaught of the rock wolf, while 2 others darted towards the wooden wolf. The 2 wooden dragons, resembling low-flying creatures, opened their mouths wide to bite at the wooden wolf, compelling it to turn back and counterattack, unable to pursue the other 2. Seizing the opportunity, the rock wolf leapt over the obstructing wooden dragon to assault Yi Jiolong. With a tremendous crash, another wooden dragon emerged from the ground, and with a swift turn, its tail lashed out like a whip, sending the rock wolf flying. As the standoff between 1 man and 2 wolves persisted, several blue golden leaves suddenly drifted down from the sky, seemingly targeting the 2 colossal wolves. The moment the wolves made contact with the leaves, they visibly paused, displaying expressions of disappointment akin to that of humans, halting their attacks. Yi Jiolong found this peculiar. An unexpected turn of events unfolded as the 2 giant wolves erupted with renewed vigor, seemingly abandoning their pursuit of the other 2 individuals to collectively launch an all-out assault on Yi Jiolong. This was strange. Yi Jiolong pondered the rapid shift in their behavior. Were they being commanded by someone? What was the underlying reason, and what purpose did it serve? Beneath the immense blue-golden tree in the heart of the forest, a silver giant eagle stood before the previously mentioned blue-golden humanoid figure. Alas, the earth spirit and wood spirit seemed to have botched the situation. "Silver Feather, you are more reliable. Go and bring back the air." The eagle appeared to respond to the voice of that figure, letting out a piercing cry before soaring towards Tang Shifeng and Yi Hongling. Chapter 17. The abduction of Yi Hongling in contrast to the battling village chief Yi. The 2 individuals riding on the wooden dragon remained quite safe. The wooden dragon glided swiftly across the ground as if flying at low altitude, carrying them towards the exit. "Brother, do you think grandfather will be all right?" Facing 2 such formidable spirit beasts, it sounds perilous. Despite being aware of her grandfather's extraordinary strength, Yi Hongling was still deeply worried about his safety. Tang Shifeng gently stroked her head, offering reassurance. "Do not worry. Since village chief Yi is a titled Douluo, it is inconceivable that anyone could impede his escape if he wishes to flee. He is merely buying us time for our own escape. He will catch up with us shortly." As he spoke, the wooden dragon beneath them emitted a soft dragon's roar, as if affirming Tang Shifeng's words. "Yes, brother. You are right. We should hurry to the entrance and seek assistance," she replied, just as everything seemed to be progressing favorably. A sudden flash of blue light flickered in Tang Shifeng's eyes. "Get down," he exclaimed, swiftly pulling Yi Hongling down with him. At that moment, a series of piercing sounds filled the air, accompanied by the swift whistling of silver feathers that sliced through the space where they had just been, embedding themselves into the wooden dragon's body and causing it to convulse violently. As the 2 of them looked up, they glimpsed a massive shadow soaring overhead, a colossal eagle with a wingspan of at least 8 meters, its feathers shimmering silver in the sunlight, producing a sound akin to metal scraping. It was evident that the recent assault had originated from this magnificent creature. Meanwhile, Yi Jiulong, engaged in a fierce battle with two gigantic wolves, gasped in alarm upon spotting the silver-feathered hawk. How could a silver-feathered falcon appear over there? Each of Yi Jiulong's wooden dragons served as a projection of himself, possessing independent combat abilities while sharing sensory perceptions. Thus, what they saw, Yi Jiulong could also perceive. However, upon witnessing the silver-feathered falcon, he felt a surge of panic. He had summoned a wooden dragon to ensure the safety of the two children. Yet he had never anticipated that such a rare spirit beast would emerge from the outskirts of the forest. Wooden dragons were ill-equipped to confront aerial foes, particularly one that appeared to possess millennia of cultivation. Relying solely on a single wooden dragon would not suffice to deter it, and now he found himself ensnared by the two wolves, unable to extricate himself. The falcon hovered in the air, seeking an opportunity to abduct its prey, while the wooden dragon shielded the two individuals behind it, preventing any direct assault. The falcon circled above, relentlessly launching razor-sharp feathers towards the colossal dragon below. However, these attacks proved largely ineffective, as the wooden dragon was impervious to pain. At that moment, the falcon dove down, attempting to slip through a blind spot and strike the two. Although the wooden dragon lacked aerial combat capabilities, it reacted swiftly, seizing the falcon's wing in its jaws and flinging it aside. Following this, it executed a powerful tail sweep, sending the falcon tumbling. The silver feathers of the falcon appeared to contort, emitting a sound akin to metal scraping that sent shivers down one's spine. After performing 2 somersaults in the air, it regained its balance and ascended once more. Yet, this return to the skies seemed to have ignited its fury. A brilliant silver light emanated from the falcon, causing its form to swell as the silver feathers grew broader, merging into a cohesive armor-like shell. Its wingspan expanded to approximately 15 meters, transforming the silver-feathered falcon into a colossal silver-armored eagle. The giant eagle ceased its circling and instead began to orbit the two beings and the dragon, intermittently releasing bursts of silver light. The wooden dragon remained vigilant, maintaining a defensive posture. Initially, the situation seemed manageable, but as the winds intensified, forming a mini tornado, the two individuals recognized the peril they faced. When they attempted to break free, it was already too late. In the world of Douluo, various abilities manifested through distinct characteristics, including colors corresponding to elements such as wind, fire, water, and earth, represented by green, red, blue, and yellow, respectively. Among these, gold and silver were the most extraordinary. Gold symbolized unparalleled strength and unique attributes, while silver denoted an affinity for and control over multiple elements. The silver feathers of the eagle represented resilience and sharpness akin to steel, enabling it to wield its attacks with precision. Yet, it was evident that this silver-armored giant eagle possessed not only control over the previously demonstrated golden element, but also a unique mastery over another element, the wind. This realization dawned simultaneously in the minds of Tang Chenfeng and Yi Jiulong. Yi Jiulong relied on experience, while Tang Chenfeng utilized keen observation. He noted that with each pass of the silver-armored giant eagle, the surrounding wind elements were being gathered, their concentration escalating. A formidable tornado began to coalesce around them, drawing closer and constricting as if intent on pulverizing everything at its center. Before long, the tornado enveloped them entirely, whipping up leaves and debris, rendering their surroundings invisible. The wooden dragon could only curl its body tightly to protect the two within. Amidst the deafening roar of the winds, they could faintly hear the sound of something slicing through the air. The glinting silver light flickering within the tempest warned them that any reckless attempt to break free could result in their dismemberment. Worse still, metal shards, propelled by the fierce winds, were swiftly slicing through the wooden dragon's body, leaving it riddled with holes. How infuriating! What shall I do now? If these two children perish here, I shall never forgive myself. Yi Jiulong could distinctly sense that this eagle was far more formidable than the two wolves before him. Although he could protect himself against the two 10,000-year soul beasts, he was powerless to assist them and could not exert precise control over the distant wooden dragon. Moreover, should he command the wooden dragon to move, it would inevitably expose gaping vulnerabilities. If the tempestuous winds, laden with metal fragments, were to strike the two of them, it could result in grievous wounds, possibly even death. At that moment, a crack echoed as a silver-armored giant eagle suddenly appeared in Yi Jiulong's shared vision, followed by the sound of splintering wood. This is disastrous. With Yi Jiulong's exclamation, the shared vision began to sway precariously, and soon everything within it began to spin. When the vision steadied, all that remained visible was the headless body of the dragon and the giant eagle soaring past. The two individuals inside were oblivious to the turmoil outside. The deafening roar of the wind drowned out all other sounds, rendering them unable to perceive the unfolding chaos. Yi Hongling, already terrified, clung tightly to Tang Chenfeng, sobbing, "Brother, I'm so scared." "Don't cry, don't be afraid. I am right here," Tang Chenfeng replied, his heart racing with anxiety. He endeavored to conceal his own fear, gently stroking Yi Hongling's head in an attempt to comfort her. He understood that if he succumbed to fear, the situation would only deteriorate further. Yet, an unsettling crack resonated once more. Glancing towards the source of the sound, they discovered that cracks had begun to appear on the wooden dragon's body. Ever since the giant eagle had severed the dragon's head, it had relentlessly attacked the dragon's form. Now, the dragon's body could only be described as a ruin, and it was on the verge of breaching its interior. The emergence of these fissures clearly indicated the perilous situation the two faced. One of the cracks was widening ominously, as if something were about to burst forth from behind. At that moment, Tang Chenfeng released Yi Hongling and adopted a fighting stance, mentally preparing to confront whatever threat lay ahead, resolved to at least delay the impending doom. However, just as he steeled himself to sacrifice everything, his eyes caught sight of something, prompting him to whirl around and extend his right hand forward, attempting to grasp Yi Hongling. In that instant, a deafening crack and a piercing scream erupted almost simultaneously as a colossal silver claw shattered the defenses above and seized Yi Hongling. "Don't!" Tang Chenfeng's frantic cry could not hinder the giant claw's grip. Almost instantaneously, the eagle took flight, not looking back, soaring into the distance as the tempestuous winds dispersed. Tang Chenfeng leapt out, witnessing the horrifying scene outside, the dismembered wooden dragon and the retreating silver-armored eagle. At this moment, Tang Chenfeng was consumed by two emotions, despair and fury. His eyes were bloodshot, and his fists clenched tightly. Channeling his soul power through the activation of his martial spirit, he surged forward in the direction where the silver-armored giant eagle had vanished. In his heart, there resided a singular determination, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. He would bring Yi Hongling back. Chapter 18, The Inheritor of Life. Tang Chenfeng sprinted toward the direction in which the silver-armored giant eagle had departed. He understood that being captured by such a formidable creature would likely spell disaster, yet he was determined to pursue even the faintest glimmer of hope. The silver-armored giant eagle was heading back toward their original path, yet it veered away from the location of Elder Yi and soared into the heart of the forest. Tang Chenfeng endeavored to keep up, realizing that he had never run this fast before, but alas, the speed of two legs could never rival that of a pair of wings. Although he had discerned the general direction, the creature soon vanished from sight. Meanwhile, a shift was occurring with Yu Jiolong. His entire aura transformed from gentle and serene to one of palpable ferocity. Even the previously rampaging wood wolves and rock wolves were momentarily subdued by the intensity of his presence. He had witnessed everything transpiring on Tang Chenfeng's end through their shared sensory connection, and at the moment Yi Hongling was captured, it felt as if his heart had skipped a beat. When he saw Tang Chenfeng dash forward in pursuit, he desperately wished to call out, urging him to refrain from chasing, for it was perilous. The forest harbored myriad dangers, certainly enough to be lethal for the two children. Thus, he found himself engulfed in worry and fury. The seventh soul ring illuminated, a black ring encircling him as dragon scales resembling carved would gradually manifested upon his body. His eyes transformed into resolute orbs, his hair shifted to a vibrant leaf green, and two dragon horns sprouted from his head. As his martial spirit fully awakened, he exuded an imposing presence. "Do you truly think I am merely a caterpillar?" Yi Jiolong growled fiercely. With the activation of his dual domains, he expanded his reach to encompass an area twice as large as before, ensnaring the two colossal wolves within. They attempted to flee, yet their bodies felt as though they were trapped beneath the weight of a mountain, unable to respond under the overwhelming pressure of the seismic domain. Their rigid exoskeletal armor began to show signs of cracking, while Yi Jiolong approached the two wolves, his expression as dark as a storm cloud, as if he could weep torrents of water. Boom, boom. Tang Chenfeng gazed at the rising smoke and heard the tremendous explosion in the distance, pondering what caused the sudden detonation. At this moment, he was approximately 2 kilometers away from the village chief, and it was evident that the fate of the two wooden wolves and the rock wolf would not be favorable. However, he had no time to dwell on that. His focus was directed towards the heart of the forest, racing towards the towering 1,000-meter tree. Meanwhile, the silver-armored giant eagle, having mastered the winds and leveraging its innate advantages, had successfully returned to the core area of the forest and gracefully descended upon the immense blue-golden tree. The figure that had previously vanished reappeared, acknowledging, "Well done, Silver Feather. Although there were some complications, you managed to bring the inheritor back. Now, take some rest." Though the man's expression remained largely unchanged, it was evident that his mood was quite buoyant. The silver-armored giant eagle nodded in response, releasing its formidable talons to gently place Yi Hongling on the ground before resuming its original size and taking flight. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Hongling had fainted from fright and lay quietly on the ground, her cherubic face still reflecting a look of distress that evoked a sense of pity. The man approached Yi Hongling and lightly touched her head, musing, "Has she fainted from sheer terror? Humans are indeed fragile. I wonder why it had to be a human?" Suddenly, in the absence of wind, the branches of the great tree began to stir on their own. Two blue-golden leaves slowly descended. One landed on Yi Hongling's right arm, while the other rested upon her forehead, emanating a soft glow and a rich life energy. Witnessing this, the man rose to his feet, contemplating, perhaps this is fate, before moving aside to await the unfolding events. At this moment, although Yi Hongling lay unconscious, her consciousness in the sea of her mind remained acutely aware. Her memories were frozen at the moment of her capture. After that, she had succumbed to unconsciousness, only to awaken in this unfamiliar place. Yi Hongling's current state resembled that of Tang Shifeng during his deep meditations, immersed in her own mental realm. Yet, she felt no connection to her physical body and was engulfed by fear, for she was merely a child not yet 7 years old. After calming herself slightly, she reassured herself that she was not dead. However, she remained uncertain about what to do next in this space formed by her consciousness. Feeling utterly lost and hoping fervently that her grandfather or brother would come to her rescue. Just then, Yi Hongling seemed to hear a sound, a call that felt both comforting and strangely unfamiliar. She turned towards the source of the voice, where a flickering point of light caught her eye. Despite its seemingly faint glow, it stood out remarkably. Yi Hongling sensed herself being drawn towards it. As she approached, the light drifted into her hands, revealing itself to be a blue-golden leaf shimmering with turquoise radiance. The essence of life emanated from it, instilling a sense of peace and comfort. The voice she had heard came from this very leaf. Cradling it in her hands, Yi Hongling wondered, "Who are you truly?" Today, she was astonished to discover that someone had indeed responded, their voice deep and aged yet remarkably gentle. "Me? I am merely an old fellow of little merit. I brought you here in hopes that you would accept my legacy." Upon hearing this, Yi Hongling exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, does that mean you were the one who summoned the soul beasts to attack us?" "Well, to some extent. I am rather helpless in this regard, unable to move freely, and can only rely on others to bring you here. Rest assured, child, all your loved ones are safe. I can guarantee that. You must prove it to me." Yi Hongling expressed her skepticism towards his words. A few glimmers of light drifted from the leaves, coalescing into two images. In one, she recognized Tang Shifeng, who was sprinting rapidly as if rushing in their direction. In the other, her grandfather, who was currently encircled by 9 wooden dragons, had cornered 2 wolves, rendering the 100,000-year soul beast powerless. The images are live. Now do you believe? Seeing the two unharmed, Yi Hongling breathed a sigh of relief. Although she did not know either of them, she sensed their lack of malice and, inexplicably, felt an unconditional trust towards them. "Very well, I will trust you for now. What exactly do you mean by legacy?" For her own sake, as well as for her brother and grandfather, Yi Hongling agreed. However, the response was truly unexpected. "The legacy refers to my power and mission. By the way, you must have come here for the soul ring, right? Since you have accepted my legacy, allow me to bestow upon you a gift." As he spoke, the leaf began to dissolve like water, transforming into a green-golden thread that wound around Yi Hongling. She felt an indescribable warmth and comfort enveloping her body, while her physical form, previously lying on the ground, sat up in a meditative posture. One of the leaves, like in her spiritual realm, became a thread encircling her and gradually thickened into a soul ring. The other leaf on her arm unfurled, growing thicker as the vein patterns expanded, exuding a metallic texture that began to merge into her arm, enhancing her vitality. As these transformations occurred, Yi Hongling's life tree martial soul manifested, initially just a shadow but slowly solidifying as if it were a tree rooted in this place. She sat there throughout the night, and soon thick vines began to emerge from the ground, seemingly attempting to envelop her. Ah, it seems this human possesses some intrigue. Bearing a striking resemblance to the tree ancestor, the mysterious figure cast a gaze of approval upon Yi Hongling's transformation, though he quickly reverted to his previous cold demeanor. Come forth, you are hiding there, aren't you? Although he did not turn around, it was evident that he had already noticed the person concealed in the grass behind him. No sooner had the words left his lips than the figure emerged from the thicket. It was a tall silhouette, standing at approximately 1.80 meters, none other than Tang Chenfeng. In truth, he had been eavesdropping for some time, yet he was still detected. Chapter 19. It seems like a fortunate discovery. Tang Chenfeng stepped forward, realizing there was no longer anything to conceal. Previously, he had boasted of his extraordinary luck, having roamed the forest throughout the night without encountering any soul beasts. It was only moments ago that he finally approached the vicinity. Initially, Tang Chenfeng struggled to pinpoint the exact location. However, as the legacy of the tree ancestor began to unfold, a rich and familiar life energy began to radiate outward, which his spiritual sense detected, ultimately leading him to the exact location of Yi Hongling. Upon arrival, Tang Chenfeng enveloped himself entirely within his own mental energy, remaining undetected. He observed the soul ring taking shape and Yi Hongling absorbing it. After a brief analysis of the situation, he concluded that Yi Hongling was likely safe. He also noted that the aura of the individual nearby greatly differed from that of a human, feeling distinctly non-human. Just then, another surge of energy manifested. The Starlight Stone, which he had kept in his pocket, began to shimmer and emitted a powerful energy wave, seemingly urging him closer to the blue gold tree. Although he had managed to suppress it, unfortunately, as soon as he did, he inadvertently exposed himself. Despite this, Tang Chenfeng remained unperturbed. Based on his earlier observations, he was confident that the other party bore no ill will. At the very least, there was no intent to harm him or the other two. Hello, he greeted, uncertain whether it was out of courtesy or a genuine attempt to convey goodwill. However, the individuals seemed indifferent to his presence, merely casting a glance before returning to their prior focus, completely disregarding him. Tang Chenfeng felt a surge of dissatisfaction at this aloof demeanor. Such condescension was precisely the sort of attitude that made it difficult for him to harbor any fondness. I've extended my greetings, shouldn't you reciprocate? He pressed. The response was flat. No, I do not like humans, nor do I wish to understand human etiquette. If you seek to get closer to me, I suggest you abandon that notion. While Tang Chenfeng had likely surmised the true identity of the individual, the current circumstances seemed inevitable. Nonetheless, their words ignited a flicker of anger within him. As he contemplated how to articulate his feelings, the Starlight Stone in his pocket appeared to sense his emotions, reacting more vigorously than before. To his astonishment, the colossal blue gold tree began to emanate a tremendous vitality directed toward him, akin to water rushing from a drain pool, flowing effortlessly in his direction without any resistance, absorbed completely by him. Tang Chenfeng was still trying to comprehend the unfolding events when the enigmatic figure was taken aback. How could this be? Although he was not a chosen one, his affinity for life energy was astonishingly high. It is important to note that not everyone possesses the ability to perfectly absorb life energy. As he gazed at the life force converging around him, the mysterious individual was horrified to discover that even the primordial energy of the tree ancestor was being drawn in, and even the tree ancestor itself was unable to exert control. How could this be happening? At that moment, a starshine stone from Tang Chenfeng's pocket inexplicably floated out, accompanied by a voice he recognized all too well. It is merely a sapling. What right does it have to be arrogant before me? The speaker was none other than Bai Xing, though she sounded somewhat irate. Simultaneously, the life energy of the other party was depleting at an accelerated rate, causing him to grow increasingly anxious. To his astonishment, he sensed a wave of fear emanating from the tree ancestor, an emotion directed towards a superior being. What manner of existence was the tree ancestor? It could be regarded as the very foundation of the planet's ecology. As a plant-based soul beast, its cultivation had reached a terrifying age of 980,000 years. A further advance could precipitate a calamity. This was why it sought a successor, at the very least to pass on the heart of life, to prevent its own destruction alongside that of the tree ancestor. All of this underscored the tree ancestor's elevated status. There was no being of greater significance to be found upon the surface of the earth. Yet, the starshine stone in Tang Chenfeng's possession was evidently above the tree ancestor, instilling a sense of dread within it. The mysterious individual grew frantic. After all, Excessive consumption of the tree ancestor's essence could disrupt the planetary ecology. He urged, stop immediately. If the tree ancestor's energy is overexploited, it will lead to ecological catastrophe. Moreover, the transmission of the heart of life is currently underway. If interrupted, that girl may perish. As if to validate his concerns, Yi Hongling's expression also shifted to one of distress, appearing somewhat drained. Tang Chenfeng could overlook the earlier comments. But the moment the other party mentioned the potential threat to Yi Hongling's life, it became a different matter altogether. Sister Bai Xing, please cease. This could harm Linger. Bai Xing calmly replied, Chenfeng, do you understand what this blue gold tree represents? It can be regarded as the source of life for the planet. While its energy level may not surpass that stored within the starshine, absorbing it will be of immense benefit to you. Tang Chenfeng felt a sense of urgency, but I cannot allow Linger to perish because of me. She holds immense significance in my life. Observing the anxious Tang Chenfeng, Bai Xing's heart softened, and the efficacy of energy absorption began to wane. Very well, for your sake, I shall let her go. He cast a glance at the mysterious figure, evoking a slight unease within him. However, I must secure some benefits as well. That being over there. You must be a transformed blue gold tree of 200,000 years, correct? I desire 5 fruits of the millennium-grade life essence. I shall not ask for more. Though this proposition seemed modest, it ignited within the other a visceral urge to retch. The life essence fruits were indeed the fruits of the advanced blue gold tree, which took nearly a decade to yield a single fruit, followed by an additional millennium of growth to be classified as millennium grade. Even on a tree of 1,000 meters in height, there would be scarcely 1,000 fruits. The blue gold tree belonged to a relatively peaceful species with low offensive capabilities, thus lacking any prior desire for aggression. Yet, at this moment, the demands of the other were instigating genuine murderous intent, coupled with a lingering fear of the energy absorption abilities exhibited. Meanwhile, the ancestral tree began to respond, its leaves gently swaying and intermittently emitting a faint glow. The figure turned, seemingly attuned to the ancestral tree's murmurs, his expression shifting from shock to sorrow and then to fear. After listening for a while, his countenance became increasingly complex. After a brief pause, he faced Tang Chenfeng and spoke with a tone of reverence. I apologize for my earlier impertinence. My name is Blue Gold. Please wait here while I retrieve the life essence fruits. With that, Blue Gold hurriedly departed. Tang Chenfeng, of course, was unaware of the conversation Tree Ancestor had with Lan Jin. His primary concern was the condition of Yi Hongling. Approaching her side, he observed her intently for a moment. Fortunately, her body bore no injuries, and after the inheritance proceeded normally, her expression was no longer one of anguish. However, her martial soul, the Tree of Life, remained in a state of activation, with the emerald golden soul ring still in the process of absorption. Through the lens of his spiritual awareness, Tang Chenfeng perceived Yi Hongling as a congregation of life, her entire being suffused with a vibrant vitality, as if she were one with nature itself. Before long, Lan Jin returned, bearing 5 life fruits, each roughly the size of a palm, translucent and a rich verdant hue, emanating a faint glow. From these fruits, Tang Chenfeng could sense an immense life force. Lan Jin, glancing at the 5 life fruits nestled in his arms, felt a twinge of reluctance but ultimately handed them over to Tang Chenfeng. For Tree Ancestor had advised him to avoid provoking others and to fulfill their needs as much as possible. Upon receiving the life fruits, Tang Chenfeng was suddenly reminded of his original purpose for entering the Sunset Forest, to find a suitable soul ring for Yi Hongling. Although many unforeseen events had transpired, Yi Hongling was now safe and had acquired a soul ring that perfectly suited her. While he had obtained 5 life fruits and absorbed a substantial amount of high-level life energy, despite facing 200,000-year soul beasts, Village Chief Yu was certainly handling the situation with ease. In summary, this adventure proved not to be perilous, but rather a fortuitous opportunity for all involved. Chapter 20. A fortunate escape. After reaping the benefits, Tang Chenfeng chose not to depart immediately. Instead, he opted to linger. The area where Yi Hongling had meditated was now adorned with a variety of plants, and she was gently enveloped by the colossal vines that had sprouted from the ground, resembling a magnificent flower bud. From its crevices, a subtle green luminescence emanated, a testament to the vitality of the life energy at play. Tang Chenfeng chose to sit beside the flower bud, meditating to absorb the life energy emanating from it, provided it did not interfere with Yi Hongling's inheritance. Lan Jin quietly observed them from the side, Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from a distance, erratic yet rapidly approaching. What could that be? Tang Shifeng inquired, his voice laced with caution. No sooner had he spoken than two massive figures leapt from the thicket beside him, startling him considerably. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the two wooden wolves and the rocky wolf that had previously attacked them. However, they now appeared utterly disheveled, to the point of being described as tattered. The rocky wolf's stone armor had entirely vanished, exposing its raw body, which bore numerous gaping wounds down to the bone. Its surface a gruesome tableau of torn flesh. The wooden wolf fared even worse. In addition to the injuries shared with the rocky wolf, it had lost a leg, and half of its face was missing, as though blasted away by some energy attack. Seeing the two wolves, Lan Jin sighed. You two truly embody the saying more harm than good. You just entered the 10,000-year tier and already sought to dominate the forest. This is the consequence. The wolves offered no retort, lowering their heads like two children caught in wrongdoing. Lan Jin produced two blue golden fruits and placed them into the mouths of the wolves. As the fruits were consumed, their wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid rate, and their vitality gradually returned. That should suffice. Each of you has consumed a century-old life fruit, and your wounds will stabilize soon. After some rest, you will recover, Lan Jin declared, with a single wave of his hand. The two massive wolves appeared to communicate something before departing. Those two indeed came at your behest, Tang Shifeng remarked, frustration evident in his tone. Lan Jin wore a rather helpless expression as he replied, I had hoped to invite you in a less forceful manner, but your grandfather is exceptionally powerful. The wood spirit and earth spirit, newly elevated to the 10,000-year soul beast tier, grew overly arrogant and attempted to forcibly bring you here. The result was that you managed to escape while they became ensnared. Therefore, I had Silverfeather bring you back. Regrettably, in its fury, its methods have become somewhat brutish. Lan Jin's words were a blend of truth and embellishment. He genuinely wished to return the two safely, but had not considered the method's delicacy. He said this mainly to prevent Tang Shifeng from becoming overly agitated, lest even the tree ancestor be unable to protect him. Given Tang Shifeng's youth and innocent disposition, he believed the explanation and replied, Very well, you must keep a close eye on them henceforth. Someone else is approaching. Judging by the aura, it seems to be another person from your side. Grandpa is coming, Tang Shifeng exclaimed with delight. Indeed. By the way, as we are spirit beasts, it would be prudent not to reveal ourselves in your grandfather's presence. I shall take my leave for now. Wait, how am I to explain this? Tang Shifeng suddenly pondered, glancing at Yi Hongling, now transformed into a flower bud. This, I cannot assist you with. He is nearing, so you must devise a solution on your own. Upon speaking, the figure of Lan Jin completely vanished into the natural surroundings. Tang Shifeng was at a loss for words, pondering why it always fell upon him to weave tales in order to navigate through the situation. Tang Shifeng was still lost in thought when a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed behind him, followed by the appearance of Yi Jiulong. Shifeng, thank goodness you're unharmed. At that moment, Yi Jiulong appeared to be in a rather disheveled state. His body was smeared with blood, a mix of both his own and that of the enemy. His clothing was riddled with several large tears, the edges frayed to such an extent that they resembled tattered strips, threatening to disintegrate at the slightest touch. Additionally, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, yet despite his condition, a sense of relief washed over him. Tang Shifeng observed that Yi Jiulong appeared more anxious than himself. Village chief, your injury is quite serious. You should seek treatment promptly. It's nothing to worry about, Yi Jiulong reassured, patting Tang Shifeng on the shoulder. I am fine as long as you are safe. What about Yi Hongling? She should be fine too, right? The sudden arrival of the village chief left Tang Shifeng at a loss for words regarding how to respond about Linger. Witnessing Tang Shifeng's silence, Yi Jiulong's complexion grew increasingly pale. Could it be that something had happened to her? Tang Shifeng hurriedly exclaimed, No, Linger is fine. It's just that her martial soul seems to have transformed somewhat from its original state. Look over there, he said, gesturing towards a nearby flower bud. After much contemplation, Tang Shifeng resolved to reveal part of the truth, albeit with some modifications, as certain matters were simply too sensitive to disclose. Yi Jiulong approached the flower bud, extending his hand to press against it, channeling his soul and mental energy to perceive the internal conditions. After a while, he withdrew his hand, visibly relieved, stating, There's no issue. It appears to be a case similar to the evolution of a martial soul, which could be beneficial for Linger. Suddenly, Yi Jiulong collapsed to the ground, his complexion as pale as parchment. He pressed one hand against his chest, appearing to be in excruciating pain, and then coughed up a mouthful of black blood before losing consciousness. "Grandfather Yi, what has happened?" Tang Shifeng exclaimed, startled by Yi Jiolong's sudden collapse, and rushed over to assess the situation. Although Yi Jiolong lay unconscious, his face was contorted in agony, blood continually flowing from his mouth, and he emitted pain groans. As if he were on the brink of death, Tang Shifeng, though anxious, felt powerless to assist him. At that moment, he recalled the life fruit he possessed, which contained abundant life energy capable of healing wounds. With determination, Tang Shifeng retrieved a life fruit and placed it at Yi Jiolong's lips, applying pressure to extract its essence. As Yi Jiolong was unconscious, he was unable to chew, necessitating this method. The emerald green juice, imbued with life energy, flowed into Yi Jiolong's mouth, and the effects were immediate. His complexion improved noticeably, and his groans of agony ceased. The life energy gradually coursed through his body via his meridians, bringing Tang Shifeng a moment of relief. However, just as he exhaled a sigh of relief, he noticed that the life energy halted upon reaching Yi Jiolong's chest, seemingly obstructed by an unseen barrier. While Tang Shifeng was still observing, a voice suddenly interjected, "I see now. No wonder he struggles so during battle as a limit Douluo. His strength clearly lacking and his breath unstable. He carries such severe old injuries." The speaker was none other than the previously vanished Lan Jin. Tang Shifeng was startled, exclaiming, "Could you refrain from appearing so suddenly? It is quite terrifying. Moreover, what do you mean by old injuries?" Lan Jin replied, "Generally speaking, when a human cultivates to the rank of titled Douluo and continues to refine their skills to the utmost limit, they may reach the pinnacle known as limit Douluo, which represents the zenith of human existence. Your grandfather was such an individual. However, this is merely the limit of humanity, not that of the world. When a limit Douluo persists in their training beyond this threshold, they may trigger a tribulation. There are myriad methods of undergoing tribulation, each distinct. Yet they share a singular purpose, to shed their mortal coil and ascend to the realm of the divine. The most common form of tribulation is the lightning tribulation. Should one successfully navigate this trial, they can transcend human limitations and attain godhood. Conversely, should one fail, they risk becoming nothing more than dust in the air. Your grandfather belongs to the latter category, yet inexplicably, he survived, albeit with severe injuries. The fact that he lived on is nothing short of a miracle." Upon hearing his explanation, Tang Shifeng hastily inquired, "Is there any way to save Grandpa Yi now?" Lan Jin expressed her helplessness, noting that it was her first encounter with someone who had survived a failed tribulation. Observing Lan Jin's reaction, Tang Shifeng realized she too was at a loss, and he felt equally powerless to save the person. Just as he found himself in despair, a radiant starlight illuminated the surroundings, accompanied by a familiar voice, Bai Xing's voice. "I have a method to save him," she declared. Upon hearing Bai Xing's assurance, Tang Shifeng clutched at the opportunity like a lifeline and eagerly asked, "What is the method?" Bai Xing explained, "The old injuries your grandfather bears were caused by being struck by the tribulation lightning during his trial, which charred his meridians and led to blockages. We need someone to channel their soul energy into him, directly entering his meridians to expel the blockages and subsequently clear the pathways. However, I must caution you, the person undertaking this task must possess formidable spiritual strength to control the flow of their soul energy. Otherwise, a moment of carelessness could destroy his meridians and cost him his life." After hearing Bai Xing's words, Lan Jin immediately stated, "I cannot do it. My spiritual strength is rather weak, and I cannot achieve perfect control, so I must refrain from attempting it. Moreover, the strongest spiritual presence here is likely you." Lan Jin turned her gaze toward Tang Shifeng. A sudden epiphany struck Tang Shifeng. Indeed, his spiritual strength was already at a divine level, making control feasible. Yet, he pondered, his proficiency with consciousness manipulation was not refined. Could he truly manage it? Bai Xing interjected, "But aside from you, there is no one else capable of performing this task. If you do not act, in 30 minutes, your grandfather will succumb to the overwhelming life energy from the life fruit, causing his meridians to rupture and resulting in his death." She deliberately elongated the final word, death. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Tang Shifeng realized he had no choice but to muster his courage. Tang Shifeng unbuttoned his garment, placing his hand gently upon Yi Jiolong's chest and abdomen, slowly infusing his soul energy into him. He meticulously guided this energy through the meridians, advancing towards the obstructed areas with utmost caution, for a moment's inattention could prove fatal. At this juncture, he had reached the pinnacle of his mental control over the soul energy. Before long, his soul energy reached the injured segments of the meridians, where he could distinctly sense its impediment. The task at hand was to envelop the impurities with his soul energy and gradually expel them from the meridians and ultimately from Yi Jiolong's body. After considerable time, Tang Shifeng succeeded in encasing the impurities with his soul energy and began the arduous process of extraction. With both mental and soul energies working in tandem, he delicately drew the impurities from the meridians, guiding them through the flesh and out of the body. Initially, a layer of black grime appeared on Yi Jiolong's chest and abdomen, but as time progressed, this stain thickened considerably, culminating in a hardened black crust that resembled coagulated blood, emanating an unpleasant charred odor. Yet, as this manifestation occurred, Yi Jiolong's expression softened, devoid of the previous agony, as he lay peacefully on the ground, seemingly in a tranquil slumber. Tang Shifeng finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Grandpa Yi was safe, at least for now, and he need not worry about his own safety or that of the other two. At that moment, he suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue, a consequence of his mental strain. He was exceedingly drowsy and longed for slumber, and with that, his vision darkened as he succumbed to sleep. After an unknown duration, he awoke to find that Lan Jin had vanished. Yi Jiolong was still in slumber, and Yi Hongling remained in her flower leopard form, though the blossom appeared more robust and vibrant, as if on the verge of blooming. Just then, a muffled sound indicated that Yi Jiolong had awakened. Chapter 21. The unspoken past. After a period of recuperation, Yi Jiolong finally emerged from his unconscious state. Village Chief, you are awake at last. Is your health well? Yes. Chen Feng, Yi Jiolong replied, sitting up from the ground, one hand resting on his abdomen, yet he no longer felt the pain, for his old injuries had healed. I am still alive, and I feel extraordinarily comfortable. It has been ages since I experienced such a sensation. Did you give me something, Ta Feng? I sense a vitality coursing through my body. Yes, Grandpa, you are in good health now. I inadvertently discovered that you bore severe injuries, so I gave you this. As he spoke, Tang Shifeng produced a life fruit from his belongings and handed it to Yi Jiolong. Upon seeing the life fruit, a glimmer of light flashed in Yi Jiolong's eyes as he cradled it in his hands, examining it closely. This is a Longjin fruit, and a 1,000-year-old one at that. Chenfeng, where did you find this? So, they are called Longjin fruits, Tang Chenfeng replied. In response to Yi Jiolong's query, he said, I picked it up from under a tree. In a sense, he had indeed found these Longjin fruits. Yi Jiolong's eyes were filled with confusion at this response, wondering when a 1,000-year-old Longjin fruit could be so casually found on the ground. Typically, if such a fruit were to fall, it would incite a frenzy among nearby soul beasts, rather than ending up in his hands. However, he felt no need to question Tang Chenfeng. Although the child was remarkably larger than his peers, in Yi Jiolong's eyes, he was still merely a 6-year-old boy, and thus, there was no cause for suspicion. Never mind. Keep it safe. It will benefit your future development, Yi Jiolong instructed, placing the Longjin fruit back into Tang Chenfeng's hands, for in his eyes, the well-being of the two children far outweighed the significance of the fruit. Receiving the Longjin fruit, Tang Chenfeng began to pose a multitude of questions to Yi Jiolong. Grandpa, are you truly a titled Douluo? Isn't a titled Douluo of high standing? Why do you remain in Tianhun town as a village chief? And does Grandma Ling know your identity? Could it be that Grandma is also an extraordinary soul master? After pondering for a moment in response to Tang Chenfeng's flurry of questions, Yi Jiolong remarked, It's not that there's nothing to share, but Chenfeng, you must promise me that this matter remains confidential. Of course, I assure you it will remain unspoken. Tang Chenfeng replied earnestly. Very well, I trust you, my dear. Allow me to recollect. Indeed, I am a titled Douluo, and not just any titled Douluo, but one of the most formidable, known as the ultimate Douluo, a being standing at the pinnacle of humanity. It's not just me, Ling Wei, your grandmother, once shared this lofty status with me. In our youth, we were quite renowned in the Soul Master realm, even residing in the Sky City for a period. Those days remain vividly etched in my memory. As Yi Jiolong recounted his tale, Tang Chenfeng's excitement grew. The sensation of having such a legendary figure in his midst was a rare experience. However, Yi Jiolong continued, Yet, that kind of life is no longer attainable for me. As he spoke these words, a glimmer of sorrow flickered in his eyes, as if he were lost in the reverie of bygone days. Even Tang Chenfeng, beside him, could sense the melancholic aura that permeated the air. Chenfeng, Did you not inquire why I chose to be a village chief in Tianhun town? It is a long story. Do you wish to hear it? At this juncture, the narrative began to shift, yet Tang Chenfeng opted to listen intently, driven by a profound curiosity about his grandfather's past. He nodded, urging him to continue. A wry smile appeared on Yi Jiulong's face before he began to understand this. We must journey back in time. I too was born in Tianhun town, 100 years ago, on the day of my martial soul awakening. I was a mere 6-year-old child, much like everyone else. I eagerly anticipated my martial soul's emergence, hoping to be bestowed with an opportunity to rise above the ordinary. With such aspirations, I joined a group of children in the awakening chamber, embarking on the ceremony of martial soul awakening. Out of 12 children, the first 10 did not awaken their soul power, and I was the penultimate one. Perhaps fortune smiled upon me, or perhaps my previous prayers brought me blessings. I became the first among them to awaken soul power, manifesting a mutated dragon type with dragon martial soul, with innate soul power at level 8 and commendable spiritual strength. The awakening master proclaimed me a prodigy among a sea of individuals. I was elated, for from that moment forth, I was no longer just an ordinary person, but a soul master. However, just as I reveled in my achievement, the last girl brought forth an astounding surprise. She possessed the Holy Spirit angel martial soul, with innate full soul power and significantly higher spiritual strength. She was heralded as the genius among geniuses. Yi Jiulong chuckled ruefully. Thus, my newly acquired title of genius was swiftly overshadowed. That individual must be exceptionally strong. Where is she now? Tang Chenfeng inquired. Well, aren't you able to see her every day? Every day, I encounter a thought. Could that person be Grandma Ling? Yi Jiulong affirmed. Indeed, that person is Ling Wei, your Grandma Ling. In those days, I was imbued with an indomitable spirit. Whenever I witnessed my own surpassing, I resolved not to be outdone. Thus, she became my target, and I labored tirelessly to exceed her. However, Ling Wei's innate talent was truly formidable. Each time I believed I was nearing her, I would discover, to my dismay, that an unseen distance had opened between us once more. Thus, we engaged in mutual competition and comparison. I even followed her to the same school, and the gap between us and our peers only widened. We became the prodigy spoken of among our contemporaries, and gradually, our relationship deepened. No longer did I pursue her merely as a rival. We became each other's closest friends, striving together, progressing together, exchanging insights into our training. In the end, we both earned the opportunity to ascend to the Sky City. Tang Chenfeng listened with rapt attention, captivated by the stories that not only enchanted him but also deepened his understanding of his grandparents. Grandpa Yu was astonished to learn that he and Grandma Ling had known each other since childhood, and that she had been a prodigy even back then. By the way, Grandpa, how did you and Grandma Ling fare after entering the Sky City? Let me think, he replied. Upon our arrival in the Sky City, we quickly realized that while we were indeed prodigies on the ground, the circumstances here were quite different. Everyone who arrived was equally gifted, and some even surpassed us. We enrolled in an advanced Soul Master Academy, embarking on a more intense training regimen. Incidentally, that was the period when my progress was the most rapid. Can you guess why? Tang Chenfeng pondered for a moment, contemplating that it must be due to Grandma Ling. Otherwise, he could hardly fathom the reason behind it. Yi Jiulong's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, it was because of your Grandma Ling, for she possessed an unparalleled beauty. At that age, one's heart is often stirred, particularly towards those nearby. It is unimaginable how strikingly beautiful your Grandma Ling was in her youth, a beauty that would turn the heads of men and incite envy among women. I, too, felt the same fervor. I engaged in numerous brawls to prevent her from being taken away by others. Yet the number of admirers drawn to Ling Wei was overwhelming. The constant skirmishes only served to strengthen my prowess. I recall a particular individual who dared to challenge me to a life and death duel, but that confrontation forged a bond of brotherhood between us, transforming us into good friends. Suddenly recalling something, Tang Chenfeng glanced at the soul-guiding storage bracelet adorning his wrist. Could that individual be the one you mentioned to us before? Indeed, it is he, Yi Jiulong affirmed. Subsequently, we resolved to compete fairly, striving to win Ling Wei's affection. As fate would have it, we both confessed our feelings simultaneously, and in the end, I emerged victorious. He accepted his defeat graciously, stepping back from the contest and becoming my steadfast ally. Thereafter, we graduated with distinction at the age of 22 and returned to our hometown, where we decided to be together. Witnessing our union were not only our family and friends, but also a sapling we had planted together at the village entrance. Ah, this revelation astonished Tang Chifeng. He knew that the grand tree at the village entrance had thrived for at least a century, yet he could never have imagined that its planter was his own grandfather. Yi Jiulong chuckled. You would hardly suspect that the tree you frequently meditate under was planted by me and your grandmother. Perhaps this, too, is a form of fate. Yi Jiulong continued. In the years that followed, we traversed the realm of soul masters together, our strength rapidly escalating. Our partnership gradually gained renown. By the time we reached our 50s, we both ascended to the esteemed rank of level 90 title Douluo. After another 20 years, we attained the pinnacle of our powers. Reaching level 99 ultimate Douluo, many sought to disrupt our tranquility, but we had grown accustomed to our freedom and thus declined all offers. It was undoubtedly a radiant period in our lives. As he recounted this, Yi Jiulong's eyes gleamed, seemingly lost in the vivid memories of his extraordinary journey. However, the reminiscence abruptly ceased, and a pallor of dejection, helplessness, and sorrow cast over his visage. Yet, I later made a decision that I would regret for a lifetime. A decision you would regret for eternity? Could it possibly relate to your injuries? Tang Chenfeng inquired softly from the side. Indeed, it is so. The regrettable act was my reckless attempt to transcend the tribulation without proper preparation. At this moment, Yi Jiulong's face was etched with profound anguish. In the past, I was brimming with fervor and competitiveness. Upon learning that humanity could transcend the limits of Douluo and enter the realm known as divinity, my ambition was ignited. I believed I possessed the potential to surpass those limits and thereafter sought methods to advance further and summon the heavenly tribulation. Ultimately, I succeeded. Yet I also faced catastrophic failure. The formidable heavenly tribulation nearly obliterated my essence. However, I managed to cling to life until the tribulation concluded. Had it not been for Ling Wei's soul skill, which allowed her to transfer her injuries onto herself, I would surely have perished. In the end, not only did I fail, but I also jeopardized her future. She had the potential to reach that echelon as well, but now listening to Yi Jiulong's tale, Tang Shifeng felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. If he were the protagonist in this narrative, enduring such experiences would have surely left him disheartened for quite a while. Alas, it all stemmed from my impulsiveness. Yi Jiulong continued, since that incident, both my and your grandmother's powers diminished significantly, now only capable of exerting about 60% of our former strength, and we could never progress further. My life began to decline, yet fortunately, your grandmother did not sever ties with me due to this misfortune, although her temper seemed to have grown more volatile. Despite our losses, we still cherished our mutual love. From that point onward, my character began to evolve. I became less fervent, adopting a more tranquil and diplomatic demeanor. We concealed our identities and embraced a modest life. By the time we reached our 70s, we welcomed our own child, Yi Hongling's father. Grandfather, you had Linger as father when you were over 70. Tang Chun exclaimed in astonishment. Yi Jiulong smiled and replied, do not be so surprised. At my level, living for over 300 years is quite feasible. 70 years is merely a quarter of my life, and having a child at that age is not too late. Reflecting on that period brings me joy. Yi Hongling's father inherited my nine-headed wood god dragon martial spirit and exhibited remarkable talent as a soul master. In him, I saw a reflection of my younger self, gifted and driven. Crucially, he also inherited your grandmother's meticulousness and composure. He became our emotional anchor, and we entrusted our past dreams to him, which he never disappointed. He ascended to the role of a senior officer, tasked with addressing various soul master crimes. One day, he returned home with a young woman, introducing her as my future daughter-in-law. The joy we felt was indescribable. A year later, he shared the delightful news that he and your grandmother might soon become grandparents. At that moment, we suddenly felt that life was truly worthwhile. Our spirits lifted, and we longed to revisit our old home. Upon returning to Tianhun town, we were struck by how swiftly time had passed. The saplings of our past had grown into towering trees, and many familiar sights and individuals had vanished from our view. As we wandered along, we inadvertently found ourselves at the edge of the forest bordering the town. Suddenly, we heard a faint sound, reminiscent of a baby's cries. We followed the sound, and soon discovered an infant wrapped in a bundle. We decided to take him with us. And perhaps the prospect of returning to Tianhun town stirred some emotions within me. I turned to him and said, "Welcome to the great family of Tianhun town." Wait a moment, did you mean to say that when I was found by you, grandfather, Yi Hongling had not even been born yet? Indeed, otherwise, you would have to call her sister, not little sister. But it seems that Yi Jiulong has slipped into a particularly distressing memory. However, the heavens have truly been unjust to me. Yi Jiulong's voice quivered slightly. Do you remember when I mentioned that Yi Hongling's father was a police officer? He had many enemies. It was only when your grandmother and I were bringing you back that we learned of the tragic events that unfolded just days prior. He and Yi Hongling's mother were ambushed by a multitude of malevolent soul masters. After a fierce battle, he heroically sacrificed himself, and Yi Hongling's mother, gravely injured, gave birth prematurely. By the time we arrived at the hospital, she had succumbed to her injuries and the complications of childbirth. Though Yi Hongling survived, the doctors informed us that, due to her premature birth, her chances of survival were slim. We clung to a faint hope. Yet it seemed as if fate was playing a cruel joke on us. Just 3 days later, we could distinctly sense her presence fading. So weak that everyone believed she could not endure another day. That day, your grandmother wept in my arms for an entire day and night. For the first time, I felt utterly powerless. I realized that not only had I aged, but my heart had grown weary as well. Everything around me tormented me, enveloping me in boundless anguish. At this point, tears stained Yu Jiulong's face. Tang Shifeng listened, feeling an overwhelming sense of sorrow. He had not anticipated that Grandpa Yi and Grandma Ling harbored such a hidden past. Upon hearing this, even he could sense a profound despair. However, was Linger not thriving now? Was she not living well in her own way? Yi Jiulong took a moment to compose himself and said, to be honest, I am not entirely clear on the details, but it is undoubtedly connected to you. After we brought you back that day, we placed you on Yi Hongling's bed. Your health was robust, so we did not interfere much. At that moment, we had resigned ourselves to our fate. We decided we could not let our granddaughter face her journey alone. We wished to remain by her side until she departed this world. However, upon our arrival, we were astonished to find that you, who should have been swaddled, were instead outside, holding Yi Hongling's tiny hand. Given the immense sorrow we had previously endured, I remained oblivious to what transpired during that interval. Yet, we observed that Yi Hongling's life force had remarkably intensified. She appeared vibrant, indistinguishable from a healthy infant. The doctor was equally astonished, yet he confirmed that Yi Hongling could continue to live. We were truly elated, as a flicker of hope reignited within us. Although the reasons were unclear, we were certain that it was your presence that enabled Yi Hongling to survive. Consequently, I adopted you, and we became a family. Ultimately, to safeguard ourselves from any malevolent spirits that might threaten our family, we assumed new identities as ordinary soul masters and returned to Tianhun Town to lead a tranquil life. As for the position of village chief, the villagers, recognizing us as soul masters, elected us without hesitation. I had no reason to decline. Thus, we lived in peace for 6 years. Honestly, I wished for you both to lead the life of ordinary individuals, but when your martial souls awakened, and given your extraordinary talents, we could not bear to stifle such gifts. Hence, the current circumstances came to be. My tale concludes here. Tang Chunfeng felt a profound sense of distress in his heart, yearning to console his grandfather, yet at a loss for words. Yi Jiulong seemed to perceive his inner turmoil and remarked, in truth, all of this is now behind us. What matters more is to look toward the future. Shifeng, I have faith that you will reach such heights, but I also hope you refrain from acting impulsively. I would not wish for our tragedy to befall you. Tang Chunfeng resolutely declared, I understand. At that moment, the bud enveloping Yi Hongling began to react. Chapter 22, A New Life on the Horizon. The bud surrounding Yi Hongling radiated brilliant light, and its petals gradually began to unfurl. Yi Hongling was seated within the flower's core, and as the petals slowly opened, both she and her grandfather realized that perhaps due to the rapid surge of energy, her garments had vanished. Clearing his throat, Yu Jiulong gently coughed, prompting Tang Chunfeng to turn away immediately, refraining from further observation. Instead, he retrieved a spare set of clothing from his bracelet and offered it to Yi Jiulong before hastily departing. Watching Tang Chunfeng retreat, Yi Jiulong smiled faintly, then used his soul energy to lift the clothing and began dressing Yi Hongling. In no time, she was properly attired. After exchanging pleasantries, Tang Chunfeng returned. Finding that Yi Hongling had undergone a transformation, her physique appeared more elongated than before, and her previous attire seemed somewhat short. Her skin had become increasingly fair and smooth, while her hair had shifted from a soft lavender to a deep green. The dark green hue, if not closely observed, could easily be mistaken for black hair, with strands of azure interspersed like delicate embellishments. However, the most striking change was her aura. Her presence seemed to harmonize perfectly with her surroundings, exuding an ethereal and graceful quality. In Tang Chunfeng's words, Yi Hongling was simply breathtaking. Yet, she remained in meditation, maintaining her seated posture, unaware of her surroundings. At that moment, noticing the changes in Yi Hongling, Yi Jiolong seemed to recall something. Chinfeng, do you still possess that Millennium Blue Gold fruit? Could you spare one for your grandfather? Indeed, I have a couple left. What do you intend to do with it, Grandpa? Though puzzled, Tang Chinfeng handed over a blue gold fruit to his grandfather. In truth, he had 4 remaining, but he chose to keep a couple, considering their potential usefulness in times of danger. Yi Jiolong eagerly accepted the blue gold fruit, stating, although I am uncertain of its efficacy, if successful, it may bring you both a delightful surprise. The grandfather and grandson settled down to patiently await Yi Hongling's awakening, during which a few light-hearted exchanges occurred. Grandpa, considering your former status, you must have amassed quite a fortune. Are we not exceedingly wealthy? Faced with Tang Chinfeng's inquiry, Yi Jiolong responded with a hint of embarrassment. Although the position of title Douluo typically comes with a certain financial reserve, we have never relied on any external forces, which means our resources are relatively modest. However, after all that has transpired, we donated all our funds to the hospital I previously mentioned before returning home. Thus, aside from the few meaningful collectibles we've gathered from our adventures, we are indeed left with nothing. Time passed, and as the moon hung high in the sky, it approached midnight. Among the two, Tang Chinfeng's eyelids began to flutter, while Yi Jiolong remained fully focused, betraying no signs of fatigue. At that moment, a transformation occurred around Yi Hongling. The petals that had enveloped her began to draw closer, but unlike before, they did not completely encase her body. Instead, they pressed tightly against her, slowly merging with her being. Once this fusion was complete, a circle of green-golden soul rings emerged from her form. Yi Jiolong stood by in astonishment, unable to close his mouth. After over a century as a soul master, he had never encountered green-golden soul rings. In contrast, Tang Chinfeng maintained his composure, as his own soul rings were not of conventional hues. As the green-golden rings gradually integrated into Yi Hongling's body, she awakened. Yi Hongling slowly opened her eyes. Brother and Grandpa. Upon seeing Yi Jiolong, her eyes brimmed with tears, cascading down her cheeks. She immediately leaped into his embrace, exclaiming, Grandpa, it's wonderful. You and brother are both safe. I saw you were gravely injured earlier. Yi Jiolong squatted down, gently holding her. It's all right, Linger. We are all fine now. After some time, the emotions of everyone in the room stabilized. Yi Jiolong inquired about what had transpired since Yi Hongling's arrival, and she recounted everything in detail to those present. So, this immense blue-golden tree recognized your talent and bestowed part of its power upon you. Such an event was indeed hard to believe. It seemed to belong solely to the realm of theory. Yet, here was a living testament before Yi Jiolong's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he conducted a thorough examination of Yi Hongling's body, confirming that aside from her rapidly increasing soul power, she exhibited no abnormalities. Yi Jiolong felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was a comfort to know she was unharmed. By the way, Linger, what is your first soul skill? I'd like to confirm it. My soul skill? Let me give it a try. Yi Hongling has acquired her own soul ring and naturally possesses soul skills. Typically, a soul master's abilities are kept secret, shared only with those they deeply trust. Yi Hongling rose to her feet and unleashed her martial spirit, the ethereal image of the tree of life materializing behind her. One could distinctly perceive that this apparition had become increasingly substantial, exuding a sense of reality. The emerald leaves now bore green-gold patterns that had never before adorned them. As her martial spirit was released, Yi Hongling's hair and eyes transformed into a vibrant shade of green, brimming with vitality, accompanied by the shimmering light of her green-gold soul ring. The elderly duo nearby was suddenly enveloped in a refreshing aura of life, feeling the life energy coursing through their bodies, rejuvenating not only their physical forms but also their spirits and minds, instilling an indescribable sense of joy. A domain skill for your first soul skill is truly remarkable, exclaimed Yi Jiolong with delight. My first soul skill is called the Domain of Life, which encompasses extensive healing and the restoration of mental energy. Yi Hongling replied with a cheerful smile. Indeed, it is splendidly suited for you, Yi Jiolong remarked, his spirits soaring, despite facing numerous dangers upon entering the forest. The outcome thus far suggested they had reaped considerable rewards. Congratulations, Linger, you now possess your own soul skill. Tang Chinfeng expressed his joy alongside them. Yi Hongling playfully stuck out her tongue and flashed him a grin. It's getting late. We've found everything we came for, and it's time to leave this sunset forest. All right, let us go. Grandma must be anxious, they agreed, and the three swiftly set off towards the exit. Once they departed, the previously unseen Longine emerged. Great Elder, is it truly fine to let them leave unimpeded? The Great Elder's branches rustled in response. I hope so. One can only wonder when we shall return to our original homeland. At the exit of the enclosing wall, the trio had emerged, finding their way out of the forest's core remarkably smooth, with not a single soul beast appearing. They identified themselves to the guards at the exit and, after verifying with the soul guide communicator, departed without incident, beginning their journey homeward. Throughout their journey, a joyful atmosphere enveloped the trio, during which Yi Jiulong elaborated on the entire healing process to Tang Chenfeng. Tang Chenfeng could surmise his grandfather's intentions. They hurried along, and by the time they returned to Tianhun town, it was already dusk, the sun nearing its descent. At last, we are home. Grandpa, let us hurry back. I'm craving Grandma's cooking. Yi Hongling tugged at Yi Jiulong's sleeve, heading toward their abode. All right, Linger, there's no need to rush. Look, we're already at the doorstep. Approaching the familiar little house, Yi Jiulong gently knocked on the door. Ling, we have returned. Please open the door. Moments later, the sound of a lock turning echoed from within. As the door swung open, it was accompanied by the voice of Grandma Ling. At last, you are back. Do you have any idea how much I have worried over the past few days? However, upon seeing the youthful visage of Grandpa Yi, her words abruptly ceased, and an expression of astonishment swept across her face. Grandpa Yi chuckled. We encountered a few minor issues on the journey. For now, I must remain in this state. With that, he suddenly took Grandma Ling's hand, who was still in a daze, and led her inside. Before disappearing from sight, he added, Children, dinner will be delayed for a while. Please wait for us in your own world. Once he finished speaking, they vanished. Yi Hongling, puzzled, inquired, Brother, where are Grandpa and Grandma going? I am quite hungry right now. Tang Chenfeng affectionately ruffled her hair and remarked, She must be trying to surprise us. Before that, let us return to our room for a moment's respite. The journey had indeed been exhausting, and although the two claimed they were heading to rest, they unwittingly slipped into a meditative state. This was the result of their long-standing dedication to cultivation. Meanwhile, in another room, Yi Jiulong was endeavoring to replicate the actions previously undertaken by Tang Chenfeng. After a while the siblings remained in their meditative trance, a series of knocks accompanied by a light, melodic voice interrupted their stillness. Children, wake up. It's time for dinner. Upon hearing the voice, Tang Chenfeng rose to answer the door, but was halted by Yi Hongling's firm grip. Brother, wait a moment. That voice doesn't seem to belong to anyone we know. Yet it feels somewhat familiar. Noticing Yi Hongling's cautious demeanor, Tang Chenfeng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Fear not, we are quite familiar with the person outside, he assured her before opening the door. Standing on the threshold was a woman of striking beauty, albeit one slightly unfamiliar to both. Wow, Grandma, you were so beautiful in your youth. Tang Chenfeng's exclamation left Yi Hongling puzzled. Yet indeed, before them stood Ling Wei, who had completely recovered after consuming the blue golden fruit. Yi Hongling gasped, Grandma, it's you. You've regained your youth. Indeed, are you not surprised? Replied Ling Wei, looking as though she were a grown-up version of Yi Hongling, sharing at least 70% of her features, yet appearing more mature, coupled with her round glasses. She exuded an air reminiscent of a teacher or scholar. The two hurried to the kitchen, where a delectable spread awaited them on the table. At the side, the youthful visage of Yi Grandpa was already seated, beckoning the two to join him for dinner. Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling naturally did not refuse, and as they sat at the dining table, they began to indulge in their meal heartily. Since becoming soul masters, their appetites had continuously increased. However, as they feasted, an unsettling feeling began to emerge. Since they commenced their meal, Grandpa Yi and Grandma Ling had not touched their chopsticks, merely smiling at them. This scene evoked a sense of déjà vu for the two, quickly conjuring up some unpleasant memories. Soon enough, their apprehensions and speculations were confirmed. After dinner, Yi Jiulong announced that he had come to understand their current inadequacies through this experience, and thus, there would be significant changes in their training. In general, mornings would be dedicated to physical training, afternoons to practical combat, while evenings would be reserved for alternating lessons on the knowledge of soul masters and soul beasts, followed by meditation. Adjustments would be made, but the new regimen would commence the day after tomorrow, so they should prepare themselves mentally. Observing the smiling couple, Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling simultaneously exclaimed, What? No way. Chapter 23. Haitian Soul Master Academy. Today is a momentous day for many. as it marks the beginning of a new semester for Soul Master Academies across the continent. New Soul Masters will enter these institutions to acquire essential knowledge, laying a solid foundation for their future aspirations to become distinguished Soul Masters. This morning, a Soul Guidance train was en route to a large city. The carriage was filled with passengers, among whom 4 individuals stood out strikingly: a youthful couple, a handsome young man seated across from them, and a sweet, adorable little girl by the window, giving the impression of parents accompanying their children, with the brother looking after his sister. Wow, is this Haitian city? Big cities are indeed quite different. Don't you think so, brother? Indeed, Tianhun Town cannot compare at all. The beautiful woman seated across chastised gently. All right, Ling Chinfeng. You two should quiet down a bit. Otherwise, you'll disturb others. In contrast, a rather carefree man beside her remarked, Come on, Ling Wei, let them be a little surprised. Our reactions were quite similar when we first saw the city. Please, this is basic etiquette. One should not speak loudly on the train. These 4 individuals were none other than Yi Jiulong and his companions, who had come to the city to assist Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling with their registration at the academy, while also catching up with old friends. Haitian City, a first-tier city nestled by the sea, boasts comprehensive urban functions and Soul Master facilities, with a naturally beautiful environment conducive to living, enriched by ample marine resources due to its coastal location. In the city, home to over 10 million residents, lies a uniquely distinguished locale, one of the few places that offers the coveted opportunity to ascend to the Sky City. Consequently, it has become a haven for Soul Masters, with over 100,000 aspiring newcomers arriving annually, each hoping to secure their passage to the ethereal realm. For Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling, their arrival here signifies a release from their arduous plight. Since the commencement of their new lives, they have endured relentless training every day, encompassing various extreme sports, and have faced brutal realities in every practical exercise, leaving them battered and drained. If one were to ascertain their greatest gain, it would undoubtedly be the rapid enhancement of their soul power. Currently, Tang Chenfeng stands at level 16, while Yi Hongling is at level 14. The exhausting routine of rising with the roosters and retiring with the hounds is finally drawing to a close, evoking a poignant sense of emotion within them. The train's announcement interrupted their reverie, alerting passengers to prepare for disembarkation at Haitan Station. The two, along with their companions, rose from their seats and made their way off the train. Upon alighting, they followed the throngs to a nearby soul-guided vehicle station, where they found a transport heading to Haitan Academy. As they journeyed, Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling gazed out at the breathtaking cityscape, which left them awestruck. Before long, they arrived at their destination, Haitan Academy. Haitan Academy is a large institution, catering to both novice and intermediate soul masters, divided into 9 semesters. A successful graduation here opens the doors to esteemed advanced soul master academies. However, the majority of attendees are driven by the aspiration of reaching the Sky City. Those who meet certain criteria before graduation are granted access to the Sky City, along with opportunities to enter advanced institutions. The academy comprises 6 semesters, with enrollment fees required. Though provisions exist for exceptionally talented yet financially disadvantaged soul masters, who may attend without tuition but must cover their living expenses independently, known as work-study students. Due to the distinguished legacy of 2 titled Douluos from Tianhun Town, a special enrollment slot is available, akin to that of ordinary students. Yet, both Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling possess remarkable talents, necessitating the division of the singular special slot into 2 work-study positions. Upon reaching the academy's entrance, Yi Jiulong remarked, "The changes here are quite significant. When we first came as work-study students, it lacked such grandeur." As he spoke, an individual emerged from the academy's entrance, appearing to be in his 60s. With a head of short white hair and a tall, imposing stature, he exuded vigor and strength, his rugged visage reflecting resilience. His voice resonated powerfully. It is not merely because of the 2 of you prodigies that the academy's reputation has soared. Naturally, the funding has flourished as well. Upon seeing him, Yi Jiulong approached without hesitation, declaring, "Indeed, we are both rare talents encountered once in a century. Speaking of which, it has been over 50 years since we last met, old Gao." The other man responded with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Haha, it truly has been a long time. Old Jiulong." Yi Jiulong then turned to Tang Chenfeng and the others, stating, "Allow me to introduce this gentleman. He is Zhao Gaobua, a former classmate of mine and currently the vice president of the academy." Tang Chenfeng and another person spoke in unison, "Hello, Vice Dean. Zhao Gaobo replied. There is no need for such formality with me. You may simply call me Teacher Zhao. Please do not imitate someone who relishes in assigning unflattering nicknames behind others' backs. Yi Jialong interjected, is that so? I find it quite fitting for you. Zhao Gaobo, not one to concede easily, affirmed, indeed, though I must say, that nickname suits you just as well. At this juncture, both erupted into laughter. Ling Wei, who was nearby, couldn't help but chuckle. All right, you two. Let bygones be bygones for now. We must first address the matter at hand. The two immediately composed themselves. Zhao Gaobo then produced 2 metallic badges and handed them to Tang Chenfeng and his companion, saying, I have already submitted your information on your behalf. Here, take this. It is the insignia of the academy. Once you wear it, you will be considered part of the institution. The work-study student dormitory is located in the last building on the back mountain. You may head there first. We have some old friends to catch up with. The two nodded, collecting their badges and luggage as they made their way towards the back mountain. Oh, and be mindful. Your seniors are not particularly easy to get along with, Zhao Gaobo cautioned. Understood, they replied, as they watched the two depart. A hint of envy flickered in Zhao Gaobo's eyes. He turned to Yi Jialong and remarked, I truly envy you for having 2 precious grandchildren. Yi Jialong retorted, You have your own opportunities. It is your steadfastness that has kept you waiting. Need I say more? My heart belongs solely to Ling Wei. I have no interest in anyone else, Zhao Gaobo replied. Ling Wei interjected, All right, enough reminiscing while standing. Let us find a place to sit and converse at leisure. Zhao Gaobo quickly chimed in, Perfect. I know a tavern where the food and drink are quite delightful. At that moment, a cunning smile crept across Yi Jialong's face. Very well, let us go there. I shall treat. Zhao Gaobo rolled his eyes, replying, Oh, so you treat, and I pay the bill, is it? Yi Jialong chuckled, placing a hand on Zhao Gaobo's shoulder. Ah, my brother truly understands me. Zhao Gaobo, resigned, conceded, Fine, you treat, and I will lead the way. Let us go. Oh, by the way, old Gaobo, I must trouble you with that matter I mentioned earlier. Rest assured, I had intended to take on a disciple. Now it seems one has come knocking at my door. However, the rest will depend largely on him. You need not worry. These 2 youngsters bring me surprises every day. Meanwhile, on the academy's back mountain, Tang Chenfeng and his companion had located their dormitory building. The academy comprised 7 buildings, with the work-study students' dormitory separated from the others, making it easy to find. The dormitory consisted of 5 floors, each housing a shared dormitory. However, due to its nature as a work-study residence, the living conditions were not as favorable as those of regular students, often resulting in a mix of various characters. Following the number under the insignia, they found their designated dormitory, room 6. Tang Chenfeng walked ahead, opening the door to peer inside. The dormitory was a spacious area of over 100 square meters, furnished with more than 20 beds, though most were merely bed frames lacking bedding. It appeared that there were quite a number of people inside. As soon as Tang Chenfeng stepped through the threshold, a fist suddenly flew toward him, aiming for his face. With effortless grace, he raised his left arm to intercept the blow, then promptly sent the assailant sprawling backward. The individual flung by Tang Chenfeng executed a backflip in midair before gracefully landing. Yet his expression revealed a hint of astonishment. Tang Chenfeng coldly remarked, Senior, it seems rather unseemly to bully someone upon first meeting. The individual rose, casting a puzzled glance at Tang Chenfeng, and inquired, Senior, are you a new work-study student? At this moment, Tang Chenfeng had a clearer view of the person's appearance. Standing at approximately 1.50 meters, he was notably tall among his peers, yet still lacking in stature compared to Tang Chenfeng. He possessed short, silvery hair, and his elongated face bore a somewhat sharp expression. Tang Chenfeng stated, Indeed, I am a new work-study student. My name is Tang Chenfeng, and this is my sister, Yi Hongling. At that moment, Yi Hongling stood behind Tang Chenfeng, her hand raised in greeting. The other person quickly responded, Ah, so you are the new arrival. My apologies for not realizing it sooner. I am Zai Ping, 9 years old, with a martial soul of the steel-claw tiger. I thought I saw a shadow at the door and assumed it was yet another group of bullies coming to stir trouble. By the way, you are rather tall, aren't you? At least 1.7 meters, I presume? Did you transfer here? Not quite, Tang Chenfeng replied. I am only 6 years old this year. But due to possessing a primary martial soul, I have grown significantly faster than most. Oh, so you possess a primary martial soul. I have only heard of such a thing before. Zai Ping continued. By the way, since you have joined us, you must adhere to our rules. I'm the leader of the 6th dormitory and the work-study students. Newcomers are given the opportunity to challenge me. Should any one of you succeed, you shall become our new leader. Come now." As he spoke, Ping assumed a combat stance. This time, it was Tang Chenfeng who appeared perplexed. "Wait a moment. Why must we fight?" Ping explained, "The academy permits students to engage in combat for mutual exchange. However, we work-study students are often susceptible to bullying by ordinary students. This practice fosters unity among us. Therefore, if you wish to join our group, you must face me in a duel." Tang Chenfeng smiled faintly, placing his luggage on the bed beside him. He then stood opposite Ping and said, "Very well, I shall engage you in a duel." Beside him, Yi Hongling remarked, "Brother, be cautious, and remember to account for my share as well." "Rest assured, I shall be careful," Tang Chenfeng replied, already manifesting his martial spirit. His body rapidly increased in height, muscles swelling explosively. His once loose clothing now stretched taut against his physique, transforming him into a towering figure of nearly 2 meters. This spectacle astonished everyone present, for the transformation brought about by Tang Chenfeng's true martial spirit was indeed striking. Ping too was taken aback but quickly composed himself. He reasoned that if he were to summon his martial spirit, he too would undergo a similar explosive change, and he might not necessarily be at a disadvantage. After all, neither of them had yet acquired their soul rings, so the gap in their abilities should not be significant. However, little did Ping know that his opponent was already a first-ring soul master. The evidence lay in the conspicuous black 10,000-year soul ring Tang Chenfeng displayed, as well as the remarkable green-gold soul ring of Yi Hongling. As someone who had navigated the martial world for a lifetime, Yi Jiolong understood that drawing too much attention without sufficient strength could invite trouble from others for various reasons. Aware of the duo's extraordinary mental prowess, he sought to teach Yi Hongling how to conceal their soul rings using their mental energy, for instance, by masking the original color of their rings. Despite Yi Hongling's exceptional mental capacity, she still found this task somewhat challenging. Thus, they settled for secondary techniques to prevent the exposure of their soul rings while utilizing their martial spirits. Although this ability seemed somewhat superfluous to Tang Chenfeng, he preferred not to reveal too much of his capabilities and thus learned the techniques. At this moment, Ping's body began to undergo a transformation as well. His physique altered, particularly his arms, which grew robust and sprouted fur reminiscent of a tiger. His hands morphed into formidable tiger claws, revealing his martial spirit, the steel-claw tiger. A powerfully fierce soul beast. Without a doubt, this would be a clash of strength. Ping initiated the assault, channeling energy into his legs, and with a single fist, aimed to strike Tang Chenfeng's face. However, just as he was about to launch his attack, Tang Chenfeng raised his left hand, effectively blocking Ping's anticipated strike. Undeterred, Ping continued his onslaught, swinging his left arm to target Tang Chenfeng's neck, only to find it effortlessly thwarted again. As Ping pressed on with his relentless attacks, Tang Chenfeng remained defensive, revealing not a single vulnerability, while Ping's strikes failed to inflict any genuine harm. Could it be that he is predicting my movements? Ping thought, unaware that his opponent was employing a domain skill. Tang Chenfeng possesses the extraordinary ability of precognition, allowing him to perceive and sense everything around him. The closer an object is, the clearer his foresight becomes, enabling him to glimpse a fleeting future just seconds ahead. He has foreseen all of Ping's attacks before they even manifest. This remarkable ability he refers to as the domain of future perception. After temporarily halting his assault, Ping took a step back, fully realizing the disparity between himself and his opponent. No matter how he attacked, the adversary remained utterly unmoved, prompting Ping to feel as though he were striking not a person but a formidable wall of iron and bronze. However, he was reluctant to concede defeat, determined to at least land a direct hit. With this resolve, he charged forward once more, throwing a punch. In response to this strike, Tang Chenfeng calmly extended his left leg. As anticipated, Ping's punch was merely a feint. He swiftly retracted his fist and unleashed a sweeping kick propelled by inertia. Unfortunately, his cunning ploy proved futile, for Ping's leg collided with Tang Chenfeng's defensively positioned left calf, resulting in a painful jolt for himself. At that moment of discomfort, Tang Chenfeng finally struck. With seemingly effortless precision, he delivered a punch that sent Ping hurtling through the air, tracing a flawless parabolic arc before landing solidly on a bed. Fortunately, the landing on the bed mitigated any serious injury. Tang Chenfeng approached and extended a hand to Ping, helping him regain his balance at last. "So, do you think my sister and I have truly integrated ourselves here?" Ping did not contest this. Indeed, he acknowledged Tang Chenfeng's prowess, conceding with genuine respect. Oh, by the way, since you have triumphed over me, the position of the student leader is now yours. You must take on this responsibility and look after all the working students diligently. To Zepping, Tang Chenfeng did not seem like a mere 6-year-old, in both intellect and appearance. He appeared far beyond his years. Yet, for reasons unknown, Zepping felt an inexplicable sense of trust towards him. Tang Chenfeng did not evade the responsibility. Instead, he assured everyone that he would diligently protect them. Suddenly, Yi Hongling chimed in. Since you have become the leader, does that mean I can aspire to the position of a prominent figure as well? Naturally, Tang Chenfeng had no objections to this suggestion and readily agreed. Zepping and the other work-study students appeared somewhat disgruntled, yet, witnessing their new leader's fondness for her, they remained silent. Chapter 24. Let us become blacksmiths. Tang Chenfeng has ascended to the position of the new leader of the 6th dormitory, a role that simultaneously burdens him with the responsibility of safeguarding his roommates and fellow work-study students. The siblings meticulously arranged their bedding and confirmed their respective sleeping quarters. Acknowledging that they were now in an academic setting where sharing a bed, as they would at home, was no longer appropriate. Glancing at the clock, they realized that lunchtime was rapidly approaching. Zepping approached and inquired, "Boss, shall we head out together for a meal?" Tang Chen replied, "Sure. Since the two of us are not yet familiar with the routes here, Zeiping, I would appreciate your guidance." Yi Hongling chimed in with a smile. That would be quite a task. Thus, under Zeiping's leadership, the group of 8 made their way to the academy's cafeteria. Along the way, Yi Hongling inquired about the culinary offerings. What delectable dishes are available in the cafeteria? Zeiping responded, "The meals here are rather plentiful, yet as working students, we often find ourselves financially constrained, settling for more affordable options. The higher-end dishes are simply out of reach for us." Tang Chen interjected, "That cannot be acceptable. For us soul masters, the energy derived from food is crucial. Zeiping, you cannot possibly be subsisting solely on inexpensive meals." With a sigh, Zeiping replied, "Boss, I wish it were different, but my family is not affluent. As a working student, I barely manage to cover my daily needs after a long day of labor. I have already attained an 8th level cultivation, and I must save money to purchase soul spirits. Frugality is essential. You are likely hindering your own progress. Without sufficient energy replenishment, your cultivation will inevitably slow. How about I treat you to a meal this afternoon? We are all from the same dormitory. After all, mutual support is in order." Zeiping exclaimed in surprise, "Boss, you wish to treat me? I shall graciously accept." As the group traversed the playground, they arrived at the cafeteria, which was already bustling with students. Aside from newcomers like Tang Chun, the majority were clad in the academy's uniforms. The cafeteria, which also served as the dormitory for ordinary students, was a single-story establishment, yet it spanned an impressive area of approximately 1,000 square meters, filled with tables and chairs. Upon entering, an obnoxious voice called out, "Oh, if it isn't the pickled vegetable boy, Zeiping, back for more." Following the voice, they spotted a group of roughly 10-year-old male students, among whom one, seemingly the leader, possessed a rather appealing appearance. However, the disdainful expression on his face evoked an overwhelming urge to strike him. Zeiping retorted angrily, "Humph, what is so impressive? Just because you have money? I could easily take you down if I had the means." A fellow working student whispered to Tang Chen that one's name is Ning Tong. He hails from a wealthy family and often bullies working students. Even if he doesn't engage in physical fights, he constantly seeks to provoke us. Ning Tong scoffed. "Take me down? Please, wasn't it us who pinned you to the ground last time? You think you can win against us? Well, I'll acknowledge your financial status. But I'm off to eat now, so keep enjoying your pickled vegetables." With that, he waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. "You." Zeiping was about to erupt in anger when Tang Chen pulled him back. "Boss, what are you doing? I must teach him a lesson today. Enough. You cannot defeat him with your current abilities. Focus on having a good meal to regain your strength. Later, I will help you boost your power, and then you can confront him properly." Zepping was momentarily taken aback, pondering how to proceed. "Let us dine first," he suggested. Ultimately, with a perplexed expression, he acquiesced and joined Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling at a table. Without hesitation, Zepping helped himself to a generous assortment of dishes he would typically shy away from. Observing the lavish spread before him, he mused whether he might have overindulged. However, upon returning to the table, he was astonished to find it already brimming with an abundance of food, with some dishes stacked upon others due to limited space. Meanwhile, Tang Chinfeng and Yi Hongling were seated together, indulging in their meal. Hold on a moment, my friend, Zepping interjected. If we take too much food and fail to finish it, we will be held accountable for wasting provisions. Tang Chinfeng replied nonchalantly, rest assured. My sister and I never waste anything. Moments later, amidst the astonished gazes of Zepin and the other students, the siblings consumed the entirety of a table laden with dishes, leaving the plates as pristine as if freshly washed, without a single crumb remaining. What astonished Zepin the most was that after finishing that feast, they proceeded to summon another table of food, continuing their indulgence. It was said that subsequent students, even with ample funds, could not procure any more meals. After a while, the three exited the dining hall together. Unable to contain his curiosity, Zepin inquired, Boss, do you eat like this at home as well? Not really, compared to home. We have restrained ourselves quite a bit, came the reply. Zepin remarked, it must be quite a challenge for your family to raise you both. By the way, how much is your living allowance? That last meal, combined with mine, must have exceeded 200 Federation coins, which would require 4 days of labor to earn. Tang Chinfeng awkwardly remarked, in truth, our financial resources are rather limited. If we calculate it, we could only manage for another 2 days at most. Ah, merely 2 days? Then, boss, you are still treating me to whatever I desire, Zebang exclaimed in surprise. You need not worry about that. My brother and I have alternative means to earn money, so there is no need for excessive concern, Yi Hongling confidently assured. Since there were no classes on the first day, the trio returned to their dormitory. At that moment, the academy's custom uniforms had already been delivered and were placed on their beds. The two promptly changed into them. The uniforms fit snugly and were quite lightweight, resembling athletic gear, thus facilitating ease of movement. Just as they finished changing, Zebang rushed over. Boss, what was the method you mentioned for enhancing my abilities? Well, based on my conjecture, your progress in strength should have been swifter. However, your energy intake is rather minimal, resulting in slower advancement. Moreover, you rely solely on meditation for cultivation, while depending entirely on your martial soul for physical enhancement, correct? Indeed, for us soul masters, physical training holds little significance, Zebang replied. You are mistaken, Tang Chinfeng countered. For us, physical training is not without merit, but rather insufficient. The training regimen suitable for ordinary individuals does not suffice for us. We require a tailored training volume. Additionally, I have observed that your combat experience is severely lacking. Your fighting lacks any semblance of technique. What you need most is practical combat training alongside substantial physical conditioning. Is that so? Zebang said, as if a light bulb had gone off in his head. Then, boss, how do you intend to train me? Well, it might be a bit arduous, Tang Chinfeng responded earnestly. I'm up for it, boss. As long as it puts that Ning Tong in her place, I'm all in, Zebang declared with determination. Suddenly, Yi Hongling interjected, Brother, you're not thinking of using Grandpa's methods to train Zebang, are you? Indeed, while it may be tough, it is undeniably beneficial, and Zebang seems willing. Does he not? Yi Hongling said, casting a sympathetic glance at Zebang. Zebang, do take care of yourself, she added. The look she gave him sent shivers down Zebang's spine, a mysterious chill creeping into his heart. Oh, by the way, Zebang, do you know where Dean Zhao's office is? Oh, boss, you mean the vice dean? The teachers' offices are all centralized in one building. The vice dean should be located on the first floor, at the far right, he replied. I see. Then I must take my leave now. Zebang, your training will commence the day after tomorrow. I still need to plan thoroughly. Speaking of which, boss, what business do you have with Dean Zhao? From what I know, he rarely engages in conversation with others, Zebang inquired. Well, I'm seeking work opportunities with the dean to earn some money. Otherwise, my sister and I may very well starve, Tang Chinfeng concluded. After finishing his words, Tang Chinfeng opened the door and stepped outside. Meanwhile, in a room within the administrative building of the academy, a robust figure sat in a chair, eyes closed in contemplation. This individual was none other than Zhao Gabua, the vice president of the academy, whom Tang Chinfeng had encountered earlier. After parting ways with Yi Jiolong and Ling Wei following their meal, he had returned and was now awaiting someone. Let me see, where is the vice president's office? At this moment, Tang Chinfeng had arrived at the administrative building and was searching for Zhao Gao's office. Reaching the far right corner of the first floor, he found a modest little door adorned with a plaque inscribed with the words Vice President's Office. Having confirmed it, he was about to knock when a voice from within called out, Come in. Tang Chinfeng was initially taken aback, but then he opened the door. After closing it, He turned to Zhao Gaobo and inquired, "Teacher Zhao, how did you know I would arrive at this hour?" Sitting in the chair, Zhao Gaobo opened his eyes and replied, "I can sense your arrival with my mental prowess. Although my strength may not rival that of your grandfather, it is certainly not lacking by much." Tang Qinfeng's eyes sparkled with interest as he inquired, "Teacher Zhao, are you also a titled Douluo?" Zhao Jiaober did not directly answer his question. Instead, he remarked, "The answer is something you already know." Returning to the main topic, he continued, "So, it's Tang Qinfeng, is it? I've already heard from Yi Jiulong about your circumstances. It seems you siblings possess quite the talent for consuming everything in the house with just your words." Upon hearing Zhao Jiaober's teasing, Tang Qinfeng felt a flush of embarrassment. "I can't help it. Ever since my martial soul awakened, I've been inexplicably ravenous and unable to resist." Zhao Jiaober chuckled in response. "That's a good sign. It indicates that you are absorbing energy at a rapid pace. However, it certainly poses a significant challenge for your wallet, especially for a working student like you." Tang Qinfeng, not one to keep his cards close to his chest, directly inquired, "So, Teacher Zhao, do you have a solution?" Zhao Gaobo replied, "Of course I have a solution, but it requires a sufficient amount of talent, effort, time, and patience. I will set a test for you to see if you can meet these conditions. Otherwise, I will be unable to assist you. Do you accept?" Without hesitation, Tang Qinfeng readily agreed, casting aside the difficulties before him. No matter the nature of the challenge, he resolved to earnestly endeavor. This was his way of thinking. Upon hearing Tang Qinfeng's resolute response, Zhao Gaobo nodded in satisfaction and then rose to approach the bookshelf on his left, stating as he walked, "Since you have agreed, do not give up easily." Upon reaching the bookshelf, Zhao Gaobo appeared to search for something. He first retrieved a book from the second shelf, and then a sound akin to a mechanism activating echoed from behind the wall. "I heard from your grandfather that you have a keen interest in mechas and battle armor. Do you know what the prerequisites for mastering them are?" He continued, extracting another book from the second to last shelf and placing the previous one back, prompting yet another sound of mechanisms in motion from the wall. Tang Qinfeng pondered for a moment, concluding that the prerequisite must be to possess exceptional soul mastery. Only with sufficient soul power and mental fortitude can one truly harness their capabilities. Zhao Gaobo rose and remarked, "You are indeed correct, yet not entirely so. If your sole aim is to manipulate them, then your assertion holds true. However, if your aspiration is to ascend to the pinnacle of existence, that will prove to be far from sufficient." Tang Qinfeng was taken aback. What more could possibly be lacking? Zhao Jiaober replied, There is indeed much to discuss. Do you know that most of the formidable Soul Master's mechas and battle armors are crafted with their own hands? This endeavor is known as the Soul Master as secondary profession, encompassing 4 fundamental roles: design, manufacture, maintenance, and the very essence of their creation. As he spoke, he placed the book in his hand into an empty slot on the second shelf. With the book's insertion, the sound of mechanisms became increasingly pronounced. Click, clack. As the sound amplified, the walls of the office began to concave, gradually revealing the entrance to a hidden chamber. Zhao Jiaober's voice grew notably more animated. Among the 4 primary professions, the foundation is forging, which refers to the blacksmith. My intention is to teach you how to become an exceptional blacksmith. Is a blacksmith merely a blacksmith? Tang Qinfeng inquired. To some extent, yes, but they are not to be compared with ordinary blacksmiths, Zhao Jiaober continued. I understand you harbor many questions, and I shall address them one by one. First, let me ask you, what materials are utilized in the creation of battle armors and mechas? Tang Qinfeng briefly recalled that, in his memory, he had only encountered a single set of battle armor, that belonging to Yi Jiulong. It must be composed of rare metals, as mechas typically utilize more commonplace materials, whereas battle armor should employ a more exceptional metallic substance. After hearing Tang Qinfeng's response, Zhao Gaobo nodded slightly and remarked, You are not entirely correct, but you are quite close to the truth. Indeed, both mechas and battle armor are manufactured from rare metals. However, there is not a significant difference between them. The materials used can be entirely identical, with the primary distinction lying in the quality, which depends on the skill of the blacksmith. The reason I emphasize that blacksmiths are the foundation of the 4 major professions is that they provide the essential raw materials. Without them, the creation of battle armor and mechas would be an insurmountable challenge. Previously, Tang Qinfeng had only a superficial understanding of battle armor, but now, it seemed as if the gateway to a new world had opened before him. Zhao Gaobo added, So, what do you think? Are you interested? Tang Qinfeng replied, I wish to give it a try and endeavor to become an exceptional blacksmith. Zhao Gaobo chuckled. I have been waiting for those words. Come in. For I have another trial awaiting you. With that, he stepped into the secret chamber. Tang Shenfeng stepped inside as well, and upon their entrance, the door to the secret chamber gradually reverted to its original appearance, as if it had never been there at all. Chapter 25. The celestial materials of forging. The walls of the secret chamber were thick, adorned with soul-guiding lamps for illumination. As one ventured further, the true essence of the space became obscured. Before Tang Shenfeng lay a forge, a vast room dominated by a forge table entirely composed of metal. 3 towering shelves lined the walls, reaching up to the ceiling. On the right, hammers of various sizes were displayed, while the left shelf showcased an array of rare metals. The front shelf was laden with diverse metal components, rendering the expansive room somewhat cramped. Zhao Gaobo remarked, "This is my forge, fully soundproofed. I can sense your thoughts. It feels chaotic, doesn't it? Humph. Had it not been for the Academy's lack of a forging specialization, I would have relocated long ago." Tang Shenfeng inquired, "Does the Academy not offer specialized courses? After all, forging is the foundation of battle armor." Zhao Gaobo, with a sense of resignation, replied, "No. Those individuals always claim that forging is not something suitable for your age. Yet, how could they comprehend that without solidifying the fundamentals, there will be no opportunity to reach the pinnacle in the future? To create top-tier battle armor, one must possess the skills of a master forger." As he spoke, Zhao Gaobo turned to Tang Shenfeng and said, "For the average person, forging is arduous and monotonous. I have traversed this path, and it is indeed a challenging one. However, if you aspire to become the person you envision, you must persevere. Tell me once more that you will never abandon this pursuit." Tang Shenfeng resolutely declared, "Teacher, I shall never abandon my pursuit. I will persist unwaveringly." Zhao Gaobo smiled with satisfaction. "Very well, let us first discuss the art of forging. Firstly, forging is fundamentally distinct from casting. Casting merely requires a mold, wherein machinery compresses the metal into the desired shape. In contrast, forging necessitates the artisan's hand to hammer and shape the material. While machines can indeed perform the hammering, it is essential to understand that metal possesses an intrinsic vitality. Thus, machine-forged creations can never truly comprehend the intricacies of the metal's grain. Consequently, the most exquisite met components are crafted solely by skilled forgers. A proficient forger is a true craftsman, holding a stature comparable to that of a soul master. This notion particularly captivated Tang Shenfeng. "Teacher, do you imply that metal possesses life?" Zhao Gaobo replied, "To be more precise, it is we who bestow life upon the metal. Allow me to demonstrate." He approached a rack, casually selecting a piece of rare metal, which he placed upon the forging platform before activating it. Suddenly, the upper section of the platform opened, swallowing the rare metal into a fiery furnace, after which he retrieved a hammer from his storage soul guide. "That must be the forging hammer," thought Tang Shenfeng. Although he had never encountered a forging hammer before, he could distinctly sense that this hammer was unlike an ordinary one. It felt as if it possessed its own vitality. After a brief moment, the upper section of the forging platform opened once more, and the previously rare metal emerged, now glowing red from the intense heat. Zhao Gaobo remarked, "It is essential to soften the metal first. This will enhance the effectiveness of the forging process." He then extended one leg backward into a wide stance, raising the hand holding the forging hammer high, poised to strike the heated metal. With a resounding strike, sparks flew as the metal visibly flattened slightly. Yet, Zhao Gaobo did not cease his vigorous wielding of the forging hammer. Each blow resonated with precision and strength. It appeared he had entered a state of complete immersion, fixated solely on the task before him, while the metal gradually diminished in size under his skilled hands. As the final stroke descended, the forging culminated. The volume of the metal had contracted, its sheen now more radiant than before, indicative of a reduction in impurities and an elevation in purity. Observing his creation, Zhao Gaobo remarked, "Forging itself possesses levels of distinction. What I have crafted here is known as by Dian, suitable for the fabrication of a one-character battle armor or an ordinary mech. Of course, there exist higher tiers. It is worth mentioning that forged rare metals have always been priceless commodities. However, these may still be somewhat beyond your reach, for now. Focus on solidifying your foundation. Yet, you must first pass my test." He gestured towards the shelf containing rare metals, and then to the area where the forging hammers were arranged. "Select a piece of rare metal based on your instinct for forging. Feel free to choose any hammer, but it is advisable to select one that suits your grip. I shall not interfere with your forging process. Ultimately, I will assess your worthiness for my full mentorship based on your inaugural creation. Now, I have imparted all I needed to say. Go forth and let me witness your performance." With that, he stepped aside. Tang Shifeng did not delay. Hastening to the shelf where rare metals were stored. Arrayed before him were various metals, each meticulously cut into cubes the size of a fist, neither too large nor too small. Perfectly proportioned. Each type of metal emanated a distinct luster, dazzling his senses and leaving him momentarily at a loss. Dozens of different metals, diverse in hue and texture, presented themselves: golden, silver, black, and pale blue, some adorned with peculiar patterns while others sparkled with a myriad of glimmers. After surveying the collection, Tang Xinfeng's gaze settled upon a deep blue metal. This metal, dark yet exhibiting a semi-transparent, crystalline quality, flickered with a hint of light, reminiscent of a lower-grade version of his starry stone. He felt an inexplicable pull towards this particular metal, as though it were calling out to him. Almost instinctively, he lifted it. Though not overly heavy, it felt akin to a gemstone rather than metal, smooth and crystalline to the touch. Observing Tang Xinfeng's choice, Zhao Gaobo furrowed his brow. For the metal he had selected was known as dark star crystal. This rare metal could only be mined from asteroids and possessed exceptional hardness with minimal resistance to soul force conduction, making it a premium material for crafting core components. However, its extreme hardness and poor ductility rendered it exceedingly difficult to forge. At that moment, Tang Xinfeng placed the dark star crystal on the forge and pressed the button to commence the smelting process. He then approached the rack that held the forging hammers. After a brief survey, he selected a hammer comparable in size to the one Zhao Gaobo had used earlier. Seeing this, a faint smile crept onto Zhao Gaobo's lips as he mused, "Is he attempting to replicate my previous methods? Alas, I have been mastering forging for nearly a century. The hammer I wield weighs a staggering 500 pounds, not something just anyone can handle." Soon, Tang Xinfeng set down the hammer. Zhao Gaobo thought to himself, a wise choice. The youth understands his limitations. However, the next unfolding scene left him utterly astonished. Tang Xinfeng relinquished the initial hammer and instead grasped a much larger forging hammer, a long-handled one measuring approximately 150 centimeters in total length and weighing around 550 pounds. The long-handled forging hammer offered superior force application and impact, yet wielding it required significantly more effort and control. Zhao Gaobo sighed inwardly, recognizing that every choice Tang Xinfeng made was the most challenging one available. Yet he had previously vowed not to interfere with his choices. Very well, I shall observe the outcome of his endeavors, he contemplated. Forging demands unwavering focus. I shall withdraw for the time being. Upon completion of your work, do summon me. And remember to exert your utmost effort. With that, Zhao Gaobo closed the secret door behind him and departed. Now, only Tang Xinfeng remained in the forge, standing silently before the anvil with the forging hammer in hand, awaiting patiently. After a brief moment, the outlet above the anvil opened, and the crimson-hot dark star crystal slowly ascended. At that moment, Tang Xinfeng mimicked the stance of Master Zhao Gaobo, spreading his legs and concentrating his power within his arms, waist and legs. However, rather than raising the hammer high, he gripped the handle with one hand and the midsection with the other, forcefully striking downwards. As the hammer collided with the metal, sparks erupted, and as the hammer rebounded from the impact, Tang Xinfeng leveraged the momentum to lift the hammer once more, striking down again. With each resounding blow, his speed increased, and his rhythm became ever more stable. The reason Tang Xinfeng had chosen this long-handled hammer was that the previous one felt somewhat light and lacked a good grip. This long-handled hammer suited him perfectly. The forging continued, and throughout the process, he attuned himself to the transformations of the dark star crystal. It was undergoing a metamorphosis, becoming smaller and more refined, seemingly bursting forth with brilliance at one point. During the forging, Tang Xinfeng had an overwhelming sensation that the metal before him was gradually evolving, as if life itself were being infused into it, allowing the metal to slowly awaken a sense of spirituality. Suddenly, after a thunderous noise, a brilliant golden light erupted from the metal he was forging, startling Tang Xinfeng, who had been intensely focused. This occurrence was beyond his comprehension. Just as he hesitated, a familiar voice echoed from his pocket. "Do not stop. Continue. This is a splendid opportunity for you to grasp the essence of creation." The voice sounded somewhat hurried. "Sister Baixing?" he murmured. "Continue. You are essentially endowing this metal with spirituality and life. This process should greatly aid your future development." Though still not fully understanding, he sensed that pressing on would be the wisest choice. The forging resumed, and as he brought the heavy hammer down once more, Tang Shifeng distinctly felt a difference this time. The effort required was markedly greater, and the metal's essence had transformed. While it had previously felt like mere metal, it now emanated a sense of spirituality, as if a sensation traveled from the hammer to his hand, conveying discomfort with the last strike. Realizing this, Tang Shifeng activated his soul power, channeling it into the forging hammer, while also heightening his awareness to observe every detail of the metal. The forging persisted, and the infusion of soul power along with the use of his heightened consciousness began to render him fatigued, yet he did not cease wielding the hammer, continuing his rhythmic strikes. He was immersed in the sensations, feeling the emotions conveyed by the metal with each strike, determining the placement and force of his next blow. Gradually, a faint halo began to manifest upon the dark star crystal, intensifying with each of Tang Shifeng's strikes. The feedback from the metal grew increasingly potent, and a subtle humming resonated from it, as though something was on the verge of awakening. His soul power and mental energy were being consumed at a rapid pace. Yet Tang Shifeng felt he had reached an extraordinary peak, as if every aspect of himself was being elevated in unison, granting him a newfound understanding of the art of forging. At last, with another strike, accompanied by a shower of sparks, the dark star crystal erupted once more in brilliance. Unlike the previous golden light, this time it radiated a resplendent starlight reminiscent of a vast night sky. The forged dark star crystal transformed. If it had previously resembled a translucent black crystal, it now shone as a lustrous dark blue gem, with glimmers of light within that resembled countless stars ensconced inside. Captivatingly exquisite beyond description. Meanwhile, Tang Shifeng found himself slightly unsteady, having not anticipated the exhausting nature of forging. Although he had forcibly pushed beyond his limits, he believed he would fare better afterward. This should suffice, he thought, as Teacher Zhao had suggested. He then opened the door to the secret chamber to seek out Zhao Gaobo. At that moment, in the office, Zhao Gaobo sat in his chair, his mood far from pleasant. It had been too long. The time Tang Shifeng spent forging was excessive, even for the more challenging third-grade metalwork. Zhao Gaobo pondered, recalling his promise to Yu Jiolong that he would teach Tang Shifeng the ways of a blacksmith if he passed his test. Yet, given the current situation, he feared that Tang Shifeng lacked the innate talent for the craft. The choices he made regarding metal and hammer, as well as the duration of his forging, spoke volumes. Even if he barely passed the test, future progress seemed bleak. Oh well, he thought, I have lived long enough without taking on an apprentice. If he can barely manage to pass, I shall accept him as my disciple. Just then, the mechanism of the door behind him clicked, and a somewhat fatigued voice called out, Teacher Zhao, I have completed the forging. Seeing Tang Shifeng on the brink of fainting startled Zhao Gaobo. He quickly rushed over to support him and inquired, what has happened? Why do you appear so weak? Apologies, Teacher Zhao. The difficulty of forging exceeded my expectations. But I have finished. Please, take a look at my work. Observing the weary Tang Shifeng, Zhao Gaobo felt a pang of sympathy. While the first attempt is often fraught with challenges, it shouldn't have been to such an extent. It only underscored that he may truly be ill-suited for the path of forging. At the very least, let me examine his creation before he departs, he decided. Zhao Gaobo contemplated this in his heart. Thus, with Zhao Gaobo's assistance, the two re-entered the secret chamber. They arrived at the forge where the dark star crystal remained, its size having diminished by more than half compared to when it was first acquired. It emitted a faint halo, infused with an aura of vitality. Teacher Zhao, I have endeavored to do my utmost. I wonder if I have passed your test, teacher? Teacher Zhao? At this moment, Zhao Gaobo did not respond to his inquiry, but stood frozen, repeatedly rubbing his eyes and muttering phrases like, it's impossible. How can this be? After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure and placed his hands on Tang Shifeng's shoulders, asking him, Shifeng, tell me truthfully, you crafted this yourself, didn't you? No one else was involved, correct? Though perplexed, Tang Shifeng replied, yes, I made it myself. Is there a problem? Suddenly, Zhao Gaobo burst into laughter, exclaiming, I have truly stumbled upon a treasure. Shifeng, do you realize you are a genius? A genius in forging. Ah? Tang Shifeng, taken aback by the compliment, remained somewhat bewildered. Zhao Gaobo reveled in his excitement for a while longer before gradually calming down. Oh dear, I got a bit too carried away. Shifeng, you are an extraordinary talent. You know, completing spiritual forging at the age of 6. When I was 6, I didn't even know what forging was. I was a late bloomer, ha ha ha. This left Tang Shifeng even more confused. Teacher Zhao, could you clarify things a bit? I'm struggling to process all of this. Zhao Gaobo promptly explained. I previously mentioned that forging is categorized into levels. The forging of metals is classified as 100 forging, 1000 forging, spiritual forging, soul forging, and the highest, heavenly forging. This also includes subdivisions, such as 100 and 1000 forging, which can be further refined into 3 tiers to 1 tier. Generally, novice forgers start with the most fundamental forging techniques before striving to advance to 100 forging. Yet, here you are, having directly bypassed the initial 2 stages and entered the realm of spiritual forging. By the way, spiritual forging represents a qualitative leap. It is the ideal material for crafting battle armor. This spiritual dark star crystal can be utilized to create the core of the armor. Of course, you also have the option to sell it. Spiritual forged metals are significantly more valuable than ordinary 1000 forged ones, esteemed treasures that are priceless in the market. However, the choice is yours, and its purpose is for you to determine. Tang Shifeng pondered for a moment before inquiring, Teacher Zhao, approximately how much is this piece of metal worth? Zhao Gaobo contemplated briefly and replied, the dark star crystal is a relatively rare metallic ore, and its normal market price is about 10,000 federal coins. If it were of the spirit forging grade, the value could increase tenfold, exceeding 100,000. Upon hearing this figure, Tang Xinfeng's pupils widened in astonishment. 100,000 federal coins. As someone hailing from the relatively underdeveloped Tianhan town, he had never dared to dream of such an immense sum. Gazing at the spirit-forging dark star crystal, he realized that selling it would alleviate any concerns about tuition and living expenses for both himself and Linger in the future. After a period of internal struggle, Tang Shifeng ultimately decided, Teacher Zhao, I think I shall keep it for now. For some reason, I feel compelled to retain it. I believe it will be of use to me in the future. Very well, Zhao Gaobo replied. I respect your decision. Now, there is another matter of great importance. Oh, what else is there? Tang Shifeng asked, his face awash with confusion. Zhao Gaobo stated, of course, it is to become my apprentice. Having passed my test, I shall certainly take you on as my disciple. Tang Shifeng immediately comprehended the situation and was about to kneel down to express his desire to become a disciple. However, he was swiftly halted by Zhao Gaobo, who said, there is no need for such formalities here. Simply address me as Teacher Zhao as you usually would. Do you understand? Tang Shifeng promptly affirmed his understanding. Very well, you may return for now. The art of spirit forging is still too daunting for you. It would be wise to solidify your foundation before attempting it again. By the way, take this. Zhao Gaobo extracted a card from his pocket and continued. This is my funding card. Until you can forge and earn for yourself, you may utilize mine. I have learned from your grandfather that you and your sister have quite the appetite. Do not hesitate to use it freely. But remember, this is a loan, and you will need to repay it in due time. As the saying goes, a gift from the elder should not be declined. Gratefully, Tang Shifeng accepted the card and departed from the office. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Gaobo's gesture was driven by a hint of personal interest. He wished to keep Tang Shifeng close, as a talent like him was likely unparalleled in the world. It was imperative for him to nurture such brilliance to the fullest extent. However, Tang Shifeng remained oblivious to Zhao Gaobo's intentions. Upon leaving the office, he noticed the sun had already crested the mountain and was nearing its descent. With classes commencing the following day, he hastily made his way back to the dormitory, weary from the day's events. As he approached the dormitory door and entered, he was greeted by 2 familiar figures, Yi Hongling and Zai Ping. Boss, you're back, exclaimed Yi Hongling. Brother, you're back. Zai Ping chimed in. Hey, why do you seem so fatigued? Yi Hongling inquired with concern. Tang Shifeng remarked, well, it's a long story. He proceeded to recount all the events that had transpired, yet he refrained from mentioning the details regarding the spiritual forging, as it was a matter entrusted to him by Zhao Gaobo before his departure. After all, a common man is innocent but may bear the burden of possessing something precious. Thus, the situation is roughly as follows. I can now consider myself a blacksmith. Beside him, Zepping exclaimed, Boss, that is truly impressive. 100 forges. I've not encountered a single one among our third-year students. I've heard there might be one in the 9th grade, but they should be nearing graduation soon. Tang Shifeng inquired, is there anyone else in our school studying forging? Zepping replied, indeed, after all, a secondary profession is of great significance to us. The earlier one begins, the better. To my knowledge, new students are expected to select their secondary profession as soon as they enter the academy. Otherwise, they risk falling behind their peers. Suddenly, Yi Hongling remarked, so, Zepping, what profession have you chosen? With your strength, surely you opted for a blacksmith? However, Zepping did not respond immediately. After a moment of hesitation, he admitted, I chose mecha maintenance. This answer took both of them by surprise. Zepping continued, I had no choice. I tried everything else. When it comes to design, my clumsy hands struggle to create proper schematics. In manufacturing, I cannot steady the engraving tool well enough to inscribe the soul guiding matrix. I also attempted forging, but the instructors at the academy are few and exceedingly strict. After my attempts, they informed me that I lacked the talent for forging. Ultimately, I had to settle on a maintenance profession that I could manage. After listening to him, Tang Chinfeng patted Zepping on the shoulder and said, It's all right. As long as you have tried your best, that's what matters. The key is to avoid regrets. If anything, I can always have you repair my mecha in the future. Really? But I must clarify that my repair skills are not particularly good. So if I end up causing significant issues, please don't hold it against me. No problem. I'll just give it a couple of punches myself. Wait a moment. If that's the case, I'd rather not be your repairman anymore. I still want to live. Thus, the first night at the academy passed amidst laughter and joviality. The morning bell rang around 7 o'clock, heralding the dawn of a new day and the official commencement of academy life. Zepping, it's time to get up. The bell has already rung. It was Tang Chinfeng calling him. Typically, soul masters do not sleep at night. Instead, they engage in meditation. However, perhaps due to the previous day's exertions, everyone opted for sleep to alleviate their mental fatigue. Boss, let me sleep a little longer. Classes don't start until 8:30. Zepping mumbled, turning over to continue his slumber. That won't do. As the saying goes, a day's plan starts with the morning. You should rise early for some exercise. Don't forget the training I mentioned earlier that will make you stronger. Only then did Zepping begrudgingly get up, rubbing his eyes and saying, Isn't this too early? Look, everyone else is still asleep. He gestured towards their dorm mates who were still nestled in their beds. Ye Hongling couldn't help but interject, You want to grow stronger. Yet you also wish to be lazy. Don't you want to teach that Ningtong a lesson? At the mention of Ningtong, Zepping sprang to life, leaping out of bed. Of course I can't miss that. How are we training? Bring it on. Tang Chinfeng calmly stated, Let us proceed to the playground. Before arriving at the playground, Zepping merely regarded this as a routine physical training session. However, upon entering the field, he was utterly astonished by the extraordinary physical prowess of the two individuals. While Tang Chinfeng was impressive, even Ye Hongling effortlessly surpassed him. In his own words, these two accomplished in 1 hour what would take him 2 days to achieve, and they later informed him that this was after reducing the time needed for adaptation. With further increases anticipated, Zepping felt utterly overwhelmed, yet he understood that there was no turning back. He had to soldier on. At breakfast, Zepping found his appetite waning. Observing the two individuals who continued to eat heartily, he could not help but exclaim, Boss, what kind of life have you two led? Upon entering the classroom, as per the academy's regulations, each student was assigned to a class. The siblings were fortunate to be placed in the same class, while Zepping, being in his 3rd year, naturally did not belong here. The classroom was filled with students, as Haitian City is a highly attractive locale for spirit masters, drawing many from various regions. There were over 30 individuals in just one class. The atmosphere was lively, with everyone curious about one another. The predominant topic of discussion was the unique spirit abilities each person possessed. Students showcased their spirit abilities, each distinct and remarkable, truly a feast for the eyes. Soon, the classroom door opened, signaling the arrival of the teacher, prompting everyone to return to their seats. A female teacher entered, greeting them. Hello everyone, I am your homeroom teacher, Teacher Menghua. For the next 3 years, I will guide you in the foundational knowledge of spirit masters. Now, please introduce yourselves, sharing your name, spirit ability, and current spirit power level. With 30 students in the classroom, the introductions proceeded swiftly. Notably, no one reported a spirit power level exceeding level 6, as it was rare for anyone to exert themselves in rigorous training immediately after awakening their spirit power. Thus, when Ye Hongling announced her level 14 spirit power, not only the other students but even the teacher was taken aback. The significance of surpassing level 10 was clear to all. However, Teacher Minghua's momentary astonishment quickly dissipated, and the introductions continued. It is worth mentioning that when it was Tang Chinfeng's turn, Teacher Menghua mistakenly assumed his height indicated he was an upperclassman, leading to a lengthy clarification. When he revealed his spirit power level of 16, the entire classroom was once again astounded. Fortunately, the teacher, being well-versed, quickly regained her composure and resumed the lesson. The curriculum at the Spirit Master Academy primarily focuses on the knowledge pertinent to spirit masters, but it also encompasses cultural studies, such as historical knowledge, suggestions for secondary professions, comprehension of spirit-beast biological forms, and classifications of mechas, among other topics. Among all subjects, Tang Shenfeng found history to be the most captivating. According to the course content, Douluo star is not the only planet inhabited by humans. Numerous administrative planets also host many immigrants. Additionally, there are classifications of mechas, from which Tang Shenfeng learned that the essence of a soul armor is a compact version of a mecha specifically crafted for soul masters, with its power intricately linked to the skills of its creator. Beyond mechas, there are also fighter jets and spacecraft. The rationale behind understanding spacecraft, as explained by the instructor, is that for advanced soul masters, training on their home planet is limited, prompting some to seek opportunities for progress in outer space. Moreover, current space exploration missions are highly sought after, suggesting that everyone will inevitably engage with this field to some extent in the future. Classes at the academy take place in the morning, while the afternoon is largely free for personal allocation. As soon as afternoon arrived, the two sought out Zepping for the specialized training he had previously promised. Initially, he approached it earnestly, but as time passed, Zepping gradually grasped the true nature of specialized training, ultimately collapsing in exhaustion on his bed that very afternoon. Later, as Tang Shenfeng prepared to visit teacher Zhao's forging room, Yi Hongling followed him, expressing her desire to learn something. Upon entering teacher Zhao's office, Tang Shenfeng discovered that Zhao was indeed preparing to find him. "Shenfeng, you have finally arrived. I was just about to seek you out," Zhao Gaobo remarked. "Teacher Zhao, is there something you need from me?" Tang Shenfeng inquired. Zhao Gaobo replied, "I believe we need to delve deeper into the matter of your previous forging." After a lengthy explanation, Tang Shenfeng realized that after he had left, teacher Zhao intended to process the spirit-forged dark star crystal he had previously crafted. However, upon commencing the work, he was taken aback to discover that the rare metal, forged by Tang Shenfeng, exhibited an extraordinarily strong exclusivity. Any attempt to process it would provoke a violent reaction, and proceeding carelessly could result in the metal being rendered useless. This only indicated one thing: Tang Shenfeng's forging instilled the metal with a resilient spirit, one that is focused yet narrow-minded, only acknowledging further processing from either its creator or someone with a special connection to it. Tang Shenfeng inquired, "Teacher, what should we do now?" Zhao Gaobo pondered for a moment and replied, "Although it may seem premature for you to learn now, this task appears to be destined for you. Shenfeng, would you like to study mecha manufacturing alongside me?" "Isn't this a bit hasty, teacher? I still need to focus on forging," Tang Shenfeng responded. Generally, secondary professions require specialization. Unless one possesses extraordinary talent, it is all too easy to find oneself overwhelmed and lacking in energy as one progresses, Zhao Gaobo explained with a hint of resignation. However, this is an unavoidable circumstance. If the metals you forge can only be processed by you, then you must learn to inscribe the soul-guiding matrix. Otherwise, having the metal without anyone capable of working with it renders it futile. Moreover, I cannot guarantee that your forging talent will translate into your cultivation resources. As the master and disciple engaged in this fervent discussion, Yi Hongling, standing nearby, struggled to comprehend their conversation. She meandered through the forging room, but soon her attention was captured by an unfinished matrix design blueprint. Meanwhile, the duo had reached a consensus. Tang Shenfeng agreed to pursue both forging and mecha manufacturing, provided it did not excessively impede his cultivation. Zhao Gaobo reassured him, "Do not worry too much. Given your aptitude for learning, you should achieve success swiftly. In my opinion, you are indeed a valuable asset, merely in need of refinement." Tang Shenfeng remarked, "In truth, I am not overly concerned about the challenges of mastering mecha manufacturing. My primary apprehension lies in the pace of my cultivation." Following this, there ensued a session dedicated to forging practices and an observance of the mecha manufacturing process. During this period, Zhao Gaobo discerned that Tang Shenfeng possessed an extraordinary talent for forging. Although the success rate of spiritual forging was notably low, the success rate and quality of traditional forging were remarkably high, sufficient for securing employment. After a bustling afternoon, the forging practice concluded for the day. Before departing, Zhao Gaobo advised Tang Shenfeng, "You exhibit considerable talent in both forging and mecha manufacturing. You must persist diligently over the coming days. At the end of this month, I shall accompany you to register at the Forging Association. For now, you may return." Thus, Tang Shenfeng departed with the rather bored Yi Hongling. "Ah," Yi Hongling mused quietly, sensing that she had forgotten something. Inside the forging studio, Zhao Gaobo was rummaging for an item. Where's my soul guide matrix design? He pondered. Oh, here it is. Fortunately, I have yet to complete it, or I would have been quite concerned about its disappearance. Who drew this? Although the lines are somewhat crooked, the matrix schematic is nearly flawless. Zhao Gaobo reflected that apart from himself and Tang Qinfeng, there seemed to be no one else present in the forging studio. Surely not. He thought to himself, before muttering, "Old Jiolong, I must confess I am growing increasingly envious of you." Chapter 27. The impossible spiritual forging. Time flew swiftly. Tang Qinfeng had already spent a month at the academy. During this time, he became more acquainted with the academy's dynamics. For instance, although the academy was divided into various grades, ranking was not the sole measure of strength. Age did not dictate everything. Even students in lower grades could possess extraordinary abilities and exceptional talents. Tang Qinfeng was considered among the elite, as no one in the first or second year had yet been able to best him. The primary reason for his confrontation stemmed from his younger sister, Yi Hongling. Despite her tender age, she was widely acknowledged as the beauty of the lower grades, enchanting many who sought to approach her, only to be thwarted by Tang Qinfeng. Nonetheless, several individuals attempted to force their way through, rendering conflict unavoidable. The influx of newcomers was considerable until one day, a second-year student, whom he had expelled, summoned his sixth-grade brother, a soul master possessing a decade of soul rings, seeking an explanation. However, upon encountering the awakened Tang Qinfeng, he was sent flying, along with the door, by a single punch. Following that incident, no one dared to approach the siblings with ill intentions, and Tang Qinfeng's reputation began to spread. During this time, the siblings were far from idle. Although Tang Qinfeng's forging skills were commendable, he had yet to obtain formal certification as a master craftsman. Thus, he continued to assist Zhao Gaobo in forging, aiding in the creation of simple components and engraving basic soul guide matrices to earn some extra living expenses beyond his student work. Presently, in the forge, apart from himself and teacher Zhao, there was an additional presence, Yi Hongling. Previously, the soul guide matrix design that Yi Hongling had completed for teacher Zhao had posed a significant challenge for him. The design was filled with innovative experimental concepts that lacked precedent, and though Zhao Gaobo had made progress, he hit a bottleneck with the remaining half of the design. Remarkably, Yi Hongling managed to complete it, showcasing her exceptional design talent. Consequently, at Zhao Gaobo's suggestion, Yi Hongling chose to pursue her secondary profession as a mecha designer. Her designs, coupled with Tang Qinfeng's forging and manufacturing, resulted in impeccably crafted components of superior quality, leaving even Zhao Gaobo with no complaints. This endeavor allowed them to earn a decent income, although their appetites meant that the cash barely sufficed for adequate meals. They had already returned the card Zhao Gaobo had lent them, but he was astonished to discover that the balance had diminished by over 100,000 federal coins in just a month, a sum that equated to nearly 3 months of his salary. However, it was an inevitable consequence. As with the siblings' increasing cultivation, their appetites escalated to exaggerated levels. Yi Hongling seemed to unconsciously emit life energy due to her martial soul, necessitating substantial energy replenishment, while Tang Qinfeng appeared to simply have a voracious appetite. Nevertheless, Bai Xing informed him that it was due to his growth requiring an unimaginable amount of energy, and what he consumed now was merely a trivial fraction of that need. Their daily life revolved around attending classes, cultivating their skills, earning some living expenses through their secondary professions, and training with Zepping for practical combat. Zepping proved to be far more resilient than Tang Qinfeng had anticipated, enduring all training sessions with determination. Although his strength appeared somewhat lacking in comparison to Tang Qinfeng, he experienced significant improvement, surprising even himself. This motivated Zepping to work even harder, particularly in terms of perseverance, where Yi Hongling felt somewhat inferior. As the weekend approached, they were on the verge of taking their forging level test at the Craftsman Association. However, before that, Zhao Gaobo indicated that he would conduct a forging assessment for Tang Qinfeng to enhance his forging abilities. Tang Qinfeng, bewildered, inquired, "Teacher, did I not already pass your test previously? Why must I undergo another assessment?" Zhao Gaobo replied, "It is different this time. Previously, I sought to gauge your innate talent. Now, my aim is to elevate your forging skills. Tell me, Qinfeng, how do you find the forging hammer you are currently using?" Tang Qinfeng is currently employing the forging hammer he previously assessed, the long-handled forging hammer. In terms of quality, it is a rather ordinary hammer made of 100-fold tungsten steel. Tang Qinfeng replied, "It's rather mediocre, I suppose. It serves its purpose, yet I feel it lacks something essential." The process of forging rare metals with it feels somewhat disjointed. Zhao Gaobo remarked, indeed. Primarily, the quality of this forging hammer is insufficient for you, and it does not belong to you. Ultimately, it remains an external object. You require a hammer that is solely yours to carve your own forging path. Thus, my assessment for you is to select rare metals and forge a hammer that belongs exclusively to you. And you must dedicate yourself entirely to this endeavor until you reach your current pinnacle. Do you understand? Yes, teacher, I comprehend, Tang Shifeng responded, immediately sitting cross-legged to restore his physical and mental state. For Tang Shifeng at this moment, both 1,000 forges and 100 forges posed no challenge. Should he exert himself fully, he might even attain the level of spiritual forging. However, thus far, he had only accomplished spiritual forging once, during that initial strenuous attempt, which had indeed placed a significant burden upon him. This was the very reason Zhao Gaobo had advised against further attempts at spiritual forging. Yet, as time passed, Zhao Gaobo observed that Tang Qinfeng's capacity for learning was astonishing. Not only could he consistently achieve the first tier of 1,000 forges, but he was also making notable progress in mecha manufacturing. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a polymath. As for the issue of his forged creations exhibiting a strong exclusivity, Zhao Gaobo had already devised a solution that merely required a trial for validation. At that moment, Tang Qinfeng, in the midst of meditation, suddenly opened his eyes, rose from the ground, and strode towards the shelf housing the rare metals. Beginning to select the materials for his forging, he cast a cursory glance at the glimmering assortment of rare metals on the shelf, and his eyes lit up. He then retrieved a rather unremarkable piece of silver-gray rare metal from a small, inconspicuous rack. Its surface appeared quite rough, resembling a mound of sand, with subtle dark blue cross-sections that were hardly noticeable, giving it the appearance of a dark, coarse, ordinary ore. Upon seeing Tang Qinfeng's choice, Zhao Gaobo couldn't help but furrow his brow. This action did not go unnoticed by Yi Hongling, who stood beside him. She inquired, Teacher Zhao, your expression seems quite disconcerted. Did my brother select something of poor quality? Zhao Gaobo replied, I am uncertain whether to commend his discerning eye or criticize it. The rare metal he has chosen is called nebula iron, or star iron. Its structure is exceedingly loose. Though it is termed iron, it resembles a conglomeration of iron sand. Like dark star crystal, it can only be found within meteorites, making it a rare commodity even among rare metals, and thus quite expensive. Furthermore, your brother has selected the largest piece. I had placed it in that corner precisely to avoid detection, yet it has been uncovered so swiftly. At this moment, a faint bitter smile appeared on Zhao Gaobo's face. Observing his pained expression, Yi Hongling couldn't help but chuckle. So, Teacher Zhao, are you lamenting over that piece of starry iron? Worry not, for as long as it belongs to your own disciple, it is as good as your own. With a somewhat irritable tone, Zhao Gaobo retorted, Huh? What do you take your master for? Am I such a miser? My concern lies with your brother's spiritual forging. Due to the intrinsic structure of starry iron, it is exceptionally challenging to forge. A moment's carelessness could ruin its internal architecture, rendering efforts futile. Moreover, due to its very nature, starry iron cannot be spiritually forged. What? Yi Hongling exclaimed in shock. Should we inform brother? Zhao Gaobo replied, No. His current state is remarkably perfect. Let him proceed and see how far he can go. At this juncture, Tang Shifeng had already placed the piece of starry iron onto the forging platform. He pressed the button, and the starry iron gradually entered the furnace to begin heating. Standing before the platform, Tang Qinfeng closed his eyes, attuning himself to the surroundings. He had long since experienced the sensation of spiritual forging. Ever since his inaugural success at full throttle, that feeling had been indelibly etched in his memory. While conventional forging was about the quantitative development of metal, spiritual forging induced a qualitative transformation, birthing life, a process of creation that remained vividly alive in his recollection. Suddenly, Tang Qinfeng opened his eyes with a start and pressed the button. The glowing starry iron slowly ascended from the furnace. The previously wielded 100-fold tungsten hammer now rested in his hands. He grasped the hammer with his right hand, holding the upper section of the handle, while his left hand held the lower section, stepping back with his right foot into a bow stance and turning his body partially. The onlookers witnessed Tang Qinfeng swing the forging hammer with great vigor. Power emanated from his calves, flowing to his waist, then to his back, and finally to his arms, culminating in a vigorous swing of the hammer. With a thunderous crash, the hammer descended forcefully. Indeed, it was a downward strike. The resounding boom reverberated throughout the forge, causing the two spectators to instinctively cover their ears, their minds racing with the same thought. Was Tang Chenfeng about to dismantle the forging platform? Yet, they failed to notice the flickering brilliance of consciousness within Tang Chenfeng's eyes. Boom, boom. Two more thunderous sounds erupted as Tang Chenfeng began to rotate in place while wielding the hammer. The cacophony intensified, faster and more powerful this time, as metal danced frantically beneath his hammer's might. Witnessing Tang Chenfeng's hammer technique, Zhao Gao's eyes widened in astonishment, murmuring to himself, "Why does this resemble the chaotic wind hammer technique? Where could he have learned it?" Beside him, Yi Hongling inquired curiously, "Teacher Zhao, what is this chaotic wind hammer technique you speak of?" Zhao Gaobo replied, "That is a unique hammer technique created by a particular sect, designed for both metal forging and combat. A master of this hammer technique can unleash a continuous barrage of 81 strikes. When employed for forging, it effectively eliminates all impurities from the metal, shaping it into the desired form. In battle, each blow becomes increasingly formidable. Upon completing the final strike of the 81, it delivers a cataclysmic impact. This technique is known as the chaotic wind hammer method, originating from a legendary sect called the Haotian sect. Had I not witnessed a divine craftsman from the Haotian sect in action, I might have thought it merely a figment of myth. However, I am now intrigued by the striking resemblance between your brother's hammer technique and the chaotic wind hammer method of the Haotian sect. Is Tang Chenfeng truly employing the chaotic wind hammer technique? Certainly not, at least not in the manner passed down by the Haotian sect. Rather, he has derived this technique through his own profound understanding. During his previous forging endeavors, Tang Chenfeng discovered that each strike on the metal produced a certain amount of rebound force. By harnessing this power, he not only expended less effort while forging but also improved the quality of the metal through the application of this force. Thus, he began utilizing this technique, which, while reminiscent of the chaotic wind hammer method of the Haotian sect, can merely be regarded as a fortuitous coincidence. Boom, 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 boom. At this moment, Tang Chenfeng's body was spinning at high speed, and with each rotation, the hammering in his hands intensified, each strike heavier than the last. Yet, this seemingly crude technique, while forging the starlight iron, enabled it to continuously adjust its angle. Each adjustment was executed with remarkable precision, causing the starlight iron's volume to diminish at a visibly rapid pace. With another heavy strike, a solid beam of white light shot skyward, and the brilliance emanating from the starlight iron soared like a rocket, climbing to an impressive height of 3 feet. After the 36th strike, the starlight iron achieved a state of spiritual refinement, reaching the first-tier realm. Zhao Gao's expression remained unchanged. After witnessing such incredulous events repeatedly, one becomes desensitized. However, his heart was still astounded. How young is Tang Chenfeng? Nearly 6 years of age. Although he possesses a physique stronger than the average child, he has already attained the level of spiritual refinement. If he were a formally recognized blacksmith, he would be classified as a 4th-tier craftsman. A 4th-tier blacksmith can sustain a modest family on their own. How many craftsmen in this world remain stagnant at this stage throughout their lives? Yet, Tang Chenfeng accomplished this with ease and is already poised to advance further. Tang Chenfeng's eyes had transformed into brilliant orbs, their radiance seemingly on the verge of spilling forth. Simultaneously, his physique expanded, morphing into a small giant standing at nearly 2 meters tall. Observing his silhouette, one could faintly perceive an aura of mastery surrounding him. Grasping the forging hammer in his hand, he refrained from striking immediately. Instead, he positioned it above the Qian Dy star iron, quietly attuning himself to something profound. Spirit forging is a process that builds a bridge between one's martial soul and the metal, imbuing it with vitality. Qian Dy endows spirituality, while spirit forging bestows life, a transformative leap. The success of this endeavor remains uncertain. However, Tang Chenfeng's current pursuit involves communing with the metal, coaxing forth its inherent spirit and life force. Chapter 28. The success of spirit forging and Teacher Zhao's path. The transition from spirit forging to Qian Dui represents a qualitative leap, a chasm separating the two. Achieving even a single instance of spirit forging qualifies one as a 5th-level blacksmith, a status that surpasses all other secondary professions, establishing one as a true pillar of strength. I had spent 3 years striving to reach the realm of spirit forging, yet he accomplished it on his first attempt. It would be no exaggeration to label him a 5th-level blacksmith now. The question remains whether he can replicate this success. Zhao Gaobo, standing nearby, spoke with a hint of excitement. As she gazed at Tang Chenfeng's silhouette, Yi Hongling found herself enveloped in memories of the past. Her elder brother had always borne the weight of their struggles, while she seemed to exist in a perpetual state of protection. Be it in the Sunset Forest or within the academy, it was always her grandfather and brother who shielded her. However, such was the reality. For she was merely a healing-type soul master, devoid of combat prowess. Now, within the academy, she could study mecha design, enabling her to assist her brother and herself in crafting mechas and battle armors. With such creations, perhaps she could contribute significantly to their endeavors. Yi Hongling silently vowed to herself that she would diligently study mecha design, determined to create the finest mechas and battle armors for her brother and herself. No longer would she rely on others for protection. She aspired to be the strongest pillar of support for everyone. A resolute seed had already been sown in the girl's heart. At that moment, Tang Xinfeng once again assumed a stance, swinging a heavy hammer. However, instead of striking forcefully, he gently tapped it, producing a series of clear, ringing sounds. The crisp clangs echoed as the star iron began to tremble, its white luminescence intensifying. The once coarse surface transformed, taking on a layered quality, as if animated by a life of its own, pulsating rhythmically. This was an early manifestation of the metal's vitality, marking the commencement of spiritual forging. Zhao Gao's eyes widened in astonishment. How could this be? This was indicative of the initial stages of spiritual forging. Logically, star iron should be incapable of such a transformation. The forging continued, and under Tang Xinfeng's gentle taps, the star iron quivered slightly while gradually diminishing in size. The white glow transitioned to a platinum hue, and the metal began to display intricate patterns that resembled the pages of a book, slowly rotating. Its rough exterior became increasingly smooth and translucent, while its volume naturally decreased, the platinum light growing ever more brilliant. Yet, beneath this seemingly simple forging process, Tang Xinfeng was drenched in sweat. He was wholly immersed in the task, pouring forth his soul power and his challenging divine consciousness with all his might. Tang Xinfeng possessed exceptional talent, with a soul power double that of an average person. In terms of total soul power, he was approximately at level 29 to 30 by ordinary standards. However, this was still inadequate, as successful spiritual forging typically required at least level 40 or 4 rings. Although he had succeeded previously, this attempt was entirely different. If the prior endeavor was merely the entry into initial spiritual forging, this one was a step into the intermediate threshold of spiritual forging. What to do? Tang Xinfeng pondered within himself. At this moment, the piece of starlight iron had already transformed into a spirit-forged metal. Tang Xinfeng had accomplished a miraculous feat unprecedented in history, yet he felt it was still insufficient. He sensed that the starlight iron could evolve further. It was a response he personally perceived, a yearning from the metal itself to continue its evolution. At that moment, Tang Xinfeng felt an extraordinary connection with the starlight iron. All present were intently observing Tang Xinfeng's forging, oblivious to the fact that the previously spirit-forged dark star crystal on the adjacent workbench was pulsating in rhythm, almost in sync with the frequency of Tang Xinfeng's hammer strikes. Suddenly, Tang Xinfeng inhaled deeply, and the forging hammer descended with a thunderous crash, a stark contrast to his previous gentle taps. Zhao Gao's expression grew grave as he thought. He is preparing for a swift resolution. Indeed, Tang Xinfeng's spiritual energy was nearly depleted. If he continued, he would surely be the first to collapse. Therefore, he resolved to give it his all. Boom, 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 boom. The forging hammer fell relentlessly, each strike resonating with tremendous force, even louder than when he had employed the chaotic hammering technique. With each series of blows, the radiance of the starlight iron seemed to compress, gradually restoring a platinum glow to the surface of the metal, flickering like flames. The dark star crystal beside him shimmered brilliantly, trembling incessantly, even shifting towards Tang Xinfeng, as if eager to join the endeavor. Boom, boom, boom. The light upon the starlight iron became increasingly solid, nearly enveloping the metal itself, as if it were on the verge of an explosion. The luminescence pulsed with a life force, suggesting that this was no mere metal, but a nascent life form. Excellent. Yi Hongling was startled by Zhao Gao's sudden exclamation. Zhao Gao, in a fit of excitement, proclaimed, "That piece of starlight iron must have reached its peak state. Just one more strike will achieve advanced spirit forging." At this moment, Tang Xinfeng was entirely engrossed, completely oblivious to the sounds of the outside world. Undoubtedly, even without Zhao Gao's urging, he would have inevitably pursued this course of action. At this moment, Tang Xinfeng was enveloped in a profound sense of pain. Every fiber of his being aching, and even his spiritual perception had become utterly incapacitated. Given his physical condition, he could barely sense his arms. Yet merely striking once more with his hammer sufficed. Just as Tang Shenfeng summoned every ounce of strength for his final blow, poised to descend upon the starry iron. A sudden flash of dark blue light surged forth from the side, positioning itself between his forging hammer and the starry iron. In the astonished gaze of onlookers, Tang Shenfeng's full force strike collided with it, resulting in an unexpected fusion with the starry iron, which erupted in a brilliant display of light. A flame-like platinum radiance shot skyward. Ascending a full 6 feet, the metal resonated with an ethereal, boundless hum, accompanied by a shockwave reminiscent of a soul-guiding device's explosion. The brunt of this force first struck Tang Shenfeng's forging hammer, which was obliterated in an instant, and the ensuing wave, laden with shards of the hammer, hurtled towards Tang Shenfeng. He raised his arm to shield himself. Though he managed to deflect the debris, the sheer intensity of the impact sent him flying, causing excruciating pain that erupted from his internal organs, prompting him to spew blood upon the starry iron. As Tang Shenfeng was hurled backwards, his consciousness wavering, a robust and searing energy enveloped his body. Upon closer inspection, it was Zhao Gaobo who had unleashed his martial soul. In his grasp was a massive red hammer entwined in flames, resembling an enlarged forging hammer, known as the flame-heavy hammer, which possessed the attributes of burning and heating. This weapon was specifically designed for forging, yielding extraordinary results. The hammer was adorned with soul rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 4 black, totaling 9. In the realm of soul masters, strength is an unyielding criterion. While Zhao Gaobo may be lesser known among battle soul masters, he is a renowned figure in the forging community, a level 92 title Douluo, known as the Title Heavy Hammer, and the president of the Haitian City Forging Association. Furthermore, he is a divine craftsman. There are fewer than 50 divine craftsmen throughout the Douluo realm. Given his prowess, he could surely secure a prominent position in the Sky City. Yet, he chose to remain grounded in Heightened City. Speculations abound regarding his decision. Some suggest that Heightened Soul Master Academy is his alma mater and starting point, prompting him to serve as vice president. Others claim that, despite his status in the Sky City, he would be unable to advance further, leading him to become the association's president. A less common theory posits that he chose to stay close to his beloved. However, the identity of this person remains shrouded in mystery. Some assert she is a powerful soul master, others suggest a slightly less adept craftsman, and some even propose she is an ordinary individual. Yet, these notions remain mere conjecture, for no one has truly seen his beloved. He appears eternally solitary, forever traversing his path alone. Yet, what no one could have anticipated was that this master craftsman had descended from the Sky City. And indeed, he had someone dear to him whom he had always awaited. However, he was acutely aware that he would never attain her affection, for she had fallen in love with a classmate, a friend so close they were akin to brothers, both of whom had courted her, but he had ultimately been defeated. He accepted his defeat with grace, yet he remained unwilling to relinquish hope. Ever the optimist, he believed that fortunes would shift, and one day he would achieve greatness, at which point he might still have a chance. Yet, as their renown surged, he found himself unable to keep pace, relegated to watching their silhouettes fade into the distance. Thus, he abandoned his aspiration of becoming a soul warrior and instead became a blacksmith. He devoted himself to the art of forging, training relentlessly for countless years, and finally achieved mastery, ascending to the ranks of the continent's elite. It was only when he resolved to attempt once more that he learned of their failed tribulation, the outcome of which remained shrouded in uncertainty. Nevertheless, he believed they had survived. Such exceptional individuals surely could not be forsaken by fate. After decades of searching, he finally unearthed their whereabouts in a humble village on the ground, only to discover that they were no longer the vibrant figures he once knew. Upon arriving at the small village named Tianhun Town and locating the two of them, he could scarcely believe his eyes. They appeared profoundly aged, resembling ordinary elders, devoid of any trace of their former selves. His ever-optimistic spirit faltered, and he found it impossible to summon even a modicum of cheer. In that moment, he yearned to confront his brother in arms, to demand why he had failed to protect his beloved, yet the words eluded him. He understood the immense toll his brother had paid, having suffered a significant decline in his cultivation, along with the loss of his son and daughter-in-law. Yet, at least he still had grandchildren by his side. These two were none other than Yi Jiulong and his wife, Ling Wei. He refrained from addressing Yi Jiulong, instead turning to Ling Wei, offering to take them back to the Sky City should she desire it, but she declined, expressing her unwillingness to return to that heart-wrenching place. Zhao Gaobo said nothing further, simply remarking before his departure, "I shall wait for you in the old place, for as long as you wish, you are always welcome." He then returned to his starting point, Haitian City, became a member of the Blacksmithing Association, and assumed the role of vice president at the academy, where he waited for 6 long years. Time flowed like a river. 6 years washed away his anger, but could not erase the bonds of friendship forged in the past. He realized that, no matter what, he could never sustain his hatred for Yi Jiulong. In his heart, he remained his dearest brother. He found solace in the thought that as long as Ling Wei was happy, that was enough for him. Their relationship seemed to be gradually mending. Though their communication had dwindled, it had not severed entirely. Recently, he received a call from Yi Jiulong, who mentioned that his grandson appeared to have an aptitude for blacksmithing and hoped to apprentice under him. He was not particularly eager to take on a disciple. Although somewhat hesitant, he ultimately acquiesced, hoping that the couple would join him so that the three could gather together meaningfully. Chapter 29. Emotions are truly enigmatic. At that moment, he could be said to have accepted Tang Shifeng as a disciple out of regard for their past friendship, as well as his genuine need for a worthy successor to carry on his legacy. He was a principled man, believing that once a disciple was taken under his wing, he could not abandon them lightly. He must persevere, unless the disciple chose to relinquish their path. However, he soon discovered that Tang Shifeng was an extraordinary talent, particularly gifted in the art of forging, and most importantly, he was a diligent genius, continually making progress each time they met. Just as Yi Jiulong had previously remarked, this child consistently brought him unexpected delight. Yet, the current surprise was rather amusing and exasperating. Tang Shifeng had succeeded in achieving what seemed impossible. He had successfully forged a piece of star iron. However, the violent impact of the final strike reverberated throughout the entire forge. Had it not been for Zhao Gaobo's timely release of his martial spirit to protect Tang Shifeng and Yi Hongling, they too might have faced dire consequences. A green halo enveloped them, and a powerful aura of life surged forth as Yi Hongling unleashed her martial spirit and first soul skill, the life domain, enveloping Tang Shifeng within. "Brother, are you all right?" Yi Hongling inquired anxiously. Tang Shifeng staggered to his feet from Zhao Gaobo's embrace and said, "Fortunately, it's not too bad. Just a bit of pain in my chest and a slight dizziness." Yi Hongling patted her chest in relief and replied, "That's a relief, brother. I was truly worried about your well-being." Tang Shifeng is indeed not all right. He is in considerable distress. At present, he feels as though his very organs are ablaze, each pang of pain searing fiercely within him. The vast ocean of his spirit is not only fraught with weakness but also seems on the verge of rupture. Were it not for teacher Zhao infusing his own soul energy into Tang's body, alleviating some of the torment, and his desire to spare Yi Hongling from worry, he would prefer to lose consciousness, as that might offer him respite from the unbearable agony. "Enough of this pretense. You must rest now," came Zhao Gaobo's slightly exhilarated voice from behind. Tang Shifeng wore a bitter smile, realizing that no matter how nonchalant he attempted to appear before the title Douluo, it was an endeavor doomed to fail. Both he and Yi Hongling were not particularly astonished by the revelation that their teacher, Zhao, was indeed a title Douluo. After all, Zhao was a close friend of Tang's grandfather, and it was hardly surprising that a friend of a title Douluo would also be a title Douluo himself. Given that his grandfather had achieved such remarkable heights, it was only reasonable to assume that a peer of his, once renowned alongside him, would not fall short in prowess. Tang Shifeng inquired, "Teacher Zhao, what do you think of my recent assessment?" Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Gaobo immediately interjected, "Rest assured. You have passed with flying colors. You may return to rest. I must first observe the star iron you forged before making further plans. It seems the time for the Blacksmith Association assessment will need to be postponed." In the end, Tang Shifeng was supported by Yi Hongling as they made their way back, as he truly lacked the strength to walk any further. Observing the departing duo and the completed medal, Zhao Gaobo remained silent for a considerable time before slowly speaking. "A genius is ultimately a genius. I am fortunate to have heeded old Jiulong's advice and taken him as my apprentice. This has proven beneficial. Once he inherits my legacy, I should be able to retire in peace." Subsequently, Zhao Gaobo approached the forge, murmuring, "What a pity, such a fine piece of rare metal seems destined for waste." He moved closer to examine the star iron forged by Tang Shifeng. A soft sound of surprise escaped Zhao Gaobo's lips as he quietly remarked, "This does not appear to be a failure. Not only has it succeeded, but it seems quite remarkable." Meanwhile, the siblings returned to their dormitory. Upon arrival, Tang Shifeng immediately collapsed onto his bed, lacking the energy even to practice and yearning for a moment of genuine rest. Although it was the weekend, the dormitory was still sparsely populated. Perhaps influenced by the siblings and Zepping, the other work-study students in the dorm were particularly diligent, training hard under the trio's guidance. With Zepping likely still outside leading everyone in their training. "Brother, how do you feel now?" Yi Hongling asked with concern. "I should be fine, but I want to rest thoroughly," Tang Shenfeng replied, his voice noticeably weak, and he soon closed his eyes. Not long after, his breathing became even, and he fell into a deep slumber. After an indeterminate period, Tang Shifeng felt as if he were awakening, though it seemed he had not entirely done so. Was he dreaming or something else? Suddenly, the sound of applause echoed in his ears, accompanied by a melodious voice that remarked, "Well done. Your recent training speed has improved significantly, nearly 2 levels. Indeed, you have met your mother's expectations." The voice belonged to Tang Shenfeng's mother, Bai Xing. Upon hearing this, Tang Shenfeng was momentarily taken aback, then promptly sat up in the realm of his consciousness, exclaiming in astonishment, "Really? Sister Bai Xing, my soul power has increased by 2 levels." Since beginning his studies in forging and design with Zhao Gaobua, Tang Shenfeng's days had been consumed by the forge, training, and physical conditioning. While he had diligently practiced, he had not found the time to gauge the extent of his soul power's advancement. Had it not been for Sister Bai Xing's reminder, he would have remained unaware of his significant progress. "I recall that I was previously at level 16, and with just 2 more advancements, I would have reached level 18. Bai Xing remarked, "Indeed, you are nearing the threshold of level 20. Once you officially attain the 20th level, you will enter the next significant phase." "Shenfeng, do you possess the Stellar Radiant Stone?" Tang Shenfeng replied, "Yes. I have always kept it close to me." For Tang Shenfeng, this piece of starlight stone held significant importance. It was a cherished gift from his mother and, according to Bai Xing, it should serve as a crucial key to his future endeavors. Tang Shenfeng inquired, "Sister Bai Xing, is something wrong? What is the next significant phase you mentioned?" Bai Xing merely smiled softly and replied, "It's a secret, so I won't reveal it just yet. However, if you can reach level 20, a delightful surprise awaits you." "What kind of surprise could that be?" Tang Shenfeng asked eagerly, his curiosity piqued. Bai Xing crossed her arms and pondered thoughtfully. "The surprises spoken of by humanity are those gifts bestowed upon you in the absence of your knowledge. Therefore, I shall refrain from divulging further. You must strive diligently to discover the surprise I have prepared for you." A hint of gentle resignation crossed Tang Shifeng's face, realizing he needed to exert more effort. "Oh, by the way, I must remind you of 2 things, Bai Xing continued. "While forging can enhance your understanding of this world and even accelerate your cultivation speed, your physical well-being remains paramount. Do not overexert yourself. For reasons unknown." This seemingly ordinary expression of concern filled Tang Shenfeng's heart with warmth. It was akin to a mother's care. Although this was merely a remnant of her consciousness, he could still sense her tenderness and affection. Moreover, Bai Xing's tone suddenly shifted to one of seriousness. Tang Shenfeng immediately sat upright, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to Bai Xing's capriciousness. Observing his sudden tension, Bai Xing surprisingly exhibited a hint of fluster. With a touch of exasperation, she remarked, "Do not be so tense. My understanding of human emotions is rather limited, which renders my emotional fluctuations somewhat unnatural. Bai Xing, as an embodiment of the cosmic laws, is devoid of any genuine emotions. Or perhaps they exist, but have faded into obscurity over the eons, potentially vanishing entirely. As for this fragment of consciousness, it could awaken and, through Tang Shenfeng's memories, observe and learn, with emotions being the most perplexing aspect for Bai Xing. For instance, she could not fathom why one might cry when joyful, laugh in profound sorrow, or disregard survival instincts in moments of rage. These nuances eluded her comprehension. Then, Bai Xing stated, "Until you can better control it, refrain from using your consciousness. The 2 instances in the past month where you forcibly controlled it have significantly impacted your mental realm. I advise against its use for at least a year, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Do you understand?" Her words carried a hint of authority, and Tang Shenfeng obediently nodded, replying, "Yes, Sister Bai Xing, I will be cautious." Bai Xing smiled sweetly and said, "That's good to hear. The 2 individuals outside have called for you. Let me escort you back." "Oh, outside? Who?" Before Tang Shenfeng could finish his sentence, a flash of white light enveloped him, followed by darkness. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself facing 2 familiar figures, Zepping and Yi Hongling. "Boss, you finally woke up," exclaimed Zepping. "Brother, You are finally awake, added Ji Hongling. Tang Qinfeng discerned a palpable hint of anxiety in their voices as he inquired, "How long have I been asleep?" Zepping, standing nearby, replied, "You have slumbered for a day and a night. It is now the afternoon of the second day. Boss, do you not feel that you have become increasingly weakened lately? You were once the most formidable among us." Upon hearing this, Tang Qinfeng smiled broadly and remarked, "It seems I have indeed been somewhat neglectful lately. In that case, Zepping, how about I join you for some practical training over the next few days?" Although Zepping was 2 years Tang Qinfeng's senior, he felt utterly unprepared for practical combat. To date, he had never managed to win against Tang Qinfeng, often suffering particularly severe defeats. Zepping quickly waved his hand, saying, "No need, boss. I'm quite fine training with the others. You need not concern yourself. Oh, by the way," Zepping continued, "the vice president came looking for you not long ago. He said he would speak to you once you awoke, mentioning that it was a matter of great importance." Upon hearing this, Tang Qinfeng surmised it must pertain to discussions about his joining the Blacksmith Association. He promptly sprang out of bed. "Very well, I shall go now. Lingo, let us go together." "Zepping, do you wish to join us?" Tang Qinfeng inquired. Zepping replied, "I think I'll pass. There is still some time before dinner. I'll stay here and train with everyone a bit longer. Since it's on the way, boss, would you like to see how everyone is faring?" After spending a month at Heighton Academy, the siblings had become quite familiar with their fellow students in the work-study dormitory. Tang Qinfeng noticed that although most of the work-study students lacked innate talent, they compensated with hard work and camaraderie. They had often trained together before, but recently, due to his busy schedule, he had not been able to join them. Naturally, Tang Qinfeng agreed. The three of them, as usual, left the dormitory and made their way toward the training ground. The academy's playground was expansive, covering an area of over 3,000 square meters, ample enough to accommodate all the teachers and students. The outermost perimeter featured a circular running track, while the side closer to the dormitory was equipped with various training apparatus. Where most of the dormitory students congregated, they navigated the playground effortlessly and soon spotted a sizable gathering of people. However, it appeared that the crowd was divided into two factions. On one side stood the dormitory students, whom Tang Qinfeng and his companions knew well, while on the other side were more than 10 individuals they recognized, though certainly not with any fondness. Yi Hongling focused her gaze and remarked, "Isn't that Ning Tong among those 10 or so people?" Indeed, it was him. Observing the situation, Zepping noted, "It seems they are here to trouble our work-study students again." "What do you think, boss?" Tang Qinfeng remarked, "These individuals are far too audacious. They must be taught a lesson to understand that the work-study students are not to be trifled with." Chapter 30, If a Fight is Imminent. We shall stand firm on the playground. Two groups faced each other. Although the work-study students numbered slightly more, their spirit was palpably lacking. Leading the opposing faction was Ning Tong, a tall and striking figure among his peers. Despite being only around 10 years old, he exuded a youthful maturity. In terms of appearance, Ning Tong was undeniably handsome, yet his disdainful demeanor kindled an impulse in others to confront him. Even now, he stood there, brimming with arrogance. Zeiping surged forward into the throng and confronted Ning Tong with an angry shout. "Ning Tong, you shameless scoundrel. Have we, the work-study students, provoked you? Why do you come here to bully us?" Ning Tong maintained his haughty demeanor, retorting, "What of it? Is it wrong for me to find your group of paupers distasteful? You are nothing but pitiful creatures surviving on menial work to remain in the academy. You hardly deserve to be called soul masters." "Oh, and Zeiping, I heard that a month ago, a newcomer dethroned you from your position as the work-study leader. He must be at least 3 years your junior. Being bested by him merely underscores your ineptitude." Zeiping, seething with indignation at Ning Tong's caustic jibes, clenched his fists tightly, producing a cracking sound. Ning Tong continued, "Look at your pathetic self. I'm in a good mood today. I'll grant you a chance. As per our usual arrangement, let's see if you dare to accept." At that moment, Zeiping hesitated, seemingly apprehensive about something. Just then, a powerful hand rested on his shoulder. "This is unlike you, Zeiping. If he wants a fight, we'll oblige. This time, I'll take charge. Whatever it takes, I will shoulder it all." The atmosphere among the work-study students began to shift. "Oh, could it be you are the new work-study student?" Ning Tong inquired, somewhat taken aback. The new work-study students were typically around 6 or 7 years old. Yet this individual before him stood nearly as tall as he did and appeared remarkably robust. However, Ning Tong quickly regained his former arrogance, saying, "Zeiping, it seems you are not as foolish as I presumed. You found a supporter. Yet, I wonder if this strength is merely superficial." Ning Tong's attitude was unmistakable. He was confident that his opponent was merely a new work-study student, strong in appearance, but ultimately inconsequential in the face of martial spirits. Tang Chenfeng, maintaining an expression of calm, remarked, "Isn't it simple to ascertain whether it is merely a fade? I would appreciate your elucidation on the rules you mentioned." Ning Tong, with her arms crossed and an air of superiority, replied, "Allow me to reiterate. Each side shall dispatch 5 individuals who will engage in battle in succession. Should one participant emerge victorious, they may continue to confront the next opponent until all members of one side are vanquished. While this may seem a fair arrangement, it conceals its own intricacies. Ning Tong is, in fact, a person of considerable caution. She understands that among the students, only Zepping possesses notable strength, while her own team is comprised of skilled fighters. Although she perceives Zepping's prowess as merely a slight elevation above the average, she opts for the most prudent strategy, a war of attrition. Zepping had initially suffered greatly under such tactics, gradually worn down until he could no longer continue, resulting in a disastrous defeat. Thus, Ning Tong is confident that even with the addition of Zepping and his new leader, they cannot possibly triumph against her team. At worst, they will gradually exhaust him. Zepping is evidently aware of Ning Tong's intentions, yet before he could voice his thoughts, Tang Chenfeng had already consented. "Very well. It is settled. However," he added, "I have one more condition to propose. Will you agree?" Ning Tong, seemingly intrigued, responded, "Oh, do share what it entails." Tang Chenfeng remarked, "To be honest, I believe we are all classmates from the same academy. If we continue to stand in opposition, it will only sour our relationships. Therefore, I propose that if we win this competition, you and your team shall become our subordinates. Conversely, if you prevail, we shall submit to you. What do you think?" At that moment, the vast playground was enveloped in silence. After a brief pause, murmurs began to circulate. Ning Tong laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Very well, I accept. This way, I won't have to deal with each of you individually later." Zepping, anxiously interjecting from the side, said, "Boss, you are being far too hasty. If we lose, we will be utterly doomed." Tang Chenfeng calmly remarked, "Zepping, this isn't like you. Have a little more confidence. Besides, must we inevitably succumb to defeat? Had it been anyone else, Zepping might have resorted to violence, yet for some inexplicable reason, he felt a surge of confidence in response to Tang Chenfeng's words. Gritting his teeth, Zepping declared, "All right, boss, I shall take the lead." With that, he stepped forward, positioning himself in front of the intern. In response, the opposing team sent forth a tall student, likely a 4th year, whose presence stirred a sense of excitement within Zepping. This student, known as Chong Yun, wielded the light cloud spear and was Zepping's long-standing rival, having never bested him in their previous encounters. Zepping boldly shouted, "Bring it on," as he summoned his martial spirit. His arm swelled dramatically, glistening with a metallic sheen as fierce claws erupted from his fingertips, transforming his arms into a pair of formidable tiger claws. Chong Yun ignited his white soul power, brandishing a 2-meter-long white spear in his grasp. "Zepping, haven't you had enough of my blows? This time, I intend to ensure you remain bedridden for several days," he taunted. "Very well, let us see who ends up bedridden in the end," Zepping retorted, charging forward with his right hand aimed at Chong Yun. Instead of engaging head-on, Chong Yun deftly sidestepped, evading Zepping's strike, then swiftly swept the spear towards Zepping's ribcage. Zepping, however, was quick to react. His soul power flickered as he unleashed a ferocious tiger roar, thrusting his left hand beneath his right arm to seize the spear's tip. Despite the protective barrier of soul power, the spear's blade left 2 crimson marks on his tiger claw. Without hesitation, Zepping yanked the spear towards him, retracting his right hand to deliver a blow aimed squarely at Chong Yun's head, executing the assault with seamless precision. A fleeting look of panic crossed Chong Yun's face, quickly replaced by composure. "Do not forget, I possess a martial spirit," he declared. The light cloud spear suddenly dissolved into shimmering motes, allowing Chong Yun to evade Zepping's grasp by bending low. In a swift motion, he reappeared with the spear in hand, sweeping it horizontally to send Zepping tumbling backward. Yet, remarkably, Zepping appeared unfazed by the impact, retreating only 2 steps before charging forward once more. Chong Yun's prior strike had utilized the side of the spear rather than its blade. While the academy permitted sparring among students, it strictly forbade any form of brutal harm. Based on past experiences, it was commonly believed that this would suffice for Zepping to endure. Subsequently, One could seize the momentum and exploit the advantages of the light cloud spear, which grows stronger with each inch, to wear Zepping down. However, this time proved to be different. Zepping did not retreat but advanced instead, his imposing aura growing bolder with each confrontation. Changyun's rhythm was thrown into disarray as he wielded the light cloud spear repeatedly. Finding himself in a retreating position, it was he who was seemingly on the losing end. At this moment, the onlookers from Ningtong's side expressed their astonishment. They could not fathom how Zepping had suddenly become so formidable. In their eyes, he was merely a punching bag, yet now he appeared to disregard Changyun's attacks entirely, pressing forward relentlessly. The reason for Zepping's unexpected strength lay in the specialized training he underwent with Tang Shifeng. During their sessions, Tang Shifeng recognized Zepping's considerable talent. He was diligent and hardworking, and his martial spirit was commendable. The slow pace of Zepping's cultivation was attributed to a lack of resources. Tang Shifeng identified two primary reasons for Zepping's inability to contend with Ningtong and her companions. First, a significant disparity in their cultivation levels, and second, Zepping's overly cautious combat style, which prevented him from fully utilizing the capabilities of his martial spirit, the Steel Claw Tiger. Thus, Tang Shifeng devised a rigorous training regimen, wherein Zepping was required to confront Tang Shifeng's attacks head-on until he no longer feared them. Zepping rose to the challenge, successfully completing this task within a month. For Zepping now, Changyun's attacks were on an entirely different level compared to Tang Shifeng's punches. With a ferocious roar, Zepping's fierce shout momentarily stunned Changyun. He then lunged forward with great force, and faced with the seemingly deranged Zepping, Changyun found himself in a state of utter panic. He thrust the light cloud spear directly at Zepping's head, yet Zepping remained unfazed, deftly twisting his neck to evade the long spear's strike, leaving only a scar on his face. Now, Zepping stood before Changyun. Changyun, specializing in agile assault as a battle spirit master, wielded a light cloud spear that offered little in terms of defense. The inevitable outcome of being confronted by a powerful assault spirit master with a beast martial spirit was clear. With a resounding thud, Zepping's clawed uppercut landed squarely on Changyun's chin, sending him flying. Following this, Zepping executed a sideways flip, delivering a powerful kick to Changyun's back, slamming him heavily to the ground. Unlike Zepping, who possessed remarkable resilience, the impact rendered Changyun unconscious. With a triumphant roar, Zepping shouted to the heavens. Despite his body being battered and bleeding, nothing could diminish his pride in securing his first victory. Conversely, the expressions on Ningtong's side darkened. Changyun was among the top 3 in terms of strength among his peers, and was a skilled fighter. Had he not possessed a soul spirit, there was no guarantee that he could have easily triumphed over Changyun. Then Ningtong waved her hand, instructing the others to carry the unconscious Changyun away for urgent treatment. They were merely novice soul masters, and with their limited soul power, they posed no threat to life. Tang Shifeng expressed with satisfaction, "Senior Ningtong, we have emerged victorious in this round. Zepping, you performed admirably. It's best you return now." Zepping, covered in blood, with his clothes stained crimson, still found it difficult to fully embrace the joy of victory. "Boss, I can still, enough. You should hurry back and take a rest," Tang Shifeng interrupted. At that moment, Yi Hongling suddenly appeared on the scene, grasping Zepping's hand and pulling him back. Zepping felt a slight flush on his face. It was the first time a girl had taken his hand. Her touch, soft and comforting, made his wounds feel less painful, as if the sensation was not merely an illusion. "Humph, you've only won 1 round. Do not celebrate too soon. Lin Tian, you will take the next match." The second participant chosen by Ningtong was a 4th-year student of average height, but remarkably slender, his physique appearing almost frail, as if suffering from severe malnutrition. Yet, his gaze was piercingly sharp. On the other side, apart from Zepping and Tang Shifeng, there were no other capable contenders. Thus it was Tang Shifeng who prepared to engage in battle. Tang Shifeng is approximately 4 years younger than Li Feng, yet when one observes their appearances, it is evident that he possesses a considerable edge in terms of strength, even towering over Lin Feng by a significant margin. "Are you a work-study student? You seem even more robust than some of the 8th grade seniors," Lin Feng remarked, his gaze towards Tang Shifeng, revealing a hint of jealousy and suspicion. Tang Shifeng nodded at him, acknowledging his status as merely a work-study student, and requested guidance. This was a contest determining who would ascend to the position of the junior class leader. Lin Feng, unperturbed, executed a swift leap, summoning a small white bird accompanied by a ring of ethereal white spirit rings. To his astonishment, Lin Feng's arms transformed into a pair of wings, allowing him to soar into the air and launch an attack toward Tang Shifeng. As a beast martial soul, particularly one capable of flight, Tang Shifeng discerned from Lin Feng's martial soul that it likely belonged to a type of avian creature. Judging by its appearance, it seemed to be more akin to a swallow or a seagull rather than a fierce bird of prey like an eagle, suggesting that Lin Feng was a sensitive attack-type soul master. Given that he was a sensitive attack-type soul master, Tang Shifeng felt reassured. As Lin Feng approached, seemingly intent on an assault, Tang Shifeng feigned ignorance, exhibiting no concern for the impending attack. Lin Feng's speed was remarkable, bolstered by his spirit, making him a standout among fifth graders and a close ally of Ningtong. His movements were exceptionally agile, just as he seemed poised to collide with Tang Shifeng's face. He suddenly swept his wings, gliding directly over Tang Shifeng's head and positioning himself behind him. With his first spirit ring activated, Lin Feng's wings gleamed with a metallic luster, signifying the use of his first soul skill, Steel Wings. Lin Feng had deployed his soul skill with astonishing speed, and it appeared as though Tang Shifeng was entirely unresponsive, not even attempting to evade. Chapter 31. The Duo Battle? The moment Lin Feng entered the arena, he unleashed his soul technique, which was orchestrated by Ningtong from behind the scenes. In the past, they could easily defeat Zepping, yet now he managed to overpower Chong Yun, the third strongest among them, even referring to him as boss. It was unclear just how formidable his strength truly was. However, he seemed momentarily dazed, contemplating the school rules. Lin Feng wondered if he should temper his strength to avoid inflicting severe injury. While he pondered this, his movements were swift. He raised his left arm, exposing the sharp feathers at its lower end, and struck towards Tang Shifeng's back. The onlookers, who were part of the work-study program, held their breath. They were well aware of Lin Feng's strength. Apart from Ningtong, he was the strongest among the junior students in terms of direct combat. A loss to him would not be unjust. Yet, Tang Shifeng's defeat would jeopardize the future of the work-study students, dooming them to a difficult path ahead. Amid the collective anxiety, Yi Hongling appeared unfazed, embodying a serene composure, for she understood Tang Shifeng's true capabilities better than anyone else. His opponent's attack was trivial in comparison to her brother's prowess. Just as Lin Feng's attack was about to land, Tang Shifeng made his move. He centered his weight on his left foot, utilizing it to drive his leg, transmitting force to his waist, and rotating his upper body. He raised his right arm, fist clenched, and directly confronted Lin Feng's steel wing. The spectators gasped in disbelief at his audacity to engage in such a direct clash. It was a perilous choice, as severing a limb under the enhancement of soul techniques could be accomplished with ease. A sickening crunch echoed as everyone braced for the worst, expecting Tang Shifeng to lose his hand. Instead, Lin Feng's steel wing collided with Tang Shifeng's fist, but it was Lin Feng's wing that twisted and shattered. Moreover, Tang Shifeng's fist struck Lin Feng squarely in the face, sending him spiraling through the air, his body completing a half rotation before he was flung far from the scene. With a resounding thud, Lin Feng crashed to the ground, skidding several meters before coming to a halt before the fifth-year students, having lost consciousness without uttering a single cry. The arena fell into stunned silence, especially among Ningtong's students, who widened their eyes in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Lin Feng, who had already possessed a soul spirit, ranked second only to Ningtong in individual strength. Yet, despite having deployed his soul technique, it was Tang Shifeng's fist that triumphed, and astonishingly, he had not even released his martial spirit. This fellow, his strength is somewhat outrageous, Ningtong mused to herself. Tang Shifeng shook his head, the recent strike leaving his fist slightly numb, a minor abrasion on the back of his fingers, yet it was nothing more than that. He then calmly inquired, who was next? The ordinary students were taken aback, as were the work-study students. In their minds, Tang Shifeng had always been a person disinterested in conflict, possessing an exceptionally composed demeanor and a notably amiable nature. He seemed perpetually occupied or on his way to some task, presenting himself as an exceedingly honest individual. Yet, when provoked, his strikes were lethal and unrelenting. Zepping, observing from behind, couldn't contain his delight as he watched Lin Feng being sent flying by Tang Shifeng's punch. He laughed triumphantly. What do you say, Ningtong? I ask you, are you convinced? Our leader has defeated the second strongest among you without even unleashing his soul power. I doubt you can best him. Perhaps you should concede and acknowledge Shifeng as your leader. Ningtong, with a grim expression, stepped forward. But rather than directly challenging Tang Shifeng, he approached him. Zepping thought to himself, no way, Ningtong isn't seriously considering surrendering, is he? Standing before Tang Chenfeng. Ningtong was significantly shorter, yet his gaze was remarkably serious. You are the leader of the work-study students, I presume? I would like to propose a condition, a slight modification to the battle rules. Rest assured, neither side will gain an advantage. This is merely to expedite the conclusion of this match. Ningtong's words were astonishing, as he was not typically known for his reasoned discourse. Tang Chenfeng replied, sure. Go ahead and share. Ningtong said, regarding the rules, I propose that both sides send 5 members to compete in turns. However, to be frank, I doubt you have 5 capable fighters among you. Perhaps we should simply settle the outcome in the 3rd round, thus eliminating the need for a 5th round of dual combat. What do you think? Hold on. No problem. I agree, said Zepping, but before he could finish his sentence, Tang Chenfeng had already consented. Determining the victor in the 3rd round of dual combat indeed seemed a favorable choice, especially when considering that the work-study students were at a disadvantage compared to Ningtong's team. Yet, Zepping suddenly realized a pressing issue, apart from himself. It appeared that the work-study group had no one else with direct combat capabilities, and his own injuries were still quite severe, which might hinder his performance. Meanwhile, even without Chang Yun and Lin Feng, Ningtong's side undoubtedly had plenty of capable fighters. You must keep your word, Ningtong remarked, her expression brightening upon realizing her strategy had succeeded. As she turned to walk back, she smiled and waved to the crowd of ordinary students, shedding the authoritative demeanor she had previously exhibited in favor of a more amiable gesture, as if greeting friends. The crowd of ordinary students quickly parted, creating a pathway in the middle from which a girl emerged. The girl possessed exquisite beauty, her tall stature exuding an air of nobility, reminiscent of a wealthy young lady. She approached Ningtong and, unexpectedly, threw a punch at her, exclaiming, "Your entourage is utterly useless. They can't even handle a few work-study students." The girl appeared quite vexed. As if in a huff, facing this light-hearted punch, Ningtong took a few steps back with an accommodating smile, stating, it was merely an accident, an unexpected coincidence. This time, with the 2 of us competing, we will undoubtedly emerge victorious. Meanwhile, on the work-study side, Yi Hongling inquired of Zepping, who is that girl? I've never seen her before. Do you know her? Zepping, equally puzzled, admitted, I don't recall ever seeing her before. She leaves no impression. At that moment, the 2 opponents had taken their positions opposite Tang Chenfeng, exuding confidence. Allow me to introduce myself. Ningtong began. I am Ningtong, a 5th-year student with the martial soul of a winged tiger and a level 14 soul master. In the realm of soul masters, it is customary to declare one's martial soul and rank before a match as a sign of respect toward the opponent. The opposing party is expected to reciprocate by revealing their martial soul and rank, unless they hold the opponent in utter disdain or are sworn enemies. This is Mo Xiaoyu, a 5th-year student with the martial soul of a phoenix flute and a level 15 support-type soul master. As Zepping contemplated this information, a sense of alarm gripped him. Mo Xiaoyu belonged to the prestigious Mo family. Was she from an influential lineage? Yi Hongling inquired. Zeiping replied solemnly, indeed. The Mo family is quite a prominent lineage, yet it possesses unique characteristics. They revere a soul beast known as the phoenix, hence every soul master within the family, upon awakening their martial soul, generally forms a connection with the phoenix. They also warmly welcome soul masters bearing the phoenix martial soul. Their strength is formidable. That Mo Xiaoyu's martial soul is named Feng Ed, and her soul power even surpasses Ningtong's, suggesting she hails from the Mo family. I had not anticipated that Ningtong had such a powerful backing. Observing Zeiping's tense demeanor, Ningtong's voice grew more arrogant. Humph, Zeiping. Did you not foresee this? I still have an ace up my sleeve. If I were to lose, not only would we acknowledge him as our leader, but I would also accept you as my superior. In contrast to Ningtong's bravado, the calm Mo Xiaoyu interjected, enough with the declarations. Now, who is your partner? Let us not waste time. The latter part was clearly directed at Tang Chenfeng. In the face of their aggressive stance, Tang Chenfeng maintained a composed expression, merely gesturing toward Zeiping, seemingly beckoning him to take the stage. As Zeiping prepared to step forward, a sudden force emanated from his arm, effortlessly pulling him back. Enough, the injured should rest and recuperate in the rear. Leave the front to us siblings. It was surprisingly Yi Hongling, a girl who seldom made appearances, now comfortably standing beside Tang Chenfeng, exuding an air of familiarity as if they frequently fought side by side. Ningtong gazed at the unfamiliar girl with puzzlement. as he had no recollection of her. Nevertheless, he was confident that she could not outmatch him. As he pondered, a surge of azure soul power erupted from Ningtong, causing his body to swell. His eyes transformed into a vivid blue, and his arms expanded fiercely, claws bursting forth from his fingertips, resembling the steel claws of Zeping's steel-claw tiger. Simultaneously, a pair of white wings sprouted from his back, aptly embodying the name of his martial soul, Tiger with Wings, or Winged Tiger. A circle of yellow soul rings ascended from him, accompanied by a small white-winged tiger, evidently his soul spirit, a century-old soul spirit. On Mo Xiaoyu's side, as the soul power fluctuated, a green bird with a tail feather resembling satin appeared, alongside a yellow century-old soul ring. Concurrently, a jade-green flute manifested in her hands, adorned with exquisitely crafted golden phoenix engravings, exuding opulence and nobility. The onlookers, including the work-study students, gaped in astonishment, both possessing century-old soul spirits. Treasures that might elude them for a lifetime, now vividly present before their eyes. With the adversaries bearing elite martial souls and superior soul rings, how would their leader respond? Tang Shenfeng, a first-year work-study student, possessed a body martial soul and was an 18th-level first-ring soul master. Yi Hongling, also a first-year work-study student, wielded the Tree of Life as her martial soul and was a 16th-level auxiliary system soul master. How many levels are you? A note of astonishment escaped Ningtong's lips. He had indeed heard it, but dared not believe it. As he spoke, Tang Shenfeng's physique began to swell dramatically. The once loose student uniform appeared on the verge of bursting due to the sudden expansion of his muscles. Concurrently, a circle of purple soul rings radiated from his body, undulating rhythmically around him. Purple, a 1,000-year soul ring. It's actually a 1,000-year soul ring. Ningtong couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Beside him, Mo Xiaoyu displayed a similar expression of surprise. Not only the ordinary students, but even the work-study students were left dumbfounded, regarding Tang Shenfeng as if he were a monster. The distinction between purple and yellow soul rings was exceedingly clear to individuals like Ningtong and Mo Xiaoyu, who hailed from prominent families. It represented a qualitative difference. While some might still question his stated soul power level of 18, the emergence of the 1,000-year soul ring quelled any doubts. Was there anyone who possessed a 1,000-year soul ring at the first ring? Historically, there have been, but they were invariably prodigies who had ventured to that esteemed place. However, the soul ring Tang Shenfeng displayed was not his true soul ring, but rather a fade, a mere trifle for him to conjure. The reason for showcasing such a high-profile 1,000-year soul ring stemmed from the overly arrogant demeanor of the opposition. Thus, Tang Shenfeng resolved to give them a slight taste of humility. At that moment, as Yi Hongling prepared to unleash her martial soul and soul rings, she suddenly caught Tang Shenfeng's gaze, which seemed to convey a message. Instantly, she comprehended and retracted her intention to release her martial soul. Observing that only one person had unleashed their martial soul, the ordinary students were filled with confusion. Is he planning to take on 2 opponents alone? How audacious. Boss miss. Take him down. No matter how impressive his soul ring is, he is but one person. An ordinary student could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "Shut your mouth. You be quiet." The voices of 2 individuals interjected, interrupting his discourse. Indeed, judging by their demeanor, it appeared they sought a solitary confrontation. However, they were not merely apprehensive of him. Based on the intelligence they had disclosed, both adversaries were of superior rank, and one possessed a Millennium Soul Ring. This indicated that, in addition to his remarkable innate talent, he had access to a formidable power capable of providing him with a soul spirit of such antiquity, a cost far beyond the means of mere century-old soul spirits. It was a price that ordinary individuals, and even some minor families or sects, could scarcely afford. Thus, it was evident that a powerful lineage supported him. Yet, the relationship between the other girl and him seemed unusually significant, coupled with her considerable soul power. The disparity in their martial souls was substantial, suggesting she might hail from another prominent family, perhaps one that, like his own, maintained an alliance with a more formidable lineage. This situation transcended mere victory or defeat. Should they incite trouble and offend the alliance of their families, it could engender enmity between their clans, a consequence far beyond their capability to endure. Chapter 32. Complete victory yet. The present circumstances demanded action. The arrow was knocked and could not be retracted. They had initiated the challenge, and for the honor of their family, they had no choice but to face it head-on. Are you truly a work-study student? Ningtong could not help but inquire. Tang Shenfeng spoke nonchalantly, acknowledging, indeed. I am merely an ordinary work-study student. Let us begin. Ning Tong couldn't help but silently scoff. How could an ordinary work-study student possess a Millennium Soul Ring? Surely, he must be a wealthy young master experiencing life outside his opulent existence. At that moment, Ning Tong remained vigilant, intending to serve as the primary attacking Soul Master while minimizing friction between both parties, prioritizing friendship over competition. With these thoughts in mind, the duel officially commenced. Ning Tong unfurled his wings and surged towards Tang Chenfeng, his charge brimming with explosive power, contrasting sharply with the agile finesse exhibited earlier by Lin Feng. The force he projected bore a resemblance to Zepping, yet with the addition of a soul ring, Ning Tong's strength far surpassed that of Zepping and his martial soul. The winged tiger was of a higher caliber than Zepping's steel-claw tiger. In the face of Ning Tong's onslaught, Tang Chenfeng remained cautiously alert. Though his primary concern lay with Mo Xiaoyu, he had heard from Grandpa Yi that martial souls related to musical instruments were often the most troublesome, and he was unaware of her soul skill, if it were of a control nature. It was uncertain whether she would employ it while Ning Tong was engaged in his assault. Nevertheless, he chose not to evade Ning Tong's attack. Assuming a defensive stance, he clenched his right fist, preparing to meet his opponent's charge head-on without any finesse, relying purely on brute strength. As Ning Tong drew closer, he realized that Tang Chenfeng's transformation upon activating his martial soul was even more pronounced than his own. If Ning Tong had morphed into a humanoid tiger, then Tang Chenfeng resembled a small giant, towering and robust. How frustrating it was. Had I already lost in terms of presence? The speed of Ning Tong's strike was astonishing. Before he could fully contemplate his next move, his tiger claw collided with Tang Chenfeng's fist. A dull thud echoed as the azure and white energies clashed, their arms serving as conduits for a powerful surge of soul force that sent a formidable gust of wind rippling through the air, destabilizing the spectators beneath. Tang Chenfeng stood motionless, while Ning Tong was violently propelled backwards, performing a somersault in midair before regaining his balance. Once stabilized, Ning Tong gazed at his trembling arms, finally comprehending why Lin Feng had succumbed after merely receiving a single punch from his opponent. Usually, when he entered the state of his martial spirit, he could shatter rocks with the sheer strength of his claws. Yet, in that recent collision, it felt as though his claws had become the pulverized rock. Tang Chenfeng's fist struck with the force of cast iron, causing his arms to ache, and Ning Tong realized that his own power had been utterly suppressed. How infuriating. In terms of strength, we are clearly outmatched. Xiaoyu, employ the kite tactic, Ning Tong declared, activating his spirit rings in preparation to unleash his soul skill. In an instant, Tang Chenfeng sensed an array of wind elemental energy converging around Ning Tong, subsequently condensing in his hands and generating a keen sensation. Let me show you. Ning Tong bellowed, as his claws sliced through the air, conjuring 6 blades of wind directed towards Tang Chenfeng. Simultaneously, Tang Chenfeng surged forward towards Ning Tong, who continued to generate wind blades aimed at him. However, it was perplexing that no matter how densely Ning Tong unleashed his attacks, Tang Chenfeng managed to evade them effortlessly. With minimal movements, he dodged the onslaught of wind blades, while Ning Tong attempted to increase the distance between them, but Tang Chenfeng's speed was too swift, closing in rapidly. At that moment, a melodious flute sound resonated through the air. The instant Tang Chenfeng heard the flute, he distinctly felt his speed diminish. Turning to see Mo Xiaoyu raising her fingy flute, the ethereal melody and soothing notes enveloped the surroundings in a verdant glow. Although it was merely sound, it imparted a viscous sensation, and in that fleeting moment, Tang Chenfeng felt both his speed and senses dulling. Could Mo Xiaoyu's soul skill be slowing? Tang Chenfeng pondered. The most troublesome aspect of sound-based martial spirits is their defenselessness. Once one hears the sound, they have already fallen into the trap. Simultaneously, 2 wind blades approached from behind Tang Chenfeng. Though his speed had diminished, he still managed to react in time, swiftly turning to block the impending attack. The wind blades struck him and the surrounding area, creating clouds of dust and eliciting gasps from the onlookers. Such an attack, if directly hit, could certainly inflict severe injury. Ning Tong's expression darkened. He had intended to withdraw gracefully, but it seemed he had inadvertently stirred up trouble. As he glanced towards the dissipating smoke, a figure gradually emerged, causing all present to widen their eyes in astonishment. Emerged from the haze, patting down his somewhat tattered school uniform. Upon closer inspection, one could faintly discern blood seeping from the torn fabric, though only minor abrasions remained. It appears I underestimated you, but I shall now adopt a more serious approach. As he spoke, crouched down, assuming a starting position akin to that of a sprinter, his already exaggerated physique swelling further. One could almost hear the sound of fabric stretching and tearing under the strain of his muscles. Is this a manifestation of soul skills? Pondered internally. In truth, this was not a soul skill, but rather an embodiment of his martial spirit. The intrinsic advantage of a martial spirit lies in its integration with the soul master, allowing for superior control. Had instructed to typically release only a fraction of his power, reserving the remainder for critical moments. At that moment, S resounded once more, a precaution against impending assault. Yet, would this truly prove effective? With a thunderous roar, launched forth like a cannonball, his target set on. The previously effective soul skill, which had caused a deceleration, now seemed utterly ineffective, as if it had lost all potency. Startled, realized that her soul skill's reduction had been completely overshadowed by the amplification of her opponent's abilities. In the blink of an eye, leapt before, who could only perceive an ever-enlarging fist descending from above. With a resounding thud, S uppercut struck squarely on the chin, propelling him upwards several meters. Seizing the momentum, then delivered a powerful blow to his chest with both fists. Another loud crash echoed as crashed into the ground, creating a human-shaped indentation. Blood spilling from his mouth as he fell unconscious. Stop, stop. We concede. Please, someone help him, cried out in a panic. The families of and had shared a cooperative and mutually beneficial relationship for generations. Their familial ties were extensive and deeply intertwined, within having grown up as childhood friends. Their bond exceedingly strong. Given its dire condition, it was only natural for her to be frantic with worry. Upon hearing this, Tang Shifeng immediately dispelled his martial spirit and approached to assess Ning Tong's condition. Accompanying him was Yi Hongling, who had been observing from the sidelines. At that moment, Mo Xiaoyu was already kneeling beside Ning Tong, her face streaked with tears. Upon seeing the two approach, she shouted furiously, "If anything were to happen to him, our family would never forgive you." Tang Shifeng approached Ning Tong and reassured her, "Do not worry, he will be fine. I will assist him with his treatment, and Linger will cooperate with me." As he spoke, Tang Shifeng began to examine Ning Tong's injuries. Upon inspection, he discovered that she had likely fractured 2 bones, even under the circumstances of his restrained strength. Under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, Tang Shifeng meticulously aligned her broken bones, recalling the urgent treatment techniques taught to him by Grandma Ling. "It is done, Linger. The next steps are yours." "Understood," Yi Hongling replied, her hands pressed together, fingers interlaced. A surge of vibrant life energy erupted from her being, her hair gradually transforming from black to a lush, life-infused emerald green. Soon, a circle of purple soul rings, accompanied by the ethereal silhouette of a blue-golden tree, emerged from behind her. Remarkably, it was a 1,000-year soul ring, perhaps due to her studies in mecha design. Yi Hongling's mental prowess had finally achieved a breakthrough. She had entered the Spirit Sea realm and was now capable of soul ring camouflage. As the life energy flowed, everyone present experienced an unparalleled sense of comfort, especially the injured, who were astonished to discover that their wounds had completely healed within mere seconds. After keen observation of Yi Hongling's life domain, Ling Wei, another healing-type soul master, concluded that within this realm, it would be nearly impossible to succumb to death. The most astonished were the work-study students. Previously, they had viewed Tang Shifeng as a formidable soul master and a commendable leader, while Yi Hongling appeared to them as merely a pretty face, seemingly ineffectual. Out of respect for Tang Shifeng, they had refrained from voicing their opinions regarding her status as the young lady of the work-study group. But now it seemed that this young lady was far more than just a pretty visage. Under the influence of Yi Hongling's life domain, no injured individuals remained on the field. Ning Tong also regained consciousness, appearing to be entirely unharmed. She glanced at Tang Shifeng, then at Yi Hongling, and remarked to Mo Xiaoyu, "Our law should not be deemed unjust, right?" "Fool, just take care of yourself," Mo Xiaoyu replied, her face devoid of tears, replaced instead by a faint, serene smile. Tang Shifeng stood aside and remarked, "There should be no issues now. Let us not forget our wager. We have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave first." A considerable amount of time had passed since teacher Zhao had summoned them, and the Tang siblings dared not tarry for too long, swiftly darting away. Ning Tong promptly rose and called out to Tang Shifeng, "Wait, we still have questions to ask." However, at that moment, the siblings had already run far enough that their voices could not reach them. Zepping, standing beside Ning Tong, said, "Our leader is rather busy. It is not easy to find him. Oh, by the way, he certainly triumphed over you two in a 1-2 matchup, so you must accept your defeat. Come now. Call him leader and let us hear it. With evident reluctance, Ning Tong hesitated for a moment before finally conceding. Fine, I suppose I am just unlucky. Had I known, I would not have raised the stakes, leader. A sudden burst of laughter erupted from an unknown source, and soon the entire gathering was engulfed in mirth, while only Ning Tong's face appeared thoroughly flushed. Chapter 33. A proper discussion. After a considerable duration, the laughter gradually subsided. Zepping inquired, "Is our leader truly just a work-study student? Is there no other identity?" This was Ning Tong's greatest perplexity. She could not fathom why two individuals of such formidable strength would take on the role of work-study students. To be honest, I am not entirely certain myself. Zepping admitted with a hint of exasperation. He had previously been convinced that the Tang siblings were merely exceptionally gifted and diligent, but now he found himself questioning that belief. Ning Tong turned to Mo Xiaoyu and asked, "Xiaoyu, do you have any insights?" In terms of analytical prowess, Mo Xiaoyu had always surpassed Ning Tong, yet at this moment, she too found herself at a loss. "I have no clues either. I have never heard of any families or sects that inherit their abilities through their primary martial spirits. As for Yi Hongling's life tree, it certainly belongs to an elite category of life attribute martial spirits. The only association I can think of is the Life Church. But why would their members come here? No matter how they contemplated the situation, there remain some logical inconsistencies. Forget it. Let us request our family to investigate. I believe they would be quite interested," Mo Xiaoyu suggested with resignation. Meanwhile, the siblings had arrived at the vice principal's office and gently knocked on the door. "Come in," came the voice of Zhao Gaobo from within. Zhao Gaobo was already waiting for them, though his expression seemed somewhat grim. The two immediately sensed that something was amiss. Could it be that they had kept Teacher Zhao waiting for too long? "Teacher Zhao, we have arrived," they said cautiously. Zhao Gaobo appeared to realize that his mood had affected them, and his countenance brightened considerably. "Ah, do not worry. I am not upset with you for arriving late. I am angry with an old fool. Come quickly, follow me," he said before promptly rising to head towards the forging workshop. Tang Chenfeng and his companions said nothing further and proceeded together. Upon entering the familiar forge, Zhao Jiaober walked directly to the forging table where Tang Chenfeng had previously worked on the star iron and remarked, "Come and take a look at your creation." The siblings exchanged glances, recalling the accident that had occurred at the critical moment when the metal had exploded, injuring Tang Chenfeng and ultimately leading to the failure of the forging. Despite their apprehensions, they stepped forward to examine the situation. To their astonishment, they beheld a long-handled forging hammer resting on the table. At a length of 160 centimeters, the hammer was entirely crafted from metal, and it appeared to be of an extraordinary nature, radiating a translucent dark blue hue. In the center of the hammerhead, a platinum core flickered, resembling a crystalline masterpiece. Yi Hongling could not help but inquire, "Teacher Zhao, could this be?" "Indeed, it is the very metal that Chenfeng forged before," Zhao Jiaober confirmed. "But now it has transformed into a forging hammer." "Teacher Zhao, did you craft it into a hammer?" Tang Chenfeng asked. Zhao Jiaober replied, "No, it was not I who fashioned it. I did not intervene at all. It gradually transformed from a piece of spiritual forging metal into a forging hammer all on its own. It transformed into a forging hammer by itself." The siblings exclaimed in unison, their astonishment palpable. Just a day prior, while Tang Chenfeng was resting in his dormitory, Zhao Jiaober was preparing to observe whether there was any hope for Chenfeng's spiritual forging. To his surprise, he discovered that the metal had not only survived, but had seamlessly merged into a large piece of dark blue metal resembling crystal. It seemed to pulsate and morph as if it possessed life. After 5 hours of Zhao Jiaober's unwavering gaze, it had taken on the approximate shape of a forging hammer. This series of transformations left Zhao Jiaober utterly astounded. He promptly sent a student to locate Tang Chenfeng in his dormitory while simultaneously contacting Yi Jiulong via a soul communicator. "Hello, old Jiaober, what is the matter?" came a languid voice from the other end. Zhao Jiaober excitedly exclaimed, "Old Jiulong, do you know? Your grandson has completed his spiritual forging, and it's of a remarkably high caliber, nearing the level of quasi-soul forging. He is truly exceptional. I propose you let him stay with me. Once he advances further, my position will be his." In response to such significant news, the voice on the other end remained remarkably calm. "You're dreaming. I am determined to cultivate Chenfeng into an outstanding battle soul master. While forging is commendable, I will not confine him to that singular path. Listening to Yi Jiulong's indifferent response, Zhao Zhaober felt a sense of futility akin to a warm face pressed against a cold rear. What he truly yearned for was the sound of astonishment from his old rival, a voice tinged with excitement. Jiulong, while I understand your hopes for them, I believe we should tailor our approach to each individual's strengths. In my opinion, Chen Feng's talent as a forger surpasses that of a battle spirit master. Have you not heard? That is a quasi-soul forge. Most individuals would not achieve it in one lifetime, or even two. If one attempts to develop both strengths and weaknesses without specialization, they may ultimately find their efforts fruitless. Yi Jiulong replied, I know what you are thinking, but for me, surprises have become rather commonplace. He continued, moreover, how can you be so certain that Tang Chunfeng's aptitude for battle spirits is inferior to that of forging? Let me ask you, if we were to spar back in our academy days, would you have been able to defeat me? A hint of dissatisfaction crept into Zhao Zhaober's voice. What? Are you suddenly attempting to mock me? Just say whether it's possible or not. Yi Jiulong urged once more. Of course not. At that time, you were at a much higher level than I. How could a weapon spirit master like me compete? Zhao Zhaober's tone grew increasingly agitated. But he can, Yi Jiulong countered. In a one-on-one match, without relying on techniques, unless I possess the strength of a fifth ring, I cannot easily defeat him. Tang Chunfeng, with his first ring cultivation, can hold his own against me, who wields at least the strength of a third ring. With a fourth ring, I would barely manage to suppress him. Do you believe this is something an ordinary person could achieve? Yet you still dare to claim that Chun Feng's combat talent is less than his forging talent. Silence emanated from the other end of the communication, as if Zhao Zhaober was rendered speechless in astonishment. To directly match a title Douluo while crossing two realms is indeed astonishing, even if it is a title Douluo who has deliberately suppressed his own cultivation. Noticing the prolonged silence, Yi Jiulong sensed that he had begun to persuade his opponent. He decided to deny Zhao Zhaober any opportunity for retort. Old Zhaober, I have matters to attend to in my town and cannot continue our conversation. I must hang up now. Hey, wait a moment, Zhao Zhaober exclaimed. But just as he reacted, Yi Jiulong had already disconnected the spirit communication. Zhao Zhaober attempted to call back, but as expected, the line remained unanswered. This fellow is as infuriating as ever. Can't we have a proper discussion? The fervent emotions of Zhao Gaobo, which had previously surged like flames, were extinguished within mere minutes by the brief, soul-guided communication, rendering him visibly dejected. Sighing, he decided to cast aside those chaotic thoughts and, having somewhat calmed his spirits, remarked, As for the morning peak forging hammer, to be honest, I too find it perplexing. I can discern that it is crafted from an alloy the likes of which I have never encountered, and much like your previous forging, it possesses a strong exclusivity. It seems that only you are capable of wielding it. Furthermore, I recall you inadvertently spattering it with your blood. Do you comprehend the significance of that? Tang Chunfeng pondered for a moment and remarked, I recall you mentioning, Teacher Zhao, that during an individual's first high-level forging, the artisan incorporates their own blood in a ritual known as the blood offering. Zhao Gaobo replied, Indeed, the blacksmith imbues the metal with life through forging, and the blood offering establishes a connection between the metal and the artisan's bloodline, transforming the metal into an entity akin to a part of oneself. Such bloodline-connected metal can even acquire a semblance of wisdom, thus manifesting formidable special effects known as enhancements. However, remember that the efficacy of the blood offering is always at its zenith during the initial application. Thereafter, unless you are particularly satisfied with your forging, refrain from recklessly employing the blood offering. Understood, Tang Chunfeng affirmed. Oh, and there is another matter. Your situation is rather unique. I have never encountered a first blood offering directly on a quasi-soul forging, especially with an unknown alloy hammer, which piques my curiosity about its special effects. Let us give it a try. With that, he lifted the hammer to forge. Even in the eyes of this master craftsman, who had long since ascended to the pinnacle of forging, a glimmer of anticipation was evident. As Tang Chunfeng approached, he increasingly sensed a connection akin to a bloodline bond, akin to the instinctual urge to grasp the hand of one's dearest. The moment he lifted the hammer from the anvil, the appearance of the forging hammer began to transform. From the point where he grasped it, a radiant glow emanated from within, spreading outward. The areas touched by the light began to morph, spiraling patterns cascading down the handle until tapering to a sharp point. The portion leading to the hammerhead contracted inward, morphing into a slightly elongated octahedral form, while the ends expanded, forming a perfect symmetrical structure. The platinum core radiated more brilliantly than ever, the entire hammer shifting from a dark blue hue to a luminous azure, now resembling a war hammer akin to Zhao Gaobo's fiery hammer, albeit larger. Ye Hongling, astonished, inquired, "Teacher Zhao, is it typical for such a significant transformation to occur when one picks up a new forging hammer?" Zhao Gaobo, equally astonished, replied, "No, ordinarily. Such a change does not occur. It would only happen if one truly entered the realm of soul forging or if an extraordinary enhancement were to manifest." At that moment, Tang Shifeng experienced a peculiar sensation. The forging hammer, measuring 160 centimeters and weighing no less than 600 jin, was indeed a colossal tool. Yet, in his grasp, it felt remarkably light, even lighter than the tungsten steel hammer he had previously wielded. Tang Shifeng grasped the spiral-patterned hammer handle and instantly felt a profound connection between his soul force and the forged hammer, as if they were intertwined by blood. Strangely, he sensed that the hammer seemed to desire to burrow into his palm, an extraordinary sensation reminiscent of a past experience. "So, how does the new forging hammer feel?" Zhao Gaobo inquired, seeking to calm his emotions. "It evokes a sense of bloodline connection, as if it were intrinsically a part of me," Tang Shifeng replied. At that moment, he recalled that this sensation of fusion was similar to what he had experienced with the Starlight Stone. "Yes, precisely," Zhao Gaobo affirmed. Tang Shifeng then decided to test the special effects of the hammer. "Very well. Wait a moment. This time, I shall choose," Tang Shifeng stated. Just as Zhao Gaobo raised his hand to halt him from selecting the rare metals for forging, Tang Shifeng and his companions naturally refrained from inquiring further, merely observing what metal teacher Zhao intended to utilize. After a brief interval, Zhao Gaobo approached with a piece of dull gray metal, placing it into the forging furnace. "If I recall correctly, that would be," Ye Hongling remarked. "Indeed, it is," Zhao Gaobo affirmed, "the most suitable metal among the rare ones for honing your skills. It is perfect for testing the efficacy of the forging hammer your brother has crafted." He then turned towards Tang Shifeng and instructed, "Shifeng, you are to experiment with the hammer's effects and forge this into a component for a mech. You may use the design blueprint your sister has created. It will provide an excellent opportunity to assess the current capabilities of you two siblings." A simultaneous exclamation escaped the lips of the brother and sister as they grasped the implications of Zhao's words. It seemed the stimuli they had encountered had slightly overwhelmed teacher Zhao's typically vibrant demeanor. Nevertheless, for them, this new challenge could catalyze their growth, leaving them with no reason to refuse. They hastily made their way to the desk where Ye Hongling usually sketched and designed. The workspace Ye Hongling utilized for her training was remarkably tidy, with tools meticulously arranged. Aside from completed design blueprints and unfinished drafts, there appeared to be several papers set aside separately. "Let me ponder which blueprint would be most suitable," Ye Hongling murmured to herself as she sifted through the papers. Tang Shifeng casually surveyed the completed designs on the table, noting that most depicted relatively simple components, while others were more intricate, resembling mech joints. However, what piqued his interest were the disorganized sheets placed apart. They seemed intentionally arranged to avoid drawing attention. Presumably, this is to keep them from being too conspicuous. Tang Shifeng mused. Driven by curiosity, he picked up one of the papers, and as anticipated, it bore a design, albeit not for a mech component. "Ah!" A slightly bashful exclamation diverted Tang Shifeng's attention, and he discovered Ye Hongling gazing at him. "Brother, that was merely something I sketched casually. Do not look at it," she implored, her face tinged with embarrassment, akin to having a secret exposed. "Is that so? I must say, I find this forearm armor quite well drawn," Tang Shifeng replied awkwardly, extending the design towards her. "Humph," Ye Hongling huffed, indignantly snatching the design from his grasp. Just as she was about to retort, another voice interjected. "Oh, this does not appear to be a mere doodle. If I am not mistaken, these designs depict the dual arms of a combat armor. The details are quite commendable. Although the completion is lacking, it is evident that considerable thought has gone into the design." Looking back, teacher Zhao was meticulously examining 3 additional design blueprints in hand. Ye Hongling's cheeks flushed even deeper, tinged with a hint of grievance as she lowered her head. "I apologize, teacher. During our usual training, I often find myself lost in peculiar thoughts. For us, the battle armor seems still too distant." Upon hearing Ye Hongling's words, Zhao Gaobo gently set down the blueprints, a warm smile illuminating his face as he replied, "No, on the contrary, you are doing remarkably well. Without a vision for the future, that future becomes the most distant and least worthy of anticipation. Furthermore, your designs are quite commendable, with some refinement, they may indeed prove to be of practical use. Tang Shifeng gently stroked Yi Hongling's head and remarked, "Since Teacher Zhao has said so, it is certain that what you have accomplished is quite remarkable." Yi Hongling merely nodded. Yet her heart brimmed with warmth. "Ah, this design is quite admirable. Shifeng, proceed to forge the general outline of the metal based on this," Zhao Gaobo said, producing another blueprint that depicted a gear joint used for the mecha stride. Creating just the rough outline was not overly challenging. Having chosen the design, the group returned to the forging station. The smelted silver rose from the forge, and Tang Qinfeng's gaze sharpened. As if he intended to see through the very essence of the silver, he raised the colossal hammer, poised to strike, and with a measured three-part force, he tapped the silver. A resounding clang echoed through the air. Tang Shifeng and Zhao Gaobo were momentarily taken aback, as the sound of the forging resonated with an unparalleled melodiousness, surpassing any previous experience. Yet, apart from this ethereal quality, there appeared to be no discernible differences. No special effects manifested, merely the most ordinary initiation of a forging process. Yi Hongling, with a hint of temptation in her voice, inquired, "Teacher Zhao, how does this differ from the usual forging?" "I can't perceive any distinction," Zhao Gaobo replied. "This is peculiar. There should be some reaction. Shifeng, why don't you continue forging? Perhaps something extraordinary will emerge." "All right." Tang Shifeng assented, and the forging hammer descended with vigor. Boom. This time, it was not a gentle tap but a resounding blow, causing the metal on the anvil to bounce as if responding to the impact. A sound of astonishment escaped Zhao Gaobo's lips. Typically, metal does not easily rebound during the forging process. Such occurrences are characteristic of novices who struggle to control their strength. However, Zhao Gaobo was confident that Tang Qinfeng would not make such a fundamental error. Moreover, he was fully engrossed in his work, indicating that there must be another explanation. Meanwhile, Tang Qinfeng experienced a sense of déjà vu. During his previous forging endeavors, he had faintly heard a sound unique to the metal, as if it were whispering the optimal manner in which to be struck. Now, that sound returned, clearer and more intricate than ever before. He could discern that the piece of dark silver was communicating through each strike, guiding him on how to forge it with minimal loss while maximizing its transformation. This understanding unfolded seamlessly in his mind. As Tang Qinfeng forged, Zhao Gaobo observed the changes unfolding before him. He noted that Tang Qinfeng's technique had become somewhat more singular than before. This was not a favorable sign, as such a trend indicated regression without a refined technique. A craftsman could not produce quality components. Zhao Gaobo pondered whether Tang Qinfeng was still acclimating to the forging hammer. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds jolted Zhao Gaobo from his reverie. Once Tang Qinfeng entered his focused state, the volume of his forging intensified, a hallmark of his unique forging style, a trait only someone with his innate strength could possess. Suddenly, Zhao Gaobo noticed that although Tang Qinfeng's strikes remained simplistic, the dark silver had begun to take on the nascent form of gear components, growing increasingly intricate under his hammering. With a resounding clang, a brilliant light erupted from above the dark silver, signifying the completion of the refined silver forging. Below, the metal seemed to transform as if by magic, morphing from a mere lump into a fully realized gear component. The intense red hue of the metal from the heat had yet to fade, marking the end of the forging process. "Ah, now I understand the special effect of this forging hammer. It possesses the ability to shape materials. Quite an impressive effect indeed," Zhao Gaobo exclaimed with great enthusiasm. Yi Hongling, standing nearby, inquired, "Shaping? Surely, Teacher Zhao, even the forging hammer cannot achieve such exquisite refinement." Zhao Gaobo replied, "Ah, therein lies the marvel of special effects. The shaping effect manifests when the forging hammer strikes the metal. The hammer, influenced by the wielder's thoughts, alters its face and vibrational frequency, thus permitting intricate shaping during the forging process. This greatly facilitates subsequent processing. To possess such a special effect, the material of the forging hammer must at least be of the spirit forging tier. Regrettably, even at this level, the shaping effect can only be considered above average and has yet to reach the pinnacle of exceptional effects I aspire to." At that moment, Tang Shifeng held the forging hammer, immersed in a peculiar sensation. During the previous forging, he had perceived an ethereal sound, hauntingly reminiscent of a conversation with something within the hammer. It revealed its name to him. It resembled a creation from the cosmos, an artifact crafted by divine hands that gradually shaped the world, sharing its name with its creator. Tang Shifeng murmured, "Your name is the Stellar God Hammer. The soul-forged Stellar God Hammer." No sooner had he uttered these words than the hammer astonishingly began to dissolve, transforming as if it were liquid, swiftly enveloping his entire left arm. It then gradually coalesced into a resplendent, crystal-like blue armor. Remarkably, this left arm armor bore an exact resemblance to the battle armor depicted in Yi Hongling's design, with not a single difference. Chapter 35. The solution of forging the crystal-like blue armor emanated a dazzling radiance, swiftly capturing the attention of all present. Staring at the magnificent armor, Yi Hongling could not help but inquire, "Teacher Zhao, is this effect also a result of the shaping characteristic of the forging hammer?" Not only Yi Hongling, but even Zhao Gaobo found himself utterly perplexed. This was a phenomenon he had never encountered before. He also noticed that the forging hammer had transformed into the very battle armor design created by Yi Hongling. Yet how could this be? He had never heard of a forging hammer being able to morph into battle armor. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, the armor resembling battle gear fused into Tang Qinfeng's left arm as a beam of light. This was the blood sacrifice spirit forging, a bond forged through life. Once one attains the realm of spirit forging and beyond, metals gain a semblance of life, allowing them to merge with the essence that bestowed them life, rendering metals of spirit forging and above exceedingly precious. Incredulous, Zhao Gaobo exclaimed, "This is truly astonishing." In his recollection, while tools of the soul forging tier could alter their appearance for enhanced functionality, their fundamental nature remained unchanged. Just as a forging hammer would ultimately revert to being a hammer regardless of how it transformed, witnessing one directly morph into battle armor was indeed unprecedented. Qinfeng, what do you feel at this moment? Facing such a spectacle that even he had never witnessed, Zhao Gaobo, a man of considerable experience, found his curiosity piqued. Strangely enough, despite encountering this extraordinary occurrence, he managed to maintain a semblance of calm. Even Zhao Gaobo himself found it remarkable, perhaps, as Yu Jiolong had suggested. The myriad surprises and miracles he had observed in this child had rendered him somewhat accustomed to the extraordinary. Tang Qinfeng remarked, "It feels as though I have completely merged with my body. The forging hammer, as if imbued with a soul, converses with me. Beyond that, there is nothing unusual. As though this were always meant to be." Zhao Gaobo placed his large hand on Tang Qinfeng's shoulder and said, "I find myself at a loss for words to commend you. Both you and Yi Hongling are among the most exceptional young individuals I have encountered. Especially you, Qinfeng. If you maintain this trajectory, you are destined to become a master craftsman." Those familiar with Zhao Gaobo would be utterly astonished by such praise, for his standards are notoriously stringent, even among the elite. Yet, his commendation of Tang Qinfeng and Yi Hongling speaks volumes of their merit. "Oh, by the way, Qinfeng, you have reached the threshold of half-step soul forging, and you are now entitled to name the metals you forge. I must mention that the alloy you have crafted is unprecedented. No one before you has ever produced such a material. So do not choose a name that is too frivolous." Tang Qinfeng felt a stirring in his heart and said, "I must admit, I am not particularly skilled at naming things. How about you, Linger? Lend me your wisdom in this matter." Yi Hongling smiled brightly and replied, "Then I shall take my time to contemplate an appealing name." Zhao Gaobo watched them with a beaming smile, reminiscing about the myriad moments shared with these two children. "What do you think of the name Stellar Crystal? It is crafted from ores of the stars, yet it resembles a gem, and it harmonizes beautifully with your brother's name, which contains the word morning." Zhao Gaobo interjected, "It sounds delightful, but it seems to lack a certain something." Suddenly, Tang Qinfeng suggested, "How about Stellar Divine Crystal?" By adding the character divine to Yi Hongling's original Stellar Crystal, it seemed to evoke a deeper resonance. As he spoke, a brilliant blue light emanated from Tang Qinfeng's left arm, and a miniature Stellar Divine Forge hammer materialized in his palm. Stellar Divine Crystal is indeed a splendid name. Thus, your forge hammer shall be named the Stellar Divine Forge Hammer. Zhao Gaobo continued, "However, to be candid, I feel that your Stellar Divine Forge Hammer transcends the realm of ordinary items. I sense the faint essence of a divine artifact within it. But I digress. Qinfeng, next week, I shall take you to the Artisan Association to assess your forging rank. You must prepare yourself accordingly." "Oh, truly? That is splendid news," Tang Qinfeng exclaimed, his excitement palpable. The reason for his elation lay in the fact that until he achieved a rank of second-level artisan, he could only be regarded as an apprentice, forbidden from selling his creations. Attaining such a rank would grant him the ability to sell his forged items, significantly increasing the value of metals and directly alleviating the siblings' concerns regarding their sustenance. Just as Tang Qinfeng was lost in his reverie, Yi Hongling's voice broke through. "Teacher, my brother's crafted ethereal metals possess a strong exclusivity. How shall we address this?" For that, some rather painful methods will be required, Zhao Jiaober responded, as he produced a small knife from an unknown source and made a small incision on his thumb. Tiny droplets of blood immediately began to trickle from his finger, landing precisely on the hot, red gear component. With a hissing sound, as the blood droplets made contact with the metal, the gear shuddered as if stimulated, and the droplets were absorbed as if the metal were a sponge. Zhao Jiaober, unfazed, picked up the searing gear component and stated, "It appears to align with my hypothesis. Simply using one's blood to imbue the metal with essence allows for its utilization. Moreover, the success rate seems to increase with proximity to the artisan." Zhao Jiaober contemplated a method that involved using his own blood as a medium, allowing the metal forged by Tang Qinfeng to absorb his essence, creating a mutual dependency. However, the success rate of such an endeavor was not guaranteed. A close bond with Tang Qinfeng was essential. Upon hearing this, Yi Hongling remarked, "Does that mean if my brother is to craft armor for others in the future, he must draw their blood?" With a hint of resignation, Zhao Jiaober replied, "It seems so. However, you need not dwell on it too much. For the creation of advanced mechas or armors of grade 3 or higher, it is almost mandatory for the other party to offer their essence as proof of allegiance, commonly referred to as blood oath. Yet, at this stage, you need not concern yourselves with such matters. For today, you may return home. I am granting you both a paid leave as an exception. But do prepare for what lies ahead." The two siblings nodded in agreement and departed from Zhao Jiaober's workshop. No sooner had they left than Zhao Jiaober sighed within the confines of his room. The tides of progress pushed the older generation aside. If only that old Jiulong would relinquish his hold on him. With a deep breath, he continued, "Nevertheless, I must ensure he becomes mine. I require an heir of his caliber." Upon returning to their dormitory, the siblings discovered that the earlier tension on the playground had dissipated, and the two rival factions had vanished. They must have returned to their dorms, Tang Qifeng mused. As they opened the door to their room, they found that the work-study students were mostly present, each wearing expressions of exhilaration as they animatedly conversed. "Oh, boss, sisterling, you're back," Ping exclaimed, leaping off his bed to greet them. "Ping, I can't believe you're all here. I thought you would be at work by now." Typically, the afternoon was designated as work time for the students, with only those who completed their tasks receiving the Academy's living stipend. Ping's mood brightened as he replied, "Don't worry, boss. We no longer have to do the cleaning. Ning Tong and Mo Xiaoyu accepted their defeat, and all our work has been contracted out, with the wages still going to us." As he spoke, a broad grin spread across his face, nearly reaching his ears. Upon hearing this, Tang Qifeng and his sister felt a quiet joy within. Such words meant that the working students would no longer have to worry about their livelihood and could focus solely on their cultivation and self-improvement. Furthermore, they could dedicate themselves more attentively to enhancing their secondary professions and soul power levels. At that moment, Ping suddenly moved closer to Tang Qinfeng and the others, inquiring softly, "Are you really working students, big brother and sisterling?" Tang Qinfeng was visibly taken aback as he replied, "Why are you asking too? Of course we are. Otherwise, what are we doing here?" Ping responded, "It's not that I wanted to ask. It's just that Ning Tong mentioned that I seem to have a good rapport with you. So he asked me to inquire. He also expressed a desire for you to bring your family over to visit if the opportunity arises. He just wants to foster a connection." Tang Qinfeng mused internally that Ning Tong and the others likely perceived their extraordinary strength and assumed they were backed by a powerful force, prompting them to seek a closer relationship. Tang Qinfeng quietly chuckled to himself, pondering the formidable force that lay behind him. If one were to speak of such a power, it would undoubtedly pertain to Grandpa Yi and Grandma Ling. However, despite their extraordinary prowess, it was likely they would prefer to remain inconspicuous and would decline to make an appearance. Yet, the opposing party was a prominent family in the vicinity. A direct refusal could potentially lead to unforeseen complications. At that moment, Tang Qinfeng suddenly realized that in his efforts to secure benefits for the work-study students, he might have been a tad too ostentatious. After a brief contemplation, he suggested, "If he inquires again, simply say that I will consider it, and then check with my family to see if they are willing to meet." The objective was to paint an enticing picture for Ning Tong and the others while delaying any direct confrontation. If it became absolutely necessary, he would have no choice but to enlist the aid of his grandparents. "All right, understood," Ping acquiesced, observing Ping's demeanor. Tang Xinfeng surmised that both Zepping and the work-study students likely harbored suspicions. It seemed he would need to adopt a more discreet approach henceforth. Chapter 36. The Association of Forgers. Ever since the Star God Forging Hammer came into Tang Xinfeng's possession, a week had swiftly elapsed, and the time to visit the Association of Forgers had arrived. Throughout this week, Tang Xinfeng had lived quite discreetly. His mornings were spent attending lectures indoors, while his afternoons were dedicated either to practicing forging and crafting with Yi Hongling in the forge or to meditating in his dormitory. Initially, he had been concerned that Ning Tong and the others would persistently pester him with questions, but fortunately they did not cling to him as he had feared, providing him with a sigh of relief. However, another matter troubled him. Zepping seemed to be overly enthusiastic towards Yi Hongling lately, often lingering uncomfortably close to her, almost like a shadow. Had it been anyone else, Tang Xinfeng would have likely confronted them with a punch, yet he found himself unable to act against Zepping, who had previously offered him considerable support. Thus, he opted for a verbal warning, which seemed to temper Zepping's behavior somewhat. Nevertheless, his commitment to training intensified. Since Ning Tong and the others had taken over all the work-study tasks, Tang Xinfeng found his afternoons considerably freer, dedicating that time solely to meditation and cultivation. He had heard from other work-study students that Zepping aimed to strengthen himself to prove his worthiness and ability to protect Yi Hongling. Tang Xinfeng found himself at a loss as to whether this situation was a blessing or a curse. As the weekend unfolded, students at the academy were granted the freedom to venture out, provided they did not return too late. It was during this time that two individuals exited the academy gates, Tang Xinfeng and Yi Hongling, embarking on their journey to the Forge Masters Association. Tang Xinfeng was set to undertake assessments for both the blacksmithing and mech manufacturing disciplines, while Yi Hongling aimed to complete her designer evaluation. Zhao Gaobo, the academy's vice president, clearly had little time to accompany them to the association, but he had graciously penned a letter of recommendation, assuring them that presenting it to the staff upon arrival would suffice. Once outside the academy, the siblings were enveloped by an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity to them. Haitian City was far less familiar than Haitan Academy. The towering concrete edifices appeared grand from a distance, yet upon entering the steel jungle, they were met with an atmosphere of busyness and a hint of oppression. Zhao Gaobo had informed them of the Forge Masters Association's approximate location, stating that it would be easily recognizable upon nearing the vicinity. The siblings wasted no time and boarded a soul-guided bus, heading directly towards their objective. Although the Forge Masters Association was situated a fair distance from Haitan Academy, it was not excessively far. The bus traversed the route in just over 10 minutes. Upon reaching their destination, they disembarked. True to Zhao Gaobo's words, the Forge Masters Association was indeed conspicuous, a gray edifice soaring approximately 30 stories high, adorned at its entrance with a 10-meter-long black hammer relief. The rare metals offered by the Forge Masters Association were coveted commodities, as the creation of top-tier mechs necessitated the finest materials, which in turn required the expertise of master blacksmiths for processing. In the eyes of the Federation and any other factions, the association was an indispensable entity. Due to the high demand for materials, the association enjoyed considerable wealth. Besides blacksmiths, it also welcomed designers, manufacturers, and repairers, with only the Mech Masters Association and the Spirit Transmission Tower standing as comparable organizations. The first-floor hall was vast and open, with only a single young woman in a white business attire stationed at the reception desk. "Hello there, young sir and young lady. Whom are you looking for?" she inquired as she approached the siblings, her tall stature and gentle demeanor catching their attention. Tang Xinfeng responded politely, "Hello, elder sister. I am here to undertake the assessments for the blacksmith and craftsman qualifications." Tang Xinfeng's companion, Yi Hongling, also spoke, "Hello, big sister. I am here with my brother to participate in the designer assessment." The older girl replied, "Oh, little sister, you are so young to be undergoing a designer evaluation. Is he your brother? Did your parents or guardians not accompany you?" It was evident that the young girl was more intrigued by the younger-looking Yi Hongling. Given Yi Hongling's age, she exuded an astonishing charm, prompting one to wonder how someone so young could be eligible for such an assessment. In contrast, Tang Xinfeng's stature and physique made him appear like a child of at least a decade older, which is typically the appropriate age for a craftsman evaluation. It is likely that at first glance, no one would surmise that they are actually siblings of similar age. Tang Xinfeng shook his head while searching in his bosom and said, "No, the teacher is rather occupied, so he instructed us to find someone named Dewey on our own." As he spoke, he retrieved a recommendation letter given to him by Zhao Gaobo. This letter was unlike ordinary correspondence. It was black and crafted from an unknown material, exuding a supple texture akin to that of a thin metal sheet. As Tang Chenfeng presented the recommendation letter, the young girl's expression shifted abruptly. She took the envelope into her hands and said, "Please wait a moment. I need to contact my superiors." She then returned to the front desk and dialed a number using a soul guide communicator. Master Du, yes. It is indeed a pair of siblings carrying a black recommendation letter, and the brother is particularly tall, she communicated through the device. Shortly thereafter, she hung up and addressed the siblings, "Little brother, little sister, there is no issue with the recommendation letter. Please follow me." With that, she led them toward a soul guide elevator on the side of the hall, remaining silent throughout the journey. Once inside the elevator, the girl expertly pressed the button for the 16th floor. "My name is Zhou Xiaoi," she said gently. "Master Du's office is on the 16th floor, and I will take you to meet him. He will personally guide you through the grade assessment." "Thank you, elder sister," they chorused in unison. During the elevator ride, Zhou Xiaoi surveyed the siblings. Despite their simple attire, both possessed striking features. The younger sister had exquisitely delicate features, exuding a playful charm coupled with an ethereal grace. Her brother, though still youthful, bore a handsome visage, akin to a charming young man. They were both polite, easily leaving a favorable impression. Ding! The elevator reached its destination on the 16th floor, and the doors opened. The exterior walls gleamed in silver, revealing a construction entirely of metal, with the ceiling and floor similarly pristine and immaculate, creating a lasting impression of cleanliness. Outside the elevator lay a spacious corridor lined with numerous doors. Zhou Xiaoi guided them straight ahead, traversing the corridor until they arrived at a door at the end, marked with the name Douluo. Zhou Xiaoi pressed the doorbell, announcing, "Master Du, this is Zhou Xiaoi. I've brought those two children. Come in," a deep voice responded, and the door swung open. Inside was a 30-square-meter office, with a wooden desk occupying just over a quarter of the space. Behind the desk stood a man in his 40s, taller than Zhao Gaobo, though not as imposing, yet considerably sturdier than the average person. His broad shoulders and well-defined trapezius muscles strained against his red shirt, a physique characteristic of a forger. At that moment, he appeared to be tinkering with the tools on his desk. "Master Du," Zhou Xiaoi addressed him with respect. Duwei replied, lifting his gaze toward them. His eyes fell upon Tang Chenfeng and his sister, curiosity evident within them. "I see. You may return now," he instructed Zhou Xiaoi. "Understood, Master Du," she responded. Zhou Xiaoi respectfully spoke, casting a glance at the Tang Chenfeng siblings before exiting the office. Once she had left, Duwei emerged from behind the desk and approached Tang Chenfeng directly. "I have heard that you are disciples of President Zhao Gaobo. As a master craftsman from the Sky City, his status within the Forge Association is undeniably prestigious. He is, after all, the president of the association." "Indeed. Greetings, Master Du." Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling replied in unison, their voices laced with respect. Observing their demeanor, Duwei smiled gently. "We are all part of the same family. There is no need for such formality." His cordiality momentarily startled Tang Chenfeng and the others, as it deviated from their expectations. Sensing their confusion, Duwei continued, "You are individuals specially recommended by the president, whose discerning eye is well known. I, the vice president, was chosen by him as well. Since he has selected you, I have every reason to unconditionally trust that you will successfully navigate the forthcoming assessments. Now, let us proceed to the examination room." With that, Duwei led the way out of the office, and Tang Chenfeng and the others naturally followed in his wake. Exiting the corridor, Duwei guided them to the soul-guided elevator, where they descended alongside Zhou Xiaoi, though Duwei pressed the button for the 5th floor. As the elevator descended, Duwei inquired of Tang Chenfeng, "What level of proficiency do you currently possess?" Tang Chenfeng responded, "Teacher Zhao mentioned that I am roughly at the level of a 4th-tier blacksmith and a 3rd-tier craftsman." Yi Hongling interjected, "I believe I am approximately at the level of a 3rd-tier designer." Prior to today, Zhao Gaobo had already written to express how exceptional his two disciples are. Duwei, reflecting upon his own high evaluation of these two children, could not help but think that it was not nearly as lofty as they claimed, 4th tier. That level is sufficient to support an entire family by oneself. To hear such assertions from two children not yet 10 years old was indeed, well, perhaps they were merely embellishing their abilities. Duwei mused silently. As for the astonishment he felt earlier, he would not express it openly. "This is quite impressive. It seems you truly are the pillars of the future. You are likely among the most promising of the younger generation destined for Yincheng City. Yincheng City, what is that? Remarked Zhou Xiaoyi. It seems you all prefer to call it Sky City. However, those above are aware that its true name is Yincheng City. Duwei chuckled. Indeed. That is about right. We are nearing the assessment location. With a chime, the elevator arrived at its destination. Zhou Xiaoyi had to descend to attend to the front desk. So she bid them farewell there. Stepping out of the elevator, the atmosphere here was noticeably more boisterous compared to the 16th floor, filled with the sounds of clinking and clattering, indicating that many professional blacksmiths were at work aside from the assessments. Duwei led the two to the front desk and addressed the staff. Please prepare a testing room for me, and kindly send a reviewer over. The staff, intrigued, glanced at Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling, inquiring, Master Du, are they your disciples? They appear quite young. Duwei received 2 forms from the staff and handed them to the siblings. Please fill these out before proceeding with the assessment. All right, replied Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling as they took the forms and began to fill them out diligently. Duwei observed, reading aloud, Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling, both hailing from Tianhun Town, first-year students at Haitian Soul Master Academy, aged 6. You are only 6. At this, both Duwei and the attending staff were astounded. Typically, individuals do not undergo secondary occupation assessments until around the age of 12, with the youngest recorded evaluator in history being 9 years and 5 months old. That individual is now employed at the headquarters of the Blacksmith Association in Yincheng City, a testament to their merit. Now, witnessing these 2 children at merely 6 years old, what implications would their successful assessment hold? You are only 6? Duwei's voice trembled slightly, overwhelmed by the revelation. Initially, he had perceived Tang Chenfeng's stature and demeanor to suggest he was at least 12. He had not anticipated he would need to have that estimate. Tang Chenfeng, with an expression of helplessness, remarked, I tend to grow quite rapidly. Tang Chenfeng silently sighed, already accustomed to the situation. Yi Hongling, meanwhile, was chuckling quietly to herself. Master Du, the number 6 testing room is ready, a staff member reminded. Gradually recovering from his astonishment, Duwei replied, All right, let us proceed to the testing room. As he walked, he murmured to himself, if what these 2 children have said is true, we might just break a record. President Zhao has indeed given us a grand surprise. Chapter 37. The assessment of their levels. Duwei's expression was unusually animated as he picked up the forms belonging to Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling, saying, Follow me. He felt a surge of anticipation, curious to discover the extent of the abilities possessed by these 2 children recommended by the president. The so-called testing room was essentially a multifunctional forging chamber, equipped with a forging table, design blueprints, and a soul-guiding array engraving station, among other necessary apparatuses. Upon entering, Tang Chenfeng felt a wave of relaxation. For him, the realm of forging was far more familiar than the steel forest outside. At this moment, the evaluator, a middle-aged man clearly acquainted with Duwei, took his position. I never expected Master Du to personally bring these 2 for testing. I just heard they are only 6 years old. If they succeed, they could set a new record for the association. Duwei responded, Indeed. But let us proceed with the testing first. The evaluator nodded and addressed Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling, stating, You will be assessed separately. First, the design evaluation. Within 1 hour, you must design and draw a blueprint for any standard mech component. After my evaluation, those who score above 60 will advance to the level of a first-tier designer. The forging assessment will involve selecting any rare metal from the site for purification. I will score you based on your chosen metal and the degree of purification achieved. Again, a score above 60 will elevate you to the rank of a first-tier forger. The manufacturing assessment will use the design blueprint from the previous evaluation and the purified metal as raw materials, judged by my standards, similar to the other assessments. Understood. The siblings replied in unison. As Yi Hongling approached the design table laden with blueprints, Tang Chenfeng made his way to the shelf displaying rare metals. Having ample time to select, as Yi Hongling's evaluation was first, the shelf held approximately 20 types of metals, each familiar to Tang Chenfeng. Yet he found himself in a quandary when it came to making a choice. The blacksmith assessment may appear straightforward, requiring merely a single forging purification. However, Tang Chenfeng understood that the actual evaluation entailed far more than what met the eye, and a craftsman assessment awaited him as well. As Tang Chenfeng pondered, Yi Hongling's assessment had already commenced. Her pen danced swiftly upon the design blueprint, delineating lines and intricate details, frequently employing tools for meticulous adjustments. Her hands never pausing for a moment, the evaluator watched in astonishment, Having witnessed countless individuals partake in assessments, he was nonetheless taken aback by this young girl. In mere moments, her creation had surpassed the standards of a first-tier designer, and this was only a preliminary sketch. As Yi Hongling sketched fervently, Tang Shenfeng cast a glance and discerned her intended creation, inwardly lamenting, "Must you truly torment your elder brother in this manner?" Despite such thoughts, he ultimately resolved on the metal he would select for the forging purification. Yi Hongling submitted her design within the allotted hour, completing it in a mere 27 minutes. Not even reaching half the designated time, Du Wei and the evaluator, though initially speechless, swiftly regained their composure, a core competency for assessors. The evaluator scrutinized Yi Hongling's design with meticulous attention, while Du Wei observed alongside him. After some time, the evaluator set the design down and remarked, "This is a core design blueprint for a mecha. If executed according to the specifications, it could serve as the power core for a yellow-grade mecha. The clarity of the design is commendable, incorporating numerous innovative methods for delineating the soul-guiding array. This surpasses the capabilities of a typical second-tier designer." Pausing for emphasis, the evaluator continued, "Thus, I have decided to award you a perfect score, and you shall receive certification as a third-tier designer." Upon hearing this, Du Wei fell silent, while Yi Hongling nearly erupted with joy, and Tang Shenfeng applauded, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Ling Er, you performed splendidly." Yi Hongling beamed in response, "Thank you, brother. You must also excel in your blacksmith and craftsman assessments." With Yi Hongling's evaluation concluded, it was now time for Tang Shenfeng's assessment to commence. Heralded by the call to begin, Tang Shenfeng hesitated no longer and directly retrieved a piece of silvery gray metal from the shelf. "I have chosen this piece of magic silver," he declared. A flicker of surprise crossed the faces of Du Wei and the evaluator. Magic silver is a mid to high-grade metal. Unlike dark silver, its malleability is inferior. Yet its capability for soul force conduction far surpasses that of dark silver. Although it does not rival the dark star crystal, it remains an irreplaceable material as the core of soul-guided mechas and soul-guided devices, making it the most suitable foundational metal for the mecha designed by Yi Hongling. The demand for magic silver in the market is substantial, and its value consistently holds a mid to high standard. However, magic silver lacks the hardness of dark silver and exhibits limited malleability. If the forging skill is inadequate, the likelihood of failure is significantly heightened, which explains the astonishment of Du Wei and the evaluator. The forging table was essentially identical to the one in Zhao Gaobo's office. Tang Shenfeng placed the magic silver on the forging table, activated the calcination mode, and commenced the heating process. During the calcination of the magic silver, Tang Shenfeng performed slight stretching movements, adjusting his state of concentration. The duration of metal calcination was also recorded as part of the assessment, necessitating that Tang Shenfeng maintain his optimal condition. The temperature of the metal displayed on the forging table gradually rose to the forging level, and Tang Shenfeng's gaze sharpened with focus. Du Wei observed everything intently. He noticed the focused and dedicated gleam in Tang Shenfeng's eyes, indicative of his understanding and passion for the craft of forging. Reflecting on this, Du Wei felt a surge of admiration. President Zhao had always possessed discerning judgment. He recalled how President Zhao had recognized his potential, and now he stood as the vice president of the association. Even after all this time, President Zhao's keen eye remained as astute as ever, bringing forth these promising young talents. Before long, the calcination of the magic silver concluded. Tang Shenfeng promptly pressed the button on the forging table, causing the glowing red magic silver to rise above the surface. The evaluator immediately began jotting down notes in her records. As an evaluator of the Forging Association, she had witnessed numerous forging assessments. And from this detail exhibited by Tang Shenfeng, it was evident that he was not devoid of practical experience. However, magic silver is not a material that can be forged by just anyone, let alone a child who has yet to truly become a forger. Tang Shenfeng took a deep breath once more, and the forging commenced. With a flourish of his left hand, a magnificent piece of armor materialized on his left arm. The armor flowed like water, cascading down his arm and coalescing into a brilliant blue long-handled forging hammer in his palm. As the hammer emerged, both Dewey and the evaluator were momentarily taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment. In unison, they pondered, could this be the spirit forging hammer? No, Dewey thought. Observing its form, it might even be the soul forging hammer. But that seemed implausible. How could this child possess such a tool? Could it be that President Zhao assisted him? Before the two could fully recover from their shock, Tang Shenfeng's forging had already commenced. With a resounding crash, The star god hammer descended, producing a thunderous sound. Without any prelude, the hammer began to strike fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of Tang Shenfeng's forging resonated like thunder, jolting Dewey and his companion from their stupor. They beheld with awe how each strike of the hammer sent the magic silver bouncing, its shape transforming with each rebound, akin to modeling clay being gradually shaped. Furthermore, the original silver hue of the magic silver was growing increasingly radiant, gradually turning into a bright silver color, indicating that the purification was remarkably successful, at least at the level of 100 forges. Yet, Tang Shenfeng's forging did not wane. His speed intensified, so rapid that he began to spin, the hammer descending upon the magic silver like a tempest, resembling a blue top. Dewey remained utterly astonished. If this child continued, the magic silver on the anvil would undoubtedly reach the level of 1,000 forges. Alas, what a pity. On the first floor of the Forging Master Association, a dignified elder with a full head of white hair yet a muscular physique strode purposefully towards the reception desk. Upon arriving, Zhou Shaoi's expression transformed into one of utmost respect, even more so than when she had encountered Dewey. President Zhao, what brings you to the association today? The visitor was none other than Zhao Gabwa. I just remembered something, Shaoi. Have 2 children come seeking Dewey for a rank assessment? There was an unmistakable urgency in Zhao Gabwa's tone. Yes, they are currently on the 5th floor, in the 6th forging room for their assessment. Thank you. Zhao Gabwa replied before promptly making his way. Damn it, I've never made such a basic error in my life. I hope it's not too late. Chapter 38, Proving the Future on the 5th floor, in room 6, Tang Shenfeng's forging was nearing completion. With a final resounding strike of the forging hammer, a silver light erupted from the magic silver, illuminating the entire forging room in a radiant glow, casting everything in a silvery hue. The magic silver had reached 1,000 forges, completed. The celestial forging hammer in Tang Shenfeng's grasp naturally descended, a flash of azure light flickered, and it seamlessly melded back into his arm. Tang Shenfeng gazed upon his creation, feeling a sense of satisfaction. For him at this moment, the process of forging was effortless, and he found this particular piece to be remarkably gratifying. Now, all that remained was to await the evaluator's assessment. However, an eerie silence enveloped the forge. In the eyes of both Dewey and the evaluator, there lingered an odd expression. Amidst this peculiar atmosphere, Dewey broke the silence, stating, I regret to inform you, Shenfeng, that your craftsmanship is unexpectedly exquisite, truly a masterwork among forgeries. Yet, due to your use of dishonest means, I am compelled to award you a score of 0. Tang Shenfeng, upon hearing this, was utterly astonished and exclaimed, What? Cheating? Master Du, I did not cheat. Dewey's expression darkened as he replied, The regulations of the forging chamber state that all individuals undergoing the blacksmithing assessment must utilize their own forging hammer. However, that hammer is evidently beyond what someone of your age could possess. From the sounds during your forging process, it is clear that you employed a soul forging hammer, a tool that can only be wielded by at least a 5th-level blacksmith. Tang Shenfeng understood that the star god forging hammer indeed belonged to him. However, it was ultimately a soul forging hammer, which, by common standards, was not an object suitable for a child. Dewey continued, I am unaware of the origins of your forging hammer, but cheating is unacceptable. Shenfeng, I can grant you another opportunity to take the assessment using your own forging hammer. If you pass, I shall overlook this matter. The evaluator nearby furrowed his brow upon hearing this, yet he refrained from comment. Initially, Yi Hongling felt a wave of anxiety, but upon hearing Dewey mention another chance, she breathed a significant sigh of relief. To everyone's surprise, Tang Shenfeng replied, I apologize, master, but I must decline the retake. The previously settled atmosphere grew tense once more. Dewey's expression darkened further as he stated, Shenfeng, you must understand that granting you a chance to retake the assessment is already an act of leniency beyond the norm. Ordinarily, one would face disqualification for such actions. Why do you choose to refuse? Tang Shenfeng resolutely declared, Master Dewey, just as you mentioned, I would willingly accept the forfeiture of my examination qualifications if I were to cheat. However, I am fully aware that I have not engaged in any deceitful practices. All of the aforementioned achievements are the fruits of my own labor, and I refuse to diminish my efforts. Tang Shenfeng possesses his own convictions, for he understands that this is the fruit of his labor. To him, dismissing his efforts is tantamount to rejecting his very self. Yet, it is evident that neither Dewey nor the evaluator present can fathom the notion that a child could complete the soul forging process for them. Such an idea is not easily grasped in a fleeting moment, and their faces seemed to be shrouded in a somber veil. Dewey sighed deeply and remarked, "Lying is not a commendable quality, nor should it be employed in this context. Tang Chinfeng, if you continue to persist in this fabrication, I shall have no choice but to revoke your examination eligibility." "Brother, he truly is not lying," Yi Hongling interjected, her eyes brimming with tears. She had always witnessed Tang Chinfeng's relentless dedication to forging. He was not merely Yi Hongling's older brother, but held an indescribable and profound significance in her heart. Now, as Tang Chinfeng faced unjust accusations, she felt utterly powerless, a sentiment undeniably distressing. Dewey, observing this emotional turmoil, felt discomfort as well. Just as he contemplated his words, the evaluator tapped Dewey on the shoulder and leaned in to whisper something in his ear. After a moment's hesitation, Dewey nodded gently and turned to Tang Chinfeng, saying, "If you can prove that this forging hammer is indeed your creation, I shall rescind your score of 0 and bestow upon you the corresponding blacksmith rank medal." With a glimmer of hope, Tang Chinfeng immediately inquired, "What must I do?" Dewey replied, "Your hammer is a near-soul forged artifact. If you can forge another piece of quasi-soul forged metal, it will serve as proof of your capabilities, thus passing the assessment." At this juncture, Tang Chinfeng found himself in a predicament. He had previously expended every ounce of his energy to forge this soul-forged star hammer, and his greatest asset, his spiritual perception, was currently unavailable. Whether he could replicate his success was uncertain. Just as silence threatened to envelop the room once more, the door to the forging chamber swung open. "There's no need to attempt further. I shall vouch for him." The robust figure and deep, resonant voice were unmistakably familiar to the siblings. "Teacher Zhao, how wonderful that you have arrived," Yi Hongling exclaimed with excitement. President Zhao, Dewey, and the evaluator respectfully acknowledged in unison. Zhao Gaobo nodded in return and addressed Dewey. "Dewey, I can affirm that Tang Chinfeng's words are entirely truthful, though it may be difficult for others to believe that soul-forged hammer was crafted right before my eyes. Piece by piece, he nearly lost his life in the process. Such surpassing of one's limits in forging cannot be sustained in the short term. I offer my reputation as a master craftsman as a guarantee, so please do not press him further." In the Forge Masters Association, Zhao Gaobo holds a position of immense prestige. When he speaks, it is unlikely that anyone would dare to voice a dissenting opinion. Furthermore, he has pledged his own esteemed reputation as a master craftsman to vouch for this, which only serves to amplify the certainty of Tang Chinfeng's esteemed status in his eyes. Dewey hesitated for a moment before finally responding. "Since you, esteemed president, have personally stated this, I find myself with no grounds for refusal. However, wait a moment. Master Dewey, As Tang Chinfeng was about to speak, an overwhelming pressure emanated from Zhao Gaobo, specifically directed at him, forcefully stifling his voice. Meanwhile, Zhao Gaobo was subtly signaling him with his eyes to refrain from speaking for the moment. Tang Chinfeng is now genuinely experiencing an indescribable sense of anguish, accompanied by a bittersweet sensation of grievance within his heart. The feeling of being unrecognized and misunderstood by others is indeed profoundly distressing. Tang Chinfeng yearned to prove his worth. Yet he was acutely aware, as Teacher Zhao had stated, that the endeavor to transcend his own limits was no longer feasible given his current condition. He bore remnants of past injuries, and even if he were to force himself to attempt it now, failure seemed inevitable. After a series of unforeseen events, the outcome ultimately saw Zhao Gaobo vouching for Tang Chinfeng, enabling him to secure the blacksmith-level badge, while Yi Hongling obtained her designer badge. However, since Tang Chinfeng's blacksmith assessment was validated through Zhao Gaobo's assistance, it contravened the regulations of the Blacksmith Association, resulting in him only receiving the basic second-level badge. Consequently, due to various preceding issues, his manufacturer assessment was nullified, leaving him without any certification. Yi Hongling fared better, earning a third-level designer badge and breaking the record for the youngest assessor in the association, thus achieving both fame and fortune. Tang Chinfeng had potential, but the cost of his regulatory breach rendered his accomplishments moot. As the trio exited the association, the anticipated joy was absent, replaced only by the sound of the wind rustling through the air. After a brief period of despondency, Tang Chinfeng spoke first. "I apologize, Teacher Zhao, for disappointing you this time." Zhao Gaobo shook his head. "It is not entirely your fault. I share some responsibility. I have always valued your talent and hoped for your continued growth. Yet I neglected the lesson that a tree standing out in the forest will inevitably attract the wind. Fortunately, I can still assist you in navigating this challenge, but that may not always be the case." "Chinfeng, You must learn to maintain a low profile outside the academy. Before you progress to the next stage, try to minimize the attention of those around you. Yi Hongling, you too. They both nodded in agreement. Tang Chenfeng then revealed the blacksmith badge he had just acquired, gazing at it with a tinge of disappointment. I had hoped to at least achieve a third-level blacksmith badge, he mused internally. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his left arm and turned to find Yi Hongling had wrapped her arms around it without him noticing. Brother, it's all right. To me, you're the best. Because you are my brother, and that makes you the most outstanding person in my eyes. Looking at his beloved sister, Tang Chenfeng's melancholy dissipated considerably. Yes, Linger, you are right. I promise I will continue to be the best person in your heart. And I will proclaim to the world that I am worthy of this commitment. Zhao Gaobo observed the two. And familiar yet somewhat distant faces and memories began to emerge in his mind, as if the two children before him were intertwined with the silhouettes of his own recollections. Indeed, they bore such a striking resemblance. Then let the future be your testament to the world, children. Chapter 39. Zepping's request. The morning classes at the Haitian Advanced Soul Master Academy have temporarily come to a close, ushering in the afternoon. A time reserved for the students' personal pursuits. After the morning's rigorous lessons, the majority of ordinary students typically retreat to their dormitories to meditate or rest. While the work-study students often find themselves preoccupied with concerns over their living expenses. However, exceptions abound. For instance, the cohort of work-study students from 3 years ago seemingly did not need to toil for their sustenance, as their designated tasks were effortlessly handled by others. This arrangement, albeit unconventional, was within permissible limits, as it was a privilege they had rightfully earned. Within the administration office lies a designated area for work-study students, where they can collect their living stipends upon fulfilling their responsibilities. At this moment, 2 individuals have just arrived, one male and one female. The young man is notably tall, clad in a fitted, deep blue uniform that accentuates his striking features. His dark, shoulder-length hair frames his handsome face, and a subtle smile graces his lips, exuding an approachable demeanor. Beside him stands a petite girl. Her deep emerald hair, though gathered into a high ponytail, cascades down to her waist, embodying a delightful blend of innocence and playfulness. It is Chenfeng and Xiaoling. They have swiftly completed their recent assignment. The speaker is Teacher Mo, the overseer of the task area. Indeed, Teacher Mo, I have successfully finished the forging task I undertook earlier. My design drawings are also complete and ready for submission. Responds the pair, who are none other than the siblings Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling. 3 years prior, work-study students could only receive stipends by completing designated tasks within the academy. However, upon Chenfeng and his sister passing the rigorous assessments of the Forgers Association and becoming the youngest forgers and designers in history, the academy, which had previously shown little interest in secondary occupations, unexpectedly introduced vocational reward tasks for work-study students. These vocational tasks offered substantial rewards, drawing considerable interest from many students, particularly the work-study cohort. Among them, Chenfeng and Hongling naturally stood out, as few could rival their prowess within the academy. Coupled with the federal financial support for soul masters, they have amassed a modest fortune, leaving them free from concerns about basic necessities. After accepting the sibling submissions, Teacher Mo remarked, "Time indeed flies. It has been 3 years since I first met you. By the way, are you prepared for this summer vacation?" At the conclusion of each semester, Haitian Academy offers a 2-month break, allowing students ample time for rest and rejuvenation. This period holds particular significance for some students, as it presents an opportunity for the lower classes to ascend to the Cloud City. Tang Chenfeng remarked, "Naturally, one must strive diligently in preparation. I certainly do not wish to forfeit this opportunity. For those grounded in the mundane world aspiring to ascend to the City of Clouds, several prerequisites must be met. Firstly, one must be a soul master, and then the soul power must reach a minimum of level 20 to attain the rank of Great Soul Master." Teacher Mo added, "You must make haste and exert yourself, for I recall that Xiaoling has already surpassed level 20, has she not? Truly, she is a rare genius in our academy, occurring once in a century." As she spoke, Teacher Mo's gaze shifted towards Yi Hongling. Over the past 3 years, Yi Hongling's soul power had surged remarkably, having broken through level 20 a year prior, and now she stood at approximately level 23. "Oh, teacher, I merely possess a bit of talent. I am not as formidable as you claim." Yi Hongling waved her hand dismissively. Teacher Mo chuckled lightly. "If you do not consider that impressive, then it seems there are no geniuses left in this world." She then turned her attention to Tang Chenfeng. "Chenfeng, You must also strive earnestly. I remember you reached level 19 quite some time ago, just a hair's breadth away from that level. Seize this opportunity wisely. Teacher, I understand. I will work hard. He replied earnestly. Meanwhile, in the office of Zhao Gabua, apart from him, another person sat on the sofa engaged in conversation with him. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be Ling Wei, the grandmother of Yi Hongling and Tang Shenfeng. At that moment, Zhao Gabua had poured her a cup of tea and served himself as well. Ling Wei, why have you come alone this time? Where has that old fellow, Jiao Long, run off to? Zhao Gabua inquired. Ling Wei replied, there are matters in town that require his attention. As the village chief, he must remain to manage them. Therefore, I have come to fetch Chenfeng and the others. Zhao Gabua took a sip of tea, his expression tinged with irritation. That fellow cannot genuinely intend for you all to reside in the countryside for a lifetime, can he? Ling Wei merely smiled. If it were before, I might not have minded. But now even my precious grandchildren are set to soar into the skies. Perhaps we should contemplate our future. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light seemed to flash in Zhao Gaobua's eyes, but it quickly returned to normal. He sighed. Alas. It seems that only one of the siblings can ascend at this time. You must have noticed Tang Shenfeng's situation by now. At this, Ling Wei's brow furrowed slightly. Of course, I am aware, but to be honest, I have never encountered a situation quite like Tang Shenfeng's. In truth, Tang Shenfeng had reached the 19th level long before Yi Hongling. However, for reasons unknown, his soul power seemed to be trapped at this level, yielding no results despite his relentless training. Ling Wei had naturally conducted a thorough examination of Tang Shenfeng's body and subsequently discovered that his soul power was akin to being confined within a sealed vessel, requiring immense pressure to potentially break through. As for the exact magnitude of this pressure, Ling Wei was still in the process of observing. Typically, such a situation indicates that the soul master possesses sufficient potential. If they can surmount this barrier, the sky would be the limit for their future. Yet, Ling Wei also noted that the concentration of soul power within Tang Shenfeng was already sufficient to compress it into a liquid state, a phenomenon usually observed only at least at the third ring. Its occurrence in Tang Shenfeng's case was both tragic and fortunate. The fortunate aspect lay in the prospect that should he successfully breach this bottleneck, his future would be extraordinarily bright. Conversely, the tragedy resided in the possibility that if he were unable to surpass this hurdle, Tang Shenfeng might forever remain stuck below the 20th level. A fate not without precedent in history. Zhao Gaobua then remarked that the admissions for Yunji City would commence after the holidays. He urged them to devise a means to elevate his level upon their return. If all else failed, they might resort to utilizing rare materials for a forced enhancement. Ling Wei sighed, stating that if it came to that, she and Yi Jiulong would consider it. Time was drawing near, and she prepared to fetch the children. With that, Ling Wei bid farewell to Zhao Gaobua and, with a flash, vanished from sight. Zhao Gaobua gazed at the spot where Ling Wei had disappeared, reflecting that her old injuries appeared to be healing gradually. He pondered that should they forcibly enhance soul power, it would likely preclude reaching such heights forever. He hoped that the child would be fortunate enough. Meanwhile, within the work-study student dormitory, everyone was busy packing their belongings in anticipation of the upcoming holiday. Tang Shenfeng and his sister had finished packing their belongings and, after bidding farewell to the work-study students, began their journey towards the academy's gates. At that moment, someone suddenly caught up with them from behind. "Boss, are you free today?" "Oh, Zepping, what is it?" 3 years had passed, and both Zepping, Ning Tong, and Mo Xiaoyu had now become intermediate department students. Yet, they still addressed Tang Shenfeng as boss, for even when united, they could not match his strength. Gradually, no one dared to disturb him, thus his position as the work-study leader remained unchanged for 3 years. As the trio walked along the path, they conversed. "Boss, I would like to visit the Spirit Tower. I hope you can accompany me," Zepping said, his voice tinged with excitement. Yi Hongling interjected, "Zepping, have you finally saved enough to buy a soul spirit?" Zepping replied enthusiastically, "Yes. I have been frugal for several years and have finally saved enough to purchase a century-old soul spirit. Soul masters require soul rings, which can be acquired through 2 means: venturing into the soul beast forest to hunt soul beasts at the risk of one's life, or spending money at the Spirit Tower to purchase soul spirits for soul rings. The Spirit Tower researches soul spirits, which can provide soul rings, and a single soul spirit can yield multiple soul rings. However, one must possess the corresponding mental strength to successfully fuse with them. Although studies indicate that artificial soul spirits are somewhat weaker than those produced by soul beasts, The choice of the former is evidently more appealing than the perilous venture into the soul beast forest. Why don't you go alone, Zepping? Why bring your brother along? Yi Hongling inquired. Zepping responded, becoming a powerful soul master has always been my dream. In that moment, I hope my best friends will be there to witness my first step towards achieving it. Boss, Ling Jie, you will agree to accompany me, right? Seeing Zepping's excitement, the siblings exchanged a knowing smile. Of course, we have no reason to refuse. As they chatted, they arrived at the academy entrance, which was bustling with activity. Parents were everywhere, coming to drop off or pick up students, and one could only imagine how disoriented an ordinary person might feel amidst the chaos. However, for Tang Chenfeng and his sister, such concerns seemed non-existent. Tang Chenfeng grasped the hands of Yi Hongling and Zepping, embarking on a journey into the throng. Remarkably, with each step he took, a natural rift would emerge within the crowd, allowing the trio to deftly navigate their way through with only a few turns, all while remaining unnoticed by those around them. Despite having undergone this experience numerous times, I, the leader, still find myself compelled to inquire, how do you manage to emerge from such a dense gathering? It is evident that this is not Tang Chenfeng's first endeavor in guiding others through the crowd. Tang Chenfeng smiled and remarked, as long as your mental fortitude is sufficiently robust, the gaps within the crowd can be effortlessly discovered. Even without my assistance, Yi Hongling could easily navigate her way out alone. Indeed, Zepping, you must diligently hone your mental strength, Yi Hongling interjected from the side. Zepping's expression morphed into one of despair. I am not a peculiar being like you both. Developing mental prowess is not as simple as you suggest. While the trio engaged in their conversation, a beautiful yet unassuming figure approached them. Chifeng, Linger, you emerged rather swiftly, the figure noted. Upon seeing this individual, Yi Hongling wasted no time and leaped into her embrace. Mother, what brings you here? I've missed you so much, she cooed affectionately. What's the matter? Am I not allowed to visit? Ling Wei replied with a hint of indulgence in her tone. Ling Wei then turned to Tang Shifeng, affectionately ruffling his hair. Every time I see you, it seems as though you've grown a little taller. Soon, I may not be able to reach your head. Tang Shifeng let out a wry smile, for he had already surpassed this mother in height. Ever since Yu Jiolong and Ling Wei's old injuries gradually healed, the duration of their youthful appearance had extended considerably. As they would put it, if one could remain youthful indefinitely, who would wish to grow old? Thus, in the company of their siblings, they still referred to them as grandpa and grandma, yet in the presence of outsiders, they addressed them as father and mother. This was not a difficult adjustment for them, as these two elders were indeed the ones who had nurtured the siblings to adulthood. Tang Chenfeng said, Indeed, Mom. This is Zepping, our friend we've often spoken of. Previously, it was Yi Jiolong who usually picked them up, or the siblings would return home on their own. This marked the first encounter between Zepping and Ling Wei. Zepping quickly added, Hello, Auntie, I am Zepping. Ling Wei smiled warmly. There's no need to be so nervous. I am delighted that they have met a friend like you, who cares for others. Zepping, you came out so quickly. Another female voice chimed in from the side. The newcomer appeared to be an ordinary woman in her 30s, and her words revealed her to be Zepping's mother. Mom, it's not my first time coming out this quickly. Zepping replied. Oh, by the way, this is my friend's mother. He gestured towards Tang Chenfeng. Zepping's mother glanced at him before turning her gaze respectfully towards Ling Wei, saying, Hello, I am Zepping's mother. You may call me Zaya. Zepping often tells me how well his friends take care of him at the academy. It must be your two children, right? It's rather embarrassing that he often troubles his younger peers despite being older. Ling Wei reassured her, It's perfectly fine. Regardless of age, helping one another is what matters. There's no need for embarrassment. Zepping inwardly lamented. Mom, can't you say something nice about your son? Zaya continued. I heard from Zepping that both your children are already soul masters. You must be an exceptional soul master yourself, even in this era of soul guiding devices. Being a soul master remains the most esteemed profession. While these devices have narrowed the gap between ordinary people and soul masters, it is widely recognized that there remains an insurmountable difference between top-tier soul guiding devices and top-tier soul masters. For ordinary people, soul masters are akin to divine beings. Yet, the woman before them exudes such approachability. Not at all. I merely have achieved a small success, Ling Wei replied calmly, with a hint of modesty. Then you are indeed a genuine soul master. I've heard that soul masters tend to live longer than ordinary people. Seeing is believing. You truly look quite youthful. Zaya remarked with a touch of envy. All right. Mom, let us head to the spirit tower to acquire soul spirits. My friends will be joining us as well. Zepping interjected, eager to embrace his identity as a soul master. Oh, right, there is something important today. Let us go now? Zaya exclaimed. Lingwei reminisced, soul spirits? I still vividly remember the scene when I first went to the spirit tower to obtain my first soul spirit. It is a cherished memory. Her eyes sparkled with nostalgia. For that time was something she treasured for a lifetime. Lingwei then inquired of Zepping, what kind of soul spirit are you hoping to acquire? I can help you scout for one. Rest assured, it's free of charge. The varieties of spirits are remarkably diverse, and for soul masters of ordinary backgrounds, finding a suitable spirit within an appropriate price range is of paramount importance. This necessity has even given rise to a profession dedicated to assisting novice soul masters in selecting their spirits, though the costs can be quite substantial. Presently, an experienced elder is willing to help navigate potential pitfalls. Really? Thank you, Aunt Ling. I have prepared over 200,000 federal coins. And with the additional funds from my family, I should be able to gather around 400,000. I plan to purchase a spirit that is a century old, though the specific type remains undecided. After Zai Ping shared his thoughts with Ling Wei and the others, they proceeded towards the Spirit Transmission Tower. Chapter 40. The Life Church. The command of the leader, the Spirit Transmission Tower, is an organization that spans every planet within the Federation. Yet only in large cities like Haitian City can one find such a tower. The history of the Spirit Transmission Tower is remarkably ancient, predating even that of the Federation itself, underscoring its significance to soul masters, who regard its status as nearly equal to that of the Federation. It is said that the founder of the tower, the first Tower Master, was a soul master who transcended human limitations during ancient times. And their true name has long been forgotten, leaving much of the history prior to the Federation's establishment shrouded in obscurity, perhaps due to its great age. The Spirit Transmission Tower in Haitian City serves as a branch tower, centrally located near the Academy. Tang Shifeng and his companions frequently encounter it. The branch tower is a 20-story structure, the tallest they have ever seen. In contrast, the main tower resides in the city of clouds above, boasting an impressive height of 150 stories, renowned as the third most magnificent engineering marvel in human history, with the city of clouds naturally supporting the main tower. As for the identity of the first, we shall leave that for another time. Upon arriving at the tower, all but Ling Wei were awestruck by its grandeur. If the City of Clouds is regarded as the foremost sanctum in the hearts of soul masters, then the Spirit Transmission Tower undoubtedly holds the second place. No structure in Haitian City surpasses the Spirit Transmission Tower in size. Everyone recognizes its presence, yet not all are permitted to enter freely. Surprisingly, the vicinity of the tower is sparsely populated, as it is a place frequented solely by soul masters. Even in a populous metropolis like Haitian City, the number of soul masters does not exceed 20,000. Under Ling Wei's guidance, the four entered the Spirit Transmission Tower, their curiosity piqued as they observed their surroundings. The tower is octagonal in design, spacious within, with the floors entirely laid in marble, and the grand hall is both expansive and luminous. Each wall features doors leading to unknown destinations, while a circular counter occupies the center of the hall. Seated at the counter, facing the entrance, is a figure clad in a gray robe, the Spirit Master, also known as the Transmission Master. Upon noticing their arrival, the Spirit Master rose with his gaze fixed upon Ling Wei. Greetings. How may I assist you? Zaya hurriedly approached Ling Wei and respectfully said, Greetings, esteemed Spirit Transmission Master. I have brought my child to purchase a soul spirit. He has already reached level 10. As she spoke, she summoned Zepping to her side. The warmth on the Spirit Transmission Master's face noticeably diminished, as it was evident that Zaya was not a soul master. His gaze shifted back to Ling Wei, inquiring, And who might you be? Ling Wei calmly responded, You may consider me a soul spirit appraiser. We are merely here to accompany her. The Spirit Transmission Master's enthusiasm waned further. Have you brought sufficient funds? He asked with a hint of indifference. Zepping interjected, We have already prepared the payment. The Spirit Transmission Master inquired, What level of soul spirit do you wish to purchase? Zepping replied, I would like to see the century-old soul spirits. The Spirit Transmission Master's eyes flickered slightly. You dare to choose a century-old spirit? Very well. Within our Sky City branch, there are 31 options available for century-old soul spirits, each priced at 500,000. Once the payment is made, you may proceed to select. Zepping hesitantly responded, but, Master Spirit Transmission, 500,000. I remember that century-old soul spirits were listed at 400,000. How can this be? the Spirit Transmission Master explained, recently. The higher-ups of the Spirit Transmission Tower have been investing resources into the research and development of higher-quality soul spirits, resulting in a price increase across the board. This information is fresh and has yet to be officially announced. I presume your funds may fall short, am I correct? There was a slight tone of regret in his voice. He continued, however, the price increase for 10-year soul spirits has not been significant. One can be selected for merely 100,000, and with 400,000, you should be able to acquire one or more decent 10-year soul spirits. This news struck Zepping like a bucket of cold water, dousing his fervor. Coming from a humble background, with his family consisting solely of ordinary individuals, his income was limited. And 400,000 represented their utmost capacity. It was disheartening that the first step towards his dream would encounter such an unexpected setback. Yet, perhaps this was simply fate's design, he thought bitterly. Then, I shall choose, Zepping began, but was interrupted by Lingwei. I have another method that might assist you in obtaining a suitable soul spirit, although it is not guaranteed to succeed. She paused, glancing at the Tang siblings. And it may require your cooperation. Really? There is another way? Zepping asked, astonished. Indeed, but your efforts alone will not suffice. Qinfeng, Linger, your assistance will be necessary. And it may be quite troublesome. Are you willing? Lingwei inquired. In unison, the siblings replied, of course we are willing. Lingwei then turned to Zepping. Yes, I am certainly willing, Zepping affirmed resolutely. Lingwei nodded. Esteemed Spirit Transmission Master, I would like to request their participation in the Tower Challenge. Upon hearing this term, the Spirit Transmission Master appeared visibly taken aback. The Tower Challenge? How do you know of this? Lingwei continued. Is that not permissible? Are there any additional conditions? Indeed there are. The Spirit Master remarked. Although I am unaware of how you came by this information, I must apologize. There are prerequisites for ascending the tower, and it is not within my authority to decide unilaterally. I see, sighed Lingwei. Surely this should suffice as a prerequisite. Subsequently, she turned slightly, presenting her back to Tang Qinfeng and the others, and retrieved an object from her pocket to show the Spirit Master. What is this? Exclaimed the Spirit Master, instinctively taking a step back. He then snatched the badge and hurriedly departed. Well then, let us wait patiently, Lingwei stated calmly. As she was turned away, most were unable to discern what she had produced. However, Tang Qinfeng, whose very essence was intertwined with his soul weapon, caught a glimpse of a small shield-shaped badge, slightly smaller than the palm of his hand. It was a vivid emerald green, adorned with golden patterns along the edges. And at its center was a depiction of golden wings belonging to a six-winged angel. Let us wait here in the hall. Results should arrive shortly. Lingwei suggested with composure. Mother, what was that object you just revealed? Yi Hongling inquired, sensing a potent aura of life emanating from it. Lingwei pondered for a moment, glancing at Zhe Ping and her son, and replied, It's a secret. It must remain confidential. Ah, Yi Hongling huffed, somewhat dissatisfied. Tang Qinfeng had no objections, recognizing that everyone harbored their own little secrets. Just then, a voice resonated in the minds of the siblings. Qinfeng, you must have seen it. They exchanged a startled glance at Lingwei, who conveyed a calming expression. The voice continued, I am now directly transmitting my soul power to convey this message. And only we can hear it. What I revealed is the badge of office from the Church of Life, which I fortuitously acquired while adventuring alongside your grandfather in Cloud City. The mention of the Church of Life left the siblings utterly astonished. The Life Church is a remarkably renowned organization, its influence perhaps not quite matching that of the Spirit Tower, yet its status is undeniably comparable. The Life Church is a consortium of soul masters, the majority of whom are healers, embodying the core principles of compassion, inclusivity, and protection. Throughout history, in many significant calamities, the Life Church has been a beacon of hope. Whether in the city of clouds or on the ground, they generously safeguard all, willing to sacrifice everything for others. This noble endeavor has endeared them to the public, rendering them synonymous with peace. Although the number of combatants within the Life Church is limited, countless individuals stand ready to protect these angels, ensuring that the church remains fortified with strength. However, Tang Qinfeng and his companions had never contemplated that their grandmother might be connected to the Life Church. For Yi Jiolong had stated that they had never aligned themselves with any faction or organization. Lingwei remarked, Rest assured, your grandfather is aware of this matter. Initially, it was the members of the Life Church who approached us, recognizing my martial soul talent and expressing a desire for me to join their core team, offering remarkably enticing rewards. A hint of regret tinged her voice. However, The condition was that only I could join, and your grandfather would not have access to the core area. Thus, it goes without saying that we declined their invitation. Tang Xinfeng and his sister stood quietly, listening to Ling Wei recount her past experiences. For them, it was undoubtedly a captivating tale, an opportunity to glean insights into the future. After their refusal, they did not resort to any coercive measures. Instead, they bestowed upon me their position badges, stating that I could contact them at any time should I change my mind. However, I had no such intention, so I kept the badge, not realizing it would prove useful here. At that moment, Tang Xinfeng suddenly inquired, Grandma Ling, what rank does that badge signify? Ling Wei paused, replying, hearing you say that, I honestly do not know, but it should not be of low rank. Meanwhile, in a conference room within the spirit transmission tower, the spirit transmitters who had previously been stationed at the entrance were now inside, accompanied by an elderly man dressed in a matching gray robe, adorned with silver patterns along the edges, exuding an air of nobility. A member of the Life Church? He spoke in a somewhat hoarse voice. This man was the vice master of the spirit transmission tower in Heightened City, an elderly figure nearing 100 years of age, possessing immense strength, albeit slightly inferior to that of the master. His composed demeanor meant that he managed most affairs within the tower. Yes, vice master, but I find their attire rather ordinary, and the leader does not emanate any soul power, so I would like to request you to take a look. The spirit transmitter explained, recounting the events that had transpired. The vice master, somewhat skeptical, replied, where is that badge? Show it to me. The spirit transmitter presented the badge that Ling Wei had previously given him, and upon receiving it, a flicker of uncertainty crossed the vice master's face. Where are those individuals? Where are they now? I instructed them to wait in the lobby, the spirit transmitter stammered, taken aback by the vice master's sudden outburst, which was uncharacteristic of his usual demeanor. What is the matter, vice master? The spirit transmitter asked, puzzled. The vice master clutched the badge tightly in his hand. Do you know what this is? This is the command of the leader, a sacred decree possessed only by the leader of the Life Church, second only to the Pope. The leader is typically the Pope's successor. If something has indeed gone awry, your life would not suffice as recompense, the vice master said, his voice tinged with anger. But they do not seem like it, and if this is not genuine, the spirit transmitter began, but was abruptly interrupted by the vice master. And can you discern that? Pray tell? Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, this badge appears to be carved from an entire piece of life crystal. Could it possibly be a forgery? As the vice master's words sank in, the spirit transmitter began to perspire profusely. Vice master, the vice master cut him off once more, declaring, do not delay. We must leave now. I will accompany you. Chapter 41. Ascension Platform in the hall. Everyone continued to await the developments of the situation. After a considerable amount of time, Zepping could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, Boss, do you think the individuals from the spirit transmission tower might have forgotten about us? If they merely went to seek guidance from their superiors, this delay seems rather excessive. Tang Xinfeng replied, it is unlikely. For the status of the life teaching is indeed significant, they would not simply disregard it. At that moment, a door in the hall swung open, revealing two figures. One was the previously encountered spirit messenger, while the other appeared to be an elderly man, whose attire suggested a rank considerably superior to that of the spirit messenger. He exuded an aura of formidable strength. As the deputy tower master emerged, he immediately caught sight of them, and his brow furrowed slightly. Although he had already been briefed by the spirit messenger, the 5 individuals before him were far more ordinary than he had anticipated. Among them, only 3 were soul masters, one with a 2-ring, one with a 1-ring, and one who possessed no soul rings at all. This revelation cast doubt upon his previous judgments. The elderly man approached them directly, producing the Master-S token and stating, esteemed guests, I am the Deputy Tower Master of the Spirit Tower's Haitianshire branch. Whose is this? The Deputy Tower Master refrained from disclosing his name, indicating his lack of trust towards the group and his perception of them as unequal. Without hesitation, Ling Wei stepped forward and declared, Greetings, this belongs to me, as she extended her hand to reclaim the Master-S token. However, the moment Ling Wei grasped the token, a tremendous surge of soul power erupted from the Deputy Tower Master, sweeping toward all present. Under the influence of this soul power, the 3 siblings instinctively unleashed their martial spirits. 1 black soul ring and 2 green-gold soul rings manifested from the siblings, barely managing to shield them from the onslaught of soul energy. Zai Ping suffered the most. as his martial spirit had yet to be augmented by a soul ring, forcing him to withstand the impact directly, which sent him hurtling through the air. Zaya was also rendered unconscious by the force. The true soul rings of the Tang siblings momentarily manifested, yet they were effortlessly perceived by the Deputy Tower Master. His initial reaction was one of astonishment. The first ring, black in hue, indicated a 10,000-year soul ring, while the green gold ring was entirely unfamiliar to him. This surprise swiftly morphed into a sense of impending danger, not from external forces, but emanating from the woman before him, whose soul power he had initially failed to detect. Simultaneously, a powerful grip seized his outstretched hand. "What are you doing?" Ling Wei's tone was fierce, filled with palpable anger. Concurrently, an overwhelming surge of soul power erupted from Ling Wei, hurtling directly toward the Deputy Tower Master. His hand was trapped. The Deputy Tower Master, whose martial soul was of the control type and inherently lacked brute strength, attempted to retract his hand for defense. However, he found himself utterly overpowered, and worse yet, his own soul power was being suppressed. Her cultivation far surpasses mine. How could this be? He mused internally, while releasing his martial soul and soul rings in a bid for defense, forcibly extricating himself from Ling Wei's grasp. The configuration of the Deputy Tower Master's soul rings was 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 4 black, a standard 9-ring soul Douluo. Yet, in sheer power, he was no match for her. "Dare to harm my family, Deputy Tower Master. Now we have much to discuss." Alongside her furious declaration, Ling Wei unveiled her martial soul and soul rings. First, 5 pairs of pristine angelic wings emerged from her back, radiating an astonishing vitality. Then, a brilliant white sword materialized in her hand, transforming that life force into fiery flames. Her once emerald green hair shifted to a resplendent red gold, while the manifestation of 4 purple, 4 black, and 1 red soul rings further augmented her imposing presence. The Deputy Tower Master, visibly shaken, exclaimed, "I recognize you, the blazing spirit Douluo, Ling Wei. Weren't you and the 9 dragons Douluo long thought to be missing?" This Deputy Tower Master, nearing a century in age, had witnessed the remarkable duo of Yi Jiolong and Ling Wei in their prime, a time when their fame was undeniable. Though few remembered them now, he was certainly among that dwindling number. "Since you are aware, there is no need for further explanation," Ling Wei declared, leveling her sword at the Deputy Tower Master. In response to her threat, he humbly retracted his martial soul, addressing her with utmost respect. "I am Zhou Laihong. I apologize for my rudeness. My prior actions were merely a test, devoid of any ill intent. I beseech the blazing spirit Douluo for your understanding. For storming the tower is not something just anyone can undertake. I kindly ask you to retract your powers. Tang Qinfeng and Yi Hongling have recovered. And aside from the unconscious mother and child, no one else has encountered any issues." After much contemplation, Ling Wei decided to retract her martial soul and soul rings. In the arena, the most astonished were undoubtedly the siblings, Tang Qinfeng and Yi Hongling. At home, their grandfather often warned them never to provoke their grandmother's anger. Now they truly understood the gravity of that warning. It was indeed terrifying. Thus, in the hall of the transmission tower, still lingering with a hint of residual heat, the siblings silently prioritized the lesson of never inciting Granny Ling's wrath above all else. "Brother, how did I faint? I have no recollection of it at all." Zai Ping inquired with confusion. Tang Qinfeng jested. "It is perhaps better for you not to know." After resolving the matters in the hall, the trio promptly awakened Zepping and his mother. Fortunately, they were not gravely harmed. It appeared they were experiencing a temporary amnesia due to the abrupt incident. Naturally, Tang Qinfeng and the others deemed it wise to withhold the full extent of the events from them, and Zepping, thankfully, did not press for further details. Now, the 5 were riding the elevator, seemingly descending towards the depths of the transmission tower. The elevator had been descending for 2 minutes, and a faint sensation of weightlessness indicated that it was still plummeting at a rapid pace, its destination unknown. After a full 4 minutes, the group felt the elevator finally come to a halt. Upon exiting, they encountered a vast corridor constructed of metal, with numerous staff members awaiting their arrival. One of them stepped forward silently, gesturing for them to proceed deeper into the passage. The corridor was lengthy, entirely composed of metallic structures, rendering it somewhat uninviting. "Mom, where exactly are we headed next?" Yi Hongling inquired. Ling Wei responded, "We should first go to the ascension platform, and then use it to ascend the tower." At that moment, Zepping, who had been listening attentively, asked, I've been meaning to ask since earlier, what exactly is this ascending the tower that Aunt Ling Wei mentioned?" And what is this Ascension platform? Ling Wei elaborated. Let me first explain the Ascension platform. It is a training ground meticulously crafted by the transmission tower, designed for soul masters to enhance their abilities. Entering the Ascension platform is akin to stepping into another realm. It offers protection from inherent dangers, allowing soul masters to engage in combat with soul beasts transformed from soul spirits, thereby refining their practical combat experience. Some exceptionally fortunate soul masters may even perfect their soul spirits within the platform, extending the lifespan of their soul rings, achieving a phenomenon known as spiritual ascension. Moreover, under the research of the Transmission Tower's soul masters, the Ascension platform has evolved to encompass various functionalities, including a special area known as the Soul Spirit Tower. Initially established to provide soul spirits and trials for the Transmission Tower's personnel and select groups. Ascending to the next level would lead to encounters with soul beasts transformed from soul spirits. Defeating them would grant the option to absorb the soul spirit. Although it later opened up to the public, access remained restricted to certain influential factions, with the Life Church being one of them. The Soul Spirit Tower operates independently, tailored to the scale of the local transmission tower. The Hadean City Tower is likely to have only around 36 levels. The higher the tower level, the greater the quality of the soul spirits encountered. The higher you ascend, the greater the likelihood of encountering rare soul spirits. The greatest advantage of ascending the tower is the discounts offered on soul spirits. The higher you ascend, the greater the discount, if fortune favors you. It is entirely possible to procure spirits that are 100 or even 1,000 years old. Ah, I see now. Yi Hongling suddenly realized. In other words, as long as we charge towards the spirit tower together, challenging the spirits within while ascending as high as possible, we can find a suitable Zepping spirit and secure a fair price for it. Ling Wei nodded in approval. Exactly. That is the way. The leader. You have all been incredibly kind to me. This favor is something I cannot possibly repay. Zepping, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed directly towards Tang Chenfeng, tears streaming down his face. Tang Chenfeng gently pushed Zhe Ping aside, urging him to maintain his composure. Let us celebrate only after conquering the tower. Amidst laughter and merriment, the group reached the end of the corridor, entering a circular chamber. The walls of the room were adorned with enormous screens displaying a vast expanse of green, reminiscent of a primordial forest. A staff member turned to address them, stating, "The tower ascent grants you 3 slots. According to the regulations of the Spirit Transmission Tower, the level disparity among team members must not exceed 30 levels, so please wait outside." This remark was evidently directed at Ling Wei, as it was clear that if a member far surpassed the others in strength led the ascent, it could potentially undermine the value of the soul spirits, leading to significant losses for the Spirit Transmission Tower. The staff member then produced 3 wristbands, each featuring a conspicuous red translucent component. This is a distress signal device. Should you encounter insurmountable danger on the spirit platform, pressing it will forcibly extract you back to reality. Chapter 42. The Tower Ascent begins. A distress signal device? Are we to encounter peril within? The staff member elucidated. The spirit platform can be described as another realm, employing a multitude of spatial technologies. Thus, the spirit platform is not entirely virtual. It exists in a hybrid state of half virtuality and half reality, as many virtual data points rely on real-world feedback. Everything perceived within mirrors reality. Therefore, the sensations of harm are equally authentic. Though you will not sustain actual injuries, the feedback from combat will be profoundly felt. The more intense the feedback, the greater the potential impact on your mental state. Thus, should you sense danger beyond your capacity to endure, you may use the distress signal device to synchronize with the external world and promptly exit the spirit platform. Do you understand? Understood. Tang Chenfeng and the others replied eagerly. The staff member nodded. Beyond this, you will experience it for yourselves. This marks your inaugural entry into the spirit platform. I wish you the best of luck. Now, prepare yourselves. After absorbing the staff member's explanation, the trio felt an exhilarating anticipation. This would undoubtedly be an extraordinary experience for them. As they prepared to enter the spirit platform, they would need to undergo consciousness integration. What might that sensation entail? The staff member pressed a button on the control panel, and 3 capsule pods slowly emerged from the walls. The capsules were horizontally aligned, featuring a recess designed for an individual to recline within. All right, please lie down inside. The 3 individuals, adhering to their instructions, sequentially reclined within the confines of the vessel, an unfamiliar environment inducing a sense of trepidation. Rapidly, an array of suction devices emerged from within the chamber, swiftly adhering to their forms, and the biological platform commenced its operations. A staff member outside addressed them. "We are about to begin. Brace yourselves. The initial experience may induce some physical discomfort, but it shall pass swiftly. Persevere through it." Upon the completion of the staff member's words, the biological platform retracted into the walls, plunging Tang Chenfeng and his companions into darkness. Within the platform, Tang Chenfeng felt an inexplicable tingling sensation enveloping him, akin to electric currents coursing through his being. The soul energy within him stirred in response, the sensation intensifying to the point of rendering him immobile. Time lost meaning until, suddenly, he experienced a jolt and regained consciousness. The capsule was no longer present, and light flooded the surroundings. The earlier tingling had dissipated, leaving only the rescue signal device on his wrist, now transformed into a metallic apparatus adorned with a bright red button. He found himself standing in a grand hall, surrounded by towering stone pillars that seemed to support the vast expanse above. The hall spanned several thousand square meters, its floor laid with ancient grayish-blue stones, exuding an air of antiquity. Before him stood a magnificent golden door, inscribed with the 3 resplendent characters spelling Soul Spirit Tower. At that moment, Yi Hongling and Zai Ping appeared at his side, seemingly out of nowhere. Clearly, crossing through this door would initiate their ascent of the tower. "Zai Ping, we are both offensive specialists. You and I shall take the lead, while Linger supports us from the rear," Tang Chenfeng strategized, outlining their tactical approach. The trio then approached the grand entrance. Upon merely brushing against it, they were suddenly engulfed in a burst of brilliant light, finding themselves in an octagonal hall. This hall was vast, its diameter exceeding 300 meters. Surrounding it were 8 imposing metal doors, each towering at least 10 meters high and 5 meters wide, exuding an aura of grandeur. "Everyone, prepare yourselves," Tang Chenfeng declared as he summoned his soul rings. A purple soul ring ascended from beneath his feet, and simultaneously, his physique expanded dramatically, transforming him into a towering figure over 2 meters tall. His attire, once slightly loose, was now taut against his muscular frame, as if on the verge of bursting. On the other side, Yi Hongling manifested 2 purple soul rings beneath her feet, and her striking black hair rapidly transformed into a vibrant green, her eyes reflecting the same vitality. A refreshing aura of life radiated from her, instilling comfort in those nearby. "Wow, our leader has indeed made significant progress," came the admiring observation. Zai Ping contemplated this deeply. He had never relinquished his dream of becoming a formidable soul master. Yet since his acquaintance with Tang Chenfeng and his companions, he had come to realize that surpassing them was an unattainable ambition. Nevertheless, he yearned to ardently pursue their shadows. At that moment, one of the metallic gates gradually creaked open, and the feral growl of a beast resonated from within. The trio first beheld a figure that, while not colossal, possessed a slender and elongated form. The spotted patterns and agile physique unmistakably revealed its identity. It resembled a leopard, a soul beast renowned for its speed. And judging by its size, it appeared to be a century-old creature. "It's a leopard," Tang Chenfeng exclaimed. Suddenly, the brilliance of Yi Hongling's second soul ring flickered. 2 slender tendrils of ethereal vines entwined around the waist of Tang Chenfeng and Zai Ping, merging seamlessly with them. This was Yi Hongling's second soul skill, Life Connection. Centered around Yi Hongling herself, it linked her allies nearby, providing continuous healing effects while allowing for the sharing of soul power and the distribution of sustained damage, a skill of remarkable utility. The leopard advanced gradually until it was merely 5 meters away from Tang Chenfeng and his companions. Abruptly, the leopard lunged forward with blinding speed, targeting Tang Chenfeng and Zai Ping. In the face of the leopard's frontal assault, both Tang Chenfeng and Zai Ping instinctively met it with their fists, with Zai Ping leading the charge. However, just as the leopard was about to collide with Zai Ping, its form suddenly transformed into a flash of yellow light. Vanishing before him, this luminous streak reappeared in front of Yi Hongling. Leopard Flash, the innate skill of the leopard, bore resemblance to spatial abilities, enabling it to execute high-speed movements within a certain range. The cunning creature opted to bypass Tang Chenfeng and Zai Ping, directly aiming to strike the defenseless Yi Hongling. Yet, could it truly succeed? As the leopard's claws descended upon Yi Hongling, she swiftly darted sideways. Tang Chenfeng grasped the vines that had previously entwined Yi Hongling, yanking her back to safety. This precautionary measure had been meticulously planned to counter direct assaults on their supportive team member. As Tang Chenfeng pulled Yi Hongling back, he surged forward himself. The leopard, having employed Leopard Flash, would soon enter a state of fatigue, its most vulnerable moment and the critical juncture of its demise. Like a cannonball, Tang Shifeng propelled himself towards the leopard, his right fist swinging with force, striking the beast's head. With a sharp crack, the leopard's body was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground, never to rise again. First layer of the spirit tower, clearance granted. You may choose to absorb the century-old leopard spirit or proceed to the next level. An electronic voice resonated from all directions, accompanied by the appearance of a golden portal before the trio. Let us move forward. We shall head directly to the next level. Tang Shifeng boldly plunged into the luminous gateway. The distinctive trait of the bamboo was its swiftness, and it was highly probable that the resulting soul ring would be associated with speed, which, evidently, held little significance for Zepping's steel claw tiger martial soul. Hence, pressing forward was the most prudent course of action. Upon entering the light portal, their surroundings transformed. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in an identical hall, indistinguishable from the previous one, with its octagonal structure and 8 grand doors. As the doors swung open once more, this time all 8 opened simultaneously. It appeared that a multitude of soul beasts would emerge, granting them ample opportunity to unleash their prowess. Tang Shifeng commanded decisively. Yi Hongling remained a linchpin connecting the three, while Tang Shifeng refrained from immediate confrontation, focusing instead on assessing the potential soul beasts that might emerge and strategizing their countermeasures. As the 8 doors fully opened, a cacophony of roars and howls erupted from the throng of beasts. The trio first glimpsed pairs of eerie green eyes peering from behind the doors, followed by a pack of wolf-like soul beasts clad in wooden exoskeletons. Wooden wolves, the siblings, Tang Shifeng and Yi Hongling, exclaimed in unison. The wooden wolf was a familiar entity to them, having been indelibly marked by their encounter with the wooden wolf king in the Sunset Forest. Before long, they found themselves encircled by the pack. The majority of the wolves were 10-year soul beasts, with 3 being century-old wooden wolves, totaling approximately 50. While a solitary wooden wolf posed little threat, the sheer number of wolves warranted caution. "Boss, what should we do next?" Zepping's voice quivered with alarm. Having never encountered soul beasts before, this was his inaugural experience of such a scene. "Naturally, we shall confront them head-on. Aim for the vulnerable abdomen of the wooden wolves, where their armor is relatively thin," Tang Shifeng suggested, seemingly oblivious to Zepping's trepidation. Meanwhile, the pack of wooden wolves began to converge from all directions, with 2 already launching themselves directly at Tang Shifeng. Tang Shifeng's physique appeared to have swelled slightly as he charged directly towards the 2 wooden wolves. Simultaneously, Yi Hongling's first spirit ring illuminated, unleashing the realm of life that enveloped Tang Shifeng within its embrace. Strangely, as the wooden wolves stepped into the realm of life, they seemed to lose their vigor, their momentum diminished significantly. Tang Shifeng now stood at an impressive height of at least 2 meters and 3, his physique brimming with muscularity. With unwavering resolve, he raised his fists and charged at the 2 wooden wolves, striking their abdomens with unhesitating force. The wooden armor shattered upon impact, and both wolves met their demise. Following this, Tang Shifeng seemed to have made a discovery. He called out to Zepping, instructing him to protect Linger while he dealt with the 3 lead wolves. Without delay, he plunged into the heart of the wolf pack. "Understood," Zepping replied briefly. Yet by the time he acknowledged, Tang Shifeng had already vanished from sight. This was soon followed by a commotion within the wolf pack, accompanied by several wooden wolves lunging towards him. Zepping, lacking a single soul ring, would typically find it arduous to contend with a 10-year soul beast. However, with the connection to Yi Hongling, he effectively shared the soul power of both Tang Shifeng and Yi Hongling, rendering him capable of facing ordinary 100-year soul beasts, albeit lacking in practical combat experience. Under the suppression of Yi Hongling's life domain, the wolf pack appeared utterly fragile. Even Zepping managed to dispatch a few wooden wolves with his own strength. Meanwhile, Tang Shifeng exhibited even greater ferocity, weaving in and out of the pack, single-handedly eliminating 300-year wooden wolves. Following this display of prowess, the remaining wooden wolves, in a panic, tucked their tails and retreated back into the entrance, vanishing from sight. The announcement signifying their passage through the 2nd level of the Spirit Tower resonated throughout the arena. However, unlike before, Tang Shifeng and his companions opted to rest in place, recuperating their soul power. Chapter 43. Star God Armor. At this moment, within the observation room of the Spirit Tower, every display screen on the walls had illuminated, showcasing the combat experiences of Tang Shifeng and his companions. Aside from the staff present, Ling Wei and Xiao were also engrossed in their performance. "This is truly astonishing," exclaimed one of the staff, analyzing the combat data. The girl named Yi Hongling possesses a soul of unparalleled life attribute, and her first soul skill is remarkably a rare domain soul skill. The boy named Tang Shifeng is even more extraordinary, according to the analysis. Although he is merely at the first ring level, his total soul power rivals that of a third ring soul master, and his physical strength is comparable to that of a fourth ring attack type soul master. He is nothing short of a humanoid beast, Zaya remarked to Ling Wei. Your child is truly exceptional. Not only does he possess great talent, but he also navigates through such numerous soul beasts with ease. In contrast, Zepping can only be regarded as an ordinary child. Ling Wei replied, one must not speak so lightly. For an ordinary person, Zepping is already a soul master. I have always believed that becoming a soul master is a testament to one's extraordinary origins. Please believe that every piece of gold will undoubtedly shine. Within the Spirit Tower, Tang Shifeng and his companions had already stepped through the light gate into the next level. This layer marked their entry into the third level, where they would likely encounter even more formidable soul beasts. Everyone was advised to exercise heightened caution. Tang Shifeng remarked, although I say this, the three of us have not sustained any injuries or excessive fatigue. As long as we do not encounter an exceptionally formidable soul beast next, it should not pose a problem. Before them stood 8 doors, of which only one had opened. Gradually, the grand entrance swung ajar, revealing a colossal figure emerging from within. Its entire body was a deep iron gray, adorned with a robust carapace, measuring approximately 4 meters in length and 2 meters in height. The most striking feature was the pair of horns protruding from its brow. The iron-armored rhinoceros, a soul beast seemingly exclusive to the soul beast prairie, is renowned for its dual attributes of defense and strength. A fully matured iron-armored rhinoceros is even referred to as a moving iron fortress. This one appeared to be around 400 years old, and it would likely be a challenging adversary. Yi Hongling remarked. The iron-armored rhinoceros had already detected their presence. In reality, this creature is generally docile, but within the confines of the Soul Spirit Tower, it was evidently far more aggressive, charging towards Tang Shifeng and his companions. Despite its massive size, the speed of the iron-armored rhinoceros was surprisingly swift. Within mere seconds, it had barreled towards them. Confronting it head-on was clearly not a viable strategy, prompting the trio to swiftly evade. Kin narrowly dodged the impact, while the iron-armored rhinoceros crashed heavily against the wall, creating a substantial breach. It seems to be stuck. Let us take this opportunity to attack. Tang Shifeng commanded sharply, leading Zepping into the fray. With a resounding clang, it was akin to striking metal. Neither Tang Shifeng's fist nor Zepping's claw left more than a mere imprint on the rhinoceros's tough hide. How incredibly tough! My hand is throbbing. This creature's skin is harder than actual iron, Zepping exclaimed, shaking his numb hand. At that moment, the iron-armored rhinoceros extracted its horns and charged once more towards them. Yet, Tang Shifeng stood resolutely in front of Zepping, rushing towards the beast without hesitation. Boss, don't act recklessly, you can't withstand it, Zepping shouted in alarm from behind. However, Tang Shifeng seemed oblivious to the warning, his speed undeterred and even quickening. As the iron-armored rhinoceros bore down upon him, Tang Shifeng raised his left arm, a brilliant azure light emanating from it, rapidly enveloping his limb and transforming it into an exquisite armor reminiscent of crystal craftsmanship. Concurrently, Tang Shifeng's aura surged, his stature increasing and strength fully unleashed. Just as the iron-armored rhinoceros's charge reached him, Tang Shifeng utilized both hands to firmly grasp the beast's horn. With a thunderous clash of metal, he slid back half a meter yet managed to withstand the formidable impact. Witnessing this, Zepping's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. What is that on your arm, boss? He exclaimed. That is the Star God armor, Yi Hongling replied. This Star God armor was, in fact, derived from Tang Shifeng's soul-forged Star God hammer, a name he had personally chosen. It bears a striking resemblance to the battle armor, yet it is undoubtedly two distinct entities. While it can indeed be utilized in combat, its primary function in everyday life is merely as Tang Shifeng's forging hammer. Consequently, Zepping and others have seldom witnessed its use in battle. On one hand, Tang Shifeng has already proven invincible against all opponents in the Academy's training sessions. On the other hand, the power it bestows upon him has reached an unprecedented and terrifying level. The Star God armor and the armored rhinoceros horn emitted a continuous sound of friction, and then Tang Shifeng firmly grasped the rhinoceros horn, channeling all his strength to astonishingly hurl the nearly 4-ton armored rhinoceros into the air. Now's the time, Tang Shifeng shouted with fervor. as the star god armor swiftly transformed into a radiant light, reconstituting in his hands the familiar forging hammer, which now appeared even larger than he remembered, resembling more of a war hammer. With a mighty swing, the star god hammer struck the head of the free-falling armored rhinoceros. No matter how tough its skin, it could not withstand the might of a hammer forged for battle. Upon impact, the star god hammer, accompanied by a shattering sound, visibly embedded itself into the rhinoceros's skull, and with the thunderous noise of its descent, the outcome of this battle was unequivocally determined. Boss, you are incredible. A soul beast with 400 years of cultivation couldn't withstand even a single strike from you. Zepping's excitement was beyond words at this moment. It's not as easy as you think, Tang Chifeng replied with a hint of resignation. I had intended to save it as a trump card. But then this formidable soul beast appeared. To conserve some energy, I had no choice but to use it early. As he spoke, the forging hammer transformed back into the star god armor, reattaching to his arm. Simultaneously, the corpse of the armored rhinoceros began to dissipate into specks of light, accompanied by an electronic prompt inquiring if he wished to absorb the soul of the armored rhinoceros. Yi Hongling remarked. Although the soul ring produced by the armored rhinoceros is likely to focus on defensive capabilities, it is indeed a commendable choice if the age is suitable. This soul spirit equates to a soul ring produced by a 400-year-old armored rhinoceros, which, by the standards of a first soul ring, is quite impressive. The soul spirit tower increases in difficulty every 3 levels, but the discounts also become more significant. After 2 more levels, one should be able to purchase a 100-year soul spirit. Zepping decided, let us continue to push forward. Perhaps we might encounter something more suitable later on. And as long as our luck holds, we might even negotiate the price down a bit. After all, it ultimately boils down to a matter of finances. All right then, let us proceed, Tang Chifeng agreed. Once again, Tang Chifeng took the lead, crossing the luminous gate first, followed in succession by the other 2 as they advanced to the next challenge. Upon stepping through the portal, Tang Chifeng discovered that the room had transformed. It was no longer a mere chamber, but had metamorphosed into a lush, verdant world. Towering trees enveloped them, evoking the sensation of being deep within a forest. Yet the large door on the wall from before seemed somewhat jarring in this serene landscape. It was evident that this was a deliberate design by the Spirit Tower, reportedly in response to prior criticisms regarding the original layout, which was deemed overly spacious and flat, thereby restricting certain soul masters from showcasing their true potential. This newly crafted zone was specifically designed to allow soul masters to better exhibit their abilities within the simulated environment, revealing itself only after successfully navigating the first 3 challenges. Nevertheless, the alteration of the environment did not impose excessive pressure upon the trio. The initial tension had dissipated, replaced by a confident exuberance. However, as the distant gate swung open, a wave of anxiety washed over them, their prior elation plummeting into unease. Only one grand door had opened, and though they had yet to glimpse the soul beast lurking beyond, its presence was palpable. An overwhelming aura emanated from it, far surpassing that of the previous armored rhinoceros, filled with an unmatched ferocity and murderous intent. Roar, roar. Accompanying the deafening roars of the beast was the emergence of a colossal bear, its entire body cloaked in dark golden fur. At this moment, Tang Chifeng and his companions were drenched in cold sweat. Having recognized the origin of the soul beast before them, in the observation room, Ling Wei exhibited a rare expression of astonishment. Why had such a soul beast appeared in this particular area? She inquired of the staff. The staff replied that in the Spirit Tower, while the age of soul beasts steadily increased, the types of soul beasts encountered were entirely random, suggesting that their luck had simply run dry. Ling Wei could not help but show a hint of concern. After all, such matters were beyond human control. Yet, encountering the dark gold Fearclaw bear on the 4th level was indeed an unfortunate stroke of fate. Chapter 44. The Sovereign Among Soul Beasts. The entirely dark golden fur served as one of the distinctive markers of the dark gold Fearclaw bear. Standing over 4 meters tall, its arms were exceptionally robust, and its broad shoulders resembled the fortifications of a city wall. When it rose to its full height, the sheer size of its formidable forelimbs was evident, showcasing its fearsome dark golden claws, each a staggering meter in length. This is the end. This thought echoed simultaneously in the minds of Tang Chifeng and his companions. The dark gold Fearclaw bear is a solitary soul beast, renowned for its unparalleled prowess in both offense and defense, making it one of the most formidable among its kind, even earning the title of the King of Soul Beasts. In the realm of soul beasts, the dark gold fearclaw bear stands as a pinnacle of strength, second only to the true dragon types. Indeed, should one encounter an adult dark gold fearclaw bear, even a dragon might find it challenging to prevail. If the soul beasts previously encountered by Tang Chenfeng and his companions were placed before the dark gold fearclaw bear, they would surely be unable to withstand even a single blow. Throughout the annals of soul beast history, the dark gold fearclaw bear has always occupied the highest echelon. The creature before them, approximately 4 meters in height, was at least 100 years old, and therein lay its terror. Even though it was merely a century-old dark gold fearclaw bear, a 10,000-year-old soul beast might not emerge unscathed from an encounter with it. Tang Chenfeng and his companions could never have anticipated encountering such a terrifying soul beast on the 4th level of the Soul Spirit Tower. Their luck was indeed rather unfortunate. Arriving in an unfamiliar place and meeting unfamiliar beings, they soon realized that the dark gold terrorclaw bear had already taken notice of them, charging toward them with astonishing speed. Its forelimb struck out, moving with the swiftness of a golden flash, aimed directly at the trio. Had it been any other soul beast, Tang Chenfeng would have confidently believed he could contend with it. Yet, confronted by the dark gold terrorclaw bear, he thought to himself, contend? What a joke. We must flee at once. Tang Chenfeng seized the vine that connected the 3 of them, drawing the other 2 close and embracing them tightly. With a powerful leap, they ascended to the treetops, far removed from the ground below. Had they remained in the previous open hall, without the advantage of elevation, it would have been impossible for them to evade the strike of the dark golden claw bear. The creature's claws sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, landing forcefully on the ground and leaving behind 5 profound gouges. My heavens, is this the might of the strongest spirit beast? Zhe Ping's voice trembled, laden with resignation. Just moments before, he had remarked that if fortune favored them, they might escape unscathed. Now, it seemed their luck had indeed run dry. Below the tree, witnessing its failure to strike Tang Chenfeng and his companions, the dark golden claw bear roared incessantly at them. Typically, bears are adept climbers. Yet the structure of the dark golden claw bear's fearsome claws renders it incapable of grasping the trunk of a tree, thus the species does not climb. However, the bear below, undeterred, raised its massive arm once more, its powerful limbs moving with remarkable speed, akin to a dark golden flash. As it swung down upon the trees before it, a resounding crack echoed as a 2-meter-wide giant tree was cleaved in half. What terrifying claws! The thought resonated simultaneously in the minds of the 3. In their desperation, they could only flee from the treetop. Utilizing Yi Hongling's vine to weave through the forest ash trees, their only means of evading the dark golden claw bear below. Despite its massive size, the bear's speed was astonishing, almost silent, matching the agility of the trio as they darted through the branches overhead. Yet, a safe distance remained between them and the beast. Just as the 3 pondered whether to activate their distress signal and abandon the spirit platform, the dark golden claw bear abruptly halted and rose to its full height. It then lifted its right claw, which instantly radiated a brilliant dark golden light. A sense of foreboding washed over Tang Chenfeng as the impending scene unfolded vividly in his mind. Tang Chenfeng refrained from leaping to the next tree. Instead, he utilized the trunk as a prop, exerting force through his legs as he and the other 2 individuals leapt sideways with precision. In that very instant, a colossal dark golden radiance descended upon their previous location, cleaving through everything in its path. Indeed, it severed all. As this dark golden light passed, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Trees, rocks, and the ground beneath were all bisected by that dreadful luminescence, as if a razor-sharp blade had swept through, leaving everything neatly divided. This was the renowned technique of the dark golden claw bear, the dark golden claw. A fearsome attack capable of inflicting grievous harm upon even the mightiest dragons. At that moment, the massive form of the dark golden claw bear sprang into action. Its terrifying leaping ability rendering it nearly airborne, allowing it to close the distance to the trio in an instant. At this moment, Tang Chenfeng and his companions found themselves suspended in midair, with no refuge from the impending onslaught of the dark golden claw bear. The claws were poised to descend, leaving them with no opportunity to activate their distress signal. With a thunderous crash, the claws struck down upon them. In an instant, Zhe Ping and Yi Hongling were cleaved apart, their forms disintegrating into shimmering motes of light, while Tang Chenfeng was violently hurled away. The observation room erupted in gasps, for the damage inflicted within the soul platform reverberated within the psyche, and being severed into several fragments was undeniably a harrowing experience. Two of the soul platforms had ceased operation due to the fatalities of their occupants, ejecting from the walls. As the platforms opened, it came as no surprise that the two individuals within lay unconscious, their faces pale and bodies convulsing. Fortunately, Ling Wei was nearby. This eminent healing soul master's hands trembled slightly, not due to uncertainty in her ability to heal, but from the agony of witnessing her child being mercilessly cleaved apart. At that moment, she became acutely aware of a pressing concern. Why had Qinfeng not yet returned? The screen displayed a figure slumped in a pit before the dark golden claw bear, struggling to rise despite the odds. Just prior to the claw's descent, Tang Qifeng had summoned the Star God armor to shield him from the fatal blow. Coupled with Yi Hongling's lifelink ability to mitigate damage, he narrowly escaped death. However, the sheer force of the impact sent him sprawling, and even the formidable Star God armor, forged from soul-forging materials, was rent asunder by that strike. Tang Qifeng's left arm had suffered a comminuted fracture. Tang Qifeng had always been an indomitable spirit. Despite being gravely injured, he resisted the urge to activate the distress signal. As if a profound force was propelling him forward, igniting a fierce determination within his heart. He refused to surrender. He yearned to rise and continue the battle. At that moment, within the confines of the Life Spirit platform, a cerulean gem, his starshine stone, was emanating an extraordinary kaleidoscope of light. Gently drifting from his pocket and seemingly merging with his right palm as if it possessed consciousness. The dark golden claw bear, having identified this lone survivor, regarded Tang Qifeng as nothing more than a helpless prey. Thus, it lunged towards its sole target with ferocity. Outside the arena, the staff were in a state of agitation, questioning why the boy had not activated the distress signal, fearing that his mental state would suffer grave consequences. Is there a way to force him out? Ling Wei inquired anxiously. The staff could only shake their heads in resigned disbelief. On the screen, Tang Qifeng struggled to rise once more. His left arm incapacitated and dangling limply at his side. The dark golden claw bear charged towards him, its formidable claws poised to strike. Many observers in the control room shut their eyes, unwilling to witness the gruesome spectacle of the boy being cleaved in two. Yet, rather than the anticipated sound of flesh being torn asunder, a resounding crack echoed through the air. Something had broken. All present gasped in astonishment. Indeed, something had been severed. But it was not Tang Qifeng. It was the dark golden claw that had been split in half. How could this be? The crowd was engulfed in disbelief. As their gazes shifted to Tang Qifeng's clenched fist, they beheld it enveloped in a blazing cerulean flame, roaring with intensity. Chapter 45. Radiance of the Universe. Roar, roar, roar. The dark golden terror claw bear was momentarily taken aback, only to unleash a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens. A radiant golden light emanated from its form, and the powerful sound wave swept across the surroundings like a tempest. For the dark golden terror claw bear, its most cherished possession was its formidable claws, now interrupted by Tang Qifeng, which had utterly incensed it. In the face of this even more terrifying manifestation of rage, Tang Qifeng remained remarkably composed, exuding an aura of unparalleled superiority as he stood his ground. Amidst the turbulent air stirred by the bear's fury, Tang Qifeng raised his right hand, and two circles of black soul rings slowly ascended from his being, eventually coiling around his right arm and seamlessly merging with it. The azure flames that had previously engulfed his right fist erupted with explosive intensity, swiftly spreading along his entire arm, casting a dazzling blue glow that illuminated the space around him in a resplendent hue. Had Ling Wei been present to observe Tang Qifeng at this moment, she would have discerned a transformation within him, as if he were an entirely different being, radiating an aura of unrivaled supremacy that echoed throughout the cosmos. Tang Qifeng gazed at the dark golden terror claw bear, seemingly addressing an unseen audience with a voice only he could perceive. Observe closely, my child. This is how the cosmic divine light is wielded. The dark golden terror claw bear surged forward, akin to a small mountain crashing toward Tang Qifeng. Simultaneously, another dark golden claw struck out, a 5-meter-long shadow of a golden claw descending from the heavens, aimed directly at the crown of Tang Qifeng's head. As the dark golden claw descended, Tang Qifeng merely sidestepped and glided away with an exceptionally fluid motion, his footsteps remarkably light and smooth, to the point of bordering on the unnatural. Tang Qifeng was nearly in contact with the dark gold terror claw. However, curiously, his movements appeared less like an evasion and more as if the dark gold terror claw was deliberately avoiding him. This entire sequence unfolded as if it were destined to occur. When the dark gold terror claw descended, it merely stirred up a cloud of dust, and amidst this haze, A figure leaped forth, landing directly on the formidable arm of the dark gold terror claw, swiftly making its way towards its head. Before the dark gold terror claw could react, Tang Chenfeng delivered a powerful punch aimed squarely at its face. The impact resonated with a thunderous crash, distorting the creature's massive visage as it was forcefully brought to the ground. Along with the creature's fall, several of its teeth scattered across the ground. The dark gold terror claw rose again, but its previous ferocity had noticeably diminished, retreating a step as it appeared shaken by this unexpected assault. It was likely the first time it had encountered a human capable of contending with its strength. Yet, in that moment, the dark gold terror claw erupted in fury. As a sovereign among soul beasts, it could not fathom being bested by a mere human. Once more, the dark gold terror claw surged forward, confident that its formidable defense coupled with its attack would ensure victory over any human adversary. Meanwhile, Tang Chenfeng had assumed a battle stance. The previously shattered Star God armor began to visibly reconstitute itself into the Star God hammer, with flames from his arm transferring to the hammer, amplifying its size significantly. At that moment, it transformed into a true warhammer. Facing the dark gold terror claw, Tang Chenfeng coldly proclaimed, "In the presence of my cosmic divine light, your defenses are utterly inconsequential." With a resounding clang, when the dark gold terror claw collided with the Star God hammer, its once impenetrable defenses crumbled like stone upon contact. Yet, Tang Chenfeng's Star God hammer did not relent. Mirroring his technique from the chaotic cloak hammer method, he spun his body, delivering another devastating blow. This time, the hammer's head struck firmly against the dark gold terror claw's jaw, accompanied by the sickening crack of bones shattering, forcing its massive body to tilt backward. But the onslaught was far from over. Tang Chenfeng leapt once more, seemingly oblivious to the fracture in his left hand. With both hands gripping the hammer, he raised the Star God Warhammer high above his head and brought it crashing down upon the dark golden claw bear's skull with tremendous force. The bear's visage contorted once again as it slowly succumbed to the ground, but this time it would never rise again. As the dark golden claw bear collapsed, Tang Chenfeng descended gracefully to the ground. Observing the bear, which was gradually transforming into motes of light, he murmured to himself, "This battle has concluded. The plan must now advance to the next phase." With the bear's disappearance, Tang Chenfeng's form too dissolved into luminous particles. Time passed unmeasured, and eventually, within the enveloping darkness, Tang Chenfeng's consciousness began to awaken. Tang Chenfeng felt an unusual sensation. Although he was acutely aware of his consciousness, he could perceive nothing beyond that. Was he currently adrift in a sea of thought? Yet, why had this realm become shrouded in darkness? And why did he have the unsettling impression that he had forgotten something? He murmured to himself. In truth, his memories were confined to the fleeting moment when he struggled to rise. Beyond that instant, he had lost awareness. Suddenly, amidst the enveloping darkness, a glimmer of light appeared in the distance, growing ever closer. As the warmth enveloped him, the stars in the sea of consciousness began to twinkle once more. He could feel his body again. Within the radiance emerged a figure that was all too familiar to him, the figure of Sister Baixing, who had taught him to harness his energy. However, as he observed her advancing form, he sensed something different about this incarnation of Baixing. Previously, she had appeared as a mere vague silhouette of light, but now she seemed to have taken on a tangible, corporeal form. Gazing at the awestruck Tang Chenfeng, Baixing cheerfully remarked, "What's wrong? You look as if you've encountered an unparalleled beauty." Her words were laced with teasing and self-aggrandizement. Having learned about the world through Tang Chenfeng's eyes, she now spoke with a near-human familiarity, her demeanor remarkably exuberant. Yet, her description of being an unparalleled beauty was not mere hyperbole. Previously, Tang Chenfeng could only discern a blurred outline of her visage, but now her features were strikingly clear. Baixing's beauty radiated like the stars in the night sky, exuding an aura of elegance and nobility that inspired reverence. "It's nothing, Sister Baixing. What just happened to me? I remember being at the spirit platform and encountering the dark golden claw bear. Then I lost consciousness," he replied. Baixing explained, "That is precisely why I came to find you." As she spoke, a series of luminous images materialized in her hands. "These depict your state while you were unconscious. Take your time to observe." With that, the images floated into Tang Chenfeng's hands, and he began to examine their contents. Before long, his expression shifted to one of increasing astonishment as he absorbed the information. "I advanced to the second ring, and I defeated the dark golden claw bear in just 2 strikes," he exclaimed in disbelief. "Yes, indeed," Baixing replied calmly. Then why do I have no recollection of it? And what is that fiery-like ability of mine? He inquired. Baixing clarified. Do you remember when I mentioned that reaching the second ring would bring you a surprise? Tang Chenfeng remarked. Of course I remember. And you even mentioned that it might require a perilous sacrifice to serve as a medium for breakthrough. Could it be that the surprise is this azure flame? What exactly is it? Baixing responded. This is your true innate ability. Your original martial soul can only be regarded as an incomplete auxiliary power. Once you begin to awaken, it will unleash its true might, known as the cosmic divine light. Baixing continued, as the name suggests. The cosmic divine light is derived from the primordial forces of the universe, which originally belonged to me. As my offspring, you naturally inherit this legacy. This ability harbors infinite possibilities, which you must explore for yourself. Its manifestation will depend on your thoughts and determination. For instance, during your battle, the dark golden claw bear did not instill fear within you. Rather, it ignited your fighting spirit and facilitated your awakening. I surmise that your initial ability is invincibility in offense, which is why you could shatter the dark golden claw bear's fearsome claws with a single punch. In essence, no matter what kind of defense stands before you, it can be breached. For you, in this world, there shall be no defense that cannot be shattered. Tang Chenfeng grew increasingly exhilarated as he exclaimed, I can't believe I have acquired such a formidable ability. Does that not render all defenses before me utterly meaningless? At this point, he could not help but feel a sense of pride. However, Bai Xian, standing nearby, poured cold water on his enthusiasm, remarking, to be honest, I am somewhat disappointed. I initially believed you would awaken an ability that could completely disregard defenses rather than merely breach them. The distinction between the two is quite significant. Tang Chenfeng remarked with a hint of exasperation, Sister Baixing, must you always pour cold water on the situation? Baixing replied, do not be so impatient. There is an even greater chill yet to come. Ah, a greater chill? What could that possibly mean? Tang Chenfeng inquired, perplexed. Baixing, with a serious demeanor, responded. Do you understand why I chose to temporarily take control of your body rather than allowing you to engage in battle directly? It is precisely because I fear you may become overly impassioned and push yourself beyond your limits. The radiance of the universe is exceedingly taxing on your own energy. For with your current reservoir of soul power, you can sustain it for no more than 2 minutes. Tang Chenfeng inquired. So will I be unable to use it after 2 minutes due to the depletion of my soul power? Not at all, Baixing replied. Even if your soul power is completely exhausted, you can still continue to utilize it. However, but what? Tang Chenfeng pressed further. However, Baixing continued. Once your soul power is depleted, should you wish to maintain the cosmic divine light, you must resort to consuming your own vitality to persist in its use. Although this will significantly amplify its power, it is certainly not advisable. Therefore, one must exercise caution in its subsequent application. Tang Chenfeng was taken aback. He had never considered that this ability could bear such grave side effects. Should he ever succumb to fervor and excessively wield this power in battle, it might indeed cost him his life. It appears that in the future, he must exercise extreme caution when choosing to employ it. Tang Chenfeng was lost in thought. But as soon as he regained his awareness and lifted his gaze, he was startled to find Baixing's face unexpectedly close to his own. This sudden proximity caused him to instinctively step back. Sister Bai, what are you doing? You startled me. Baixing simply chuckled and replied, Oh, it's nothing. I just feel that you and I are becoming increasingly alike. Ah, what do you mean? Tang Chenfeng asked, somewhat perplexed. Baixing then remarked, We can discuss the details later. It seems that the people outside are quite worried about you. You should return for now. With that, she snapped her fingers. And Tang Chenfeng immediately felt the world around him spin before plunging into darkness. He then seemed to hear someone calling his name. When he opened his eyes, he was greeted by several familiar faces. Wonderful, wonderful. Mother should come and see that brother has awakened. Upon seeing Tang Chenfeng regain consciousness, Yi Hongling immediately turned and dashed toward Ling Wei. Tang Chenfeng glanced around, realizing he was reclining in a medical room, observing the decor. It was evident he remained within the confines of the spirit transmission tower. Excellent, boss, you have finally awakened, exclaimed Zepping, the second person to offer his concern. Don't move just yet, Chenfeng. Your spiritual sea may have sustained damage. Do you feel anything amiss? Ling Wei quickly approached, addressing Tang Chenfeng. 2 hours had elapsed since Tang Chenfeng triumphed over the dark golden claw bear within the spirit platform. During this time, the staff of the spirit transmission tower had lifted him from the platform, discovering him in a state of unconsciousness, and subsequently transported him to the medical room. Tang Shifeng sat up, asserting that he felt largely untroubled. If he had to pinpoint an issue, it would merely be a sense of fatigue. Boss, are you truly not experiencing any problems? Don't force yourself. You have undergone significant changes. Zepping's words piqued Tang Xingfeng's interest. Tang Xingfeng inquired, change? What changes could I possibly undergo? Meanwhile, Yi Hongling, seemingly from nowhere, produced a mirror and remarked, Brother, I believe you ought to take a look for yourself. Tang Xingfeng gazed into the mirror, and upon seeing his reflection, he was momentarily taken aback. The figure staring back at him was undeniably himself. Yet both his facial structure and contours appeared to have been meticulously refined, rendering him more handsome and spirited than ever before. There were notable transformations as well. For instance, his hair had transformed into a remarkably rare sky blue, and his eyes mirrored the same ethereal hue. Ling Wei, standing nearby, remarked, You had already taken on this appearance when we retrieved you from the spirit platform. However, rest assured, I have thoroughly examined you, and there are no adverse effects on your body. In fact, all your bodily functions have significantly strengthened. Tang Xingfeng suddenly realized that Bai Xing's words were increasingly resonating with his own thoughts. Indeed, Bai Xing possessed long, sky-blue hair and a pair of azure eyes, which made them appear more alike than ever. Right? Is it not as I mentioned? Huh? What is that sound? Suddenly, a familiar voice reverberated in Tang Xingfeng's mind. A voice that logically should not be present in this context. Sister Bai Xing, is that you? Tang Xingfeng pondered inwardly. Indeed, it is I. As your cultivation progresses, our communication becomes ever more seamless. There are other matters to discuss, but for now, focus on the task at hand. Boss? Boss? What are you daydreaming about? Ah, it's nothing. By the way, Zepping, have you found the spirit you desire? At this, a proud expression surfaced on Zepping's face as he produced a small orb. Tang Xingfeng recognized it as a temporary storage device for spirits, which allowed the user to absorb the spirit contained within at will. To Tang Xingfeng's astonishment, the spirit within was a small bear of a dark golden hue, most striking for its robust arms and claws. Wasn't this the very dark golden claw bear he had previously vanquished? It was given to me by the former deputy tower master, along with a considerable discount. Likely as compensation. I accepted it, as it would serve perfectly as my spirit, Zepping said with a grin. Tang Xingfeng interjected, Are you certain you wish to absorb it? The dark golden claw bear is a notoriously aggressive spirit beast. Absorbing its spirit could be perilous. Zepping replied, As the saying goes, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Wealth is sought in risk. If I do not attempt it, how can I know? Just like you, boss. Even in the face of the dark golden claw bear, you triumphed. At this, Tang Xingfeng found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. He could only caution Zepping to proceed with utmost care during the absorption. Ultimately, Tang Xingfeng's physical examination indicated he was unharmed and had even grown stronger, while Zepping successfully acquired the century-old spirit he sought. With their objectives fulfilled, the two families bid each other farewell before the spirit transmission tower in Haitian City. After this series of events, Tang Xingfeng and his companions finally set out on their journey home. Chapter 46. Preparations before ascending the sky. After concluding their affairs at the spirit transmission tower, Tang Xingfeng and his companions spent an entire afternoon returning to Tianhan town. This holiday commenced anew, but unlike previous ones, there was a sense of anticipation that perhaps this time, after the holiday, they would venture to a different destination. Upon arriving home, the trio found Yi Jiulong waiting inside. You're back. Why are you so late today? Oh, Xingfeng, why has the color of your hair changed? As Yi Jiulong greeted everyone, he also noticed something peculiar about Tang Xingfeng. This, he thought, is a lengthy tale. Thus, Tang Xingfeng succinctly recounted the events of the day. Oh, how splendid it must be to have entered the spirit platform. I recall the considerable sacrifices your grandmother and I had to make just for a single visit to the spirit platform. With that, Yi Jiulong began to reminisce about the past. Hold on a moment, Jiulong. There is something I feel compelled to discuss with you. Xingfeng, Hongling, please wait a moment. I will prepare dinner after I finish my conversation with your grandfather, Ling Wei said as she pulled Yi Jiulong towards the interior of the house. Brother, what shall we do now? Yi Hongling inquired. Tang Xingfeng replied, How about we retreat to the bedroom for a while to meditate? In truth, during the holidays, the siblings Tang Xingfeng and his sister engaged in merely 3 activities. While their family attended to household chores, they practiced their skills or received guidance from their grandparents. Their leisure time was, comparatively speaking, quite limited. Meanwhile, in another room, 2 others had commenced a conversation. What's the matter, Ling Wei? Is there something else on your mind? Yi Jiolong inquired. Ling Wei responded, Indeed, there are other matters to consider. I believe we should contemplate Zhao Gao's proposal. After all, having been away from Yinchong City for so long, do you not think it is time we return to visit? Yi Jiolong appeared momentarily taken aback. Are you suggesting that Qinfeng and Hongling have both finally surpassed level 20? Yinchong City is regarded as a sanctuary for soul masters, a place nearly inaccessible to ordinary individuals. However, for soul masters, the situation is markedly different. According to federal law, an ordinary soul master who achieves level 20 before the age of 18 qualifies for assessment in Yinchong City. Upon successful evaluation, they gain the right to reside in Yinchong City and continue their studies, along with the privilege of bringing their family along. But Ling Wei, you are aware of our reasons for returning to the surface. None of us truly wish to revisit that sorrowful place. Yi Jiolong's gaze dimmed as thoughts of that location resurfaced, bringing to mind his profound regrets. At that moment, Ling Wei approached him gently, enveloping him in a warm embrace as she softly remarked, Yet, as you know, much of the past has faded. We must confront the present and the future. Zhao Gao has assured me that whenever we desire, he can facilitate our residence in Yinchong City. Moreover, Tang Qinfeng and Yi Hongling will undoubtedly accompany us, for their sake. We should consider going, shouldn't we? Tang Qinfeng and his sister had never been to that place. They had only heard that the city in the clouds was a realm every soul master yearned to reach. However, Yi Jiolong and Ling Wei understood that it was not merely a sanctuary for soul masters, but also harbored numerous dark facets. If they ascended together, they could at least mitigate some unnecessary troubles. Upon hearing this, Yi Jiolong said nothing but gently embrace Ling Wei. At that moment, they ought to have made their decision. After a while, a familiar voice emanated from the kitchen, prompting Tang Qinfeng and Yi Hongling to conclude their meditation and head in that direction. In the modest kitchen, a grand table was laden with a variety of dishes, the quantity so abundant that, from an outsider's perspective, a normal person might struggle to consume it all in 3 days. Yet for the family, this was the requisite amount for each day. Ever since Tang Qinfeng and Yi Hongling awakened their martial souls, the family's greatest dilemma had become food. These two children were akin to black holes. Once food entered their mouths, it was destined never to reappear. This predicament was unavoidable, as both siblings expended tremendous energy due to their martial souls. And their families simply lacked the wealth to procure rare ingredients that could replenish such energy. Thus, they had to compensate quantity for quality. Nevertheless, even so, sharing a meal together as a family was perhaps the most delightful time of their day. As the siblings consumed nearly all the food on the table, Yi Jiolong remarked, Take your time, no need to rush. This holiday, you should rest well for a month. Upon hearing this, Tang Qinfeng and Yi Hongling were momentarily taken aback. For they knew all too well that when their grandfather spoke, it rarely ended well for them. Yi Jiolong, sensing their unease, awkwardly added, There's no need to panic. It's truly just a month of rest. You will resume training next month. Yi Hongling timidly inquired, Grandpa Yi, you're not going to trick us again, are you? Last time you said that, you significantly increased our training regimen. Yi Jiolong sighed in exasperation. This time is genuinely different. You both know that you have reached level 20, and you are now eligible to venture to that place. Frankly, your grandmother and I are exceedingly proud. This day has arrived far sooner than we anticipated. We have decided that if you can step onto the ground of the city in the clouds, we will accompany you. The assessment date for the city in the clouds is set for 2 months later, right after this holiday concludes. I do not expect you to succeed for certain. Just put forth your best effort. However, if you do achieve success, we will move to live in the sky together. Rest assured, Grandpa, it's merely an assessment. We will surely pass, Tang Qinfeng declared with unwavering confidence. Indeed, Grandpa and Grandma, my brother and I will strive hard. Together, we will live in the city in the clouds. Yi Hongling, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked joyfully. Thus, amidst a lively and harmonious atmosphere, the family concluded their dinner. Time slipped away unnoticed, and soon it was the dead of night. The siblings returned to their bedroom, which had undergone a transformation compared to the past. Previously, they shared a single bed, but now, having grown older, the once spacious bed had vanished, replaced by 2 smaller ones, signifying their separation during slumber. Typically, soul masters do not require sleep. Instead, meditation serves as their preferred means of passing time at night. At this moment, Yi Hongling sat cross-legged on her bed, entering a meditative state. Ordinarily, Tang Qinfeng would join her in meditation at this hour, but tonight was different. Tang Qinfeng gazed from his bed for a while. Ensuring that Yi Hongling had fully entered a state of meditation, and that both Grandpa Yi and Grandma Ling had indeed succumbed to profound contemplation. After confirming this, he stealthily slipped out of his room and, with a few nimble leaps, ascended to the rooftop. But why did Tang Shenfeng wish to reach the rooftop? It was to meet someone he knew all too well. Tang Shenfeng settled cross-legged upon the rooftop, whereupon 2 obsidian soul rings ascended from beneath him. A closer inspection would reveal that these rings were not entirely devoid of color. Rather, they shimmered with specks of starlight and a myriad of other hues, intertwining against the backdrop of the ebony night, rendering them strikingly conspicuous. It was as if the 2 soul rings were interwoven, reflecting the vastness of the universe itself. Accompanying the soul rings was a diminutive figure, remarkably small, resembling that of a child merely 2 or 3 years of age. Yet, upon closer examination, one would discern that this child was nothing less than a miniature version of the White Star. Tang Shenfeng gazed in astonishment at the miniature version of Baixing. Sister Baixing, have you transformed into a spirit? Baixing's somewhat ethereal form floated beside him, resembling a soul. Of course, I am not a spirit. How should I put it? I am currently utilizing your mental energy to project my shadow. Moreover, since you have completely absorbed the Starshine Stone, I no longer need to wait for you to sleep or meditate to converse with you. We can engage in dialogue at any time and place. Furthermore, in this special state, I can offer you guidance and protection while teaching you to harness your own powers. As she spoke, Baixing seemed to be weaving something with her hands, which soon took the form of a vibrant, multicolored orb. What is this magnificent creation you hold, Sister Baixing? I have been watching you craft it from the very beginning, Tang Shenfeng inquired. Baixing explained, you may perceive it as a form of communication, albeit directed towards myself. What you see before you is merely a projection of my consciousness. Each time you advance to a new major stage, I will send a message to my true self. I believe she would be quite eager to witness your growth. As she finished speaking, Baixing cradled the orb in her hands. The colorful sphere soared into the sky, transforming into a radiant meteor that vanished at the horizon. Ah, how vast the universe is, Tang Shenfeng mused. By the way, Sister Baixing, I have another question I wish to ask you. What is it? Tang Shenfeng inquired. Do I have a father? Upon hearing this, Baixing's body momentarily stiffened. But she quickly regained her composure. No, you are indeed my child. However, you are not like an ordinary person. In a true sense, you do not have a father. But rather you are the most pure part of me. In essence, you have only one mother, and at most, you might have some references. What do you mean by references? Tang Shenfeng asked, puzzled. Baixing's tone became slightly awkward. This is something you should not concern yourself with for now. In an unknown corner of the universe, a radiant figure stood amidst the endless starry sky, appearing so natural and harmonious, as if she had merged with the cosmos itself. It's here, she murmured softly. Simultaneously, a colorful orb of light soared into her hand. Wasn't this the very orb Baixing had crafted to convey messages? She cradled the orb in her palms, quietly absorbing the thoughts and vivid memories contained within. The more she felt, the deeper she became ensnared. Within this information lay many things she had once forgotten or even cast aside, and now, as she gazed upon it, an inexplicable sense of satisfaction welled up within her. Hey, what are you looking at? Let me have a peek. A casual voice broke the surrounding tranquility from behind her. Turning around, she beheld a shadowy figure. One that lacked a defined human form yet seemed to embody the boundless starry sky, appearing even more dazzling than the world around them. She thought to herself, if only this annoying individual were not by her side, everything would be perfect. In this world, few things could stir her emotions. But this bothersome person was indeed one of the rare exceptions. This figure was none other than the mysterious traveler who had once proclaimed a penchant for meddling in affairs. No, just as she uttered those words, a flash of white light enveloped her, and the orb had vanished from her grasp. Let me see it. Oh, quite impressive. You have quite a few friends, and you've learned much. Truly, you are a remarkable child of this universe, the mysterious figure remarked. Hey, you better return that to me. The veins on her forehead throbbed, and her tone grew increasingly irritable. What is the harm in letting me look for a bit? Is it necessary to be so agitated? The mysterious figure teased playfully. No, change it back immediately, she shouted, utterly abandoning her previous composure. All right, the mysterious figure conceded, tossing the orb back to her. She swiftly caught it in her hand, her annoyance boiling over as she scolded. Aren't you the one who claims to travel across various universes? Then why do you linger here? It's quite bothersome. The enigmatic figure sighed. 30 years ago, when I first encountered you, I had already traversed this universe. Yet, everywhere I went was stagnant. Aside from meeting an intriguing individual, there was little of interest to behold. Remaining by your side to witness this child's growth is far more engaging. Upon hearing this, she paused, bewildered. You had already been here before I even sensed your presence? And you managed to explore this universe without my awareness? Indeed, it is not a challenge for me. The mysterious one replied nonchalantly. At that moment, there were no objections, only her inquiry. Have you seen him? The mirth that had graced the mysterious one's face vanished as he replied. If you are referring to the individual you have in mind. I caught a fleeting glimpse of him, though he did not notice me. Do you truly care for him? I can no longer locate him. And this is a mutual decision between me and the child. For the sake of this universe's future, I must continue on this path. The mysterious one cast her a look, his gaze suddenly imbued with compassion. I have no further words to offer. I wish your plans every success. With that, his figure once again faded into the starry expanse. Chapter 47. Journey to Cloud City. 2 months passed swiftly, and before one knew it, the holiday was nearing its conclusion. With only 2 days remaining, the Haitian Soul Master Academy, or rather the entire Haitian city, could be described as bustling with activity. One reason for this liveliness was the current enrollment season, with many new students arriving. However, the more significant event was that today marked the recruitment of talent for Cloud City, the city in the clouds. As the name implies, Cloud City is a metropolis constructed amidst the clouds, a gathering place for all those on the ground and soul masters alike. Only those possessing sufficient qualifications may enter. Cloud City recruits once every 3 years, while the number of recruits is not limited. There are specific standards. Soul masters under 16 must possess a soul power level of at least 20. Most of these individuals are of student age, and thus many will be accepted into the higher tier academies within Cloud City, where resources are more abundant, paving the way for a brighter future. Moreover, Cloud City's location is not fixed. True to its name, it drifts through the sky along a predetermined trajectory. Approximately every 3 years, it passes over various cities, lingering above them for a time, cities that are destined to evolve into major urban centers. Haitian City is one such example. At this moment within the Haitian Soul Master Academy, Tang Chiffon and Yi Hongling were bidding farewell to their classmates with whom they had spent 3 years. In the original plans of the Haitian Academy, there was no provision for this assessment. It was intended that more students would reach the requisite standards 3 years hence before embarking on their journey. However, this year, the siblings Tang Chiffon and his sister unexpectedly met the criteria ahead of schedule, thus becoming the representatives of Haitian Academy to participate in the evaluation at Yunqing. Moreover, even if they were to fail, there would still be 3 more years ahead of them. The farewell was predominantly attended by students from the work-study dormitory, along with Ning Tong and Mo Xiaoyu, who also came to bid them goodbye. They could be considered the ordinary students most closely bonded with both the academy and the work-study students. Boss, I can't bear to see you leave. I finally obtained my first soul spirit and was hoping to spar with you once I fully recover, lamented Zepping. After returning from the spirit tower, he had begun to absorb the dark golden Fearclaw bear soul spirit, reportedly encountering significant difficulties during the process, but fortunately succeeded in the end. However, the cost was that he would need to adjust for an entire semester before continuing his training. Don't be sad, Zepping. My brother and I will return. When the opportunity arises, we shall seek you out again, Yi Hongling assured him. Upon hearing her words, Zepping's initial tearful expression vanished, replaced by newfound determination. Indeed, we are not leaving for good. Let us reconvene in the future. Time is fleeting. We must take our leave now, but we shall meet again, they said, waving goodbye to the crowd with reluctance. Watching them depart, Zepping sighed. Alas, the boss and Hongling have truly left. In truth, the person you are most reluctant to part with is Yi Hongling, isn't it? Ning Tong interjected. Zepping's face flushed instantly as he stammered. And no, that's not it. Well, you're right. It's all right. We still have 3 years ahead of us, and there will be opportunities, Ning Tong consoled, patting his shoulder. You know that. So why not hurry and continue your training? Tang Chiffon and the others are catching up. We must accelerate our progress, Mo Xiaoyu urged before departing. Hey, Xiaoyu. Wait for me. At the school gate, Tang Chiffon and his companions had already set off. Naturally, to enter Yunqing, one must utilize specific means of transportation. Currently, Tang Chiffon and his group were aboard the academy's dedicated bus en route to the airport, gazing at the city around them, resembling a forest of steel. Tang Chiffon could not help but marvel at how swiftly time had passed. In just 3 years, he was on the verge of heading to that place he had longed for. While lost in thought, Yi Hongling leaned closer to him. Brother, are you still thinking about everyone at the academy? She inquired. Yes, but more than anything, I should be feeling anticipation, he replied. All right then, children. There is no need to be overly sorrowful. The speaker is the youthful-looking Yi Jiolong, with Ling Wei and Zhao Gaobo by his side. All aboard the vehicle alongside Tang Chenfeng and the others. Just yesterday, Yi Jiolong and Ling Wei bid farewell to the residents of Tianhun Town without revealing their identities. After relinquishing their roles as village leaders, they departed once more, promising to return in the future. Tang Chenfeng recalled the envious expressions of the townsfolk. Clearly, their entry into Yuncheng City was also an opportunity for this elderly couple to return, although the matter could have easily been resolved by Zhao Gaobo alone. They still chose to accompany the younger generation. Indeed, farewells are an essential lesson in the journey of growth. Without parting, there can be no new encounters. For now, we must look forward, Zhao Gaobo remarked. Understood, the siblings replied in unison. The journey was not lengthy, as the city was relatively small. In approximately 20 minutes, Tang Chenfeng and his companions arrived at the docking area, disembarked from the school bus, and took a 10-minute shuttle to finally enter the core area of the aviation center. The entire center was adorned predominantly in white, with vast white metallic walls featuring large screens that displayed various images, the most striking of which was a massive floating island. Undoubtedly, Yuncheng City. The atmosphere within the aviation center could be described as extraordinarily bustling. Although aviation centers in other cities could also embark towards Yuncheng City at this moment, it was evident that Haitian City was the closest to Yuncheng City. Many students from other city academies had gathered to participate in this assessment event, making the originally spacious center feel particularly lively and crowded. Fortunately, as local academy students, Tang Chenfeng and his group enjoyed certain advantages, as their tickets allowed them to enter earlier. The 5 of them completed the boarding procedures, which were somewhat cumbersome, with security checks requiring them to pass through no less than 5 stages, so stringent that even a fly could not pass unnoticed. After navigating through the various checkpoints, they finally entered the internal area, where they awaited their departure. Through the expansive glass windows, Tang Chenfeng and his sister spotted not the conventional soul-guided aircraft on the distant tarmac, but rather a colossal airship. Indeed, that is the soul-guided airship we will be boarding. Yi Jiolong preemptively answered their unspoken questions. Is it really an airship? Grandpa Yi, did you also take one to Yuncheng City in the past? Tang Chenfeng inquired. Yes. Yuncheng City maintains strict regulations regarding all external matters. One such rule prohibits high-powered soul-guided systems from approaching too closely outside of Yuncheng City, which includes soul-guided aircraft. Thus, airships, primarily utilizing balloons as their main carriers, are the optimal choice, Zhao Gaobo interjected before Yi Jiolong could respond. Without much delay, the time to board arrived. After undergoing the final security check, the 5 individuals successfully boarded the soul-guided airship. The airship's main body was adorned in white, and while the passenger pods and lift balloons were quite modest in size, the pods were still capable of accommodating at least 30 individuals. Unlike conventional airships, the pods destined for Cloud City were not directly affixed to the balloons. Instead, they were suspended from the balloons by specially crafted ropes. This design granted the airship a deck, providing ample space for movement. In addition to Tang Chenfeng and his companions, many others from various regions also boarded the vessel. The moment for takeoff swiftly approached, and the airship's announcement resonated through the cabin. Welcome aboard this passenger airship, specially designed by Sky Island and Cloud City. We hope to provide you with excellent service and assistance during your journey. We would now like to share a few important guidelines. We kindly ask parents, teachers, and children to adhere to them diligently. The airship will travel at a leisurely pace, so we urge all passengers to cooperate with the crew to ensure a pleasant travel experience. Passengers on the deck, please enter the pods and take your seats. There may be some turbulence during the flight, so please fasten your seatbelts. You may move freely on the deck only after the airship stabilizes and the soul-guided protective shield is activated. If you feel unwell, please contact a crew member immediately. We will assess your condition and provide assistance promptly. During the duration of this electronic announcement, Tang Chenfeng and his companions had already taken their seats, and the surrounding seats quickly filled with passengers, mostly adults accompanied by 2 or 3 children. Clearly, they were teachers from other academies with their students. Shortly thereafter, the soul-guided airship finally took off. Compared to airplanes, the airship ascended with remarkable smoothness, experiencing only slight turbulence during takeoff. Windows installed in the walls of the pods allowed everyone to gaze out at the receding ground as the airship began its ascent. Outside the windows, only the azure sky was visible, with fluffy white clouds above. The ascent was notably steady, with occasional sensations of the airship tilting at an angle. Yet it did not evoke discomfort among the passengers. As the airship soared higher, it encountered mild turbulence due to air currents. However, the majority of the passengers were soul masters, so they were likely unaffected. Yet, at that moment, Yi Hongling's complexion appeared rather pallid, her face taking on a faintly green hue as she pressed her hands firmly against her mouth, seemingly in distress. "What is wrong with Yi Hongling?" Tang Shifeng inquired, puzzled. Meanwhile, Ling Wei, seated beside her, promptly approached and placed her hand on Yi Hongling's forehead. After a moment's assessment, she said, "There does not seem to be any serious issue. She might just be experiencing a bit of motion sickness. She should close her eyes and rest. She will likely feel better soon." In this world, many individuals experience motion sickness, yet those who succumb to it aboard an airship are remarkably few. Perhaps this signifies a peculiar constitution. Indeed, after closing her eyes, Yi Hongling found her symptoms of motion sickness significantly alleviated, and soon the turbulence of the airship subsided, giving way to a serene atmosphere within. Thus, they glided quietly for nearly an hour. Chapter 48. The criteria for recruitment. At this moment, the electronic broadcast reverberated once more. "Esteemed passengers, greetings. The airship has departed from the turbulent air currents and entered a secure zone, soon to enter the domain of Cloud City. The sole guiding protective shield on the deck has been activated. Passengers may proceed from the rear to the upper deck to behold the scenic vistas along the journey. Please exercise caution during your viewing." As the electronic announcement concluded, numerous passengers rose from their seats, making their way toward the upper deck of the airship. Tang Shifeng cast a glance at Yi Hongling, and then shifted his gaze toward Yu Jiolong and the other three. Yu Jiolong smiled and said, "If you wish to go, then go ahead. Your grandmother, your teacher, and I will remain here to look after Linger." With Yi Jiolong's permission, Tang Shifeng unfastened his safety belt and made his way toward the upper deck of the airship. At this moment, the deck of the airship was already bustling with numerous individuals, most of whom were utilizing their soul-guided communication devices to capture the surrounding scenery through their built-in camera systems. The airship was on the verge of entering a thick layer of clouds, with a dense expanse of clouds ahead and a brilliant azure sky behind. Curiously, when one looked up, the moon was distinctly visible, creating a most peculiar sensation. Moreover, people could also spot in the distance several other airships identical to the one they were aboard. The Cloud City recruitment event occurs once every 3 years, and it is not limited solely to the nearby cities. Those from far-off cities are also welcome to participate. However, the ticket prices typically increase with distance, making them generally unaffordable for the average individual. Tang Shifeng wished to approach the edge of the deck for a better view, yet he found himself thwarted by the throngs of people. Just as he began to feel a twinge of frustration, he turned around and noticed a solitary figure in a relatively empty corner at the rear of the deck. It appeared to be a young girl, and though he could only see her silhouette, it was remarkably captivating, especially her flowing sky-blue hair, cascading nearly to her waist. Strangely, this enchanting girl was utterly alone, and unlike the surrounding crowd, she was not gazing skyward but instead fixated on the ground below. Since he could not push through the crowd ahead, he decided to approach her. He positioned himself about 3 meters away and gazed into the distance. Being closer now, he could discern her profile, which was undeniably striking. She seemed to be of similar age to Yi Hongling, her complexion ethereal and porcelain-like, with delicate rosy cheeks that hinted at vitality. Her eyes, mirroring the hue of her hair, possessed a profound depth that belied her youth, and her slightly melancholic expression evoked a sense of empathy. Following her gaze, Tang Shifeng observed the earth beneath them, a vast expanse of plains interspersed with meandering rivers, converging and ultimately flowing into the sea, creating a unique and picturesque scene. As he continued to admire the landscape, he glanced back toward the girl, only to find that she had turned to look at him as well. Their eyes met. A moment of silent connection, yet neither spoke, resulting in an awkward stillness. Just as Tang Shifeng prepared to greet her, she broke the silence. "What are you looking at?" Her voice was melodious, reminiscent of wind chimes softly ringing in a gentle breeze. "I'm admiring the scenery below," he replied. "Ah, just like me," she said, turning back to gaze at the ground. "Did you know? These plains once comprised majestic mountains, but they were excavated and taken to places they should never have been. Not just here, many regions on this planet have changed beyond recognition." Her tone was calm, yet a hint of sorrow lingered beneath the surface. Tang Shinfeng was momentarily puzzled by her words, ready to inquire further when a voice from the front cried out, "Look ahead. It seems we are approaching Cloud City." Tang Shinfeng's gaze was instantly captivated. At that moment, they were already aboard the airship, soaring above the clouds. In the distance, though somewhat far away, a colossal island appeared to hover in the sky, unmistakably recognized by everyone present. From afar, the island resembled towering mountains, yet upon closer inspection, these mountain-like structures were revealed to be immense man-made edifices. The buildings below, less conspicuous, were what the passengers aboard the airship were more familiar with, those structures that could be termed the steel Mitsubishi on the ground, now appearing as mere clusters of grass in the presence of the true forest. People often liken clouds to a sea of mist, but here, it transcended metaphor. The city in the clouds floated above this sea, akin to an island at sea. As they drew nearer, it became evident that they had underestimated the grandeur of this cloud city. It was not merely an island, but resembled a continent suspended in the air. The airship, before it, appeared as a tiny bee facing a colossal tree. "Are we almost there?" Tang Shinfeng exclaimed with excitement. Having envisioned the cloud city countless times while on the ground, he had not anticipated such stunning magnificence, which surpassed all his imaginings. However, no one responded to the youth's query. When Tang Shinfeng turned around, he realized that the enchanting young woman had vanished without him noticing. At that moment, the electronic announcement crackled to life. "Dear passengers, greetings. We are about to arrive at our destination, the Cloud City. Please disembark from the deck and enter the pods, securing your seatbelts, as we are about to dock at the Cloud City terminal. Please return to the pods and fasten your seatbelts." Despite the desire of many to remain outside and witness the airship's approach to the Cloud City, regulations dictated otherwise. Everyone was obliged to return to the confines of the pod. Tang Shinfeng returned to his seat and fastened his seatbelt. He glanced to the side and noticed that Yi Hongling had nearly recovered, suggesting that she was likely fine. What awaited them next was the assessment for entry into Cloud City. Zhao Gabwa had informed Tang Shinfeng and his companions that the evaluations in Cloud City differed markedly from those on the ground. Graduates from various schools typically select institutions based on their qualifications, but in Cloud City, the process is reversed. It is the teachers of the institutions who choose students based on their performances. The better one performs, the greater the likelihood of being selected by one or even several prestigious academies, after which one's future would depend on their own efforts. The atmosphere within Cloud City was quite lively. The triannual recruitment of ground students was a means of infusing new talent into the city. Given that Cloud City only recruits once every 3 years, the academies therein also welcome a new cohort of students once every 3 years. This opportunity is equally rare for the institutions. Being able to recruit superior students before other academies can secure the best outcomes for their own. However, the number of excellent candidates is finite, and the ability to attract these students often hinges on the prowess of the recruiting teachers. Everything within Cloud City exudes a sense of futurism. For instance, the roads are constructed in the sky, comprising extensive metal pathways. With a soul-guided vehicle or a civilian mech, one can traverse any part of Cloud City. At that moment, a soul-guided vehicle was speeding along one such road, closely followed by a soul-guided school bus emblazoned with the name of St. Luo Soul Master Academy, clearly indicating that they were educators from an institution seeking new recruits. Inside the soul-guided vehicle sat a man and a woman, evidently 2 teachers from the academy. The woman was driving, while the man occupied the passenger seat. The female teacher was tall and alluring, her striking purple hair tied back in a high ponytail, adding an air of confidence to her presence. The male teacher, seated beside her, was tall and well-built, with short black hair that appeared neat and tidy, complemented by stylish sunglasses that lent him an aura of coolness. Despite being in the company of such a beautiful woman, the male teacher appeared remarkably indifferent, resting his hands behind his head and leaning back comfortably in his seat. Although his sunglasses obscured part of his face, the visible features revealed that he was undeniably an attractive man. "I remember you used to show no interest in such matters. What has suddenly piqued your curiosity today?" the striking female teacher inquired. "Do you believe I have suddenly developed an interest?" The male teacher replied calmly. The female teacher scoffed and remarked, "Developed an interest? I've known you for nearly a decade. You've been at my academy for so long without a single student. If you claim to have suddenly become interested, it seems rather late, doesn't it?" The male teacher suddenly spoke earnestly, stating, "I am quite serious this time. Furthermore, I must emphasize that I can assist the academy in selecting high-quality students, but those I choose must be taught by me and not by any other instructor. What? The female teacher's tone betrayed a hint of anger. What are you thinking? We adhere to the principle of teaching according to the student's abilities. What if they do not align with your curriculum? There is no issue. I believe they will find it engaging. Moreover, if I insist on selecting them, I trust you will not be able to stop me, director. However, the director found it difficult to rebuke this somewhat arrogant teacher, as this matter pertained to a secret known only to her. But that would be unfair to others. The director composed herself and suggested, "How about this? Among the students I select, you must allow me at least 2, and in return, you can appoint me as the head of Class 6. Class 6? Are you certain? Those who go to Class 6 are generally quite lackluster. Even if you manage to select 2 good students, that." The director's words remained unspoken. Yet, without this, it would not quell the public's discontent, would it? The male teacher replied, "Very well, do as you wish," she conceded. Chapter 49. The content of the assessment. Meanwhile, at the docks of Cloud City, airships gracefully glided in, docking one after another. Once secured, the occupants disembarked with great enthusiasm. Cloud City is a place coveted by all soul masters on the ground. Arriving here signifies that they are among the elite of their peers. However, upon arrival, the stakes are raised. For those who reach this destination are also the best from their respective regions. Only those who pass the assessment and are selected can remain, if no one chooses them. Being forcibly sent back to the ground is a distinct possibility. For those on the ground, stepping onto the docks of Cloud City is merely the first step. Establishing oneself here depends on subsequent performances. Only through assessment can one truly gain entry into the inner sanctum of Cloud City. Under the guidance of various instructors, students from different academies have gathered outside the entrance. A rough estimate indicates that there are at least 400 individuals present, arriving from the ground via 10 airships. Soon, they will board shuttle cars to proceed to the selection venue. The majority of those present are contemporaries, with age differences of no more than 2 or 3 years. Even though they were previously strangers, under certain circumstances, they found themselves engaging in delightful conversation. Soon, the ferry at the Yunzhong City dock arrived. And under the guidance of the teachers, everyone boarded the vehicle with great interest. The spacious interior comfortably accommodated up to 50 individuals. Upon entering, apart from the teachers and parents, nearly all participants preparing for the assessment swiftly entered a meditative state, utilizing meditation to restore and adjust themselves, ensuring they remained in peak condition to showcase their utmost abilities during the evaluation. The assessment site was not far from the dock, and within approximately 15 minutes, they arrived. Upon disembarking, the group discovered they had reached a magnificent white-domed structure, evidently the venue for their assessment. Numerous staff members were present, directing the students into the building, clearly indicating that parents and teachers were not permitted within the assessment area. Xinfeng, Hongling, this is your stage now. Strive to pass the assessment on your first attempt, encouraged Zhao Jiaober. Indeed, we will, the duo responded before following the staff into the building. Observing their departure, the 3 remaining outside fell into contemplation. Do you think these 2 children can succeed in the assessment? Yi Jiulong inquired, a hint of anxiety in his tone. Nervousness was, in fact, inevitable. Only those who had personally experienced the assessment could comprehend its formidable challenges. I cannot say for certain, as I did not undergo the assessment myself. It should be you who has experienced it, Zhao Jiaober replied. Let us have faith in them, Ling Wei interjected. From what we later learned, the assessments in Yunzhong City are predominantly combat-related, yet their core remains the comprehensive quality of the participants. If it is these 2 children, they will undoubtedly excel. After hearing this, Yu Jiulong managed a resigned smile, saying, "Yes, let us believe in them." Meanwhile, the interior of the white structure was bustling with arrivals. The space was even larger than Tang Xinfeng had anticipated, with the interiors devoid of decorations or furniture, instead lined with rows of spherical pots. Simultaneously, a strikingly beautiful woman, accompanied by 2 men in black suits, approached the gathering. The woman bore a red insignia on her shoulder. She was the chief examiner of the venue. Although she did not take any action, her mere presence instilled a palpable sense of authority among the multitude present, silencing the area instantly. The vast interior of the white building was naturally divided into numerous sections, each designated for a group of candidates undergoing their assessments. The beautiful examiner addressed the crowd with a serious demeanor. I am your examiner. I will now explain the rules and precautions for the assessment. The examiner spoke. What you see before you are the simulation pods, which will transport you to a virtual realm known as the Douluo world. Unlike the Spirit Tower's Ling platform, This environment is entirely virtual and far more secure. Your examination will take place within this space, and shortly. We shall provide each of you with a compact soul guide terminal, serving as your key to enter. You may also form teams through this terminal, though the total number of participants in a single team must not exceed 3. Once inside, you will be transported to a labyrinth teeming with soul beasts. Your objective is to eliminate these creatures to earn points. The older the soul beast, the higher the score. Additionally, defeating fellow competitors will yield significant points. This is also a survival challenge. Your score will increase the longer you manage to stay alive. Should you be defeated, you will be ejected from the virtual world. Strive to endure in order to establish your presence in Cloud City. Now, please approach in an orderly fashion to collect your terminals for entry into the virtual realm. Soon, all 40 participants had lined up in an orderly queue to receive their terminals. After obtaining their devices, Tang Qinfeng and the others scrutinized them closely. The terminal resembled an enlarged white soul guide communicator, slightly bigger than their palms. By connecting the top of their terminal to those of their companions, they successfully formed their teams. Tang Qinfeng and Yi Hongling, being unfamiliar with the others present, resolved that rather than forming teams with strangers, it would be more prudent and secure for the two of them to unite as one team. Subsequently, under the guidance of the staff, they selected 2 adjacent simulation pods and entered them. Unlike the spirit platform of the transmission spirit tower, the interior of the simulation pod was spacious and expansive. Utilizing magnetic levitation technology, specialized particle construction techniques, and a neural conduction system, the pod could perfectly recreate the internal environment and the conditions of soul masters. In essence, this simulation pod was capable of emulating a genuine world. Within the ample chamber, there was but a single control panel, featuring a groove perfectly sized to accommodate the terminal. After configuring the terminal according to regulations and embedding it within the panel, the interior of the simulation pod illuminated instantaneously, transforming into a realm of data and code. Concurrently, virtual screens flickered to life around them, accompanied by the sound of electronic notifications. The following displayed the participants' personal information. If everything was accurate, they were prompted to confirm. As the notification sound ceased, the screen revealed all of Tang Qinfeng's personal details. Tang Qinfeng glanced around and remarked, confirmed. The electronic prompt sounded once more. The information has been verified, and it will now be loaded into the simulated world. Everything around him began to transform again. He initially experienced a moment of darkness before the surroundings rapidly brightened. Upon opening his eyes, Tang Qinfeng found himself in an entirely unfamiliar environment, with Yi Hongling beside him. As he surveyed the area, it appeared they were situated within a corridor, approximately 5 meters in height and width. The walls and ceiling were constructed from stone bricks, with sconces illuminating the labyrinthine passage. From the depths of the corridor, distant sounds echoed, possibly the roars of soul beasts. Chapter 50, Chaos in the Maze in the Maze. Tang Qinfeng observed Yi Hongling while also scanning their surroundings. The experience was incredibly novel for them. Despite knowing that everything around them was virtual, it appeared strikingly authentic. Yi Hongling touched her own cheek, then brushed her fingers against Tang Qinfeng's arm, exclaiming in astonishment, "Wow, this feels so real, completely unlike a simulation. I can even sense the warmth of our bodies." Tang Qinfeng's sentiments were akin to those of Yi Hongling, yet he quickly realized the urgency of the assessment. "Linger, please initiate the life connection between us at once. It will aid us in confronting any peculiar soul beast we may encounter." "Understood," Yi Hongling replied. She then summoned her martial spirit, her second soul ring radiating brilliantly. Verdant tendrils entwined around Tang Qinfeng's waist, an incessant flow of life energy surging into him. "Brother, what is our next course of action?" Yi Hongling inquired. Tang Qinfeng remarked, "Let us proceed forward and see what lies ahead. If we encounter soul beasts that we can handle, we shall eliminate them to earn some points. However, if we come across any humans, we should strive for a peaceful resolution." Thus, the brother and sister duo ventured deeper into the labyrinth. Boom, boom, boom. After walking for a while within the passage, they were suddenly met with a series of resounding thuds. The sound appeared to emanate from within the corridor. As they focused their gaze, they beheld a towering statue, standing at 3 meters tall, advancing towards them. The statue was entirely encased in armor, yet its form was exceedingly bulky, particularly its abdomen, which resembled a protruding beer belly. Nonetheless, a complete set of armor enveloped it. The eyes of the statue emitted a mechanical red glow, and it wielded an enormous broadsword that, in the spacious 5-meter-wide corridor, could undoubtedly encompass the entire passage with its reach. it was evident that its target was none other than Tang Chenfeng and his sister, exchanging glances. The siblings understood each other's intentions. Tang Chenfeng surged forward, unleashing his martial spirit, preparing to launch an assault on the statue. As he charged ahead, his physique swelled against the wind, towering over 2 meters in height. Ever since his cultivation had surpassed the second ring, his strength had surged dramatically, and his physical transformation was profound. In terms of sheer power, it was likely that even a fifth-ring Soul King would struggle to match him, despite the statue's imposing size. It was apparent that, as a mechanical construct, its speed was rather lackluster. As Tang Chenfeng approached, the statue raised its sword with both hands, preparing to deliver a horizontal strike, though its sluggishness was far from commendable. Tang Chenfeng executed a simple leap to evade the descending strike, then retaliated with a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, his fist collided with the statue, leaving an imprint of his knuckles upon its chest, causing it to stagger momentarily. In response, the statue released one hand and lunged towards him. Utilizing the statue as a pivot, Tang Chenfeng performed a backflip, narrowly avoiding the assault, and once again launched himself towards the statue for another strike. With each strike, Tang Chenfeng left a fist-sized indentation upon the statue, and in such close-quarters combat, the statue's enormous sword proved utterly ineffective, resorting only to grasping at him. Yet, its movements were excruciatingly slow, failing to ensnare Tang Chenfeng, while his assaults grew increasingly ferocious. Tang Chenfeng's body swelled once more, realizing that the statue's defenses were more formidable than he had anticipated. He resolved to bring the matter to a swift conclusion. Tang Chenfeng surged forward with an astonishing swiftness and strength, significantly surpassing his previous capabilities. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the statue, raising both fists simultaneously before delivering a powerful strike to its chest. Instantly, shards of stone erupted in all directions, as an astonishing 80-centimeter wide gash appeared in the statue's chest, revealing a pulsating red soul-guiding core within. The statue, struck with such force, lost its balance and began to topple backwards, utterly incapable of thwarting Tang Chenfeng's advance. With resolute determination, he clenched his fist once more and unleashed another devastating blow. With a resounding crash, the red light in the statue's eyes gradually dimmed, and its body ceased all movement. In the next moment, as the statue came to a complete standstill, it began to collapse, shattering into a myriad of debris scattered across the ground. Tang Chenfeng let out a long breath, reflecting that he had finally resolved the matter, though it proved to be more troublesome than he had anticipated. "Brother, you are truly remarkable," Yi Hongling cheered from behind. Tang Chenfeng remarked, "It's not too bad. This statue is hardly a formidable foe." At that moment, a series of warm currents emanated from the statue, enveloping Tang Chenfeng in their embrace. Tang Chenfeng contemplated. This must be the sensation of acquiring a score. "Brother, what shall we do next?" Yi Hongling inquired from the side. Tang Chenfeng replied, "Let us proceed further. Anything may occur within the labyrinth, so we must be adaptable." Indeed, Yi Hongling responded obediently, and the two continued their journey deeper into the maze. Tang Chenfeng and his companions continued their forward journey. As Tang Chenfeng returned to Yi Hongling's side and began to prepare for the forthcoming plan, a sudden and urgent rumbling echoed from the passage ahead. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be the sound of footsteps, growing ever nearer. Tang Chenfeng swiftly halted, shielding Yi Hongling behind him as he spoke. "It seems something is approaching. Prepare for battle." Thud, 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 thud. The colossal and urgent footsteps drew nearer, and only then did the siblings discern the source of the sound. It was a creature entirely enveloped in a layer of dark purple scales, measuring at least 10 meters in length and weighing well over 10,000 pounds. With its forelimbs planted firmly on the ground, it boasted a massive tail that caused the earth to tremble with each step. At first glance, it resembled a gigantic lizard, but upon closer inspection, they noted that its head was disproportionately larger than that of a typical lizard, adorned with 2 curved horns extending backward. Sharp bony spikes ran along its spine, tapering off at the end of its tail. "Is that a demon lizard dragon?" Yi Hongling gasped in astonishment. In terms of soul beasts, this knowledge was essential for those residing near the Sunset Forest. Yi Jiolong and Ling Wei often imparted wisdom about soul beasts. Yet, even they had limited understanding of the demon lizard dragon. This formidable creature was known for its ferocity and immense size, coupled with astonishing speed. It excelled in manipulating dark elements and exhibited a highly aggressive nature, classifying it as a ground dragon. Among soul beasts, dragon-type creatures were typically the most powerful. However, legend spoke of their licentious nature, leading to numerous branches within the dragon classification, broadly categorized into three types: true dragons, subdragons, and ground dragons. The most powerful among them were the true dragons, characterized by their slender, serpentine bodies, equipped with 4 claws beneath their bellies and 5 digits. It is said that the mightiest among them bore wings and possessed the ability to summon winds and rain, yet true dragons were exceedingly rare. Not even one could be found in the vast sunset forest, the largest soul beast habitat in the world. Subdragons, on the other hand, were various branches and derivatives of true dragons, ranking just below them in power. While their forms varied greatly, they invariably bore a resemblance to true dragons, possessing a relatively pure lineage. For instance, Yi Jiolong's martial soul, the 9-headed wood dragon, represents a subdragon class of soul beasts. In contrast, the earth dragon class is essentially a derivative of dragon lineage. These creatures typically possess only a trace of draconic blood and may bear a resemblance to true dragons. However, apart from that, they share no further similarities. The creature that Tang Qinfeng and his companions now confront, the demon lizard dragon, belongs to the earth dragon class. Nevertheless, it still possesses a hint of draconic lineage, making it an exceptional entity among soul beasts. Yet, it appears that this demon lizard dragon has no intention of engaging in battle. Rather, it exhibits a frantic desire to flee, with Tang Qinfeng and his companions inadvertently blocking its escape route. Unfortunately, the entire passageway is nearly consumed by its colossal form, leaving the Tang siblings with no choice but to engage in combat. Yi Hongling immediately unleashed her domain of life, while Tang Qinfeng's physique swelled dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he exerted his full strength, for this demon lizard dragon possessed at least 3,000 years of cultivation rank. Typically, such beings would be found deeper within the labyrinth. Although the reasons for its presence here remain unclear, it is evident that they must wield their utmost power to confront it. The demon lizard dragon swiftly recognized the 2 individuals obstructing its path of escape, letting out a piercing shriek. Its massive tail slammed against the ground, propelling it forward with astonishing speed. At the moment of acceleration, Tang Qinfeng and his companions were momentarily caught off guard due to the rapidity of its movement. However, the attack did not land upon them. Did it veer off course? With a resounding crash, the demon lizard dragon collided with the right wall, creating a substantial hole and coming to a halt less than 3 meters from the Tang siblings. Upon closer inspection, they noticed numerous scars adorning the creature's body, most of which appeared to be frostbite. The most terrifying of these wounds was located on its neck, resembling a deep gash inflicted by a colossal weapon, exposing bone and extending downward to its right leg. The edges of the wound were adorned with crimson ice crystals formed from congealed blood, elucidating the reason it lost its balance and crashed into the wall. Witnessing these injuries, expressions of confusion flickered across the faces of the Tang siblings. It is crucial to note that within this labyrinth, only 2 entities are capable of wielding weapons for attacks: the stone statues they had previously vanquished, which were clearly not engaged in combat with one another, and the other participants in the examination. However, is it conceivable that anyone of their age could deliver a single blow capable of severely wounding a 1,000-year-old demon lizard dragon? Before the Tang siblings could ponder further, the demon lizard dragon regained its composure and unleashed an assault upon them with its gaping maw. Nevertheless, a severely injured demon lizard dragon is considerably easier to handle. Tang Qinfeng merely stepped back to evade its strike. However, this magical lizard dragon showed no intention of halting its assault. Instead, it darted forward, fleeing the moment Tang Qinfeng evaded its attack. How could brother Tang Qinfeng and his companion let such a fortuitous opportunity for free point slip away? They immediately set off in pursuit. As they chased on, they found themselves in a relatively spacious area, which appeared to be a secret chamber within the labyrinth. It was evident that this formidable lizard dragon had nowhere left to retreat. Aware of its predicament, the lizard dragon turned to face Tang Qinfeng, extending the 6 gill-like wings upon his body, surrounded by swirling black currents emanating from its form. This was a clear indication of its readiness for battle. With a fierce swing of its tail, the lizard dragon launched itself towards the ground, hurtling directly at Tang Qinfeng and his companion. In an instant, it stood before Tang Qinfeng, its gaping maw ready to snap at him. Just as the beast was about to strike, Tang Qinfeng leaped upward, landing atop its back. At that moment, his eyes glimmered with a brilliant blue light, as his precognitive abilities had allowed him to foresee this very attack and prepare an appropriate countermeasure. Tang Shifeng was acutely aware that the scales of the demon lizard dragon were exceedingly tough and possessed corrosive properties, even with his formidable strength. Breaching such a formidable defense seemed nearly impossible. However, there was a substantial wound on the neck of this demon lizard dragon, as Tang Shifeng's soul rings suddenly transformed. Two dark rings entwined around his right arm. The rings subsequently contracted, while azure flames swiftly spread across his arm, culminating in a powerful strike to the wound. With a resounding crack, Tang Shifeng's entire right arm plunged into the gaping injury on the neck of the demon lizard dragon, forcefully impacting its cervical vertebrae. Accompanied by the ominous sound of shattering bones, he shattered the creature's neck with a single blow. The demon lizard dragon convulsed violently, but its thrashing was short-lived, soon succumbing to an eerie stillness. Tang Shifeng's universal divine light can be described as unparalleled in both defense and offense. During the holiday, he even compelled Yi Jiolong to reveal his battle armor with this technique, leaving several marks upon it. Although in the next moment Tang Shifeng was directly sent flying by Yi Jiolong, this alone is sufficient to demonstrate his formidable strength. Tang Shifeng's universal divine light can leave marks on the four-character battle armor. Indeed, disrupting the cervical spine of the demon lizard dragon proves to be quite an effortless task. After Tang Shifeng withdrew his hand, the celestial light dissipated. This technique was indeed immensely taxing on his soul energy. Within a mere 10 seconds, he sensed a significant depletion of his vitality. The optimal use of this skill lay in its application of surprise. The life force of the magic lizard dragon was remarkably resilient. Despite having its cervical vertebrae fractured, it was not yet dead. Just as Tang Shifeng and his companions prepared to vanquish the beast, a sudden shriek echoed from behind. "Wait a moment, you two." Upon turning around, they beheld three young women, each adorned with lustrous white hair. Among them, two appeared slightly older, perhaps around 15 or 16 years of age, one with a ponytail and the other sporting short hair. The youngest, seemingly of the same age as Tang Shifeng, possessed long white hair, alabaster skin, and striking ice blue eyes. However, her condition was evidently dire. Her complexion was unnaturally pale, and she gasped for breath, the light in her eyes dimming, clearly exhausted. Upon seeing the trio and glancing at the magic lizard dragon behind them, Tang Shifeng and his sister instantly comprehended the situation. They had inadvertently usurped someone else's prey. Chapter 51. Mandala Demon Flower. The current standoff pitted 5 individuals against one another, with the 2 against 3 situation evidently unfavorable for their side. The 3 adversaries appeared to be sisters, yet they had yet to make a move. At this juncture, the eldest of the trio, with her hair styled in a high ponytail, stepped forward and declared, "We were the first to discover and injure this magic lizard dragon. Return it to us." Unable to contain herself, Yi Hongling interjected, "How can you prove that you hunted it first? My brother and I didn't even catch a glimpse of you while pursuing it." The girl in the high ponytail exchanged glances with her 2 companions, who nodded in agreement. "Then allow you to see for yourselves," she proclaimed as the trio simultaneously summoned their soul rings. As they unleashed their martial souls and soul rings, the ambient temperature plummeted at an astonishing rate. The girl with the high ponytail revealed 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, introducing herself as Xue Tianbing, a level 33 assault-type soul master. "I am Xue Mengbing, a level 31 control-type soul master," announced the short-haired girl, showcasing her 2 yellow and 1 purple soul ring configuration. Both of these individuals were soul venerables above level 30, indicating they would be formidable adversaries. As Tang Shifeng and his sister contemplated this, they were taken aback to see the youngest girl summon 4 soul rings, 3 purple and 1 black, signifying her status as a soul sect master with an exceptional soul ring configuration. "I am Xue Linger, a level 42 assault-type soul master." Xue Linger's voice appeared to be rather feeble, likely a consequence of prior overexertion. Observing their soul ring configurations and soul power levels, Tang Shifeng discerned that they undoubtedly possessed the capability to hunt the 1,000-year-old devil lizard dragon. However, their ability to severely wound the creature must have relied on Xue Linger's full-force strike. Otherwise, she would not appear so drained. This implies that only 2 individuals from their side are truly capable of combat, possibly making it a contest. Yet, this notion was swiftly extinguished in Tang Shifeng's mind. The true strength of the adversaries remained shrouded in uncertainty, with Xue Linger posing the greatest threat. Although it was unclear how much power she could currently wield, it was reasonable to assume that she would not fall short of her 2 elder sisters. On the other hand, only he himself was truly capable of fighting. Even with the formidable universal divine light at his disposal, it could be sustained for no more than 2 minutes. In that fleeting span, could he genuinely defeat the three sisters? Tang Qinfeng's mind was racing with thoughts when, at that moment, a flash of blue light caught his eye. As if he had glimpsed something extraordinary. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Are we scaring you? The others assumed his silence was a reaction to their formidable presence. Wow. Sister, look at this young man. He's rather handsome. If we can avoid a confrontation, let's do so, said Xue Mingbing. The light within the corridor was quite dim. And moments ago, the three sisters standing at the entrance were unable to clearly discern the conditions within the secret chamber. However, now illuminated by the glow of the soul ring, they could finally perceive everything distinctly. Tang Qinfeng stood considerably taller than his peers, his growth rate far exceeding that of others. He appeared almost the same age as the two sisters across from him, and coupled with his strikingly handsome features, it was indeed effortless for him to attract the attention of the opposite sex. On a snowy day, Xue Wuyo lamented, Mingbing, must you swoon in front of our adversaries? Xue Mingbing leaned closer, retorting, do you not share the same sentiment, dear sister? Of course I do, Xue Wuyo replied, turning her head, though a faint blush betrayed her composure. Her self-restraint was commendable, yet she could not deny the undeniable allure of the individual before them. Tianbingjia, Mingbingjia. They are making a run for it. Suddenly, Xue Linger exclaimed in urgency from behind. Both Xue Wuyo and Xue Mingbing turned to see that the Tang siblings were already sprinting towards the direction of the demonic lizard. The higher the tier of the soul beast they defeated, the greater the points they would earn. Tang Qinfeng was unwilling to relinquish this millennium-old demonic lizard easily. Apologies. But this demonic lizard cannot be left to you. While it was indeed you who initially wounded it, it is we who have rendered it immobile, Tang Qinfeng stated swiftly. As he spoke, he retrieved a colossal sword from his storage soul guide bracelet, a weapon previously wielded by a statue. This nearly 2-meter-long heavy sword barely fit within the confines of the bracelet, yet it was designed to catch opponents off guard. Tang Qinfeng and his sister swiftly appeared before the ailing demon lizard, their blades descending with lethal precision, plunging deep into the creature's neck wound, thereby extinguishing its life. You wretched fiend! Xue Tianbing exclaimed in fury. The three sisters promptly gave chase, their assaults arriving in swift succession. Xue Mingbing's first spirit ring illuminated, unleashing a veil of icy mist that enveloped the siblings. Simultaneously, Xue Tianbing's first spirit ring also activated, conjuring sharp ice spikes that shot toward Tang Qinfeng and his sister. The sisters' martial spirits were both elemental controls of ice, one focused on offense, while the other specialized in control. Xue Linger followed closely behind, conjuring slender ice spikes that, in comparison to Xue Tianbing's, appeared even more elongated, all aimed at the siblings. The icy mist rapidly engulfed the siblings, narrowing their field of vision. For an ordinary individual ensnared within such a mist, evading the onslaught of ice spikes would be nearly impossible. However, the three sisters found it peculiar that, despite facing away from them, Tang Qinfeng and his sister seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, effortlessly dodging their attacks, as if they had eyes on their backs. Brother, what shall we do next? Yi Hongling inquired of Tang Qinfeng, visibly puzzled by her brother's audacity to provoke foes clearly superior in strength. The space within this chamber is limited. No matter how we evade, we will inevitably reach a dead end, she mused. Tang Qinfeng replied, I have a rather daring plan. Linger, maximize the manifestation of the life domain. Eh? Yi Hongling gasped softly but complied nonetheless. Her first spirit ring glowed, and the life domain expanded to its fullest extent. In that instant, the surrounding area brimmed with life energy, rejuvenating not only Tang Qinfeng and his sister, but also the pursuing Ice Sisters, who felt a refreshing surge as if their bodies were being healed. Is this a group healing spirit skill? What are they attempting? Xue Tianbing pondered in confusion. Just as her thoughts lingered, both parties arrived at the heart of the chamber. Beneath the Ice Sisters, a pathway of crystalline ice began to rise, propelling them swiftly toward Tang Qinfeng and his sister. As they were about to catch up, the ground of the chamber suddenly trembled, causing the Ice Sisters to hesitate, momentarily halting their advance. A slight smile crept across Tang Qinfeng's lips. He was aware that success was imminent. The vibrations within the chamber intensified, and suddenly, beneath the feet of the two groups, the stone floor of the chamber cracked open, transforming into a massive fissure. In an instant, dust and debris erupted throughout the chamber, while countless green vines surged forth from the crevice, launching an assault on the Snow Sisters. Faced with this sudden onslaught, The sisters were compelled to abandon their pursuit of Tang Chenfeng and his sibling, redirecting their efforts to fend off the encroaching greenery for their own survival. The fissure continued to widen, soon expanding to approximately 5 meters in diameter. From this chasm emerged a colossal blue-green bud, at its center seemingly enveloping a vibrant yellow stamen. It was the mandragora flower. The mandragora is a type of plant-based soul beast, classified among the rarer varieties within this realm. It possesses a potent toxin, utilizing thorn vines laced with venom to ensnare its prey. Should one become tainted by its deadly poison, demise would swiftly follow. The mandragora thrives by absorbing the lifeless bodies of its poisoned victims to sustain its growth, rendering it a truly fearsome botanical soul beast. The growth rate of the mandragora is exceedingly slow. Upon reaching the millennium stage, it advances merely 10 centimeters every 1,000 years. Thus, even within the soul beast forest, encountering a particularly large mandragora is a rarity. The specimen before them boasted a bud exceeding 5 meters in diameter and a height surpassing 2 meters, indicating it was at least a 40,000-year-old soul beast. Presently, the mandragora was dispersing a cloud of green toxic powder around it, which, if inhaled even in small quantities, could be fatal. Intriguingly, despite its relentless assault, the mandragora seemed disinclined to target Tang Chenfeng and his companions, focusing its attacks solely on the Snow Sisters. Confronted with the venomous mandragora, Xue Mengbing was conjuring a vast expanse of icy mist to counteract the noxious powder, as ice elements can serve to mitigate such threats. However, the sheer volume of the mandragora's toxic dust was overwhelming. Moreover, the Millennium Tier mandragora possessed formidable defenses, rendering it impervious to the ice spears conjured by Xue Tianbing. While its thick vines relentlessly assaulted the trio, just as Xue Tianbing and Xue Mengbing found themselves at a loss, Xue Linger suddenly shouted, "Sisters, step aside." At that moment, her first soul ring illuminated, and all present could distinctly perceive the temperature in the chamber plummeting at an accelerated pace around her. A deep blue ice spear materialized in her hand. Xue Linger's first soul skill, ice condensation technique, allows her to create and manipulate ice element constructs at will. Targeting the mandragora, she hurled the deep blue ice spear, which transformed in midair into a radiant blue streak, striking the mandragora directly and piercing through its bud, leaving behind a crystalline blue imprint. Simultaneously, Xue Linger activated her second soul ring. Ice explosion, she bellowed, as the crystals that had formed upon the mandragora ignited with explosive force. Like a bomb, it erupted with a resounding explosion. Standing on the opposite side of the mandala flower, the siblings Tang Chenfeng were equally astonished. The ice explosion technique, one of the most formidable abilities within the realm of ice attribute attacks, had been executed by none other than Xue Linger. In that fleeting moment of detonation, the tendrils encircling the mandala flower writhed violently, clearly enduring immense agony. Shortly thereafter, the surrounding green vines retreated into the earth. At this juncture, Xue Linger lay collapsed on the ground, her complexion markedly pale. Already frail, she had just exerted herself to unleash 2 soul skills, leaving her utterly drained of energy, barely able to rise. With the mandala flower's protection stripped away, Tang Chenfeng and his companions were left with no choice but to confront the three of us head-on. Just as Xue Tianbing contemplated this dire predicament, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. To her astonishment, the seemingly listless mandala flower began to stir, accompanied by an eerie laughter. The flower bud unfurled, revealing not only 4 purple, spiked tendrils but also a barrage of poisonous needles shooting forth in all directions. As the bud fully blossomed, it unveiled a form reminiscent of a female upper body, adorned with purplish-gray hair, bluish-green skin, and striking blue eyes. The uncanny laughter emanated from her lips. At this moment, Tang Chenfeng grasped the truth. This was no ordinary mandala flower, but rather a mandala demon flower, the most noble among its kind. Once a mandala demon flower reaches the 10,000-year mark, it renders the surrounding area barren, embodying a remarkable toxicity. Xue Linger's previous attack had indeed inflicted some damage, but it was far from fatal. Instead, it had incited the creature's wrath. In an instant, countless venomous spines and purple tendrils surged toward the 3 sisters with ferocity. Clearly, without the might of Xue Linger, they stood no chance against the enraged mandala demon flower, succumbing to the deadly barrage of poisonous projectiles. Chapter 52, Examination, concluded prematurely? In the face of the furious mandala demon flower, the opposing trio was swiftly eliminated. Upon their defeat, the Ice and Snow Sisters transformed into points. which were absorbed by the two nearest competitors. Meanwhile, Yi Hongling, standing behind Tang Chifeng, was engulfed in astonishment and confusion. On one hand, Tang Chifeng had effortlessly vanquished the Ice and Snow Sisters using the Mandala Demon Flower, acquiring a significant bounty of points. On the other hand, she pondered how he had discerned the presence of a hidden Mandala Demon Flower in this locale. Before arriving at this place, Tang Chifeng was, of course, unaware of the presence of a Mandrake Demon Flower. The one who informed him of its existence was Bai Xing. Just as Tang Chifeng was preparing to confront the Ice and Snow trio, Bai Xing suddenly conveyed to him in his mind that she sensed a mandrake flower buried beneath this secret chamber, which could potentially be harnessed. The method of utilization involved awakening it through the life legacy and imprint of Yi Hongling, the inheritor of life. Thus, Tang Chifeng urged Yi Hongling to unleash her life domain without restraint to awaken the mandrake demon flower underground, intending to use the flower as a weapon against their adversaries. The plan had been progressing smoothly until the mandrake demon flower, after vanquishing the Ice and Snow trio, began to survey its surroundings before turning its gaze towards the two siblings. "Brother, what shall we do next?" Yi Hongling inquired, gripping Tang Chifeng's arm with a hint of panic. Tang Chifeng remained composed and replied, "From here on, it relies on you." "Linger." "Me?" Yi Hongling's face instantly reflected her anxiety. "Have faith. Your martial soul should possess a strong affinity with any plant attribute soul beast. If my conjecture holds true, you may even be able to communicate with it." Tang Chifeng had already discerned from Bai Xing that Yi Hongling was indeed the inheritor of life. Bai Xing had also informed him that the inheritor of life serves as a messenger of nature, endowed with a profound affinity for any entity close to the natural world, particularly plant attribute soul beasts, which are the most amenable to her presence. However, Yi Hongling still felt a twinge of trepidation, tightening her grip on Tang Chifeng's arm. The mandrake demon flower was now nearing them. Tang Chifeng gently caressed her head and assured her, Trust me, I am right here by your side." These words acted as a potent tonic, instilling immense courage in Yi Hongling. With a soft affirmation, Yi Hongling stepped forward, approaching the mandrake demon flower. Taking a deep breath, she activated her first soul ring, unfolding her life domain. The glowing soul ring was not the previously disguised thousand-year soul ring, but rather her original verdant golden soul ring. Enveloped by the life domain, the mandrake demon flower, which had previously exhibited some hostility, instantly transformed into a more welcoming presence, as the flower bud, resembling a humanoid female form, leaned closer. It seemed to truly work, Yi Hongling thought to herself. Meanwhile, her second soul ring illuminated, and several emerald green vines entwined themselves, making direct contact with the arm of the Mandala demon flower's humanoid form. At the moment of contact, Yi Hongling sensed the emotions emanating from the Mandala demon flower, feelings of surprise and excitement. Concurrently, she also perceived another sentiment, one that appeared to be a form of reverence. Yi Hongling felt as though this Mandala demon flower wished to accompany her, yet this was a virtual realm. Despite its desires, it likely could not follow her. Yi Hongling conveyed her thoughts to it. Upon receiving her message, the Mandala demon flower displayed a remarkably human-like expression of distress. However, it then seemed to resolve itself, retracting all the surrounding vines while its humanoid portion retreated back into the bud. Subsequently, Tang Chifeng and his sister observed as the once massive bud of the Mandala demon flower began to shrink, gradually taking on a withered, yellow hue. Were they witnessing its decline? The siblings pondered. Their suspicions were confirmed as the bud, originally 5 meters in diameter, now measured less than 1 meter. Its once vibrant bluish-green color entirely faded to a dull yellow. As they gazed upon the nearly withered Mandala demon flower, an inexplicable pang of sorrow and pain surged within Yi Hongling, the origin of which eluded her comprehension. Just then, the bud, almost desiccated, bloomed once more, releasing a radiant bluish-green light. At the center of the bud, aside from the luminous glow, lay a faintly green-golden sphere, which suddenly shot upwards, piercing directly into Yi Hongling's soul ring. Had it transformed into a seed to enter her soul ring? Tang Chifeng mused aloud. At that moment, Bai Xing's voice resonated in their minds, confirming that this so-called virtual world was, in fact, a realm that was half virtual and half real. The Mandala demon flower was presumably aware of this, and if it wished to accompany Yi Hongling into the outside world, this was its only option. Nevertheless, it must have considered it a worthwhile exchange. Half virtual and half real? What manner of place was this so-called Douluo world? Meanwhile, in an observation room, The majority of individuals within the labyrinth had achieved varying degrees of success. As the candidates navigated the maze, unbeknownst to them, their actions were being observed by countless eyes, those of the instructors from various academies. In a particular room, many individuals sat, their attire diverse yet unmistakably indicating their affiliation with esteemed Soulmaster academies. Through various screens, they could perceive the contestants' abilities, discerning exceptional students by observing their performance. The first batch of eliminations has already emerged, and it is anticipated that few hours remain. One of the teachers remarked on this. However, this year, there are indeed a considerable number of outstanding candidates, promising a good recruitment for the academy, as stated by another teacher present. Indeed, did you witness the spectacle earlier? Particularly those two students from Haitan Academy, who astonishingly utilized the Mandala Demon Flower to eliminate another group. And did that girl absorb the Mandala Demon Flower? These two youngsters are truly impressive. Our academy must secure them. As the teachers from various academies engaged in lively discussions, two instructors from St. Luo Academy appeared to be somewhat out of place. The violet-haired female teacher addressed her male counterpart, Wu Lintian. Have you found a suitable candidate? Wu Lintian replied, I have identified one, but Ziyun, please proceed to the testing area of the Ice Snow Trio. They are quite remarkable and should suit you well. The trio? But they were eliminated too swiftly, with such low scores. Are we truly considering them? Ziyun inquired. Wu Lintian asserted. An early elimination and low scores do not equate to weakness in their abilities, although their ice mist obscured almost the entire screen during the battle with the demon lizard. I observed clearly, they are undoubtedly worthy of admission. Moreover, as you mentioned, their low scores may render them overlooked. You must act quickly to secure them. Should someone else snatch them away, it would be a regret you would carry for a lifetime. Ziyun responded, Very well, I trust your judgment. I shall leave this area to you. With that, she rose and made her way to the testing area of the trio. Shortly after Ziyun's departure, Wu Lintian approached the teacher who had expressed intentions to recruit the Tang siblings, speaking in a notably haughty tone. I apologize, but those two children are wanted by our academy. The teacher turned to Wu Lintian, or rather, to the emblem on his chest. Ah, so you are from St. Luo Academy. My apologies, but I cannot part with those children. Your academy is merely a second-tier institution and cannot compare to our Tian Luo Academy. The teacher spoke with a condescending tone, proudly displaying the emblem of Tian Luo Academy. Wu Lintian retorted, Indeed, St. Luo Academy may have some discrepancies compared to your first-tier institutions, yet when it comes to faculty strength, we may not necessarily fall short. In fact, you might not measure up to me. Are you certain? The Tian Luo Academy teacher's tone grew increasingly menacing. I am absolutely certain, Wu Lintian replied, unwavering. In that case, you understand the rules. The instructor from Tian Luo Academy proclaimed, in Cloud City, every student is a valuable asset to the academy, especially those who are exceptional and possess great potential. Thus, it is entirely natural to compete for students. When comparing the faculty strength of two academies, the most direct method is, of course, the display of soul rings. He exclaimed. At that moment, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings appeared around him, revealing him to be a formidable soul sage. Though he appeared to be under 40, he undeniably embodied the prowess of a top-tier academy instructor. Now, if you were wise, you would— The instructor's words faltered as he was struck speechless by the scene before him. Wu Lintian stood there with an astonishing 8 soul rings, 4 purple and 4 black. He seemed to be just over 30 years old, yet he exuded the strength of a soul Douluo. What now? Do you still wish to compete with me? Wu Lintian remarked nonchalantly, gradually advancing towards the instructor. With each step he took, an inexplicable pressure emanated outward, causing the surrounding teachers to instinctively step back. The Tian Luo Academy instructor, facing him directly, felt his legs weaken, involuntarily retracting his soul rings, overwhelmed by the sensation of nearly losing his footing. At that moment, an alarm suddenly blared within the examination hall. Meanwhile, in the virtual realm, Yi Hongling sensed that the Mandala Demon Flower had seemingly merged entirely with her soul rings. Yet everything felt normal. In fact, she could even perceive a slight enhancement in her soul power accompanying the flower's integration. Just as they contemplated celebrating this development, a series of shrill alarms pierced the air. Alert! Alert! A malfunction has occurred in the simulation world, and the assessment has been prematurely terminated. Prematurely terminated? The siblings exchanged bewildered glances as the simulation pod came to a halt, returning them to the real world. On the other side, the main system was in disarray. What is happening? Why has a 10,000-year soul beast vanished from the virtual world? One operator inquired. We are currently investigating, but we have no leads yet, another responded. The supervisor, drenched in sweat and visibly anxious, stated that Mandala demon flower was a specially cultivated rarity. If we lose it, we are all doomed. Thus, amidst the blaring alarms, the assessment concluded in an inexplicable manner. Tang Shifeng and Yi Hongling exited the simulation chamber, simultaneously observing numerous individuals who had accompanied them in this endeavor emerge from the same enclosure. The expressions on the faces of the majority mirrored their own, suffused with a sense of bewilderment. Following the closure of the simulation chamber, Tang Shifeng and his companion sought out the examiner from earlier to return the data terminals. The female examiner, however, indicated that once the terminals were in their possession, they belonged to them, as they would rely on these devices for future ventures into the virtual realm. Without hesitation, the two placed the soul-guiding data terminals into their storage soul-guiding devices, recognizing the value of such advanced technology. Simultaneously, they noticed a multitude of instructors emerging from various directions. Zhao Jiaober had previously mentioned that their performance in this assessment would determine their futures, essentially implying that the teachers would select their students. At this moment, the pair found themselves filled with anticipation regarding which instructors might choose them. Around them, several teachers had already approached, many of whom appeared to have identified suitable candidates. Occasionally, two instructors would select the same individual, leading to instances of negotiation over a single student. At this juncture, the students were faced with choices, as the educators briefly elucidated the specialties and heritage of their respective institutions. Yet, as Tang Shifeng and his companion stood amidst a throng of teachers, they sensed that numerous eyes were fixed upon them, yet none advanced to inquire about their intentions. Just as the siblings were enveloped in their confusion, one instructor made his way toward them. This towering figure, standing at least 9 meters tall, appeared strikingly athletic with a well-defined physique, complemented by short black hair and clad in a predominantly white trench coat. His demeanor was both handsome and approachable, adorned with a gentle smile. His black eyes, though reminiscent of a typical person's, bore a depth that was captivating. Greetings, I am teacher Wu Lintian from the St. Luo Soul Master Academy. My areas of instruction encompass Soul Master cultivation, battle armor fabrication, as well as piloting mechas and soul-guided war machines. I have observed your performance in the maze. Although it was brief, your abilities were remarkable. Would you be willing to join our esteemed St. Luo Soul Master Academy as my students? He inquired with a measured tone. Without a hint of doubt, Tang Shifeng and Yi Hongling thought to themselves that there was no need for further deliberation. Their primary objective had always been to enter a prestigious Soul Master Academy within the Yuncheng city. Although they were unfamiliar with the nuances of the St. Luo Soul Master Academy, with only this instructor extending an invitation, their options were effectively limited. Indeed, we accept, they replied. The two conversed. However, at that moment, a sensation akin to a danger alert echoed in Tang Shifeng's mind. This feeling stemmed from a warning by Baixing, signifying that Baixing sensed a potential lurking peril in the vicinity. Yet, as Tang Shifeng glanced around, he saw nothing but students and teachers. Consequently, he projected an inquiring mental wave towards Baixing. In response, Baixing conveyed a mental wave indicating that the person before him, teacher Wu Lintian, was undoubtedly extraordinary, possessing strength far beyond what appeared superficial. Despite Baixing's assertion, Tang Shifeng felt no hostility or malevolence emanating from teacher Wu Lintian. Rather, he sensed only goodwill and authentic benevolence that resonated from the depths of his heart. Ultimately, Tang Shifeng perceived no imminent danger and concluded that all was well. Very well. Now you shall be my students. Let us proceed outside. Our academy soul guiding bus awaits. If any parents or academy teachers accompany you, do take a moment to bid them farewell, for today you shall head directly to the academy, Wu Lintian said with satisfaction. Meanwhile, in another area, a similar scene unfolded in the examination hall, where numerous academy teachers engaged with students, inquiring if they wished to join their respective Soul Master academies. Some instructors even exchanged names in a bid to recruit the same student. Amidst this somewhat bustling atmosphere, three individuals stood out as distinctly out of place: Xue Tianbing, Xue Mingbing, and Xue Linger, the trio that Tang Shifeng and Yi Hongling had encountered earlier in the simulated world. At this moment, Xue Tianbing and Xue Mingbing sat on a public bench, while Xue Linger lay exhausted across Xue Tianbing's lap. She had expended considerable energy in the simulated world. Although re-emerging from it restored her soul power, her mental recovery remained limited, necessitating additional time for recuperation. They sat there, occasionally receiving inquiries about their well-being. Yet it was evident that no teacher had chosen to invite them into the academy, as they had been eliminated far too early indeed. They were the first group to be ousted from this assessment, or rather, the only group to be eliminated due to their defeat. The weight of disappointment loomed heavily in their hearts. Shortly after entering the simulated realm, the trio encountered the formidable magic lizard, catching them off guard. Fortunately, their teamwork proved effective. Xue Mingbing unleashed a veil of icy mist to obscure visibility, while Xue Tianbing harassed from behind, preparing for Xue Linger's strike. Once ready, Xue Linger delivered a devastating blow to the magic lizard, albeit at a significant cost to her energy. Should she succeed in vanquishing this millennium-old beast, the effort would be deemed worthwhile. However, to their dismay, the lizard fled with astonishing speed, and Xue Linger needed to recalibrate her breath, hindering their pursuit. Thus far, their situation appeared manageable, but the dire blow came when they discovered that their escaped prey had been claimed by another. Subsequently, they were inexplicably eliminated by a soul beast that emerged from the shadows, without ever having confronted the other party directly. Furthermore, their earlier use of an expansive ice mist to combat the magic lizard likely concealed their performance from onlookers, leading to their unfortunate fate. Reflecting on this, the sisters felt increasingly aggrieved. They had envisioned countless scenarios of potential elimination during the assessment, yet none could fathom such a humiliating outcome. Indeed, it was exceedingly frustrating. "Damn it!" Xue exclaimed, struggling to sit up, her anger palpable. Had it not been for those two individuals, or the sudden appearance of a soul beast in that chamber, we surely would have claimed victory in this assessment. Yes, but with our current results, it's unlikely anyone would select us, Xue Tianbing lamented, a look of resignation on her face. Returning in such a disheveled state would undoubtedly disappoint our family. Exactly. Is it just that young man's luck is exceptional, or is our fortune simply dismal? Xue Mingbing mused, her usually light-hearted demeanor now clouded by despair. Though the three sisters were relatively affluent, their home lay quite a distance away. They had expended considerable resources to secure 3 airship tickets to this location, and their elders harbored great expectations for them. The mere thought of returning home to witness the disappointment in their family's eyes weighed heavily on their hearts. As the sisters pondered their predicament, a striking figure clad in purple approached them. "Let me see your information. You are the 3 sisters from the vicinity of the far north, Xue Tianbing, Xue Mingbing, and Xue Lingo, correct?" Upon hearing their names, the sisters were filled with joy. Could it be that someone was willing to accept them? Following the source of the voice, they beheld a beautiful instructor with purple hair. None other than the esteemed director of St. Luo Academy, Ziyun, who had come alongside Wu Lintian. Ziyun introduced herself, saying, "I am teacher Ziyun from the St. Luo Soul Master Academy. My primary focus is on soul master cultivation and battle armor crafting. Although your extensive use of ice mist during this assessment made it difficult for the instructors to observe your actions, I believe that each of you possesses great potential. Would you be willing to join our St. Luo Soul Master Academy?" The 3 sisters were instantly overjoyed, relieved that their journey had not been in vain. And they responded affirmatively, "We are willing." "Very well, let us proceed outside. Our academy's soul-guided bus awaits you there. It will transport you to our institution. Once at the academy, you will receive tailored instruction, so your teacher may not necessarily be me. Be prepared." Chapter 54. Why are you here? Outside the assessment venue, Tang Shenfeng and his sister quickly spotted Yi Jiolong, Ling Wei, and Zhao Gaobo waiting. "Oh, has the assessment concluded so soon? How did it go?" Zhao Gaobo inquired upon seeing the siblings emerge. In his recollection, the assessment in Yuncheng City should not have ended so promptly. "Well, it seems there was a bit of an unexpected incident," Tang Shenfeng replied with a hint of exasperation. "Oh, you must be their supervising teacher. Allow me to explain." Wu Lintian interjected. "Our instructors have already received notification that there was an unforeseen situation during the assessment process. The simulation chamber requires recalibration. Once it is adjusted, they will undergo a re-evaluation, and at that time, we will still have the option to decide whether to retain them." "I see. How peculiar. Such a trivial error should not typically occur," Zhao Gaobo remarked, puzzled. Meanwhile, Yi Hongling was being pulled aside by Yu Jiolong and Ling Wei. "Is everything all right with Grandma and Grandpa?" Yi Hongling asked, glancing at the two who were still engaged in debate. "Linger, let me give you something," Ling Wei said as she handed an object to Yi Hongling. Looking down, Yi Hongling realized that what Ling Wei had given her was none other than the emblem of the Life Church. "Why are you giving this to me?" she asked, perplexed. Yi Jiolong explained. Once you enter the academy, your grandmother and I will not be able to protect you at all times. Keeping this on hand may provide some reassurance should you encounter any danger. Just take it with you. After some persuasion from Yi Jiolong and Ling Wei, Yi Hongling accepted the emblem. So, that is the situation, Tang Qinfeng noted as Zhao Gaobo and Wu Lintian concluded their discussions. Well, we have said all that needs to be said. Let us depart, Wu Lintian said to Tang Qinfeng and his sister. All right, Mom, Dad, and Teacher Zhao. We are leaving now. Yi Hongling and Tang Qinfeng bid farewell to the three individuals. Upon entering the academy, do make sure to exert yourselves. Do not fall behind. They urged. Yi Jiolong and Ling Wei also exchanged goodbyes with the two. Qinfeng, once you are at the academy, do not forget to practice forging diligently. Zhao Gaobo advised Tang Qinfeng. Oh, understood. I won't forget, he replied. Observing the siblings as they walked towards the bus, Ling Wei couldn't help but reflect. How swiftly these children have grown. They have already ascended to Yunzhong City, and it feels like just yesterday they were so small. Yi Jiolong, standing beside Ling Wei, remarked. Regardless, they will inevitably grow up. Now that we have returned, shouldn't we also resume our previous endeavors and strive diligently? Zhao Gaobo chimed in. I concur with old Jiolong on this matter. The children have departed. Let me take you to see the place I have prepared for you, which should suit you quite well. Meanwhile, Wu Lintian had already escorted the Tang siblings aboard the bus. Glancing around the spacious interior, he informed them. The other teacher accompanying us has yet to return. Please wait a moment. Once the other instructor returns with the other students, we should be able to depart. Is it only the other teacher? Tang Qinfeng pondered. How many students does the Yunzhong City Academy typically enroll? He inquired of Wu Lintian. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wu Lintian responded, the number of recruits from the surface is generally not substantial. Even within Yunzhong City, many students enroll in the school. For a single cohort, it is usually around 500 students, but those from the surface constitute at most 20%, which is exceedingly low. Only 20%? That is rather minimal. Tang Qinfeng thought. The admission standards for Yunzhong City specify that individuals under the age of 16 must attain a level above 20, making it clear that local students are exceptionally talented. Thus, those arriving from the surface would indeed be under considerable pressure. Rest assured, local students are not necessarily much better than you, Wu Lintian clarified. The recruitment from the surface is fundamentally aimed at attracting talent from the ground, which is essentially a special selection. However, there are not many restrictions for local residents in Yunzhong City, meaning, as long as you are a soul master and a local, it is quite similar to a regular academy for them. Therefore, you need not worry excessively. After Wu Lintian's explanation, Tang Qinfeng began to grasp that while Yunzhong City may be brimming with geniuses, those from the surface may not necessarily be inferior to the local talent. At that moment, another voice rang out by the bus door. Wu Lintian, have you returned so soon? Did you manage to recruit the students you desired? Tang Qinfeng and his sister turned to see a strikingly beautiful woman standing beside the car door, her figure graceful and her features delicate. Surely, she must be the other teacher that Wu Lintian had mentioned. I have made my selection. What about you? You should have found those two individuals by now. Wu Lintian inquired of Ziyun. I have indeed found them. They are right behind me, Ziyun replied, as she gestured towards the three individuals boarding the bus behind her. Upon seeing the trio, Tang Qinfeng and his sister felt a surge of recognition. They were unmistakably familiar with these three. After all, they had encountered them merely 10 minutes prior. Were these not Xue Tianbing, Xue Mingbing, and Xue Linger, the three sisters? It was astonishing that they, like themselves, had also been chosen by a teacher from the same academy. As the siblings pondered this coincidence, the three sisters noticed them as well. Oh, what a surprise to see you here, they exclaimed in unison. Tang Qinfeng said innocently, do you believe it was merely a coincidence? Sighing, Ziyun inquired, Willing Tian, how did you manage to take them away? She recalled the instructor from Tianluo Academy mentioning their intention to recruit those individuals, a prestigious institution where it would be quite challenging to snatch students from. Wu Tian replied, well, I simply reasoned with him, and he handed them over. Reasoned, you say? Surely, you must have employed your fists to convey that reasoning. Ziyun mused internally, well aware of this individual's prowess. When adversaries meet, tensions inevitably rise. And for the trio of sisters, had it not been for their own circumstances, they might not have faced such early elimination. The two instructors interjected, soon. You will all be members of the same academy. For now, let us strive for mutual tolerance. Once you arrive at the academy, You can resolve your personal grievances. After some persuasion, the emotions of both groups eventually stabilized. This year's Sacred Luo Soul Master Academy accepted only 5 recruits, the siblings Tang Chinfeng and the trio of Snow Sisters from the opposing side. Shortly thereafter, the bus roared to life, departing from the assessment venue. Once they exited the port, they would truly enter the heart of Yincheng City. Chapter 55, Sacred Luo Soul Master Academy. Upon boarding the bus, the two factions seated themselves across from one another, their mutual disdain palpable, creating a tense atmosphere within the otherwise spacious vehicle. After departing from the port of Yincheng City and undergoing minimal checks, they soon beheld a highly advanced, futuristic cityscape. Yincheng City was constructed above the clouds, so when they looked up, all that was visible was the cerulean sky and the colossal steel peaks that could only be described as monumental. Based on this towering edifice of steel, the surrounding structures radiate outward in a circular formation. Amidst this dense urban landscape, the expanse of greenery is notably extensive wherever one gazes. Nearly every conceivable spot for planting is adorned with verdant life. The thoroughfare traversed by the bus is entirely elevated, and merely peering out the window reveals not only an endless array of skyscrapers, but also numerous edifices that appear somewhat incongruous with this high-tech city. These buildings exude an antiquated charm, imbued with a palpable sense of historical gravitas. This makes sense, as most would acknowledge that the city in the clouds has existed for at least 6 millennia, thus establishing its rich historical heritage. The allure of the outside world captivates the passengers, noticeably easing the atmosphere within the vehicle. It is not solely Tang Chinfeng and his companions who are entranced. The other 3 are equally mesmerized by the grandeur of this magnificent city. The sisters, Shui Tianbing and Shui Meibing, gaze out at the scenery with sparkling eyes. In contrast, Shui Lingao appears somewhat aloof, resting her chin on one hand, quietly seated by the window, seemingly indifferent to the wonders of this dreamlike destination. Meanwhile, Tang Chinfeng experiences a twinge of curiosity. His mental acuity surpasses that of ordinary individuals, endowed with a formidable ability he struggles to harness. Nevertheless, this extraordinary gift grants him an exceptional perspective. To him, the world is not merely as it appears to the average observer. It is suffused with myriad elements, such as the primal forces of nature, the elemental energies within the air, and the spiritual and life forces that each individual embodies. While these concepts may seem abstract to others, they manifest vividly in his perception. In Tang Chinfeng's eyes, the energies of those around him vary distinctly, especially among the powerful, whose force is currently beyond his reach. Fundamentally, this discrepancy arises from the totality of their energies, which, at their core, are identical. However, upon observing Shui Lingao seated across from him, he perceives a remarkably different energy response emanating from her. Tang Chinfeng himself could hardly articulate his feelings. Yet he sensed an energy emanating from Shui Lingao that was distinctly different from that of everyone around him. It could be said that she was truly one of a kind in his eyes. If one were to draw any comparisons, it would be that her essence resonated more closely with the entities of the forest. "Brother, what are you staring at?" Yi Hongling inquired, having noticed that her brother had been fixated on the individual named Shui Lingao since earlier. It was evident to her that he seemed captivated by her presence. "Oh, I might have just zoned out for a moment," Tang Chinfeng replied, waving his hand dismissively. "Is that truly the case? You were quite intently observing our Ling." Shui Meibing teased, clearly aware of the conversation between the siblings. "Or perhaps you have a penchant for younger girls." It was obvious that the sibling banter had not gone unnoticed. "And may I remind you, dear brother, we have only recently become acquainted. Would you care to introduce yourself?" Shui Meibing continued, her tone playful. "I must admit, I find you rather handsome. Who knows what could blossom from this?" However, before she could elaborate further, Shui Tianbing, unable to tolerate her antics any longer, delivered a light punch to her head. Turning to Tang Chinfeng, he said, "I apologize for her behavior. She has always been rather indiscreet with her words." In contrast to her somewhat infatuated demeanor, Shui Tianbing exhibited a more mature and composed disposition, which undoubtedly endeared them to Tang Chinfeng even more. Tang Chinfeng remarked, "It's all right. However, we will all be classmates from now on. So it is indeed necessary to introduce ourselves. My name is Tang Chinfeng, and sitting beside me is my sister, Yi Hongling. As for my age, I am actually around the same age as Yi Hongling. I am merely 10 years old, not as old as you might imagine." "What? You are only 10 years old? You look about our age." The two sisters were utterly astonished, their mouths agape. Shui Lingao also took note of their conversation, but she seemed disinterested in participating. choosing instead to turn away and ignore them. Before long, Tang Shifeng and his companions finally arrived at their destination, the St. Luo Soul Master Academy. One of the most alluring aspects of Cloud City is its abundant resources, and the city has always placed great emphasis on the cultivation of talent. The academy undoubtedly serves as the best platform for nurturing such talent. Thus, Cloud City allocates resources to the academy quite generously. Within Cloud City, the St. Luo Soul Master Academy may not be the finest institution, yet it boasts above-average teaching quality. Its status in the city can only be described as unremarkable. Nonetheless, even this seemingly ordinary academy pales in comparison to the ground-level High Tian Soul Master Academy, which is widely regarded as the best Soul Master Academy. The differences are indeed substantial, elevating the St. Luo Academy to a distinctly higher tier. As Tang Shifeng gazed out from the bus upon reaching the academy's entrance, he could completely confirm this observation. The High Tian Soul Master Academy is a sprawling structure, encompassing a vast area, which even includes a small artificial ecological environment. Its intricate internal layout is sufficient to meet the daily needs of numerous faculty and students. However, when compared to the St. Luo Soul Master Academy, it falls significantly short. The St. Luo Academy features grand gates, with towering walls enveloping the premises, resembling a formidable dam. From a distance, one can see the impressive high-rise buildings within. Akin to a small town, with a scale that far surpasses that of the High Tian Soul Master Academy. The bus continued to advance, and upon entering the academy gates, the electronic announcement system on the bus suddenly activated, beginning to introduce the academy to the passengers. St. Luo Soul Master Academy is a prestigious institution dedicated to cultivating well-rounded individuals or those with exceptional talents in specific fields, implementing tailored education methods. Upon entering the gates, the first sight is the vast Soul Master Academy in the dormitory buildings, where all teaching, accommodation, and learning occur. In addition to Soul Master education, the academy also delves into fields such as soul-guided mechas and aircraft, resulting in an expansive campus with ample space. Tang Shifeng listened intently. And with the guidance of the electronic announcement, everything within their academy naturally proceeded more smoothly. Before long, the bus finally came to a halt. All right, we have arrived. Everyone, please disembark. Wu Lentian had already positioned himself at the bus door. The crowd followed the instructions and alighted, simultaneously noticing that several other buses had also arrived at the academy, from which numerous individuals disembarked. It was evident that they were all locals. Tang Shifeng and his sister alighted from the vehicle, preparing to join the throng for registration. However, Wu Lentian, standing nearby, halted them. You need not follow the crowd. Your enrollment and registration must be conducted directly through me. Observing the diminishing flow of people, Yi Hongling inquired, Teacher, why is that? Shouldn't the allocation of teaching be based on individual strengths? That, Wu Lentian replied. It is a stipulation of the academy. All special recruits from the ground will be under the guidance of the teachers who selected them, including another group that will be escorted by Dean Ziyun. While Wu Lentian's explanation appeared sound, Tang Shifeng found himself unable to locate any pertinent regulations. However, he realized overthinking was futile. At least they could ascertain that Wu Lentian was indeed an academy instructor, so they resolved to follow him. Wu Lentian led the siblings directly into the office of the teaching building. The office was modestly sized, approximately 20 square meters, featuring a simple yet elegant decor with a sofa, desk, and bookshelf, indicative of a private workspace. Wu Lentian retrieved 2 forms from beneath the desk and placed them before the siblings, saying, Please verify these. If all is correct, kindly sign. He then added, Oh, and hand me your soul communicator, as well as these. He produced 2 white uniforms from under the desk. Once they had signed, he instructed, You may first explore the dormitory. The academy is not crowded. Both male and female dormitories are single rooms. Afterward, you will have free time. As classes commence officially the following day, you can visit your dormitory and then arrange your subsequent plans. After exiting the office, the siblings made their way to the academy dormitory, which featured separate buildings for males and females, necessitating their separation. Inside the dormitory, the walls gleamed with pristine white. Not merely a simple decoration, but a metal surface coated in white, exuding an air of cleanliness and order. Wu Lentian had already input the dormitory information into their soul communicators. A mere touch against the door lock would grant access. Tang Shifeng's dormitory was designated as Room 521. Chapter 56. Speculations regarding Shuelinger for Tang Shifeng and his sister. The dormitory was a familiar concept, yet upon entering, Tang Shifeng was still struck by a sense of awe at the interior. The academy's dormitories were single occupancy, each equipped with a private bathroom and toilet. While directly across was the bedroom, adorned with floor-to-ceiling windows that ensured ample natural light. Besides a spacious bed, the room boasted various amenities provided by the academy, rendering it akin to a luxurious hotel suite, exceeding all expectations. Is this truly the academy atop Yunzhong City? Even the student accommodations are of such high caliber. They are incomparable to those at Haitan Academy. At that moment, Tang Qinfeng reminisced about the dormitory for work-study students at Haitan Academy, recognizing the vast chasm separating the two experiences in every conceivable sense. After stowing away their belongings and donning the student uniforms, they prepared for the days ahead. The white school uniform, adorned with silver stripes, fits Tang Qinfeng quite well. By the time they arrived in Yunqing, it was already afternoon, and now, as evening descended, it was time for dinner. After Tang Qinfeng exited the dormitory building, he lingered at the entrance for a brief moment, and soon the person he awaited appeared. Yi Hongling had just emerged from the dormitory and immediately spotted Tang Qinfeng waiting outside. "Brother," she called out to him as she hurried over. Tang Qinfeng smiled at Yi Hongling and said, "Let us go to the cafeteria for dinner." "Sure," replied Yi Hongling, taking Tang Qinfeng's hand as they made their way to the dining hall. The cafeteria was not located near the dormitory or the classroom buildings. Rather, it was situated behind the dormitory in a separate two-story building. The ground floor served the intermediate students, while the upper floor catered to the advanced students. Upon entering the cafeteria, the siblings were greeted by the delectable aroma of food. The meals at the academy were prepared by skilled chefs, rivaling even the finest establishments outside. The cafeteria in Yunzhong City featured rare ingredients, which provided energy far superior to that of ordinary fare, an absolute boon for Tang Qinfeng and his companions. Curiously, perhaps due to the swift actions of teacher Wulin Tian or some other reason, it appeared that they were among the earliest arrivals, as the vast dining hall was occupied solely by the two of them. Nonetheless, since the dishes were nearly ready, they decided to indulge in the feast. Meanwhile, Xue Tiabing, Xue Mingbing, and Xue Lingao had finally completed the necessary formalities and were officially enrolled in the St. Luo Soul Master Academy. The sisters felt a tinge of disappointment. They had hoped to showcase their abilities during the assessment, only to be unexpectedly defeated by Tang Qinfeng and his sister. However, they had ultimately achieved their goal of entering the academy. Upon their arrival, they underwent more extensive scrutiny than their peers, given their evident prowess, which easily attracted the attention of the academy's staff. Although the procedures were more intricate than those of others, their processing was expedited, allowing them to emerge relatively quickly. When the three sisters stepped into the cafeteria, they were taken aback. As soon as they entered, they beheld the sight of the two siblings devouring their food with alarming ferocity, their eating habits almost ferocious. The plates beside them were stacked high, towering over 20 centimeters. "My goodness, are you two starving souls reincarnated?" Xue Lingao exclaimed upon witnessing the ravenous display. Tang Qinfeng and his companions naturally noticed the three individuals. "What's the matter? We merely possess a hearty appetite." As they spoke, their utensils remained in constant motion. Just then, the chef emerged, wearing an expression of exasperation, and remarked, "It's not just an appetite. You have consumed nearly 20 servings, and you specifically chose the finest dishes. At this rate, the rare ingredients will be entirely devoured by you." Although Yunzhong City offers substantial support to the Soul Master Academy, rare ingredients are not easily attainable, even with ample funds. Therefore, the portions are meticulously controlled to ensure equitable distribution, resulting in fixed servings. The siblings, appearing to possess an extraordinary ability to discern quality, had scarcely touched the ordinary dishes, opting instead for those rich in rare ingredients, which were nearly depleted. "If you continue to eat in this manner, it will affect your fellow students. Should that occur, I will have to report this to the dean," the head chef said with a degree of seriousness. Only then did the siblings reluctantly pause, pondering whether even dining was restricted to the point of not allowing one to be satiated. Although they were preparing to leave, the newly arrived trio was unwilling to let this happen. "Hey, wait a moment. You've nearly consumed all the food. We will have nothing left to eat. Are you really just going to walk away?" At this point, the siblings glanced at the towering stack of plates beside them, feeling a twinge of guilt. While they were known for their robust appetites, they had inadvertently consumed the meals of their fellow students. Tang Qinfeng expressed his sincere apologies, saying, "I am truly sorry. But we have already finished this time. We will certainly pay more attention next time." Observing Tang Chenfeng's remorseful demeanor, Shui Tianbing and her companions felt an escalating frustration within them. Ever since their arrival in Yunqing and their encounter with this group, nothing seemed to go smoothly. It was not merely a matter of misfortune. It seemed that their paths were inextricably intertwined, and with each encounter, matters grew increasingly troublesome. The tension between the two groups began to mount once again, and at that moment, everyone could sense a noticeable drop in the temperature within the cafeteria. Many individuals had begun to arrive at the cafeteria in succession. Just then, the head chef bellowed, "Stop. You lot. Fighting is strictly prohibited in the cafeteria. If you want to brawl, there will be ample opportunities in the future, but if you dare to engage in a fight here, consider yourselves banned from dining in this establishment henceforth." With a haughty remark, Schwellinger added, "You shall see what awaits you." Before the three of them turned and entered the cafeteria. Upon leaving the cafeteria, Tang Shifeng and his sister couldn't help but lament the unexpected trouble they had encountered upon their arrival in Yuchong City. By the time they emerged, dusk had already settled in, and with the opening ceremony scheduled for the following day, the siblings exchanged brief farewells before retreating to their respective dormitories. Having just arrived in Yuchong City, they wished to practice their secondary professions. However, they were oblivious to the location of any training grounds. Thus, their only recourse at present was to engage in meditation training within the confines of their dormitory. As Tang Shifeng prepared to commence his meditation, Bai Xing suddenly appeared by his side and spoke to him. "Shinfeng, did you sense it? That girl is extraordinary." Tang Shifeng remarked, "Indeed, I perceive it. The aura surrounding her, or rather, every sensation emanating from her, distinctly set her apart from those in her vicinity." While he held certain conjectures, the subject of their discourse was none other than the youngest of the three sisters, Schwellinger. From her, Tang Chenfeng sensed not merely a different aura. He discerned that her spiritual ocean and life energy were exponentially more formidable than that of an average individual. Additionally, there lingered an unparalleled chill, cleverly concealed yet still palpable to Tang Chenfeng and his companions, further attesting to Schwellinger's extraordinary nature. Tang Chenfeng harbored certain suspicions. Yet if his conjectures were indeed correct, why would Schwellinger find herself in such a perilous location? For her, this place might very well be the most treacherous realm in existence. Bai Xing remarked, "Your assumptions are likely accurate. She must be a 100,000-year soul beast undergoing reincarnation into human form." Within the Soul Master hierarchy, the 100,000-year soul ring is one of the most coveted treasures, rivaling the soul bone in value. Such soul rings typically manifest only at the level of the title Douluo, where the distinction between the ninth ring of 10,000 years and that of 100,000 years is a chasm, representing entirely different realms of power and strength. Yet they remain elusive and hard to attain. The sheer rarity of 100,000-year soul beasts is staggering. Even Tang Shifeng, residing near the Sunset Forest, learned from Grandpa Yi and Grandma Ling that the number of 100,000-year soul beasts they had encountered, including those previously met, totaled no more than 10, with at least 3 already hunted down. To combat a 100,000-year soul beast, one would require several title Douluo or elite Douluo of the highest caliber, and during the hunt, a soul beast could self-detonate, rendering the endeavor futile. Thus, the successful capture of such a creature is exceedingly arduous. Even the current spirit transmission tower can scarcely produce a 100,000-year soul spirit, and these are generally classified as non-sellable items, accessible only to the upper echelons of the tower. However, the reincarnated 100,000-year soul beasts differ significantly. Once they assume human form, they become as vulnerable as ordinary humans. Yet slaying them still yields the coveted 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. Despite existing federal laws prohibiting the hunting of wild soul beasts exceeding 10,000 years, reincarnated soul beasts are afforded specific protective measures, provided they are documented. Yet, the allure of the 100,000-year soul rings is irresistible to soul masters, especially when they can be acquired with relative ease. Before reaching the 7th ring, these reincarnated soul beasts are still classified as soul beasts, but their energy circuits and meridians differ entirely from those of humans, enabling them to be discerned by the mental prowess of a title Douluo. Tang Chenfeng's mental strength far surpasses that of a title Douluo, possessing godlike capabilities, allowing him to recognize the disparities between a reincarnated soul beast and an ordinary human. This only deepens the enigma. Within Yunqing, the number of individuals at the title Douluo level is likely countless, and even without a reincarnated 100,000-year soul beast, survival in this locale seems improbable. If Schwellinger truly is a reincarnated 100,000-year soul beast, What compels her to take such extraordinary risks to come here? Furthermore, why would she choose to reincarnate at all? On the snowy day beside her, Shui Tianbing and Shui Mingbing remained oblivious to each other's sentiments. Chapter 57. Feeling deceived. The following morning, as a ray of sunlight streamed through the window, Tang Chenfeng opened his eyes. The night before, his mind had conjured countless speculations. Yet no matter how he pondered, something always seemed amiss. If Shui Linger were indeed a 100,000-year-old beast known to the Federation, she ought to be under strict surveillance. How could she possibly be here? Conversely, if she were merely a 100,000-year-old beast assimilating into human society, that too felt incorrect. For Tang Chenfeng could discern that Shui Tianbing and Shui Mingbing's demeanor toward Shui Linger was undeniably genuine, akin to that of true sisters. After ruminating without conclusion, he resolved to set aside these thoughts for the moment. Tang Chenfeng sensed no malice emanating from Shui Linger, which suggested that no trouble would arise, and it was unlikely that any disturbances would occur within the confines of Yunqing. Following a night of contemplation, Tang Chenfeng felt invigorated. Bai Xing had previously informed him that since the Starlight Stone had merged with his being, it would autonomously release energy to propel the growth of his soul power until he reached the next significant threshold. The interval between levels 20 and 30 was anticipated to be the most rapid and formidable phase of growth, likely yielding a surge of soul power far exceeding that derived from meditation alone. While he was cognizant of this, meditation had become an indispensable daily practice for him, a habit ingrained since childhood, unlikely to change in a short span. Thus, he remained committed to his meditative training. Aside from the opening ceremony of the St. Luo Soul Master Academy, there were no pressing matters to attend to that morning, affording him ample time. After a brief wash-up, Tang Chenfeng exited the dormitory, accompanied by his delightful sister. Even by the standards of this place, he had risen quite early, while other students remained in meditation or slumber. He and Yi Hongling were already en route to the dining hall. The academy's cafeteria continued to serve delectable dishes. If circumstances permitted, they would have relished the opportunity to indulge further. However, having received a reprimand the previous day, they exercised restraint, leaving the table feeling moderately full. Time passed swiftly, and soon other students began to arrive. To avoid drawing attention and inciting gossip, the duo departed promptly after their meal. As the sun climbed higher, the opening ceremony of the academy commenced. The ceremony took place in a vast square, where, in addition to the newly enrolled intermediate students, the advanced students had also gathered. Tang Chenfeng stood among the ranks of new students, distinguished by his towering height. Consequently, he was positioned at the rear of the formation, which afforded him a panoramic view of all the students within the academy. The institution comprised only two divisions, the intermediate and advanced levels, without any distinction of grades. The intermediate division boasted 6 classes, while the advanced division was limited to 3. After completing 3 years of study in the intermediate division and passing the final examinations, students could ascend to the advanced level. Most of those granted entry into Yunqing City were elite soul masters of this age, rendering the academy's population quite sparse. The intermediate division housed approximately 200 students, resulting in an average of about 30 students per class. The advanced division was even more limited, with around 100 students, translating to roughly 30 students per class as well. This indicates that the rigorous transition from the intermediate to the advanced division eliminated at least half of the candidates, underscoring the formidable nature of the final examinations. Greetings, fellow students. Today marks the annual opening ceremony, and now we invite Dean Ziyun to address us. Dean Luo, the head of the academy, was a middle-aged woman who appeared to be in her 20s, with an exceptional physique and striking violet hair elegantly styled in a high ponytail. She exuded an undeniable charm and allure. Tang Chenfeng focused his gaze and was astonished to recognize the esteemed Dean Ziyun of the St. Luo Soul Master Academy. She was indeed the instructor who had accompanied teacher Wulin Tian during the recruitment process. Coincidentally, teacher Wulin Tian was standing right beside her, and there was no one else in their vicinity. Hello, students. Each year at this time, I find myself reflecting on the bittersweet nature of our transitions. A new cohort of intermediate and advanced students graduates and departs from the academy. Yet simultaneously, we welcome new students from the intermediate division and those joining us as freshmen. To me, the academy serves as a vital institution within the Federation, continuously nurturing and supplying qualified talents for our society. In the future, I hope you will embody this spirit. The dean, possessing remarkable oratory skills, spoke eloquently without a script. passionately addressing the audience for a full quarter hour before gradually concluding her remarks. Following her speech, the most significant aspect of the opening ceremony commenced: the class assignments. The senior students, who did not require reassignment, naturally exited first, leaving behind the newly promoted advanced students and the fresh arrivals from the intermediate division. The class assignment process at the academy is quite straightforward, primarily based on each student's unique strengths and the cultivation direction of their respective martial spirits. For instance, Class 1 in the intermediate division focuses on offensive capabilities, while Class 2 specializes in control techniques, and so forth. During the assignment of Class 1, Tang Shifeng and his peers spotted three familiar figures. Without a doubt, they were Xue Tiabing, Xue Meibing, and Xue Linger. Notably, Xue Meibing, who specialized in control techniques, was placed in the offensive class, likely due to special admission circumstances. Teacher Wulin Tian had mentioned this previously, so it was clear that the instructor for Class 1 would be none other than Dean Ziyun. As they approached the assignment for Class 6, Teacher Wulin Tian stepped forward and naturally positioned himself in front of Tang Shifeng and Yi Hongling. However, when the designation for Class 6 was announced, it was referred to as the Soul Guidance Division. Soul Guidance Division? Tang Shifeng pondered. This classification seemed to stray from the traditional realm of soul masters. Throughout history, soul guidance devices have played an indispensable role, and during their peak, they were said to surpass even soul masters. Yet, that was a long time ago in modern times. Soul guidance devices have permeated all aspects of life, to the extent that even ordinary individuals might wield them. Nevertheless, soul masters are primarily devoted to their cultivation, often relegating the study of soul guidance devices to a secondary priority. Typically, those who delve deeply into soul guidance are either exceptionally gifted in that realm or lack talent in soul mastery. In essence, this class was likely to be the least esteemed within the academy. Tang Shifeng found himself perplexed as to how he had inexplicably ended up in the Soul Guidance Division. And it was not just him. Yi Hongling was placed there as well. At this moment, Tang Shifeng realized that while Teacher Wulin Tian had assured them they would be directly accepted as his students, he had not specified which division he would be teaching. Each class typically comprises around 30 students. However, by the time they reach Class 6, it appears that only about 20 individuals have been allocated here. The students predominantly exhibit a lackluster demeanor, their heads drooping, with an overall air of despondency. Observing this scene, and glancing at the ever-present smile on Teacher Wu Lintian's face, Tang Shifeng suddenly felt as though he had been deceived. Now, I would like each homeroom teacher to lead their students back to the classroom to familiarize themselves with the academy. All right, follow me. Wu Lintian beckoned them with a wave, urging them to catch up. His warm tone, combined with his handsome features, imbued him with an approachable charm, yet simultaneously rendered him rather unremarkable. Class 6 is situated at the innermost section of the academy's first floor, necessitating a considerably longer walk compared to other classes. The classroom is equipped with 30 sets of desks and chairs, yet with only 20-odd students, the space retains an air of emptiness even when fully seated. Upon reaching the classroom, Wu Lintian casually instructed them to select their preferred seats. Yi Hongling, being of shorter stature, chose a spot near the front, while Tang Shifeng, naturally relegated to the back, opted for the last window seat in the rear row, aligned with Yi Hongling. Wu Lintian positioned himself behind the lectern, his gaze sweeping across the class. Tang Shifeng could not shake the feeling that, when Wu's eyes passed over him, there was an unsettling sensation of being seen through. Though this feeling was fleeting and quickly vanished, for reasons unknown, there seemed to be an imperceptible pressure within Wu Lintian's amiable gaze as it traversed the students. The once bustling classroom fell eerily silent. I am Wu Lintian, but you may simply call me Teacher Wu, he spoke calmly. First and foremost, I must clarify a few points. Some of you may have heard that our Class 6 is considered the weakest. However, I assure you, you can disregard such claims, contrary to what is said outside. Our Soul Guidance Department possesses a wealth of resources, beyond the standard curriculum. The various combat simulation chambers and secondary vocational studios you see in the Academy building are accessible to us without the need for applications, unlike other classes. Perhaps your talents may not seem sufficient, but as long as you are under my tutelage, I will strive to mold you into exemplary students. Teacher Wu's tone, though unembellished, resonated like a magnet, capturing the undivided attention of every student in the room. Now, before we commence our first lesson, let us engage in self-introductions. Please state your name, age, martial soul, and soul power level succinctly and directly, without any embellishments. Tang Qinfeng sat in the innermost row, where Wu Lintian gestured for everyone to rise. Consequently, the first to introduce herself was Yi Hongling. Hello everyone, my name is Yi Hongling. I am 10 years old. My martial spirit is the Tree of Life, and I possess a soul power of level 26. I am a healing support type spirit master. Upon concluding her introduction, she immediately captured the attention of her classmates. The standard for entering the Intermediate Spirit Master Academy is level 20, and as the least proficient class, Class 6, a level 26 is indeed commendable. Most notably, this girl is only 10 years old. Achieving level 26 at such a tender age is nothing short of genius. Wu Lintian nodded at Yi Hongling, confirming that there were indeed promising talents among them. Next in line was Siki. My name is Siki. I am 13 years old. My martial spirit is the Demon Crystal, and I have a soul power of level 24. My goal is to become a support control type spirit master. Siki appeared quite frail, and perhaps due to his slight build, he looked no older than 10. His voice had a delicate quality that seemed to float. A soul power of level 24 is certainly commendable. With two decent students introduced in succession, Wu Lintian's expression appeared increasingly cheerful. Soon, it was Tang Qinfeng's turn. I am Tang Qinfeng. I am 10 years old. My martial spirit is a physical manifestation, and I possess a soul power of level 29. I am a strong attack-type spirit master. The moment he announced his level 29, he instantly garnered the attention of the entire class. Level 29. This indicated that with just one more level, he could ascend to the realm of a three-ring soul master. Furthermore, due to his physique, none of his classmates had initially suspected he was merely 10 years old. Achieving level 29 at such an age transcends mere talent. It is extraordinary. Though Tang Qinfeng understood the source of this level, he himself found it hard to believe. During the holiday, he had not tested his soul power and only conducted a test the day before entering the assessment at Cloud City. To his astonishment, in just 2 months, he had surged from level 21 to level 29. Those around him were left utterly dumbfounded, as such a rate of advancement was indeed unbelievable. After a consensus, everyone decided to report honestly, but would conceal the astonishing speed of his progress. After all, in Cloud City, there are many prodigies. As long as they do not disclose that remarkable rate of improvement, it could still be considered within the realm of normalcy. However, it appeared that these three were the only promising talents in Class 6. The remaining students merely scraped by, barely reaching the passing mark of level 21, meeting the enrollment requirements. Their martial spirits were diverse, yet hardly a single one was formidable. Tang Qinfeng could not help but marvel at the seemingly immutable division of strength, whether on the ground or in the Cloud City. However, the expression on Wu Lintian's face remained unchanged. He smiled broadly and said, "Very well. I have a good understanding of everyone's situation. Now, let us proceed to the playground. Everyone, please stand and line up." Upon hearing this, the students exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why they were headed to the playground. As students of the Soul Guidance class, shouldn't they first delve into theoretical knowledge? Even if practical training were to commence immediately, shouldn't they be in a simulation training chamber? Despite their confusion, the group followed Wu Lintian to the playground. They stood in a line, awaiting further instructions. Next, we will commence a practical combat lesson. A collective gasp of astonishment escaped the class at Wu Lintian's words. He seemed to have anticipated such a reaction and spoke solemnly. I know you are likely questioning why, as students of the Soul Guidance class, we are engaging in a combat lesson. Allow me to clarify. For most of you, the path ahead leads to one of two professions, mech engineer or fighter pilot. However, these careers are not easily attained. Without adequate physical prowess, you would struggle even to mount a basic mech. This practical exercise serves not only to identify suitable candidates, but also to discern whether any among you possesses the potential to become a soul master. Participation is mandatory. As he addressed the class, this normally affable instructor took on a serious demeanor, evoking a sense of déjà vu in Tang Qinfeng and Yi Hongling. At that moment, a timid female classmate spoke up, "Teacher Wu, but I am from the support division. Do I also have to participate in the combat exercise?" Wu Lintian replied with gravity. Of course. On the battlefield, even if you are not a battle soul master or do not pilot a mech or soul-guided aircraft. Will the enemy spare you simply because you are from the support division? Today marks your first lesson, and it is also the moment to showcase your own abilities. We will engage in combat without rules. Defeat your opponent by any means necessary. I will serve as the referee, and it will be a single elimination format. He then produced a list and began calling names. Chapter 58. The first lesson, the first match pitched Cheng Siki against Yuan Lu. Yuan Lu, a tall young man adorned with glasses, exuded an air of refinement. Tang Shifeng recalled him mentioning that his martial soul was a willow tree. Let the battle begin. With Wu Lintian's command, both combatants summoned their martial souls and soul rings. Yuan Lu manifested 2 yellow 100-year soul rings, raising his arms skyward as slender willow branches unfurled from his limbs, swaying like vines in the air. Yuan Lu is a quintessential control-type soul master. On the other hand, Cheng Siki possesses 200-year-old yellow soul rings adorning him, and alongside their emergence, a transparent crystal orb, the size of a human head, materializes in his grasp, within which energy appears to be swirling. Yuan Lu strikes first, his initial soul ring ignites, and the slender tendrils of willow entwine toward Cheng Siki. Concurrently, a flash of light from the soul ring reveals a verdant serpent that darts forth, aiming directly at Cheng Siki. Utilizing the willow tendrils for entrapment before summoning a spirit to compensate for his own lack of offensive power is indeed a commendable combat strategy, especially considering that Cheng Siki is fundamentally an auxiliary-type soul master, unlikely to confront a control-type soul master head-on. As the spectators on the playground hold this belief, Cheng Siki activates his 2 soul rings, releasing a dazzling brilliance from the crystal orb. In the ensuing moment, as Yuan Lu's tendrils and summoned spirit charge toward him, Cheng Siki appears to possess an uncanny foresight, evading the initial entanglement with a deft lateral leap just as it nears him, simultaneously dodging the spirit's assault. Yuan Lu's second soul ring ignites, and the willow tendril of his right arm swiftly twists into a cord, cracking like a whip toward Cheng Siki. Yet, at the instant Yuan Lu unleashes his second soul technique, Cheng Siki bends low, narrowly evading the lash, as if he can predict the trajectory of the attacks. No matter their origin, he always seems one step ahead. Oh, what a remarkable soul technique, Wu Lintian observes with a sense of satisfaction as he watches Cheng Siki. However, just then, after eluding 2 rounds of assaults, the brilliance of the crystal in Cheng Siki's hand begins to wane, and against Yuan Lu's third strike, he seemingly does not evade as before. Stop, Wu Lintian calls out just as the attack is about to land. Naturally, Yuan Lu halts, while Cheng Siki sits upon the ground, gasping for breath. You advance to the next round, Wu Lintian instructs Yuan Lu, then turns to Cheng Siki, an impressive soul technique. Its capability seems to be forecasting the immediate future, but it demands a significant toll on your soul power and mental fortitude. Henceforth, strive to enhance your survivability against various soul masters. This will pave the way for you to become an exceptional commander. Thank you, teacher, Cheng Siki replies earnestly. Cheng Siki retracted his martial soul and returned to the ranks. The first match was reasonably satisfactory, although it lacked remarkable highlights. Both sides managed to showcase their strengths to the best of their abilities. However, thereafter, it seemed that no further commendable performances emerged. In the class, there were a total of 20 students, half of whom were weapon soul masters, possessing little to no combat capability, and their supporting abilities could only be described as rather inadequate, merely a token presence. Although it was stated that everyone here had reached at least level 20. The most astonishing revelation was the existence of a student with a 2-ring, 10-year soul ring, indicating a significant lack of potential for advancement. Witnessing these circumstances, Wu Lintian's customary smile gradually faded. Though he had anticipated that the students of Class 6 might be considerably lacking, he never expected their deficiencies to be so pronounced. In comparison to the previous location, the situation was indeed disheartening. Wu Lintian thought helplessly. There were still 2 groups remaining. The next match featured Tang Qinfeng against Zhou. As they stepped forward, Zhou appeared to be of average build, possessing an utterly unremarkable appearance. One of those individuals who would be indistinguishable in a crowd. The battle commenced. With a commanding voice, Wu Lintian issued his order. Zhou extended his arms and let out a fierce roar as 2 soul rings, 1 white and 1 yellow, materialized beneath him, radiating a brilliant light. Simultaneously, his stature surged dramatically, transforming his once unremarkable physique into a towering presence. His arms grew extraordinarily robust, causing the sleeves of his school uniform to tear apart. Zhou's martial soul was that of a grizzly bear, a quintessential embodiment of strength. His first soul skill, power amplification, activated, and he charged towards Tang Qifeng with great strides. The thunderous sound of his footsteps, combined with his imposing figure, exuded an intimidating aura. However, in the face of this onslaught, Tang Chenfeng remained utterly nonchalant, not even releasing his soul. As Zhou advanced, he brought his powerful right arm down upon Tang Chenfeng. In response, Tang Chenfeng casually raised his left hand and grasped Zhou's arm. With a resounding thud, Zhou, now appearing considerably larger than Tang Chenfeng after activating his martial soul, found his arm effortlessly captured. Despite Zhou's attempts to break free, he discovered that Tang Chenfeng's grip was as unyielding as a vice, resisting all his efforts. In a sudden motion, Tang Chenfeng yanked Zhou's arm towards himself, simultaneously delivering a swift kick to Zhou's supporting right leg, destabilizing him. Then, with a fluid motion, Tang Chenfeng pivoted, placing Zhou's arm over his shoulder and executing a shoulder throw. Zhou felt the world spin in a dizzying 360 degrees before crashing down onto the ground with a heavy thud. This spectacle left their classmates in stunned silence. Having acquainted themselves with their peers during introductions, they understood that both Tang Chenfeng and Zhou were strength-based soul masters. Yet, Zhou was thoroughly outmatched, and Tang Chenfeng had not even summoned his martial soul. Zhou scrambled to his feet, clearly unwilling to concede defeat, poised to continue his assault on Tang Chenfeng. "Stop!" Wu Lintian shouted from the sidelines, pointing at Zhou. "You have lost. In both strength and skill, you have been bested by him." He then turned to Tang Chenfeng and inquired, "Why did you not use your martial soul?" Tang Chenfeng pondered for a moment before speaking. "I often train with my grandfather, who frequently advises me to keep some cards close to my chest. I can roughly gauge the disparity in strength between myself and my opponent. This battle does not necessitate the use of my martial soul. After all, why employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut?" He couldn't very well admit that during their training sessions at home, he was often outclassed by his grandfather's unrestrained martial soul. And perhaps he was eager to test his own limits. Wu Lintian rested his chin on his hand and remarked, "While your reasoning holds merit, this confrontation is intended to assess your abilities. In the next round, unleash your martial soul. Furthermore, I must remind you that concealing one's true strength and employing excessive force are not synonymous. In genuine combat, even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it must exert its full might, leaving no opportunity for the opponent, however minute. You have advanced, now await the next match." This method of instruction bore some resemblance to his grandfather's, yet fundamentally it seemed distinct. Tang Chenfeng rejoined the ranks, his mind clouded with concern. The next match featured Yi Hongling against Gu Xinran. Yi Hongling was a pure support-type soul master. How would she manage to fight? This was the crux of Tang Chenfeng's anxiety. Her opponent, Gu Xinran, appeared to be a youthful girl of approximately 15 or 16, wielding the martial soul of a purple qing flower, a rather commonplace, plant-type martial soul. Typically, one would expect her to be a support or control-type soul master. Yet Gu Xinran positioned herself as a formidable attacker. Yi Hongling, with an expression of helplessness, addressed Gu Xinran, "Sister, I am a pure healing soul master and not adept at combat. Please show some mercy." Gu Xinran, glancing at the visibly younger Yi Hongling, gave an okay gesture. "Rest assured, little sister, I shall hold back. Begin." With Wu Lintian's command, both combatants unleashed their martial souls and soul rings simultaneously. Gu Xinran revealed 2 yellow 100-year soul rings, while Yi Hongling displayed 2 purple 1,000-year soul rings. The emergence of these 1,000-year rings was indeed astonishing. This marked the first instance of soul rings in colors other than white and yellow within their class. Gu Xinran, taken aback by her opponent's display, quickly regained her composure, reasoning that Yi Hongling was merely a healing soul master. As Gu Xinran activated her purple qing flower martial soul, a multitude of purple blossoms erupted around her, akin to mushrooms sprouting after rain. The audience watched with rapt attention, eager to discern how these seemingly innocuous flowers could wield offensive capabilities. Gu Xinran's first soul ring illuminated, and the once harmless purple qing flowers suddenly stiffened, their petals gleaming with a metallic sheen. "Ah, I see," Wu Lintian mused inwardly, as he began to comprehend why Gu Xinran had branded herself as a powerful attacker. Logically speaking, there seemed to be little connection between Gu Xinran's purple qing flower martial soul and the concept of a strong assault. Yet, she embarked on an entirely different path. Gu Xinran's first soul skill, named metallization, lives up to its title, allowing her violet-green flower to transform into metal. When the petals morph into metallic form, they become exceptionally sharp blades. Gu Xinran has tested this ability, discovering that the transformed violet-green flower can even slice through stone slabs. Meanwhile, Yi Hongling would not remain passive. She unleashed her martial spirit and simultaneously activated her first soul skill, Life Domain. The air became thick with a rich essence of life, enveloping the entire arena. Everyone present felt an unparalleled vitality, as if even their souls were undergoing purification within this realm. However, for the adversarial Gushinran, the experience was starkly different. The moment she was ensconced in the life domain, it felt as though her soul had been violently struck, instilling a sense of awe within her. It seemed as if all her strength had been siphoned away, rendering even her martial spirit somewhat ethereal. The life domain emanated an aura befitting a life inheritor and child of nature, making any offensive action against plant-based martial spirits akin to attacking one's own deity. The distinction was negligible. At this moment, Gushinran was still struggling, yet she felt as though a colossal mountain was bearing down on her, rendering her immobile. Frustrated, she realized her martial spirit was thoroughly suppressed, and she could only make a desperate attempt. Gritting her teeth, she activated her first soul ring, and the originally metallic violet-green flower transformed into a steel flower. Suddenly, Wu Lintian understood. Gushinran's violet-green flower, being a plant-type martial spirit, was inherently subdued by Yi Hongling's life tree martial spirit. However, Gushinran's first soul skill allowed her martial spirit to acquire metallic properties, although the essence of her martial spirit remained unchanged. The metallic element within it had temporarily overshadowed its wood element, significantly alleviating the pressure she faced. However, fully unleashing her first soul skill would likely exhaust her soul power. Given her second ring cultivation level, the ensuing attack would be pivotal. As Wu Lintian anticipated, Gushinran's face began to bead with sweat, and she could feel her soul power swiftly dwindling. Yet, this was sufficient. The pressure from the martial spirit suppression had noticeably diminished. Her opponent was merely a support-type soul master devoid of any offensive capability. As long as she could initiate an attack, victory was assured. Gushinran activated her second soul ring, and the violet-green flower, now metallic, rapidly grew into sharp, elongated whips, striking towards Yi Hongling. Observing the impending assault, Yi Hongling felt utterly helpless, as she was not an offensive soul master and feared imminent elimination. As the sharp strikes approached, Wu Lintian refrained from calling for a halt. Merely watching from the sidelines, seemingly awaiting something, Tang Shifeng observed that Wu Lintian did not call for a halt, and the attacks were swiftly approaching, leaving him in a state of urgency. "Teacher Wu, why are you merely watching? Please terminate the match." Suddenly, a shocking event transpired. As Gushinran's assault drew near, Yi Hongling's soul ring erupted with a brilliant emerald golden radiance, and amidst the rings appeared a figure of purplish-green hue. It resembled a juvenile female humanoid, approximately 50 centimeters in height, with a lower half resembling a flower bud yet to bloom, resting upon verdant leaves. Its hair was a striking purplish-gray, its skin a captivating blue-green, and its azure eyes were particularly arresting, exuding an adorable charm. Upon its emergence, it unhesitatingly positioned itself before Yi Hongling, facing the oncoming steel spike. Simultaneously, the flower bud beneath it unfurled, revealing its lower half and a core-like yellow stamen. One hand pointed towards Gushinran, and with a surge of energy from the flower's core, a fist-sized energy sphere, adorned with 4 sharp spikes, hurtled towards her. The moment the metallic purple-blue flower of Gushinran made contact with the energy sphere, it melted away as if ice met with flame, and the subsequent spikes followed suit. The spectators had yet to grasp the situation when the tides of battle abruptly shifted. Just as the spikes were about to strike Gushinran, she felt a sudden blur before her eyes. A figure had appeared at her side, effortlessly grasping the 4 incoming spikes, halting them mere inches from her. The duel concluded, and Yi Hongling advanced to the next round. "Wait, Teacher Wu, I have not lost yet," Gushinran protested from behind. Wu Lintian turned to her and remarked, "The deadly poison of the mandrake flower. Had I not intervened, you would likely be unconscious by now." As he spoke, he opened his hand, revealing that the deep green spikes still emitted faint wisps of purple toxin. However, being an energy entity, it dissipated shortly thereafter. Upon hearing of the mandrake flower's poison, Gushinran instinctively took a step back. The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. "Is that a spirit? It must be. Look, it has a translucent energy form. It can only be a spirit. So she fights using a spirit type?" Spirits not only provide soul rings necessary for soul masters, but powerful spirits can even assist their hosts in battle. However, most spirits today are artificially created, lacking any intellect. If a soul master chooses to summon their spirit for combat, they must divide their focus to control it, unless they specialize in spirit combat. Such a strategy typically results in failure. Yet, the pressing question remained. Yi Hongling had never fused with a spirit, From where did this spirit originate? The soul spirit that emerged seemingly from nowhere appeared increasingly familiar to Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling. Was it not the Mandragora that had previously triumphed over the Frost Sisters in the simulated world? It seemed that it had transformed into a soul spirit and attached itself to Yi Hongling. However, could such an occurrence truly take place? Observing the Mandragora soul spirit circling around Yi Hongling, seemingly attempting to endear itself to her, Tang Chenfeng mused that it did not seem to be a negative development. After all, it could serve to safeguard her well-being. The confrontation between Yi Hongling and Gu Xinran concluded with Gu Xinran's defeat, marking the end of this testing battle. Just as Tang Chenfeng stepped forward, Wu Lintian unexpectedly called out to him. Tang Chenfeng was uncertain about what had transpired, yet he stepped forward. Wu Lintian remarked, "The essence of this match is to provide me with a deeper understanding of you. I have observed the others, but you did not unleash your martial spirit during the battle, so you must compete once more." Realization dawned upon Tang Chenfeng. No wonder he had been told to wait for the next round without any mention to the others. "So, who will I be battling against?" he inquired. Glancing at his comrades in line, Wu Lintian smiled gently, setting down the roster in his hands and approaching Tang Chenfeng. "Your next opponent is me." "What?" Tang Chenfeng exclaimed, staring at Wu Lintian in disbelief. Although none present knew the exact extent of Wu Lintian's prowess, the fact that he was chosen as their mentor suggested he possessed formidable skills. Why, then, was he suddenly challenging him to a duel? Rest assured, there will be no unfair circumstances, Wu Lintian assured him, as an aura materialized beneath his feet, swirling winds of energy forming a circle around him. "When you attack me, I will only defend, and I will not utilize my martial spirit. If you can force me out of this circle, you win." Initially taken aback by the situation, Tang Chenfeng soon regained his composure, sensing a familiarity in it. At home, his only sparring partners were his unassuming grandparents. If Teacher Wu were to adopt a purely defensive stance, perhaps victory was attainable. Wu Lintian stood before Tang Chenfeng, assuming a ready posture and gesturing for him to begin. "Remember, you must give it your all," he called out to Tang Chenfeng. Tang Chenfeng, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, refrained from complacency. He was convinced that Master Wu was not an ordinary individual. Even without the use of his martial soul, he doubted his own ability to contend with him. Nevertheless, he understood that he must take action. With this thought in mind, Tang Chenfeng activated his martial soul, his muscles swelling with power as two violet soul rings emerged beneath his feet. "Here I come," he roared, raising his right fist and launching an attack towards Wu Lintian. In the face of Tang Chenfeng's fierce charge, Wu Lintian remained composed, calmly lifting his right hand as if to effortlessly receive the impending strike. With a resounding thud, Tang Chenfeng's attack was met with little resistance, akin to striking a solid iron plate, leaving his fist tingling from the impact. Furthermore, at the moment of collision, he experienced an inexplicable recoil that surged back along his attack, propelling him away. This phenomenon was not a result of the martial soul, but rather an application of his own soul power. In this encounter, the sensation Wu Lintian conveyed to Tang Chenfeng could only be encapsulated in 4 words: immovable as a mountain. Wu Lintian's soul power was profound and steady, yet there lingered an underlying sharpness, making him feel as though he were confronting a fortress. Such a sensation had only previously surfaced when facing the somewhat serious Grandfather Yi. Master Wu must be a defensive-type soul master, Tang Chenfeng speculated inwardly. To be more precise, you were merely testing the waters with that last attack. Should you choose to hold back next time, there may not be a next time, Wu Lintian remarked to Tang Chenfeng. Upon hearing this, Tang Chenfeng's expression grew increasingly solemn. "Well then, master, you must be cautious." In truth, Tang Chenfeng sensed that Wu Lintian seemed to be continuously gauging him, as if seeking to uncover something within him. Perhaps he should heed Bai Xing's advice and keep his distance, yet for the moment, he opted to confront the challenge head-on. Once more, he initiated the same offensive maneuver, replicating his previous attack stance with precision. However, this time, the velocity of his assault was vastly superior. With both feet firmly planted, Tang Chenfeng propelled himself forward at an almost imperceptible speed. A glint flickered in his eyes, and his pupils brightened momentarily. Concurrently, his right arm was enveloped in a layer of blue crystal at a speed nearly invisible to the naked eye, while his 2 soul rings ignited, enveloping his arm in a blaze of azure flames. He directed this formidable punch towards Wu Lintian's raised palm. In that fleeting moment, the calm expression on Wu Lintian's face vanished, replaced by a seriousness tinged with astonishment. The originally raised right hand swiftly retracted, simultaneously illuminating with a golden-red radiance that enveloped the two individuals in an instant. While this sequence of events appeared elaborate, it transpired in the blink of an eye. The onlookers beheld Tang Shenfeng darting towards Teacher Wu like an arrow released from a bowstring, and at the moment of their contact, a golden-red light encased them, followed by the sight of Tang Shenfeng being propelled backwards. However, the outcome this time diverged from the previous encounter. Not only was Tang Shenfeng thrust away, but Wu Lintian also staggered back a step, his foot having crossed the boundary of the drawn circle, and in his right hand, he now wielded a golden shield. This grand shield was nearly sufficient to shield Wu Lintian's entire upper body, adorned with an intricate tapestry of runes densely inscribed upon its surface. At its center lay a circular crimson gem, from which the runes radiated outward. Yet, upon this veritable work of art, a fissure marred its surface. This crack was precisely where Tang Shenfeng had struck. Not only had Tang Shenfeng forced Wu Lintian to retreat, but he had also compelled the emergence of his martial spirit. Wu Lintian gazed at the crack on the shield, momentarily astonished, though this expression quickly faded, replaced by an even more radiant smile. It seems I have finally found the person he mentioned. Chapter 60, Mecha Piloting Training Base. With this confrontation concluded, it appeared that the combat class had indeed reached its finality. Tang Shenfeng rubbed his fists and rose from the ground, realizing that his previous strike had indeed been excessively forceful. At present, the cosmic divine light bestowed upon him rendered him invincible in offense. Yet it offered no semblance of defense. The impact against the shield was undeniably painful. At that moment, Wu Lintian had returned, casting a glance at Tang Shenfeng, nodding in acknowledgement. Your strength is commendable. In terms of power, I doubt anyone in the class could rival you. You're fine now. So return to your position in line, he instructed. Standing at the front of the queue, Wu Lintian resumed his authoritative demeanor. To be candid, I previously held little expectation for you all, as there are numerous prodigies within the city of Yincheng. Compared to those talents, you have lagged significantly. However, it appears that there still exist individuals among you who can be rightfully termed as geniuses. At this juncture, Wu Lintian produced a list from his hands. Cheng Siki, Gu Xinran, Yi Hongling, Tang Shenfeng. You have all performed admirably, but the remaining individuals must strive harder from other avenues, he remarked, his tone growing somewhat cold when addressing those left behind. Now, let us return to the main topic. This lesson serves not only to enhance our communication, but also to observe your performance in the realm of Soul Masters. Do not be disheartened by any exclusions. We shall proceed to the simulation room for a class on mecha and aircraft piloting, Wu Lintian announced to the gathering. Upon hearing the mention of mecha and aircraft, the spirits of everyone present were immediately lifted. On one hand, piloting mechas and aircraft represented a significant future pathway for many among them. On the other hand, it was common for individuals of their age to harbor a passion for soul-guided mechas and aircraft. In no time, the members of Class 6 arrived at the vicinity of the Academy's mecha training ground. The St. Luo Soul Master Academy boasted the largest mecha training facility in all of Yincheng City. Among the students emerging from this institution, many excelled in piloting mechas and aircraft, with some even ascending to become ace pilots, serving as senior officers in the federal military. However, it seemed that the Academy's emphasis on mecha pilots, as opposed to solely focusing on Soul Master training like other institutions, had resulted in the quality of Soul Masters not keeping pace with other academies. Consequently, the Academy's ranking in Yincheng City, which prioritized Soul Master cultivation, remained consistently mid-tier. Yet, upon arriving at the Academy's mecha training base, the students were astounded by the substantial investments made in the training of mecha pilots. The entire training facility comprised a grand building alongside a dedicated training ground. The size of the training facility is nearly comparable to that of the academic building. Yet what truly astounds is the training ground itself, which spans nearly the expanse of an airport, occupying 1/3 of the Academy's area. Within this vast open space, white and yellow mechs and aircraft engage in training exercises and simulated combat, both on the ground and in the air. The mechs and aircraft are categorized into levels, much like the soul rings of Soul Masters, with a total of 7 tiers ranging from white to gold. Typically, white mechs are reserved for training pilots, while those of yellow grade and above are utilized as military weaponry. Thus, white mechs are the most prevalent within the training ground. Having observed the training area, the next destination is the training base. Approaching the main entrance, Wu Lintian directed his soul-guiding communicator towards the detector on the door. After a brief beep from the detector, the metallic gates swung open. Upon entering the training base, the group was immediately taken aback by the spectacle before them. The first sight to greet them was a spacious hall, its ceiling soaring to a height of at least 100 meters. In the center of this hall, two objects perpetually captivated the attention of all present. To the left at the center of the hall stood a mech, entirely clad in black. Its humanoid form characterized by smooth curves and an exquisite design, adorned with intricate components that exuded both mystery and power. Its dark exterior shimmered with a faint blue luminescence, suggesting it was forged from a unique alloy. Tang Shifeng quickly deduced that this mech was crafted from stormwater silicon alloy, a composite of three metals known for its lightweight yet remarkably resilient properties, with a forging difficulty that is exceedingly high. Tang Shifeng had yet to attempt the forging of stormwater silicon alloy himself. The mech stands approximately 8 meters tall, and it is said that in the past, the size of mechs inversely correlated with their grade. Lower-tier mechs were often over 20 meters in height, while higher-tier mechs were considerably smaller, some measuring merely around 3 meters. Nowadays, most mechs range from 3 to 10 meters in height, with 8 meters being the standard design specification. On the right side of the hall, a soul-guided fighter jet is prominently displayed. More accurately, it is an interstellar soul-guided fighter jet. In this era, both jets and mechs operate not only within the atmosphere, but also have their rightful place in the expanse of space. In the cosmos, mechs undoubtedly serve as the most versatile tools, capable of functioning as engineering machinery or combat weapons, fulfilling a myriad of tasks and requirements. However, in terms of warfare, fighter jets have a significant advantage over mechs. The soul-guided fighter jet, soaring at full speed, exhibits a velocity and agility that far surpasses that of mechs. Comparable soul-guided mechs find it exceedingly challenging to contend with this fighter jet. The sleek black exterior of the aircraft emanates a dark blue luminescence, indicative of its construction from the same Lanshui silicon alloy as the adjacent soul-guided mech. Measuring approximately 12 meters in length, the jet boasts a slender and standard design, with relatively narrow wings that contribute to a harmonious and indescribable aesthetic. All present are captivated by the allure of these two mechs in the fighter jet, and Tang Shifeng is no exception. However, there is an additional detail that piques his interest. Upon closer inspection, one can discern numerous tiny indentations on the surfaces of both the mech and the jet. These are not imperfections. Rather, Tang Shifeng recognizes them as marks left from the forging process, specifically hammer marks that only arise from the use of a forging hammer. This implies that both the mech and the jet are handcrafted. The direction of the hammer marks is consistent, and their sizes are uniform, with the seams between the outer shells fitting together almost seamlessly. Furthermore, they are entirely constructed from metals of a quality of at least 1,000-fold forging. Achieving such a standard suggests that the creator possesses an exceptional understanding of their design. Thus, the individual responsible for their creation is likely either part of an elite team or a prodigy capable of serving simultaneously as a designer, a forger, and a craftsman. Tang Shifeng felt a surge of excitement within. Perhaps one day, he too could create a mech and an aircraft that belonged solely to him. At that moment, Wu Lintian interjected, "These two machines were reportedly designed and crafted individually by each of your predecessors. He is renowned as a genius who emerges once in a century, adeptly embodying the roles of designer, forger, manufacturer, and repairer all at once. Currently, he is pursuing further studies in a distant land. Yet these two machines remain as enduring symbols of the Academy's glory." Tang Shifeng, upon hearing this, eagerly inquired, "So, Teacher Wu, does the Academy possess a training facility for practicing secondary professions?" Wu Lintian responded, "Indeed, it is located on the top floor of the training base. However, prior approval is required, along with a craftsman profession badge. For now, you must accompany me to practice mecha control." Chapter 61. Simulated Mecha Operation under Wu Lintian's guidance. The students of Class 6 arrived at the elevator in the base's hall. The interior of the elevator was exceptionally spacious, easily accommodating more than 30 individuals without any difficulty. The atmosphere within the elevator was charged with excitement. For them, the mecha simulation cockpit was not an everyday sight, let alone an opportunity to use one. Even in Cloud City, the competition for resources was fiercely intense, particularly for students like them, who evidently lacked exceptional talents. After an indefinite ascent, the elevator doors finally opened. Wu Lintian led everyone out, taking a right turn where a large metal door swung open, revealing a vast interior space. This was a separate room containing the very devices that Tang Shifeng and his peers had recently encountered. There were a total of 30 simulation cockpits, yet they appeared distinct from those used during the assessment. Wu Lintian approached one of the simulation cockpits and stated, "In a moment, we shall enter the exclusive training grounds of the St. Luo Soul Master Academy within the simulated world to continue our training. The operation method is akin to that of a standard simulation cockpit. You only need the terminal key. I trust that everyone here possesses one." Terminal key? That would be the device we were issued during the assessment, thought Tang Shenfeng as he and Yi Hongling retrieved their terminal keys from their Soul Guide storage devices. Simultaneously, other classmates produced their own terminal keys as well. It appeared that everyone in Cloud City was equipped with one of these. Wu Lintian also took out his terminal key, stating, "I will join you shortly. Now, select a simulation cockpit, and you may directly enter the Douluo world." Tang Shenfeng and Yi Hongling opted for 2 adjacent simulation pods. Upon entering the pods, they were greeted by the familiar scent. Activating the terminal and embedding it into the recess of the control panel, they confirmed their identities, prompting the simulation pod to connect to the exclusive venue of the St. Luo Soul Master Academy. Connection established to the exclusive simulation training ground of the St. Luo Soul Master Academy. Student Tang Shenfeng, welcome. Following the announcement, a blinding white light enveloped them. In the next moment, Tang Shenfeng found himself in a brand new world. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of a vast base hangar, characterized by a distinctly military aesthetic. The interior was robust, with formidable steel structures surrounding him, and rows of white mechs stood in their respective bays, resembling a fleet of steel giants poised for action. Welcome, students, to the dedicated virtual training ground of the St. Luo Soul Master Academy. The speaker was none other than Wu Lintian, standing on the launch platform among the mechs. My mech piloting class will not be laden with excessive rules. What I wish to observe is your innate talent in piloting these mechs. Before you are the system's default basic mechs, 35 in total. Feel free to select any one of them to attempt piloting. Directly piloting? Aren't you going to give us a demonstration first? A voice piped up from the students, echoing a shared concern. Wu Laoshi, could you at least provide us with a demonstration or explain the principles of mech piloting? Wu Lintian smiled slightly, rest assured. The current mech cockpits are far more user-friendly than you might imagine. Allowing you to unleash your creativity is the best way to gauge your aptitude. The students exchanged glances. Somewhat speechless, it was indeed typical of a Class 6 instructor to adopt such a casual demeanor. Then, with a grand gesture, Wu Lintian declared, "Now, board your mechs. Activate your communication devices, and once connected, remember to report back." Understood. The students turned and hurried towards their respective mechs. The training mechs were all white, representing the most basic model, standing at 10 meters tall, weighing 8 tons, devoid of any weaponry, and equipped with moderate armor. Ascending the stairs of the hangar led them to the cockpit entrance of the mechs, where the cockpit door opened to reveal the interior. Upon seeing the cockpit, Tang Shenfeng was momentarily stunned, for it was entirely different from what he had envisioned. The mech cockpit resembled another simulation pod entirely. Tang Shenfeng pondered. Is this truly the cockpit of a mech? It appears rather different from what I had envisioned. Yet, there is little time to dwell on such thoughts. I must first heed the instructions and enter the cockpit. The mech stands at approximately 10 meters tall, thus the cockpit is not particularly spacious, resembling a spherical chamber with a diameter of about 2 meters. However, it does provide ample room for an individual to move freely within. Upon entering the cockpit, Tang Shenfeng was greeted by a series of electronic notifications. Please stand in the center of the cockpit. Scanning will commence shortly, activating the action linkage simulation system. As the electronic tones subsided, the cockpit door sealed shut, illuminating the interior instantly. Simultaneously, a multitude of virtual three-dimensional projection screens materialized before Tang Shenfeng. Despite their abundance, the concise prompts enabled him to swiftly locate and activate the communication button, establishing a connection with the communication network of the other cockpits. Once the network was connected, Wu Lintian's voice resonated through the communication system. Excellent. All communications have been established. It appears you have all adapted quite well. I will now provide you with the necessary equipment for piloting. As Wu Lintian's words echoed, a pair of gloves, foot rings, and a set of 3D glasses materialized before each student in the cockpit. Wu Lintian's voice continued, put these on. The mechas here utilize an action synchronization system. In donning these will allow the mechas to reflect your movements. The action synchronization system, it was said, drew its inspiration from the Spirit Tower's Spirit platform in the virtual simulation pod. By employing a series of devices, pilots could synchronize their bodily movements with the mecha, achieving a level of efficiency and precision unattainable by traditional joystick-operated mechas. This method was colloquially referred to as simulation, a nod to the simulated cockpit experience. However, this system imposed certain demands on the pilots. The synchronization required the pilot's spiritual energy to facilitate control, ensuring a higher degree of accuracy in executing movements. Should a pilot's spiritual energy prove insufficient, it could lead to adverse effects. Thus, the system was best suited for soul masters endowed with innate advantages, rather than ordinary individuals. At this moment, all participants had donned their operational gloves, which conjured a keyboard from the three-dimensional projection beneath their hands. While the action synchronization system could replicate human movements, the human body, after all, was not a machine. Therefore, auxiliary controls remained necessary for various functionalities, including the propulsion of flight thrusters, power adjustments for posture control nozzles, and the operation of external weapon systems. After donning the 3D glasses, the students could share a unified perspective with the mechas. In no time, all members of Class 6 had completed the connection to the action synchronization system and had entered the public channel. At this moment, Tang Chenfeng connected to the mech's perspective from within its interior. What had once appeared as an enormous hangar now seemed to transform into a uniquely styled, ordinary room. The colossal mech bestowed upon its pilot an inexhaustible sense of power and security. Tang Chenfeng endeavored to manipulate the mech manually. He raised his arm, and the mech mirrored his movement, lifting its own arm in unison. When he attempted to clench his fist, the mech followed suit, closing its fist in a synchronized manner. This sensation was truly extraordinary, as if the mech transcended mere machinery, evolving into an extension of his own body. However, there was a notable drawback. The mech's movements appeared to lag by a quarter of a beat. Now that everyone was connected to the public channel, we shall commence our genuine training. As Wu Lintian's voice resonated, the surrounding environment transformed into a surreal spectacle. The original hangar shook momentarily before morphing into a sprawling outdoor training ground. Could this be a direct application of the simulation pod's capabilities to alter the environment? The students of Class 6 pondered. Simultaneously with the environmental shift, all the mechs materialized, accompanied by an additional unit, Wu Lintian's training mech. First, you must learn to maintain the mech's balance. Do not assume that utilizing the motion synchronization system will permit effortless operation. The mech's simulation apparatus is exceptionally sensitive. Even a slight movement could lead to operational errors. Therefore, our initial goal is to enhance the precision and balance of the mech's movements. In the simulation cockpit, time flowed differently. 10 minutes inside equated to 1 minute outside. Your task is to pilot your mechs around the perimeter of this field. Upon finishing his instruction, Wu Lintian maneuvered his mech around the entire area. Though it was merely a standard running motion, it exuded remarkable agility, akin to a person clad in armor. The circumference of the field measured approximately 1 kilometer, and Wu Lintian completed the circuit in under 3 minutes. With the mech capable of synchronizing its movements with its pilot, traversing the field should ostensibly be a straightforward endeavor. However, as individuals began to attempt to make their mechs run, they soon discovered that the task was far more challenging than anticipated. Moving the upper body proved relatively simple, yet coordinating the lower body to follow suit revealed a disconcerting disconnect, as limbs seemed to resist command. The colossal mechs, intended as extensions of the body, posed a significant challenge for these novices who struggled to control such immense constructs. Before long, over 20 mechs had toppled in a chaotic array, leaving only 3 standing resolutely in place. The 3 individuals are Tang Chenfeng, Yi Hongling, and Cheng Siki. In Chapter 62, titled Teacher, You Are Too Ruthless, as Wu Lintian aptly remarks, the sense of balance in a mech is of paramount importance. Thus, the trio refrains from hasty actions, taking a moment to attune themselves to the subtle equilibrium of their mechs. After a brief period, the mechs of the 3 gradually begin to move. Wu Lintian merely instructed them to navigate the perimeter of the area, without specifying the manner of their movement. Since they are to run, it is essential to first master the art of walking. Tang Chenfeng has already discerned that, although the movements of the mecha synchronize with their own, there is a slight delay of approximately a quarter of a beat. The mecha's auxiliary sensors are quite sensitive, which can easily lead to a loss of balance. Given this, it is prudent to proceed slowly until a sense of equilibrium is achieved before advancing further. Gradually, while other classmates were still rolling on the ground, Tang Chenfeng and his companions had begun to walk steadily across the arena. Everyone should refrain from rushing. Once they have risen from the ground, they should take their time to walk until they regain their balance before continuing their actions. Simultaneously, as Tang Chenfeng moved, he generously imparted his skills to his peers. It seemed that, inspired by his encouragement, those who had previously tumbled on the ground began to rise one by one, embarking on the journey of mastering their techniques. Meanwhile, the speed of the three mechas under Tang Chenfeng's command began to escalate. Their pace transitioned from slow walking to brisk walking, and then to a light jog. Among them, Tang Chenfeng exhibited the fastest speed, reminiscent of the sensations he experienced while controlling the mecha previously, followed by Cheng Siki in second place and Yi Hongling in third. Wu Lintian observed these three and thought to himself that they possessed considerable talent and would likely perform well in the arena. Soon, the trio completed a lap, and the other classmates in Class 6, having mastered the techniques, also accomplished their tasks. At this moment, Wu Lintian piloted his own mecha to stand before the group. Simultaneously, his communication was directly projected within the cockpit of the mecha. Very well, it seems you have all achieved a reasonably stable mode of movement. However, remember that the battleground for mechas extends beyond merely the atmospheric layer. The primary focus is on combat capabilities in the vastness of space. As Wu Lintian spoke, he swiftly adjusted the controls before him, switching to Site 79, the cosmic expanse. With the sound of an electronic prompt and a shift in the monitor's display, the members of Class 6 felt a sudden lightness beneath their feet as they began to float within the cockpit. Concurrently, Tang Chenfeng and his classmates noticed a transformation in their attire as their school uniforms morphed into white combat suits designed for space, the type of jumpsuit that professional space mecha pilots don. Following the recent electronic announcement, everyone comprehended that they had been directly transported into the cosmic realm. The soul-guided mech is renowned for its remarkable versatility. Indeed, even in the vastness of space, a skilled operator can accomplish tasks that would be nearly impossible in a gravitational environment, provided, of course, that the pilot possesses the necessary proficiency. However, the children who have merely begun to master the art of mecha locomotion are now subjected to the trials of a weightless environment. In the cosmos, the mechanics of the mech's movement shift dramatically. The utility of legs is significantly diminished, while thrusters and attitude adjustment systems become the principal means of mobility. Additionally, the cockpit is equipped with an environmental simulation system and a particle adjustment system, designed to allow the pilot to perceive changes in their surroundings. In a state of weightlessness, the pilot can manipulate their center of gravity to control the mech's thrusters and attitude adjustment systems, thereby directing its trajectory and speed. Yet, it is evident that such maneuvers prove exceedingly challenging for these novices. Due to the mech's synchronous simulation system, the sensations generated by the mech are directly relayed to the pilot. This implies that poor control can result in adverse reactions. Currently, the mechs are floundering in the weightless environment, moving uncontrollably. Some are spinning uncontrollably in a 360-degree manner, while others have lost all sense of direction. Even the slightest movement can trigger the mech's erratic motion. Before long, the cockpit communications are filled with the sounds of nausea. Observing the chaotic scene, Wu Lintian chuckled, remarking that it seems premature for them to engage with the cosmos at this stage. At that moment, Wu Lintian's attention was drawn to something captivating. He adjusted the monitor displaying the mechs, and suddenly, Tang Chenfeng's mech came into view. The once unsteady and erratic mech was now gradually stabilizing, eventually achieving a smooth flight. Inside the cockpit, Tang Chenfeng's face remained pale. He had also struggled to control his mech moments ago and still experienced dizziness and discomfort. However, his rapid improvement could be attributed to the guidance of an instructor visible only to him. Indeed, it was essential to extend his limbs, shifting his center of gravity across his entire body to maintain balance. Tang Chenfeng endeavored to follow her guidance as closely as possible, and the results far exceeded his expectations. Sister Bai Xing, is this sufficient? The very person imparting instruction to Tang Chenfeng was Bai Xing herself. Just moments ago, when Tang Chenfeng found himself at a loss in the weightless environment, Bai Xing suddenly emerged from the depths of his consciousness and commenced a course on acclimatization to zero gravity. Knowledge flowed from Bai Xing's lips like a gentle stream, directly penetrating Tang Chenfeng's mind. Consequently, he swiftly applied the insights he acquired, initiating action with remarkable alacrity. Tang Chenfeng could not help but inquire, Sister Bai Xing, from where do you acquire all this knowledge? Tang Shifeng had never piloted a soul-guided mecha before, which should have rendered this a realm of ignorance for Baixing as well. Baixing responded, "My mind holds the memories of the entire universe. The cosmos is vast, inhabited by beings capable of thriving in zero-gravity environments. I merely imparted their survival techniques to you in the form of memory, an application of knowledge, if you will." At that moment, the mecha Wulin Tian was adjusting the monitoring devices within the simulation chamber. On the screen, Tang Shifeng was controlling and adjusting the mecha's flight direction with a relatively standard posture. Although he appeared somewhat clumsy, this was quite commendable for a novice. However, Wulin Tian's gaze remained fixated on Tang Shifeng, as if he had perceived something extraordinary. After a pause, Wulin Tian remarked, "Well, never mind. There is no rule prohibiting two individuals from being in the mecha." Chapter 63, Academy Competition soon. This phase of training concluded, and Wulin Tian did not require further additional training. Instead, he instructed everyone to exit the simulation chamber. As the group emerged, they were immediately met with a chorus of retching sounds, for the recent training in a zero-gravity state had truly taken its toll on them. Upon stepping out of the simulation chamber, Wulin Tian opened the door to the training room and announced, "The restroom is just across the hall." The entire group rushed out, including Gu Xinran, who had performed admirably in the previous competition. In the expansive training room, only Tang Shifeng, Yi Hongling, and Cheng Siki remained. Cheng Siki looked somewhat pale but was managing, while Yi Hongling fared worse. She nearly collapsed upon exiting, her complexion ashen and feeble. "Linger, are you all right?" Tang Shifeng inquired, helping the pale Yi Hongling to her feet with genuine concern. "I'm fine," she managed to say, almost muffled by her hand pressed against her mouth. Wulin Tian interjected, "While I do not particularly encourage you to push yourselves, I must admit I admire your tenacity." He then counted on his fingers. "Out of more than 20 students in this class, only the 3 of you passed my assessment. Oh, and one more thing." Wulin Tian turned to Tang Shifeng and asked, "Have you piloted a soul-guided mecha in the simulation chamber before?" At that moment, Tang Shifeng became aware that his performance in the simulation chamber had drawn special attention. "No, this is my first time piloting a mecha in the simulation chamber." He was naturally reluctant to divulge anything about Baixing. Yet it was indeed his inaugural experience with a mecha. "Do you enjoy piloting mechas?" Wulin Tian queried. "Well," Tang Shifeng pondered briefly before responding, "I am more eager to delve into the knowledge of soul masters. As for mechas, I suppose I find them somewhat enjoyable." "I see." Wulin Tian appeared to be deep in thought. After a while, the other students from Class 6 returned, yet they all seemed to be in a state of utter dejection. Their bodies languid and dispirited, a truly pitiful sight. Wulin Tian shook his head with a hint of resignation and said, "I have previously stated that in this modern era, soul power is no longer the threshold for becoming a mecha pilot. Contemporary soul-guided mechas and aircraft possess far more powerful energy-storing soul devices, allowing ordinary individuals to become formidable mecha operators. However, a robust physique is an essential foundation for any mecha pilot. Without a sound body, one cannot endure the shocks and high-intensity combat within the mecha. Therefore, starting tomorrow, our class will engage in physical training. Mornings will be dedicated to physical conditioning, while afternoons will focus on theoretical knowledge. This concludes today's morning lesson. You may arrange your time freely this afternoon." Wulin Tian's remarks were less of a sermon and more an exposition of the truth. Most in the class understood their lack of innate talent, recognizing that their journey on the path of soul power would be fraught with challenges. Becoming a mecha pilot appeared to be a viable avenue for them, and if they wished to progress further along this path, they would need to exert greater effort. Then, Tang Shifeng, Yi Hongling, Cheng Siki, and Gu Xinran, "Please come to my office," Wulin Tian instructed. "The rest of you may disperse." With that, he led the 4 of them towards the teaching building. The 4 exchanged glances, uncertain of the reason for Wulin Tian's summons. Upon entering his office, they found Wulin Tian seated at his desk, his demeanor markedly different from the previous cheerful expression. He now appeared grave, suggesting he had something important to convey. Could it be that their recent performance had disappointed him? "Do you know why I called you here?" Wulin Tian's sudden question startled them. "Teacher Wu, our performance was rather unsatisfactory, but we will strive to improve," they began to explain. However, Wulin Tian's serious expression unexpectedly shifted back to a smile. "Rest assured, your performance was not lacking. On the contrary, I believe you did quite well." The 4 were taken aback. "In my view, your performance was commendable, at the very least, whether in mecha operation or soul master abilities. You have already surpassed the average individual. Each of you has developed your own strengths in various aspects. Wu Lintian's words undoubtedly conveyed his recognition, stirring a profound sense of emotion within the five. He continued, however, we must now address the matter at hand. The group felt another wave of curiosity wash over them. What was this important matter? Every new academic year, the Academy hosts a grand competition, involving both the intermediate and advanced divisions. Our intermediate division consists of 6 grades, all of which will participate. This competition is known as the promotion tournament. Observing the bewildered expressions of the crowd, Wu Lintian continued to elucidate. The so-called promotion competition, initiated by the Academy, is a contest that commences with the weakest class, which selects students to participate in challenges. Class 6 challenges Class 5, and so forth. Upon victory, the prefix of the classes is exchanged. In other words, should we triumph over Class 5, we would no longer be regarded as the bottom class of Year 1, but rather as Class 5 of Year 1. The lower-ranked classes confirm the number of challengers, and upon victory, may continue to challenge higher classes until they suffer a defeat, progressing from the intermediate division to the advanced division. The ultimate accolade is the designation of Year 1 Class 1. Furthermore, if one continues to challenge higher-grade classes and achieves victory, each initial triumph in an advanced challenge will yield rewards. Tang Shenfeng remarked. Does this mean that our class is the first to initiate the challenge? Among all 6 classes in the intermediate department, our class ranks last, signifying that they are the underdogs in the entire intermediate division. Indeed, Wu Lintian nodded. For the class, this is a battle of honor. Moreover, if we manage to challenge classes above our rank, the rewards will be exceedingly generous. Wu Lintian continued. The minimum number of participants for the college competition is at least 3. The events are divided into 2 categories. Firstly, the most traditional Soul Master duels, and secondly, our Academy's unique feature, the soul-guided mecha and simulated aerial combat. The weakest class will commence, choosing between Soul Master duels or mecha battles. However, if they secure victory more than twice, the opportunity to choose next will be granted to the opposing team. As long as we continue to win, we can advance further. Fortunately, we have 4 participants, 3 for the main competition and 1 as a substitute. At this moment, Tang Shifeng and his companions were filled with immense excitement, as the generous rewards offered by the Academy were exhilarating to contemplate. However, caution was also necessary. From my observations, this cohort of students is arguably the strongest in decades. Even the 5th class, which is a level above us, boasts a student of the 3rd ring, while the 2nd class has 1 student of the 4th ring. And the 1st class even has 2 students of the 4th ring. Wu Lintian's words fell upon them like a bucket of cold water, leaving them questioning their own hearing. How could there be 2 4th ring students, while their highest was merely a 3rd ring? Wu Lintian reassured them, stating that there was no need for excessive worry, for they possessed their own advantages. Among the 4 of them, aside from Gushinran, 3 were exceptionally gifted in piloting mechas. They had begun their training in mecha operation earlier than the other 5 classes, allowing them to adopt strategies that capitalized on their strengths while exploiting the weaknesses of their opponents, who were at such a significant level disparity. Indeed, Wu Lintian's assessment was accurate. While all students at Douluo Academy had some exposure to mecha piloting, their specialization in the Soul Guidance department had given them an earlier start. If they could leverage this advantage, victory might well be within reach. Wu Lintian announced that the competition would take place in a month. Therefore, starting the next day, in addition to their regular classes, he would conduct intensive training sessions for the 4 of them every afternoon and evening. The task he set for them was straightforward: to exert their utmost effort, striving not for merit but merely to avoid mistakes. After this, there was little else to discuss, and the 4 were encouraged to deepen their understanding of one another and deliberate on potential strategies. With that, Wu Lintian dismissed them. Once outside the office, the quartet engaged in a brief discussion before deciding to return to their classroom to strategize further. By now, it was midday, and most students had migrated to the academy cafeteria, leaving the classroom almost empty, save for the 4 of them. What kinds of strategies should we arrange for the upcoming competition? Inquired Gushinran, who was particularly invested in the academy's promotion tournament. Achieving a higher rank in the competition would likely yield greater resources beneficial for their cultivation. I propose that in a Soul Master duel, we let my brother take the lead while Cheng Siki and I provide support. This should significantly enhance our chances of success, suggested Yi Hongling. Hey, don't exclude me so easily. I possess some strength too, Gushinran complained from the side. My apologies, responded Tang Chenfeng. Perhaps we should also consider Wu Lintian's insights. In terms of soul power and cultivation level, we are considerably behind the other classes. Thus, our focus should not solely be on Soul Master battles, but should also encompass mecha combat strategies. Indeed, as Wu Lintian previously remarked, in the realm of Soul Masters, they do not hold an advantage. Hence, opting for mecha battles is undoubtedly the most prudent choice. However, it would be beneficial to gain insight into the situations of other classes, for such knowledge might allow us to explore further possibilities, Tang Qinfeng lamented. In truth, if it were merely other students of the third ring, even 3 of them would not pose a challenge for Tang Qinfeng. Yet, should it involve an average individual of the fourth ring, he could manage one-on-one encounters. However, he was acutely aware that one of those fourth ring practitioners would surely be Xuelinger, whose strength undoubtedly surpassed what he had observed thus far. Coupled with another fourth ring soul master, Tang Qinfeng felt a sense of uncertainty creeping in. Other classes had surely caught wind of the Academy's battle news, and at this critical juncture, as challengers, extracting information from other classes would not be an easy feat. Perhaps I could give it a try, came a voice from the side, belonging to Cheng Siki. At that moment, Cheng Siki had already summoned her martial soul, the magic crystal. My magic crystal martial soul possesses the ability to accurately predict an opponent's movements during combat, stemming from its true capability, foresight into the future. Foresight into the future. The attendees gasped in unison. Indeed, my magic crystal martial soul is one that can sense the future. My first soul skill allows me to precisely perceive everything that will occur in the next 10 seconds, a fleeting yet accurate glimpse into what lies ahead. This ability was evident to all. Cheng Siki had previously relied on her first soul skill to navigate through a battle successfully. Conversely, my second soul skill serves as a contrast to the first, enabling me to anticipate my own or others' distant futures, albeit in a more nebulous manner, accompanied by significant mental exertion. A few instances may be manageable, yet repeated use would necessitate assistance in sharing the burden of mental strain. At this point, the gathered crowd began to grasp Cheng Siki's intent. As long as they could harness her ability, they might fortuitously glimpse the forthcoming academy competition, potentially observing the participating students and strategies of other classes, thereby devising their response. Given that you can foresee the future, Cheng Siki, what if you predict a future of failure? Tang Qinfeng inquired. Cheng Siki replied, in truth, it matters little. I have previously experimented with this. If one interferes or adjusts the predicted future by undertaking actions that deviate from the forecast, changes will manifest to varying degrees. Ultimately, the future is malleable and not immutable. It primarily depends on the choices we make moving forward. Chapter 64, Unexpected. Such a potent ability must surely come at a price. Tang Qinfeng inquired further. Everything in the world is balanced. The greater the harvest, the heavier the cost one must bear. Cheng Siki responded, well, at least up until now, I have not encountered any particularly significant issues. If I must mention something, it is that the mental energy it consumes is truly astonishing, and it is not as user-friendly as one might expect. The ability to foresee the future is proportional to the user's mental energy. By myself, I can only predict events occurring within the next 3 weeks. Theoretically, if I had assistance from others, I could glimpse into an infinitely distant future. By the way, my mental energy has long surpassed the spirit sea realm, yet the toll of predicting the future remains substantial. To perceive the unknown future at the cost of merely a considerable reduction in mental energy, could such a remarkable ability truly exist? Tang Qinfeng pondered to himself. Wow, you actually possess mental energy at the spirit sea realm. How enviable. I have just barely crossed the threshold of 200 points, Gashinran remarked enviously from the side. She then suggested, why don't we stop overthinking and simply give it a try? Regardless of whether this ability will assist us now, its extraordinary nature undeniably piques curiosity. Subsequently, Gashinran took her place before Cheng Siki, asking how to proceed. Cheng Siki placed her magical crystal before Gashinran, resting her hands upon it and infusing her mental energy into the crystal. From here, I will guide you with my mental energy to help you see your future. Following Cheng Siki's instructions, Gashinran began to observe her future. She placed her hands on the magical crystal, slowly closed her eyes, and soon, various colors of light began to emanate from the crystal, creating a captivating spectacle. At that moment, Yi Hongling tugged at Tang Qinfeng's sleeve, remarking, brother, don't you think this scene resembles those fortune tellers we used to see in town? Upon hearing Yi Hongling's words, Tang Chenfeng also realized that it indeed bore a striking resemblance to something from the past. Back in Tianhun town, there were always fortune-tellers appearing from nowhere, setting up stalls by the roadside, and the scene before them mirrored those memories so closely that the siblings could not help but share a smile. This recollection also brought to mind Grandpa Yi and Grandma Ling, as well as Teacher Zhao, who had mentioned arranging accommodations for them, though their exact location remained unknown. They resolved to visit when the opportunity arose. At this point, Tang Chenfeng suddenly recalled that Teacher Wu had previously mentioned a training facility on the top floor of the base, dedicated to addressing side effects. He and Yi Hongling ought to find a suitable time to report to Teacher Wu and hone their secondary skills. Just then, it seemed there was commotion over by Chung Siki and Guxinran. A sudden eruption of radiant light burst forth from Chung Siki's magic crystal, illuminating everything in its vicinity. However, the brilliance was short-lived, fading rather quickly. Chung Siki appeared unscathed, yet Guxinran's complexion turned pale as she covered her mouth and collapsed to the ground, clearly distressed. This scene felt eerily familiar. Chung Siki, what has happened? Tang Chenfeng inquired. Chung Siki responded, I am uncertain. When I use my abilities on others, I merely serve as a bridge and medium, unable to glimpse their futures. Yi Hongling promptly unleashed her life tree martial spirit, enveloping Guxinran in her life domain, which finally restored some color to her face. Sister Shinran, are you all right? Yi Hongling asked with concern. I'm all right, thankfully. I just didn't expect the sensation of foreseeing the future to be so vivid, Guxinran replied, a hint of resignation in her voice. Once she regained her composure, Guxinran began recounting the future she had witnessed. At first, I merely perceived a flash of light before finding myself in a simulated cockpit, seemingly piloting a soul-guided warplane. Just as I was processing this, the left wing of the aircraft was struck, causing the left engine to shut down completely while the right continued to operate, resulting in the uncontrollable spin you all witnessed. The sensation was incredibly real. Although it was based on my perspective, I felt utterly powerless, as if I had become an observer, able to see and feel what was happening to myself. After hearing Guxinran's account, Tang Chenfeng asked, were there any other discomforts? Guxinran replied, moreover, my mental energy has nearly been drained. It will take at least a day or two to recover. As I mentioned, foreseeing the future is an immense drain on mental energy, whether for myself or others. Given Guxinran's insufficient mental stamina and the significant expenditure, Tang Chenfeng surmised that what she had witnessed was likely an upcoming practical driving lesson conducted by Teacher Wu within the next month, rather than a competition within the academy. Chung Siki explained, by the way, Chung Siki, I wish to pose a question to you. Your child's ability to foresee the future primarily hinges upon your mental strength. What transpires if someone with greater mental fortitude seeks your insight into the future? Tang Chenfeng inquired. I'm engaged in contemplation, Chung Siki replied. I have previously experimented with this. If the individual possesses lesser mental strength than I can draw upon their mental energy and expend a portion of my own to explore the furthest reaches of their potential future. However, if their mental prowess exceeds mine, I find myself unable to maintain control, and it consumes more of their energy to glimpse a fragment of their future, resulting in considerable uncertainty. This could indeed pose a predicament, Tang Chenfeng remarked, for his mental strength is not something to be underestimated. If he serves as the source for divination, we may find ourselves peering into an unpredictable future. Allow me to attempt it as well, Yi Hongling interjected. With my own mental strength at the spirit sea level, I should be capable of discerning a more precise future. Ah, indeed, it may very well be possible. Let us proceed with our experiment, Chung Siki agreed, and thus, the two began their endeavor once more to predict the future. Initially, all seemed well. However, as 30 minutes elapsed without any response from them, a sense of peculiarity arose. This duration was indeed rather prolonged. Tang Chenfeng felt a tinge of impatience, but fortunately, after a few more minutes, the two finally regained consciousness. However, upon awakening, they both frowned. Linger, how do you feel? Tang Chenfeng immediately inquired. Yi Hongling waved her hand and replied, I am well, though I have certainly come to understand the feelings of Sister Xinyan. Tang Chenfeng asked, perplexed. Was it another simulation mecha training? No. It seems this time it was different. Chung Siki's voice emerged from a somewhat weakened state, with Yi Hongling's mental fortitude appearing to surpass his. At this moment, he found himself in a relatively frail position. Her mental strength is undoubtedly superior to mine. In the recent foresight, I was entirely led by her. I could not guide Yi Hongling and could only allow her to explore on her own. During this time, my mental energy was significantly depleted. You must have glimpsed various futures, right? Yi Hongling touched her head, expressing a hint of remorse. Indeed, I witnessed quite a lot. The first thing I saw was a colossal tree that overshadowed the sky, followed by what appeared to be a dark blue planet. Much of the details in between were omitted, but I can assure you that the last scene was undoubtedly of the Academy's competition. Subsequently, Yi Hongling began to recount her observations. Everyone, as for your upcoming confrontation with Class 3, for some reason, many elements seem to be conspicuously absent from Yi Hongling's narrative. Why does it sound like something is missing? My mental energy was nearly exhausted by the end. So the content I perceived was quite fragmented, and I could only relay what I managed to remember. After that, I experienced a relatively clear and complete battle scene. The mecha I piloted was evading the enemy's attacks. After dodging several projectiles, I had just relaxed when suddenly, a soul-guided beam struck my left shoulder from above. The mecha uncontrollably collided with a meteorite, followed by a blaring alarm. The left arm was severely damaged, and the mecha sustained 41 damage, with the enemy mecha approaching. Only then did I react in the cockpit, but the opponent was already upon me, their mecha's soul-guided ray gun aimed directly at me. In that critical moment, another soul-guided beam shot in from the side, piercing through the enemy's cockpit and detonating their mecha. Soon after, a mecha wielding a soul-guided sniper rifle entered my field of vision. It must have been one of our teammates. And then what happened? Based on Yi Hongling's description, this was likely their competition against Class 3, and I felt that valuable information could be gleaned from it. Then, Yi Hongling hesitated. After that, my mental energy was nearly depleted. The last thing I saw was as if I were communicating with the opponent, and then I succumbed to exhaustion and awakened. Alas, I had not anticipated that the clues we painstakingly uncovered would be abruptly interrupted. At least this indicates that we have triumphed over Classes 5 and 4. There is still some good news. Gao Xinran remarked from the side. Brother, why not give it a try? Yi Hongling added, with your mental strength, you should be able to perceive a clearer future. Tang Shifeng had yet to voice his thoughts when he was interrupted by Chang Siki. Though my mental strength is somewhat lacking at present, I can still support one person in foreseeing the future. As long as I proceed with caution, it should be manageable. Observing the eager gazes of the other three, Tang Shifeng realized he could not decline. Very well, I shall give it a try. With that, he positioned himself before Chang Siki, closed his eyes, and placed his hands upon the magical crystal, beginning to channel his mental energy into it. In an instant, as his energy flowed into the crystal, Tang Shifeng felt the world around him transform into a kaleidoscope of surreal imagery. Memories from the past wafted by like a gentle breeze, resurfacing in his mind. Is this what it feels like to glimpse the future? He pondered. Suddenly, the bizarre visuals dissipated, replaced by a blinding radiance that quickly faded. Have I arrived at my destination? He mused, simultaneously opening his eyes. What he beheld next exceeded his wildest imaginings. Rather than experiencing the future from his own perspective as Yi Hongling and the others had suggested, he observed his surroundings from a vantage point above. At that moment, Tang Shifeng was met with two striking scenes. When he gazed into the distance, he beheld an endless cosmos, its magnificent stars far more resplendent than the virtual space of the simulation cockpit. Yet, when he focused on the scene before him, a peculiar planet came into view. This celestial body was adorned in only 3 colors. One half was cloaked in a desolate grayish-white, resembling a lifeless rock, while the other half blazed with a hellish crimson hue. Even from this perspective, he could discern the flowing magma and the fractured terrain on the surface, separated by a faint green band that seemed on the verge of being breached. However, the most captivating sight was the 3 mechs stationed before the planet. Indeed, they stood guard in front of the celestial body, and while not all were humanoid, each was nearly half the size of the planet itself. They appeared to be bracing for a formidable adversary, one that was even more exaggerated, another mech, colossal beyond the planet's dimensions. How could a mech the size of a planet possibly exist? Tang Shifeng's heart raced with astonishment. Is this the future? Was it merely an illusion of my attempts? Meanwhile, Tang Shifeng observed the scene unfolding before him, where 4 colossal mechas, each comparable to the size of a planet, had evidently engaged in a fierce battle, their frames marred by significant damage. Just as a new conflict was about to ignite, Tang Shifeng suddenly perceived that everything around him appeared to slow down. No, it was not merely slowing. It was as if time itself had been halted. To his astonishment, he realized that everything seemed to have been pressed on pause in that fleeting moment, including himself as the observer. In that instant, when Tang Shenfeng sought to struggle against this immobilization, he was suddenly enveloped by an unparalleled sense of oppression. Although everything around him was ostensibly at a standstill, he could distinctly feel an immense pressure emanating from all directions, ravaging and tearing at the ocean of his consciousness, akin to being thrust into a black hole within an abyss. Fortunately, this sensation did not persist for long. When he turned back to gaze at the planet-sized mechas, he was astounded to discover numerous threads emerging from their forms. These gargantuan entities began to disintegrate along those threads, which did not merely rend the mechas but extended into the surrounding space along the lines of rupture, causing everything around to rapidly collapse. In reality, Cheng Siki let out a scream as if struck by lightning, her body leaning back before she tumbled from her chair, collapsing to the ground, blood seeping from her 7 orifices as she fainted. Chapter 65. It was actually her. Tang Shenfeng opened his eyes to behold an unfamiliar ceiling. He recalled engaging in a prediction with Cheng Siki, but it seemed an unforeseen incident had caused him to lose consciousness. Where was he now? Teacher Wu, Dad, Mom. Brother, I'm awake. A familiar voice reached Tang Shenfeng's ears. At last, he had awakened. He was in the infirmary of the St. Luo Soul Master Academy. How do you feel now, Tang Shenfeng? Inquired Teacher Wu. Tang Shenfeng turned his head to see that sitting beside him were Yi Hongling, Wu Lintian, Grandma Ling Wei, and Grandpa Yi Jiulong. Tang Shenfeng staggered to his feet. Physically, he felt relatively well, yet a profound dizziness enveloped him, rendering him somewhat incapable of controlling his body. He inquired, "What has happened to me?" "Hold on. Don't move just yet. Your mental energy has been severely depleted, to the point of excessive overexertion. You require ample rest." Yu Jiulong replied. Tang Shenfeng glanced around and inquired, "Where is Cheng Siki? Why isn't he here?" Teacher Wu replied, "His condition is far more critical than yours. He has slipped into a state of unconsciousness and was urgently taken to the hospital for rescue. In comparison, you are fortunate to have only been unconscious for a day." Through the explanations of those present, Tang Shenfeng finally grasped the sequence of events. It turned out that following the last prediction, both he and Cheng Siki had succumbed to varying degrees of unconsciousness. Yi Hongling and Gu Xinran, frightened, hurried to seek out Teacher Wu. After examinations, it was determined that Tang Shenfeng's condition was stable, allowing him to remain in the Academy's infirmary, whereas Cheng Siki had not been so fortunate. His mental realm appeared to have endured a violent shock, necessitating his transfer to the hospital for emergency treatment. Subsequently, the Academy informed his family, who were likely now at the hospital, seeking answers from Tang Shenfeng and the others. "I'm sorry, teacher. I never intended for it to end up like this." Tang Shenfeng lamented, engulfed in deep self-reproach. "In truth, you cannot bear all the blame. Foreseeing the future inherently incurs a cost," Wu Lintian remarked to Tang Shenfeng. "Really?" Tang Shenfeng responded, puzzled. Yi Jiulong interjected, "To predict the future is akin to peering into the secrets of heaven. Such secrets must not be divulged. To haphazardly probe the future will invariably exact a corresponding toll. Your friend is likely suffering the backlash. Is there a way to save him?" Tang Shenfeng asked anxiously, not wishing for Cheng Siki to perish because of him. At that moment, Ling Wei spoke up. "Do not worry. I will make a trip shortly. I am confident I can heal him." Hearing Ling Wei's assurance, Tang Shenfeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He believed there was no injury that Ling Wei could not mend in her prime. After discussing specific details, everyone began to disperse. Ling Wei and Yi Jiulong confirmed once more that Tang Shenfeng was in stable condition before heading to the hospital, while Wu Lintian remained behind to monitor the situation. As for Tang Shenfeng, it was best for him to continue resting in bed. "By the way, Tang Shenfeng, I have a few more questions for you," Wu Lintian suddenly asked. "What would you like to know, teacher?" Typically, even if one suffers a backlash from foreseeing the future, it is rare for the outcome to be as severe as Cheng Siki's. Unless you truly witnessed something extraordinary, could you share with me what future you envisioned? "Let me think," Tang Shenfeng replied, trusting Wu Lintian and genuinely curious about why Cheng Siki had ended up in such a state. He recounted everything he could remember. A mecha as enormous as a planet. Yi Hongling reached out to touch Tang Shenfeng's forehead. "Brother, you aren't hallucinating due to a fever, are you? How could there possibly be a mecha of such size?" she asked, her concern evident. Tang Shenfeng harbored considerable uncertainty regarding his own words. To this day, he was still plagued by a splitting headache, unable to discern whether what he had witnessed was reality or mere illusion. Indeed, as Yi Hongling had observed, while the existence of a spacecraft might still be plausible, the notion of such colossal mechas in this world was utterly inconceivable. I surmise that the moment you glimpsed the future, you succumbed to unconsciousness. What you are speaking of now is likely nothing more than a dream or fantasy. You should prioritize rest. The academy competition has been postponed by half a month, granting us ample time. With that, Wu Lintian exited the infirmary. Tang Chenfeng was quite receptive to advice. The moment Wu Lintian departed, he collapsed onto the bed and succumbed to slumber. Yi Hongling quietly stood by, safeguarding him. Meanwhile, outside the door, Wu Lintian murmured to himself, his expression devoid of the previous contentment. 3 planetary class entities and 1 stellar class. Could it be that the stellar class has already been completed? The future may not be too distant. Approximately half a month later, one afternoon, Tang Chenfeng received a communication from Cheng Siki in the dormitory building. He had significantly recovered, mentioning that during his hospitalization, a mysterious individual had appeared and miraculously healed his injuries. It seemed that his family no longer intended to seek retribution against Tang Chenfeng and his companions. However, Cheng Siki had yet to fully recuperate, leading his family to grant him a 2-month medical leave. Thus, participation in the college competition was out of the question. Such is the irony of embarking on a venture only to meet an untimely demise, sighed Tang Chenfeng. Tang Chenfeng's recovery was remarkably swift. In just over a week, he had nearly returned to full strength and was preparing for the upcoming college competition. However, the dilemma they faced was that their plans necessitated significant alteration. Initially, their strategy revolved around 3-on-3 mech battles, with a concerted effort to avoid Soul Master confrontations. Yet, during the training sessions in the following days, the substitute team member, Gu Xinran, unequivocally demonstrated her lack of aptitude for piloting. Whether it be a soul-guided mech or an aircraft, nothing had survived more than 10 minutes under her command. In a recent cosmic simulation training, the soul-guided fighter she piloted suffered a catastrophic malfunction when struck on the left wing by a simulated data mech, leading to its loss of control and subsequent crash. Gu Xinran, overwhelmed, was compelled to request a day of sick leave. This all-too-familiar scenario at least confirmed Cheng Siki's extraordinary foresight regarding future events. The pressing issue, however, was that Gu Xinran's current piloting skills rendered her unfit to participate in the mech battles alongside them, a fact that was truly concerning. Perhaps shifting their focus to Soul Master duels would yield a better chance of success. Consequently, they increased their training in Soul Master combat, while reducing mech training sessions. Fortunately, the college competition had been postponed by half a month, providing them ample time to continue their preparations. Resolving to convene at the training base, they transformed their originally free afternoon into a training session. As Teacher Wu had advised, the objective for the college promotion match was not to excel, but to avoid mistakes, and they were determined to give their utmost effort. Exiting the male dormitory, Tang Chenfeng remained downstairs, awaiting his companions, as Yi Hongling typically emerged later than he did. Suddenly, his gaze shifted toward the entrance of the dormitory. Approaching was a girl, clad in a flowing white dress, seemingly their age. She possessed striking beauty, with fair, delicate skin and a well-proportioned figure. Her large eyes held a depth uncommon among her peers. Yet, what captured the eye most was her waist-length sky-blue hair, which, along with her similarly hued eyes, exuded a unique aura. It was her, Tang Chenfeng thought to himself as he approached. The girl, noticing his advance, stepped back warily. "Hello. It's nice to see you again. What brings you to our school?" Tang Chenfeng initiated the conversation, but the girl replied cautiously, taking a step back. "Who are you?" Tang Chenfeng gently touched his head and said, "It's me, the one who shared the scenic view with you on the airship." Initially, she regarded him with a hint of caution, but after he spoke, she examined him closely several times. "Oh, I remember now. It's you." It seemed that the girl had finally recalled who Tang Chenfeng was. Tang Chenfeng inquired, "May I ask how you came to our academy?" Tang Chenfeng recalled that after the assessment results of Yunzhong City were announced, instructors from various regional academies would select their students. It was likely that she had been chosen by other academies as well. So how did she end up here? The girl spoke calmly. "I voluntarily withdrew from my previous academy. I was indeed accepted into one, but after a fortnight, I realized it was not a suitable fit for me. So I applied for a withdrawal. I have heard commendable things about the St. Luo Soul Master Academy. Thus I came to see if I could enroll here. Initially, I intended to head directly to the academic building, but I was informed that non-students are not permitted entry. So I decided to take a chance here to see if I could apply for a transfer." Tang Chenfeng was taken aback. This girl must have come from the surface like him, for the academies within Yunzhong City are replete with resources. It was astonishing that someone would willingly withdraw. However, what Tang Chenfeng did not notice was that the depth in her gaze had mysteriously vanished. "Brother, why are you waiting here? By the way, who is she?" A familiar voice interrupted. It was Yi Hongling. She had just descended from the dormitory and noticed that Tang Chenfeng was not in his usual spot waiting for her. After scanning the area, she realized that her brother seemed to be engaged in conversation with someone. Tang Chenfeng immediately spoke up. "Oh, allow me to introduce her. This is Yi Hongling, my sister. Linger, this is a friend I met on the airship." At that moment, Tang Chenfeng suddenly realized that he had yet to learn the other person's name, as he had not introduced himself earlier. "Greetings, I am Bai Luai. You may simply call me Luai," Bai Luai interjected, alleviating the awkwardness. "Hello, I am Yi Hongling. You can call me Linger or Hongling," she replied. "I am Tang Chenfeng. I apologize for not asking your name earlier," he said. Bai Luai smiled and said, "No worries. By the way, Hongling and Chenfeng, could you take me to meet your teacher? I may need to complete my enrollment procedures." Yi Hongling replied, "Of course. We were just about to find our teacher." Thus, the three of them set off in the direction of the training base. Meanwhile, within the training base, Wu Lintian had already arrived at the Soul Master training area. Due to a change in plans, the Soul Master battles were now the primary focus, relegating mecha training to a secondary position. The other students from Class 6 were already engaged in their mecha training session, before Tang Chenfeng and his companions could begin their simulated mecha training. They were required to battle Wu Lintian, although their instructor would lower his cultivation level to match theirs. The outcome was invariably the same. Tang Chenfeng and his peers had never emerged victorious. Wu Lintian glanced at the time on his soul communicator and noted that it was nearly time. As if on cue, the doors to the training area swung open, and Tang Chenfeng and the others entered. Upon seeing the trio, Wu Lintian's gaze was immediately drawn to the unfamiliar figure among them. He approached them and inquired of Bai Luai, "Which class are you in? I don't believe I have seen you before." Bai Luai looked up at Wu Lintian and replied, "I have transferred from another academy and would like to speak with a teacher here about the possibility of transferring." As she spoke, Bai Luai removed her soul communicator and handed it to Wu Lintian. Upon receiving it, Wu Lintian began to examine the information contained within. Bai Luai, age 10, had recently undergone an assessment in Yunqing and had previously attended the Wanling Soul Master Academy. She had voluntarily withdrawn from the academy and was granted special permission to manage her transfer independently. It was indeed permissible to do so in Yunqing, as most individuals who arrived here were exceptionally talented. Rather than allowing them to return to the surface, it was preferable to find ways to retain them. "So, you are Bai Luai, correct?" Wu Lintian inquired. Bai Luai nodded affirmatively. "Well, it is not out of the question, but I must assess your abilities before making a decision." He then turned his attention to Tang Chenfeng. Chapter 66. Tang Chenfeng versus Bai Luai. "Well, it is not out of the question, but I must first evaluate your abilities before reaching a conclusion." Wu Lintian directed his gaze at Tang Chenfeng. "If you engage in a serious match with him, I will agree to your transfer to our academy. Does that sound acceptable to you?" The last statement was naturally directed at Tang Chenfeng. "I have no objections." Bai Luai readily agreed, and I had no objections. With her consent, Tang Chenfeng naturally would not refuse. Wu Lintian nodded, and the two prepared themselves at a distance of 30 meters. They both retreated simultaneously, yet Tang Chenfeng did not turn his back to Bai Luai. Instead, he faced her as he stepped back. This was a lesson imparted by Wu Lintian: never expose one's back to the opponent. After reaching the designated distance, both stood firm. Their gazes locked onto each other. "All right, begin." With Wu Lintian's commanding voice, Tang Chenfeng surged forward at once, his martial soul activated, darting towards Bai Luai like a shooting star. In response to his rapid advance, Bai Luai would not remain passive. She placed her hands before her chest, palms upward, and a dazzling silver light emanated from her palms. The silver radiance elongated, transforming into a staff nearly 2 meters in length. The staff shone with a brilliant silver hue, exquisitely detailed, exuding an aura of sacred inviolability. At its tip, a golden circular ornament was adorned, encircled by 4 colorful gemstones. These gems sparkled with resplendent light, seemingly harnessing elemental power. However, for some reason, her soul rings remained invisible. She was an elemental master. Tang Chenfeng pondered whether this was a technique similar to theirs for concealing soul rings. At that moment, Tang Chenfeng sensed something amiss around him. Clusters of azure light points converged into needle-like shapes, hurtling toward him with precision, targeting his eyes. Tang Chenfeng remained vigilant. channeling his internal soul power to deftly shift his body to the right, effortlessly evading the wind needles composed of elemental air. However, almost immediately, a barrage of crimson light shot towards him, fireballs the size of fists. What is this? The manipulation of two distinct elements. Tang Chenfeng thought, simultaneously gathering strength in his legs to evade Bai Luoyi's assault. At that moment, he felt his footing give way, as his leg became ensnared in a sudden pit that had appeared beneath him. As he prepared to exert force, the ground had inexplicably formed a hole, rapidly constricting around his leg as he fell into it. Escaping would take some time. Yet that brief interval allowed Bai Luoyi's fireballs to descend upon him with undeniable ferocity. Boom, boom, boom. As the explosions of the fireballs resounded, Tang Chenfeng staggered forth from the ensuing smoke, astonished. An attack of this caliber, coming from a soul master of the same rank, should not have inflicted significant harm unless wielded by a spirit with extraordinary offensive power. Yet the force behind that previous assault was unmistakably beyond what an equal-level soul master could muster. Moreover, the pit she had just conjured was a clear indication of her prowess. Could it be that she also commands earth elements? Tang Chenfeng pondered. Wind element manipulation, fire element manipulation, and earth element manipulation. Typically, elementalist soul masters could only control a single element. Even those with dual spirits could manage no more than two. Yet Bai Luoyi had effortlessly showcased three distinct elemental controls. Is she a triple element soul master? No, that cannot be. She has merely utilized the staff in her hand to exert control, without possessing an additional spirit. Wu Lintian speculated inwardly. As the smoke cleared, Tang Chenfeng stood, his school uniform visibly scorched with several large holes, appearing quite tattered. While such attacks could indeed inflict damage, they were far from sufficient to defeat him. After taking a moment to breathe, Tang Chenfeng propelled himself once more, this time with even greater swiftness and sharper focus, charging towards Bai Luoyi. Bai Luoyi would not remain idle. She raised her staff high, unleashing a series of fireballs in rapid succession. Simultaneously, the ground, controlled by earth elements, yielded a sequence of pits and even formed walls of earth. Yet, Tang Chenfeng seemed to anticipate her every move, demonstrating an agility entirely different from before. Skillfully dodging the pits, walls, and fireballs as if they were all maneuvering around him. In the blink of an eye, he had closed the 30-meter gap, standing directly before Bai Luoyi. As Tang Chenfeng unleashed a powerful punch, azure wind elements reemerged, not to attack, but to coil around Bai Luoyi's form, swirling with intent. With a delicate leap, Bai Luoyi was lifted into the air by the elemental forces of wind, evading Tang Chenfeng's strike. However, Tang Chenfeng had anticipated this movement. Within the realm of precognition, he had foreseen the unfolding scene. Just as he prepared to pivot and launch an assault, he suddenly felt his footing slip, causing him to tumble forward uncontrollably. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the ground beneath him had inexplicably crystallized into a layer of ice, the culprit behind his fall. This was no mere coincidence. Just moments before Tang Chenfeng reached Bai Luoyi, he had witnessed the two gemstones atop her martial soul staff transform into shades of blue and green. The blue gem morphed into ice that traveled down the staff and solidified upon the ground, while the wind element carried her aloft into the heavens. As Bai Luoyi descended back to the earth, a look of astonishment graced her features, yet her actions remained uninterrupted. The staff in her grasp shimmered with a yellow light. And with a powerful thrust towards the ground, numerous colossal earth spikes erupted, surging toward Tang Chenfeng. Nevertheless, Bai Luoyi had no true intention of inflicting harm. Thus, the spikes transformed into sturdy stone pillars, encasing Tang Chenfeng within an indomitable prison. At this juncture, the outcome of the battle seemed all but decided. 10, 9, 8 yet. Wu Lintian refrained from declaring a victor and instead initiated a countdown, leaving not only Bai Luoyi, but also Yi Hongling beside her perplexed. 7, 6 boom. A hand enveloped in azure flames shattered the barriers, and the person within burst forth, charging once more at Bai Luoyi. Again, Bai Luoyi struck the ground with her staff, summoning walls of stone that rose to obstruct Tang Chenfeng's path. Simultaneously, a barrage of fireballs, ice shards, and wind blades hurtled towards him. However, this time Tang Chenfeng chose not to evade. His fist, encased in azure flames, smashed through the stone walls with relentless force. The powerful elemental attacks merely glanced off his arm, dissipating into the air. As the distance between them diminished, Bai Luoyi's expression tightened with urgency. Her staff emitted three distinct hues simultaneously, a vibrant green, a gentle blue, and a searing red. As these colors intertwined, they erupted into a brilliant violet, exuding a tempestuous energy. In that moment, violet lightning, akin to a dragon, surged forth, encircling Tang Chenfeng and obstructing his advance. The furious currents crackled menacingly around him, and despite his confidence, he was compelled to halt his progress. This was a predicament. The breadth of the assault rendered any further movement impossible. The tempest of lightning raged on, leaving Tang Chenfeng with no avenue of escape. However, what astonished him even more was that Bai Luoyi had just demonstrated her mastery over the four elemental forces: ice, fire, earth, and wind. And now she was conjuring lightning as well. Was victory even plausible? Halt. Just as Tang Chenfeng sought desperately for a breakthrough, Wu Lentian called for a stop. Following his command, the rampant bolts of electricity gradually subsided, and the figures of Tang Chenfeng and Bai Luoyi re-emerged. It was evident that Bai Luoyi had triumphed. Yet her condition appeared to be slightly worse than Tang Chenfeng's. Her complexion was pale, and she seemed fatigued, clearly a result of excessive soul power consumption. Wu Lentian approached Bai Luoyi with a smile, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of admiration. You performed exceptionally well, yet during that pivotal moment, you appeared somewhat flustered. Had you maintained your composure, your performance would surely have reached even greater heights. He gently patted her shoulder and continued with earnest sincerity, clearly pleased with the newly arrived student and having acknowledged her capabilities. Bai Luoyi, puzzled, reflected on her final strike, which was not as she perceived. Slowly, he turned his gaze towards Tang Chenfeng, who was being treated by Yi Hongling, his sister, a habit she had formed as the soul-healing soul master present. With a slight smile playing on his lips, he remarked, "Chenfeng, your performance was commendable. However, it seems you were somewhat hasty, revealing your trump card too soon. Remember, in fierce competition, preserving some strength can often lead you further." As he spoke, his eyes brimmed with profound meaning and expectation, as if imparting a significant life lesson to Tang Chenfeng. Bai Luoyi took a deep breath, swiftly calming her thoughts, and fixed her determined gaze upon Wu Lentian. Poised to speak. Yet, Wu Lentian preempted her. "Rest assured, I believe any teacher would be captivated by your abilities upon witnessing them. The matter of your enrollment shall be my responsibility, but could you first enlighten me about the nature of your martial soul?" Upon hearing this, Bai Luoyi summoned her martial soul once more, revealing a silver staff. "This is my martial soul, the elemental authority staff, which you may also refer to as the elemental staff. Its ability lies in acquiring different types of soul rings to gain control over various elements. Currently, I can wield 4 elements simultaneously. But wait," Yi Hongling interjected suddenly. "Didn't you just utilize 5 types of elemental control?" Yi Hongling distinctly recalled that. In addition to the 4 fundamental elements of ice, fire, earth, and wind, she had also wielded the power of lightning. Bai Luoyi remarked, "That is another one of my abilities. I can amalgamate various elements to create a different elemental attack. The previous attack was a result of my combination of wind, fire, and water elements. However, the confluence of multiple elements imposes a tremendous strain on both my soul force and mental energy, which is why I rarely employ it lightly." At this juncture, Bai Luoyi felt a pang of confusion. She understood that this ability was of utmost importance, one of her trump cards that should only be utilized in critical moments. Yet, during her recent confrontation with Tang Chenfeng, she had inexplicably resorted to this tactic at an inopportune time. Faced with Tang Chenfeng's onslaught, she found herself inexplicably flustered, particularly when confronted with that azure flame, which stirred within her a profound, inexplicable dread, a fear that seemed to stem from her very essence. Chapter 67. She is unique. Upon hearing Bai Luoyi's introduction, Tang Chenfeng and his sister were filled with astonishment at the existence of such a remarkable martial soul. Could it be that Bai Luoyi would, in the future, wield the ability to manipulate 9 or even more elemental attributes simultaneously? Wu Lentian, standing nearby, remarked, "However, with such a tremendous advantage, there must be considerable limitations as well. I have heard of a person whose martial soul is known as the elementalist, capable of controlling 6 elements at once. Yet, this individual possessed only 1 martial soul, meaning she could not specialize in any single element but had to continuously refine her control techniques. I imagine your situation is somewhat akin to hers. Indeed, there are limitations," Bai Luoyi explained. "While I can command several different elements, their potency is not directly related to my soul power level. Rather, it correlates with the age of the soul rings. The greater the age of the soul ring, the more powerful it becomes. Additionally, due to the uniqueness of my martial soul, I must absorb soul rings of differing attributes. Thus, although my soul spirit can produce multiple soul rings, they predominantly share the same attribute, rendering the soul spirit's assistance limited. What I truly require are the soul rings generated by soul beasts. The convenience that soul spirits provide is well understood among everyone present. However, the singular nature of Bai Luoyi's martial soul dictates that she cannot opt for this expedient path. She must forsake the soul spirits and instead resort to the ancient and perilous method of hunting soul beasts to acquire the necessary soul rings. Unfortunately, no soul beasts exist in Yun City. To obtain soul rings, she must venture to the surface, which is no simple task, as re-establishing access from Yun City to the ground requires specific permissions. For these students, acquiring such privileges may pose a significant challenge. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Lintian spoke. I believe I have a clear understanding of your situation. I will take charge of arranging the transfer procedures. Tang Shenfeng and Yi Hongling. You should now accompany Bai Luoyi to the mecha training room. Let her experience it as well. With a bit of luck, our team might secure a new opportunity and advantage in the upcoming mecha competition. With those words, Wu Lintian turned and strode away from the base, heading towards the teaching building. Once Wu Lintian had departed, Bai Luoyi grasped Tang Shenfeng's hand and said, "Let us proceed directly to the mecha training room, as the teacher suggested. I must tell you, I actually have some experience with mecha piloting." Watching the charmingly smiling Bai Luoyi hold onto her brother's hand, Yi Hongling felt an inexplicable pang of jealousy rise within her. Consequently, she quickly seized Tang Shenfeng's other hand, exclaiming, "Yes, brother, let us hurry. I am also eager to see just how formidable Luo Yi's mecha piloting skills are." However, despite her words, Yi Hongling's gaze betrayed her, frequently drifting toward Bai Luoyi's hand clasped tightly around Tang Shenfeng's, as if it were a powerful magnet irresistibly drawing her attention. Even Yi Hongling herself was taken aback by the emergence of emotions akin to jealousy. After all, it was quite uncommon for her to experience such feelings. The bond among their small group could only be described as the most ordinary of friendships. Yes, merely a simple friendship. Upon reaching this realization, Yi Hongling felt a slight alleviation of the gloom that had settled in her heart. Noticing the discontent radiating from Yi Hongling, Bai Luoyi, ever perceptive, gracefully released her hold on Tang Shenfeng's hand and, with a hint of apology, explained, "I'm sorry. It seems my straightforward nature sometimes leads me to act without consideration. My previous actions were indeed rather presumptuous." As she spoke, her gaze intentionally lingered on Yi Hongling, clearly conveying that her words were not solely directed at Tang Shenfeng, but also served as an apology to Yi Hongling. In this psychological skirmish, only Tang Shenfeng, caught between the two, was left utterly bewildered, completely unaware of the unfolding dynamics. Thus, amidst this somewhat awkward and delicate atmosphere, the trio made their way toward the mecha training room. At that moment, Wu Lintian was already within the confines of the teaching building. The afternoon at the academy was designated as free activity time. Most students were either meditating in their dormitories or honing their skills at the training base, rendering the entire teaching building rather desolate. His destination was the Principal-S office. Inside the Principal-S office, Principal Ziyun sat, visibly agitated, at her desk, sifting through an abundance of documents, an unwelcome consequence of certain decisions made by an individual. That individual was none other than Wu Lintian. Originally, in 2 weeks, the St. Luo Academy was set to host the Triennial Soul Master competition, but suddenly 2 students from Class 6 faced potential disqualification. While this typically would not pose a significant issue, as per Academy regulations, Class 6 could simply select alternate participants. Nevertheless, Wu Lintian directly approached Ziyun, demanding a postponement of the competition by half a month. His rationale? The unfortunate prospect of eliminating students he had painstakingly recruited. Such a feeble excuse necessitated alterations to numerous subsequent plans. Were it anyone else, Ziyun would likely have expelled them from her office. Yet, he was Wu Lintian, an enigma whose true capabilities remained unknown to anyone in the academy except himself. This individual, with his capricious demeanor and incessant demands, left her feeling powerless. If this continued, her authority as the principal would be utterly undermined. Perhaps it was time for her to seriously contemplate how to navigate her relationship with Wu Lintian. At that moment, a knock echoed from the door. Hearing it, Ziyun composed herself and called out, "Come in." Wu Lintian entered. Upon recognizing him, Ziyun was momentarily taken aback. This unpredictable individual had never knocked before. However, The shock did little to alleviate her current frustration, and she remarked irritably, "Teacher Wu, what brings you here this time?" Wu Lintian approached her desk with an untroubled demeanor, bowing slightly in respect towards Dean Ziyun. "I apologize, Dean Ziyun. I am here to express my regrets." Witnessing his bow, Ziyun, who had previously been filled with irritation, was now overtaken by astonishment. What is happening? This fellow actually came to apologize? Is the sun rising from the west? With utmost seriousness, Wu Lintian continued, "Last time, I suggested postponing the academy competition by half a month, and I have reflected on it for quite some time. The academy and you, Dean, have always been extraordinarily kind to me, yet I have never contemplated how to reciprocate. Henceforth, I shall endeavor to amend my willful ways. And I hope you can accept my apology." That's all right," Ziyun stammered, somewhat taken aback by the cascade of apologies from Wu Lintian. In truth, she had always held him in high regard. Both his prowess and appearance were among the finest in the academy. However, his obstinacy and tendency to disregard advice often led him into embarrassing situations. Yet, his recent words stirred something within her, causing her cheeks to flush and her tone to soften involuntarily. Nodding, Wu Lintian tentatively asked, "Then, may I request one small favor from you, Dean?" As he spoke, he transmitted the Soul Guide communication data provided by Luai to Ziyun. "I recently discovered a report about a transfer student who has just passed my assessment and is fully qualified to join our academy. You are aware that the overall strength of Class 6 is rather lacking. If possible, I would kindly ask you to allow this student to join us, to balance our collective strength somewhat." Still reeling from the earlier shock, Ziyun instinctively received the transmitted data, replying, "All right, I will take care of it." At that moment, Wu Lintian's expression returned to its usual slightly smiling demeanor. "Thank you for your assistance, esteemed Dean. However, Teacher Wu, I must remind you to grant me some consideration in the future. Regardless of the circumstances, at least listen to our opinions first. Otherwise, it becomes quite difficult for me." Ziyun responded with a hint of indignation. "Understood, no problem." Wu Lintian nodded, signaling an okay gesture. Ziyun couldn't believe how much he had changed since becoming a teacher. Could it be that he is the type who genuinely enjoys guiding young minds? As such thoughts crossed her mind, she opened the Soul Guide communicator to review the student's information. From the data, it appeared that this new student hailed from the surface and had undergone 2 transfers. By Luai, female, with the martial soul of an elemental authority control staff. This martial soul sounds unfamiliar to me. Elemental authority control? Could it be a martial soul capable of manipulating elements? Ziyun pondered. Turning to Wu Lintian, she inquired, "Elemental authority control staff? I have